I've moved back to my hometown in Michigan after being away for many years. I've many stories to share, but this is a recent one that stands out. A fixture in my town was a burly guy named Bronco. Bronco was the typical bar bouncer type. Not surprisingly, this was his usual job. When I was younger, he used to drive his blue Ford Bronco. My family knew him well, as my mom ran the after-bar breakfast restaurant where all the party people congregated when the bars closed. Since I had moved away years before, I lost touch with the old party crowd. I did hear, however, that Bronco sold his beloved truck a few years after I moved. Anyway, it was June of 2002, I think, and I was driving on I-94. I saw Bronco's old blue truck driving on the opposite lane and mentioned it to the person who was in the car with me. I hadn't seen Bronco in a few years, but knew I would run into him at our upcoming Ventenian festival and would mention the sighting to him then. A few nights before the Ventenian festival, a friend and I went to a local bar to hear the band rehearse. As I walked into the place, I spied Bronco on the far side of the bar. I raised an eyebrow at him, and he acknowledged me in his cocky way from across the room. My friend and I went to look for a space to sit. Once we found a table, I told my friend that I saw Bronco and wanted to go say hi and tell him that I spotted his old truck the weeks before. As I made my way through the crowd to the bar, I heard the band dedicating a song. They were dedicating it to Bronco and said he had passed away. I was sure it was a joke. I finally made it to the bar where he was sitting. No one was there. I was absolutely perplexed. I walked around, trying to see where he went, to no avail. Finally, I questioned a ton of mutual friends, and they confirmed that he died of a heart attack or something the previous April. I was in total shock. He was only in his early 40s when he passed away, and one of those muscle-bound types. Even now, when I look back on this incident, I'm so amazed, because I saw him clear as day. Anyway, I thought it was pretty nice of him to remember me after he passed like that. I guess he knew I would appreciate the drama and the irony. About 3 years ago, I was at my grandpa's house, getting ready in the bathroom for school. I saw a woman walk down the hall towards the living room. I just thought it was my grandma, so I just brushed it off. Then a few moments later, I was looking out the door into the hallway, and I saw her again. I didn't recognize her. I ran into the living room screaming at the top of my lungs, "There's someone in the house! Hurry!" My grandpa took off into the house, searching for an intruder. He looked in every room, under the beds, and in the closets. He even looked in cabinets big enough for someone to hide. There was no one there. Later that day, he said an old boarding house used to be on the same spot as the house was built a long time ago. He said that I more than likely saw the woman who owned it. He took out his picture box and showed me an old book that he had the town's history in it. He turned to the page where it had information on the boarding house. As soon as I saw the picture of the owner, I was speechless. It took me a while, but after I caught my breath, I told my grandpa, "Oh my God, that's her." It seems that this place is only active when Christmas time comes around. In a very small town called Whitewright, Texas, there's a very old house that now belongs to my uncle. The structure of the house is very stable. As a matter of fact, it has been lived in a lot longer than usual. It is now used as a storage by various family members of mine. First experience was when I was 11, and 2 days before Christmas. It was late into the evening, and instead of my parents driving back home 27 miles, my grandparents offered their old house for us to stay the night in. It had been raining a little bit, and it didn't take long for the 3-bedroom house to warm up, so we went to bed. I had 2 younger brothers. One of them was still a little baby, so we slept in the same room in a little crib that my grandmother put together for all of the grandchildren. I was quite tired and almost fell asleep immediately when it started thundering and lightning. The first crash woke me up, and precisely the loud crash, the outside screen, sounded as though someone had kicked the door. The house had a horseshoe-shaped porch, and at each end of the porch was a door to the house. Another door was for the living room. I screamed, and Mother came in. I had woken up my baby brother, she had claimed, but the thunder had woken him up. My mother picked my brother and took him with her to get him back to sleep. I tried to calm myself to go to sleep and convince myself that it was just the cat that got scared and jumped up against the door. Many times, though, to convince myself, I would check outside through the window of the door and then run back into the bed. I was starting to drift off again when another thunder blast went off and lightning followed. But what I saw next terrified me even more so, because I saw a figure outside the window through the window curtain. I screamed out again and scrambled off the bed to look into the next bedroom and tried to tell my mom that someone was outside. She didn't believe me, and upon the suggestion of my father, I was escorted to the living room to sleep on the couch, which made the very front part of the porch even closer to me. All the windows were huge, and pretty much most of the living room was hallway. Nothing but windows, but had dark brown curtains. The storm subsided a little bit for an hour or so, and I tried with everything to stamp down the fear that wouldn't let go of me, no matter how hard I tried to shake it off. I forced myself to close my eyes. At that moment, someone or something stepped onto the porch, stomping, and then started walking. I stepped into my parents' bedroom and asked my father if he heard the walking on the porch. He said it was the house settling. Look, I know it was just a kid, but settling of the house didn't sound like a heavy man with big boots either. I pleaded out of the window. I threatened. When I threatened, it would stop for a while, but start back up again. My last resort was praying to God for this to stop, to make whoever or whatever to go away. A few minutes later, the rain drizzled, and the walking faded away. It didn't stop immediately, just as though someone had stepped off the porch, but as though it was going away slowly. I fell asleep, and the morning came. I stepped out on the porch, and the whole porch was covered in mud clumps, from one end of the porch to the other side. I talked with my aunt, and she told me that the only knowledge of the house was an old lady had lived there, and that some neighbors had found her dead in her bed, and her dog was missing, but that no one really cared about the dog anyhow, so the missing dog wasn't much thought of after the lady's burial. The second activity was when I had moved in with my aunt in the same house. She moved into the house a year before I moved in with her, and my cousins, of course. My parents and I had very considerable disagreements. Anyhow, as usual, just a little before Christmas, one of my cousins and I were just about to go to sleep on the couch in the living room, which is the center of the house, when my cousin rose up off the couch and told me that someone was standing right beside me. I got off the couch and made a mad dash to jump on the other side of the huge circular couch and jumped right beside her. At that precise moment that I jumped up, at the corner of my eye, I saw a very faint light move very fast in the center of the room, not on the wall or on the floor. Dishes were knocked over in the kitchen, and my aunt turned on all the lights. To explain this away so that we wouldn't be scared, and for all of us to get some sleep, my aunt told us that a cat had found its way into the house, and we scared it. The next morning, my aunt went and talked to my grandfather, and a few weeks later they were digging in the backyard and discovered a well and the remains of a dog. They filled the well with rock and concrete. The activity stopped. Later it was told to me that the Christmas before I moved in, my aunt was alone at home in the same house, and she had been watching TV. Someone stepped on the porch very heavily and tried to break into the house by first turning a doorknob and then trying to force themselves through the door. She threatened whoever, and they went away. The house is now being used as the family storage house, and whoever's friend of the family storage as well. It has not been lived in since my cousin Shane. The story I'm about to tell you is one of a disturbing nature. It absolutely chokes me up every time I tell it. If my grammar or language skills are not up to par, it's only because I'm caught up in the horrid memories of that night. It was New Year's Eve. My cousin and I waited for our girlfriends to arrive, as we were having a party that night. Yes, there was alcohol, and say what you want, but I know what I saw. The same thing we all saw. Anyway, later that night, we were all in my room, drinking and singing, just having fun. It was a party. Time passed, and more time passed, and it began to get late. Something startled my cousin's girlfriend. She quickly eased her mind with the thought that it was a household pet, a large dog, she thought. Little did she know, we had no pets. When she later confronted me about it, I told her just that. A little shaken, but mostly tired, she and my cousin went to lay down, leaving my girlfriend and I alone in my room. We watched TV for a while and just talked. We brought up how drunk my cousin's girlfriend must have been and laughed. Well, it wasn't funny long. As we sat there on the bed, half paying attention to the television, a thing slothed across the floor in my room. We both sat stuck with fear, holding each other as tight as we could. When it got to our feet, it stopped, looked up at us, and almost smirked at our fear. We got a better look at it then. It was a bloody, bludgeoned mess. It seemed to be walking on nubs of his knees and elbows, and finally dawned with a bashed-in skull. It made my poor girlfriend sick to her stomach. It continued its path to my closet and disappeared. We didn't sleep 1 second the whole night. If we hadn't all seen the godforsaken creature, I wouldn't have believed it myself. The next morning, the black lights were still on, music was still going, and bottles were everywhere, so I decided to clean up. When I moved the speakers back to the other wall, the black light shone down on the wall. Streams upon splashes upon streams, upon handprints of bright green trails, were on my wall. It looked as if someone with green blood was bludgeoned to death. And I remember watching forensic files, and the luminol that they put on the surfaces to detect blood showed up green wherever blood was. This really choked me up. So finally, I went and asked my stepdad if he knew the house's history. His exact words were, "No. Why? Is the house haunted?" This is the first time I've ever publicly shared this story. I've only told 2 of my closest friends, and sadly, they looked at me like I had gone crazy. I've never even told my family this. It happened when I was very young, so that could be a reason why my friends looked at me like I was insane or something. But the weird thing is that the memory of these strange encounters has stuck with me until now. I don't even remember half of what happened to me at that early age, but this experience is so vivid still that it makes me believe that it actually happened. I was 5 years old, turning 6. I was living in Providence in the Philippines, and my dad had come to visit me and my mom. He left 2 years earlier when he moved to California to find a job from the United States, and a year and a half later, I moved to the US also. I have a big family with a lot of aunts, uncles, and cousins. My dad coming to visit was a big deal, so the whole family slept over my grandma's house. My cousins and aunts and uncles occupied the available rooms, so me, my mom, and dad had to sleep in the living room. The living room is on the ground level, so if you open the window, you'd be looking straight towards the street. It was around 10 p.m. that night when I fell asleep, and I don't know how long it had been until I woke up because I needed to use the restroom. Some restrooms in the Philippines are located outside next to the house, and since I was only 5, I needed my mom or dad to accompany me. I sat up and asked myself, who should I wake up? As soon as my eyes darted from my mom to my dad, a figure caught my attention. He, or it, was tall, but I could make out a shape. It was a dark shape, but the scariest thing about it was that it was just there, leaning against the window, looking straight at me. I could make out 2 distinct points where its head was. Horns, maybe. I don't know. But how it could have opened the windows without waking anyone up, I thought, was kinda crazy. I didn't panic or anything. I just sat up and watched it looking at me for about a minute or 2, and then laid back down. I forgot that I had to use the bathroom. I pulled the covers over me and went back to sleep, hoping that I was still dreaming. Since I never really mentioned it to my parents, I can't be sure what it was. It was either a demonic figure, hence the pointed horns, or maybe a drunk relative who couldn't open the door, so he had to go through the window. Why did he stare at me though? And shouldn't he have had a face and maybe some color to him? No, that figure was straight black, like a shadow. Some people might argue that I was dreaming, and if I was, then that was a pretty vivid dream that still makes me remember what happened 16 years later. It gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. My ghost experience occurred at the trailer home that my family and I used to live. Several weird things have happened to us. Often, both my husband and I would be sitting on the couch watching TV, and the hallway light would be on, and out of the corner of our eye, we would see a shadow in the hallway that would briefly walk through the light, causing a second of darkness, as if it was passing directly in front of the light bulb. My husband usually sleeps on our couch, because he prefers to have the room icy cold, so he'd sleep on the couch in front of the living room. One night, in the middle of the night, he hears someone stomping through the living room. The sound woke him from a deep sleep. He woke up yelling, thinking it was one of our kids, yet he found no one there. Another time he heard someone stomping once again, and then he heard the beads on their daughter's door shaking, like someone walked through them. He turned around to look at our daughter's door, and the beads were perfectly still. Several items, such as toys, clothes, and jewelry, would come up missing, only to reappear at a later time, long after you decided you would never see them again. My daughter once saw a figure in the hallway. My daughter and brother are very close, so one night, her brother and her made a tent in my son's room. This tent was right in the doorway of my son's room, and his room was down the hallway that my husband and I frequently saw shadows. My daughter said that she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a tall, thin man walk in front of the doorway as if he was walking towards the living room. At first she assumed it was her father, until she started thinking about it and realized her dad is a much larger man than what had just walked by the doorway. We have since moved out of this place, and we have not had any unusual experiences at our new home. When I was younger, probably around 12, I had what I later surmised may have been a paranormal experience. My brother and parents slept upstairs in our 1.5-story house in Waukesha, Wisconsin. One evening, I was awakened by one of my cats meowing quickly about 5 times or so. Her last meow was cut short, and I then heard footsteps quickly approaching my room. The footsteps stopped, and I heard what sounded like heavy breathing, like one out of breath, just inside the doorway of the room next to mine. The 2 doorways formed a corner. I was quite scared, as I thought someone was in my house. I also thought it could have been my brother, but didn't want to take any chances. I lay scared for a few hours until I fell asleep. Before falling asleep, the breathing slowed and stopped, but I never heard anyone walk away. Years later, I took into account that my cat never meowed like that. It would not likely stop so suddenly, in mid-meow. She was fine, and I never saw any clues regarding this incident. Another time in that same house, it was an older house, probably from the 40s. I was walking down my hallway, and for a brief second, saw that the doorways were arched, instead of the normal squared look. Imagination, who knows? My next incident took place when I was around 18 or 19. Two of my friends and I took a walk around my friend's neighborhood. The night was right out of a scary movie. Very dense fog that stopped probably 10 or feet so above our head. We could make out the full moon if we looked closely, and sounds of geese echoed when they flew overhead. We walked to a small graveyard, of course, where one of my friends proceeded to run ahead of us. My other friend and I stopped at a rather young grave. The death date was only a couple of years previous to this incident. As soon as we stopped, I felt an energy, for lack of a better term, in my head and chest, but not quite physically there. More like in my mind and soul, if you will. This lasted a couple of minutes. About a half a second after the feeling stopped, my friend said, "Whoa, did you feel that?" He and I described the exact same feeling to each other. My other friend had been hiding to try and scare us, had looked back at us, and saw us standing in front of the grave with blank looks on our faces. My final incident happened to my wife and I. She was using the bathroom, and as soon as she was done, called to me. She said that she saw the wall bulge out, like a bubble, she stated. The bulge then moved up the wall, and then sunk back in. The walls were plaster and solid. The bulge was about as big as a fist. Shortly after that, she had to go, I think to a function at church, leaving me home alone. A little while later, I saw something black fall from the ceiling out of the corner of my eye. I then heard what sounded like magazines slap on the dining room table, which was below the spot where I saw the black, falling thing. When I looked at the table, there were indeed magazines on it, which already had been there before I heard the sound. Nothing was disturbed, besides me. I've always had a fascination with things like this, but due to my beliefs, don't quite hold the same views as many of our readers or contributors regarding ghosts and spirits. Nonetheless, I like this site. I am a strong believer in ghosts, considering the fact that I used to see them a lot in my old house when I was a kid. When I tell people my stories, they do get very skeptical, so I'm going to tell you the story in which me and a lot of other people that proves that ghosts do exist, and it is unexplainable. I had found a stray cat back in 1996, and his name was Blackie. Anyhow, my grandma didn't like my cat at all, considering that she hated animals, and she used to kick him every chance she could. Of course, I would have a fit about it, and try to protect him every chance I got, but it was inevitable. So if Blackie was around her, she would kick him away, and as a result, every time Blackie saw my grandma, he would hiss and run underneath the table in the living room, all the while staring at my grandma and growling until she would leave. To make a long story short, I live in Illinois, and my grandma had taken a trip to see her daughter in New Jersey and ended up passing away there. And then the day finally came, when they finally brought her body to Illinois for her final funeral. Of course, my grandmother's body was at a funeral home, but the very first day that her body had arrived in town, my cat began to act as if she was around again. It all started when me and my family were all sitting down in the living room with Blackie and getting prepared to go to the funeral, when all of a sudden, Blackie got up and looked at the doorway. His whole body arched as he hissed and ran underneath the table. The very hairs on my neck and back rose up, and I tried to ignore the thoughts of thinking that my grandma was in the very room with us. However, it was hard to ignore because he kept growling and hissing and watching something that we couldn't see. He would stare at the very chair she would sit in and hiss at it and avoid it as much as possible. Like I said, he was acting as though she was there, and his eyes would be moving about as if he was watching her walk around the room. He did this for exactly 3 days. He didn't stop until they finally shipped my grandma's body to her original home in Europe. After that, he never fussed over anything ever again. So, Blackie proved to me and my family that ghosts do exist. Hi, my name is Tariq, and this is my supernatural experience. It happened to me when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I seem to remember it was quite a sunny afternoon. Nothing particularly unusual about that day. My mother asked me to go upstairs and wake my father, who often took afternoon naps. I remember feeling quite lazy, and I could not really be bothered going all the way upstairs to attempt to wake my dad sleeping. However, my mom insisted, so I did. I was about to walk up the stairs when I suddenly was overcome with fear, as what I had saw made no sense to me. There, at the top of the stairs, was the biggest dog I had ever seen in my life. It appeared to fill the whole space of the landing and was near the height of the ceiling. The dog appeared to be aggressive and was barking and growling so loud that it could have woken the dead. I was so shaken and scared that I just froze in the spot. I shouted for my mom. I said, "Mom, I can't go upstairs," and she told me not to be lazy. I told her no, there was this big dog at the top of the stairs, and it would not let me pass. My mom came out to me, and she said, "Tariq, we do not even have a dog." Of course, this is what I already knew. I quickly told my mom to get over here and see what I was seeing, but by the time she arrived and looked up the stairs, it was gone. This perplexed me even more, and being the age I was, I couldn't even understand it. I started to doubt myself, wondering if I ever even saw it at all, and I trusted and believed in my mother. So if she didn't really see it, maybe I was just hallucinating, and it really wasn't there. Obviously, the dog disappeared, and after a while, I forgot about it, and never resurfaced again. However, these memories came back when I was about 12 years old, and I spoke to my mom about it. Looking back on it, I do believe I saw something paranormal, but any ideas on why my mom or dad could not see it or hear it, and why was the dog being so protective, beats me. I don't know, but it was sure a scary sight. It just sucks that I feel like I was the only one who had saw it, and it makes me crazy. But what can you do? I don't know. I recently had an experience that I can't explain, and decided to tell my story here. In June, my boyfriend Ian, our then 15-month-old twins, of course me as well, we all went to his family reunion. While we were there, we had a wonderful time meeting his family and getting to know everyone really well. We stayed at his father and stepmother's home with the immediate family. One night, while everyone was asleep, one of the girls started crying, most likely from being in a new place or losing her pacifier. I woke up, and still groggy, I sat up in the bed. I looked over to the crib. Next to the crib, there was a little old woman standing there looking into the crib. When I saw her, she didn't scare me, and I thought nothing of it. She looked at me, put her finger up to her mouth, kind of bent down, and whispered, "Shh." So I laid back down and fell back to sleep. Brianna slept through the rest of the night. The next morning, I got up and remembered what I saw. Not sure if I dreamt it or not. I pulled Ian away from the family and asked him if he had a picture of his grandmother. The family had spoken a lot of her the previous day at the reunion, but I had never met her. Ian was very close to her, and was very upset at the time of her death. It would have been almost 9 years ago. They found one, and after I saw the picture, I felt this warmth, the only way I can describe it, and it filled my body. It was the lady I saw the night before. I wasn't sure if I should tell anyone, for fear of them thinking I was insane, but I decided to tell Ian. When I told him, he kinda gasped. Like I said, he was very close to his grandmother. I'm glad I told him. Well, later, as we were talking to the family, someone said, "Oh, it would have been so wonderful for her to be here and see all the family together." Speaking of the grandmother, Ian looked at me and asked me to tell everyone what I saw. I'm still new to this family and wouldn't want to be dubbed as the crazy one just yet, so I kept it to myself. Thanks for giving me a place to share this. In 1983, we moved into a home that had suddenly been vacated by the owners. The man had suffered a heart attack at the front door and died. His wife went into serious shock and suffered some emotional distress. After the funeral, her children decided to take her back to Missouri. I'd personally known the couple in 1971, as I had lived in a house on the connecting street. Our backyards were contiguous. Mr. Williams had been the water superintendent for the city for many years. He was an upstanding citizen, a loving family man, and a friend to many people. Shortly after moving in, he got the feeling that Mr. Williams had never really left his home. At night, after everyone had turned in, footsteps could be heard throughout the home. It sounded like heavy footsteps stomping up and down the hall, outside the bedrooms. I would get up and check to see if the children were awake, and would find them sleeping soundly in their beds. Once in a while, doors would open up wide, as if someone was entering a room, and then the door would slam shut. One night, my wife at the time awoke to see the form of a man standing at the end of our bed. He woke up on her side and leaned over a little. She laid there terrifying, knowing that I was very hard to wake up, and that if this were a burglar, I would not suddenly spring into action against the intruder. She maintained her position and just peered through her eyelids. Suddenly, the figure just faded away. These occurrences persisted for about a month. One morning, at around 2:30 a.m., we were suddenly awakened by the bedroom door slamming open with a violent force. We were very tired of Mr. Williams' nightly tirades, and I was running on my last nerve. I got up and decided to try to talk with this confused soul. I addressed him as Mr. Williams and told him that he had suffered a heart attack and had died. I told him that his wife had gone to Missouri to live with his children. I told him that we were paying rent to his children to live in this house, and we worked hard for our money. I started to get angry with him, and told him that if he wanted to rant and rave and stomp about the house, he needed to do it when we weren't there, as he was disturbing our sleep. If he continued, we would be forced to move, and his children would have to find other renters. I suggested he go to Missouri, because that is where he would find his wife. After that, we never heard from Mr. Williams again. In August of 1997, I was helping a friend deliver some things for a post-funeral reception that was to be held in the officers' quarters number 1 at Fort Concho in San Angelo, Texas. Fort Concho is the best preserved and reconstructed cavalry fort in America. This is where the Buffalo Soldiers were stationed. It was very early in the morning, and we had to get the key to the building from the curator. We drove to the other side of the parade ground and parked the van. We went inside, and I took some things up to the staircase to the second floor, while my buddy worked on the first floor. I walked into the west bedroom upstairs and immediately felt like I had just walked between two people that were standing shoulder to shoulder. I was walking into a tremendous field of static electricity. I had a cold sensation, and the hairs on my neck and arms stood straight out. I put the vase down that I was carrying and found myself compelled to say, "Excuse me." Then I proceeded to the east bedroom. When I entered the room, I saw a little girl out of the corner of my eye, playing on the floor to my left. I placed the vase, and when I turned around, she faded away. A couple of days later, I was again with my friend. We stopped by the house of the lady who was responsible for financing the restoration of Officers' Quarter Number 1. My friend mentioned that I had felt a presence and saw a little girl. I told her that I had seen her in the east bedroom, and she told me that a little girl had died in that very room. Maybe it was her parents that I felt in the west bedroom, or just someone else watching over her. A few months later, I had the opportunity to stop by the Officers' Quarters Number 1 when it was open to the public. I was walking around, and a staff member volunteer came up and asked me what I thought of the building. I told her I thought it was haunted, and repeated the story of the little girl. The lady took me into the dining room and pointed to a portrait on the wall. It was the same little girl I had seen upstairs. I would first like to say, I was not a believer in ghosts or spirits. I was in the Navy at the time, and had been just transferred to Japan. My family and I arrived there in August of '91. I felt very lucky because the Navy had just opened Harrio, a new housing complex about 9 miles from the naval base. This meant that my family and I would not have to live off base. My wife and I were taken out to the Harrio to pick out a house. Being newly opened, we basically had the pick of the litter. My wife and I chose a nice 3-bedroom room townhouse in the center of the housing complex. We moved in within 3 days and began to settle down. Nothing much happened for the first month or two. Then one night, my daughter, who was 3 at the time, started waking up at night crying. She would point at the wall and tell me to make the snake lady go away. This happened about once a week. Of course, I thought she was just having bad dreams. We'll let her sleep in our bed when this happened. My wife became pregnant at the time, and we were allowed to move into a 4-bedroom house. I was hoping this move would solve the snake lady problem. As we moved into the new house, I assured her the snake lady was gone forever. Boy, was I wrong. It was about 2 weeks before our encounters with the snake lady started again. This time my wife and I could actually feel some sort of electrical charge throughout the house. These encounters intensified, and my daughter started to see more and more apparitions. She would tell me that the snake lady wanted to take her away. I, being a skeptic, thought the electrical charge was sort of funny, but never gave much thought about my daughter's nightmare being real. Then one night, my wife and I were awakened by my daughter screaming at the top of her lungs. We rushed into her room to find her pressed against the far wall, her feet approximately 1 foot off the ground. My wife and I both grabbed her arms, and with one of my feet pressed against the wall, I pulled with all my might. She wouldn't budge. I'm not a small man, 5'10", 191 pounds, and I worked out all the time. I could not get her off the wall. All the while she was screaming that the snake lady wanted to take her away. Scared to death, I started praying in my head. My daughter started to slide down the wall, and she fell into our arms. I don't know what it was, but I believe there is something out there that we don't know about. The next day I blessed every room in the house with olive oil. This seemed to do the trick, because my daughter never had another experience. My wife is Japanese, and she did some investigating of the area's history. Harrio was once an internment camp for the sick and dying Japanese soldiers of World War II. There is a shrine just outside the back gate for the soldiers that died there. And that's what we found out. Thanks for reading. It's funny, really, because I've been reading your site for quite some time and have marveled over the experiences people have had, but never, ever thought I would be emailing you my story. This experience is mainly my two friends, but I experienced it firsthand last night. They live in RAF, Royal Air Force Quarters, in Middlesex in England, and have never really mentioned anything before. A couple of weeks ago, Susie and I were chatting about various things when the subjects of ghosts came up. Funny enough, the handprints have come back since Elena was born, said Susie. Handprints? What handprints? I replied. It seems that since they moved in over 3 years ago, they've had various things happen. So she took me upstairs, and there, clear as day, was a set of huge handprints on the wall just above their bed. Apparently, she has tried everything to get rid of them, and they disappeared when she was pregnant. As soon as the baby was born, they came back, and when I saw Susie and Jay last night, they casually informed me that the handprints had moved. By now, I was getting quite spooked out. We went outside for a cigarette, with one of the music channels on the TV playing. When we came back in, the channel had changed to some gruesome true murder documentary. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on edge at this stage, and it took Susie a good 5 minutes to change the channel back. Also, they've both watched a candle that stood on top of the telly very casually move from the middle and drop off at the end. Things have been moved around, never hidden, and the TV also turns on and off. Susie and Jay were very relaxed about this, and the ghost obviously means them no harm. Last night, it was Susie, Jay, and me, and they told me what happened last Sunday. Apparently, Susie had gone up to change Elena, and had set out her pajamas and nappy out in the changing mat in the bedroom. She was bathing Elena, and thought that perhaps she could use one of the smaller nappies instead of the big one that she had pulled out. When she went back into the bedroom, the pajamas and the big nappy had been thrown onto the chair, and in a perfect arc were 3 of the smaller nappies on the changing mat. Poor Jay got it right in the neck for that, until he explained that he hadn't been upstairs at all. Again, the hairs on my neck were standing on end, and when I had to go upstairs to use their toilet, Susie had to come with me. We then went out for a cigarette, and as we were sitting there, I saw the shadow of someone walking to the kitchen. Didn't think anything of it until I realized that we were all sitting outside. I told them, and Susie said that she sees shadows out of the corner of her eye all the time. We then went back in, and I was sitting on the sofa next to Susie, talking to Jay, when I noticed that she was staring at something right behind her. I asked what she was looking at, but she said nothing at first, knowing how freaked out I was getting. She then began to tell me that she noticed a transparent man with an axe lodged into his forehead casually move from the room we were in and into the kitchen, then disappear. She had told me that when she was alone in the living room, another time, that she also saw a man sitting down at the kitchen table, as if he was writing on a piece of paper, then disappear shortly after. Apparently, they are not the only ones to experience things. It seems that quite a few people in the row of houses had strange things happen, and the couple on end have seen a shadowy figure. She asked me to babysit Elena next week. Must admit, not too keen on having the extra company though. When I was about 10 years old, my family lived with my great-grandmother and me, and my brother had to sleep in the basement. Half was for storage, half was an extra room. So one night, at like 3, I had to walk to the top floor to take a pee. On my way down, I hear the voice of a little girl say goodbye. Then I noticed that same voice, and it said die. I immediately freaked out and ran back into my room, absolutely terrified. There was another incident with my brother. He was in the basement, and he heard the same voice coming up the stairs from it. It said die as well. And he turned back, looked down the stairs, and the apparition of a girl was standing right there, and then materialized and disappeared in an instant. When I was 15, we moved out to New Jersey. When I was 16, I heard horribly violent screaming. It sounded like a woman, and it sounded like it was coming from behind me. 3 days later, my brother, he was 19. He heard the same screaming coming from our bedroom closet. Nowadays we don't hear any mysterious voices, but we both know they had to be ghosts. And not only that, they had to be evil. And I don't want to experience that ever again. I'm sure my brother doesn't want to either. Thanks for listening. Last year, I was living in an apartment on the far northwest side of town in Chicago, Illinois, and had one experience in an apartment that for the most part was pretty quiet, but for this experience, I lived in a frighteningly active apartment on the northeast side before this occurrence, so this didn't really totally freak me out, but I was sitting in my living room on the couch reading. The sun was reflecting through the blinds, which I halfway closed, and the TV, which was directly in front of me and perhaps 8 to 10 feet away, was off. I sat reading for quite some time, and at one point looked up and into my reflection on the TV screen. Sitting a few inches from me was a woman with a pageboy hairdo, perhaps in her early 40s, with glasses on. I could see her curves as she sat, so there was no mistake that she was a woman. I turned instantly to my left side, irrationally expecting to see someone sitting next to me in my lockdown apartment, where I knew no one but myself had been the entire day. No one was there, of course. I looked back into the TV reflection again, and she was no longer there. May I point out that there was absolutely nothing in that apartment that could have made such a reflection. I was on the second story, so there was nothing inside that could have reflected that way, no nearby trees, etc. It was a bona fide experience. There was this one terrifying experience, though, that has haunted me ever since while being in that apartment. I was sitting in the bathroom, doing my business, as usual. I left the door open because I felt very uncomfortable with the door closed. I don't know why, it just gave me that feeling. I saw that same lady, early 40s style, with the pageboy hairdo, right outside the door. It was like she was fixated on me, and she appeared momentarily, just staring at me. Although the bathroom light was obviously on, the hallway outside the door was pretty dim, so you could just barely make out the outline of her face and her body. There were some slight changes with her this time. The only difference being this time was that she looked like she was in some kind of nun outfit. It was really creepy. This was the moment where I was terrified. I didn't know what to think. She kind of looked like Mother Teresa in a way. It also looked like she was trying to open her mouth, but somehow couldn't. Like she was unable to speak or something. Maybe she was in danger. Just like that, she disappeared. And later on in that day, I also saw an orb float around. It was pretty eerie. For the record, this was a highly Polish neighborhood, and had been for years, so I have a feeling it was some old Polish lady that couldn't leave her building. I lived there for a year, and am now gone. I also have a theory that because she is Polish, that she was wearing the nun attire due to her religion. You see, Polish people are Roman Catholics usually, so it all made sense to me at the time when I thought about it. Thanks for reading. I had a personal experience at this bed and breakfast, and it was so exciting. A friend of mine and I were staying in this B&B, the Henderson House, while we visited her daughter at a nearby Baptist university where she is a cheerleader. We stayed in the downstairs guest bedroom by the dining room. When we arrived, they were setting up for a big sit-down dinner and reception with round tables covered in white tablecloths. It was a big affair that went on for a while we were at a football game. When we arrived back at the B&B later that night, it was late, and the staff was cleaning up and putting up the tables. They apologized for making so much noise, and said that they'd be finishing up for the next hour or so, washing the tablecloths and putting them away. We were exhausted, so we each took a shower, and my friend crawled into this beautiful mahogany bed, and I pulled out the sleeper sofa and settled in and watched TV for a little while. Finally, it quieted down somewhat out in the parlor, so we turned off the lights and immediately fell asleep. I woke up some time earlier as 3 women in gowns brushed by my bed, carrying things. We had gotten quite friendly with the innkeeper and her staff earlier, so I really didn't think that much about it and wondered why they had put things away in our room before morning. The next morning, I asked my friend what the women were doing in our room the night before. She said, "What women? No one came in here," and she motioned towards the door where the deadbolt was still locked. She went out to the dining room for breakfast a little before I did, and as I was walking out into the hall, she walked up to me and said, "Come here, the owner has something to tell you." When I walked into the kitchen, the owner looked up and said, "So, you saw them, huh?" I told her I saw 3 women in gowns, and she said, "They are dressed in wedding and bridesmaid dresses." She then walked into the parlor and opened the big old photo album and turned to the page that showed a wedding party lined up on the staircase. It was them. They are seen from time to time, getting ready for a ceremony, and the bedroom where we stayed at was once a porch that leads around to the front of the house. Because it is a Baptist college, they don't promote these ghost stories, as the college frowns on it. But she said many people see them. There is also a ghost of a captain, Army or Sea, I didn't quite get, but he haunts an upstairs room with a big bay window and is seen often too. It was not a frightening thing. I loved it, in fact, and hoped to go back again. They were not see-through people, and had I reached out, I could have touched their dresses. Maybe. In the year 2000, my husband and I moved to LaGrange, Georgia, to a fairly new apartment on Old Airport Road. His job had transferred him from New Hampshire, and he was able to be on a 5-day shift, 5 on and 5 off. That meant he would not be home every other week, as he was a truck driver for a major store chain. Anyway, after being there a month or so, we decided that it was a great little town to settle down in and began looking for a house. During this time, we had no incidents at the apartment. After another 2 months of searching, we finally found the house we wanted. It was a 3-bedroom ranch with a small in-ground pool located in a rural part of LaGrange. When our offer was accepted, we were ecstatic. This is when my 4-year-old son began falling out of bed at night, something he had neither done before or after living at this apartment. Eventually, this led him to waking up in the middle of the night, and I would have to go in and confront him, which was usually fairly easy to do, and he'd go back to sleep, only to wake up later again in the night. When I put them to bed, I would sit in the hallway between both of their doors. Daughter's bedroom was at the end of the hall, which was about 10 feet long, but their doors were close together. I would have all the lights off, except the hallway, and once they were asleep, I'd go and get on the PC in the dining room, adjacent to their hallway. This hallway had a bathroom at the opposite end of the bedrooms and a laundry closet where my washing machine were. One night, my son insisted I lay with him in bed, so I laid down behind him, closest to his closet, with him closest to the door. My eyes were closed, and we were both resting quietly, when suddenly he half sat up in bed and said, "Who is that?" Naturally, I asked, "What do you mean?" He said a woman in a long skirt just walked by his bedroom door and headed to his sister's room. Of course, this is the week my husband's gone, so I'm alone in the apartment, thinking someone must have broken into our second floor apartment. So I got up and looked. My daughter, who is 9 years old, thankfully was sound asleep, so I checked her room, closet, and under her bed to make sure no one was in there. I questioned my son again, and he said no one passed back by his door, and there's no exit from my daughter's room, just right by my son's room. I brought both kids to sleep in my bed on the other side of the apartment that night. Another night, I sat in the hall again until they were both asleep. Now keep in mind, all the lights are off except the hall, which includes their big walk-in closets. No lights on. When they were both sleeping, I got up and used their bathroom at the end of their hall. While in there, I heard what sounded like a toy hitting the wall of my son's closet, which shared a wall with the bathroom. Thinking that he woke up and started playing, which was not like him at all, by the way, I went to his room to find him sleeping cozily, but the closet door halfway open and the light inside open. Okay, so now I'm freaked out because I know that the door was closed and the light was off, and yes, his bed's right next to that closet, so yeah, I took them into my room again. Again, on another night, my son wakes up again, but this time my husband's home and we're all asleep in our own beds. I can hear my son crying, so I go to comfort him, but he's not there. My husband and I can't find him, but he's still crying, sobbing, a terrified cry actually. In a minute or two, we find him hiding under the sink in the bathroom at the end of his hallway. He told us the mean lady won't let him pass. He had tried to come in her room, but she stood in front of him. Again, he described her exactly the same. Long skirt, hair up behind her head, and she makes faces at him. Now I know for a fact I'm dealing with a ghostie here, but husband thinks I'm just going nuts and putting stories in the kid's head. My daughter, meanwhile, never notices any of this and is not disturbed. While on the computer one night, late around 2 a.m., I hear 3 distinct loud knocks under my feet. One on the left in the small kitchen, one directly below my feet, and one to my right. Sounded like someone downstairs used a broom to knock on the ceiling in extremely rapid succession. I sincerely doubt that anyone can move as quickly in the downstairs apartment and get by the furniture they undoubtedly had there, just as I had mine arranged. I know for a fact the lady and her kids were in bed by 10 at night. So the bank has decided that they will give us a loan on any house in Lagrange, except that one, because it's rural, so we try another place and another. One night, I'm sleeping, and have a more vivid than any other dream I've ever had. Kind of like a dream nightmare. In it, we live in the house, and I'm looking for my son, only to find him floating face down in the pool. I woke up crying and made up my mind that there's no way I'm ever moving into the house. So now I must convince hubby, who thinks I'm nuts anyway, and is determined to get to that house. Well, having bought a puppy when we started looking for a house, This collie is now almost fully grown size, but he still has accidents, so we keep him penned in the kitchen with a large baby gate. When we go out, this doggy somehow gets past the gate by pushing a corner or whatever, and is running around our apartment. So one night, we're going out to dinner, and hubby and I lock up Poochie and set 2 high back dining chairs against the gate. Keep in mind, our apartment is carpet, thick and plush everywhere except the kitchen. When we return, Puppy is looking at me from my kids' hallway, and the gate is still exactly as we left it, and the chairs are too. Not one thing had moved, but somehow, according to Lovey Hubby, I'm supposed to believe the dog vaulted over the chair backs and somehow landed without killing himself or breaking my dining room table, which was a mere foot or two from the chairs. Yeah, okay. My downstairs neighbor's kids told me that their mom was upset because I let my kids run around my apartment, banging at all hours of the night, mostly after 10 p.m., and she can't believe I let my kids stay up so late. She has to get up early, yada yada yada. Except, my kids are in bed every night at 9 o'clock, and asleep no later than 9:30ish. I see a shape leaning out of the kitchen door, watching me as I watch TV and tell it, "Come sit by me and leave my son alone." It didn't sit with me, but it didn't bother my son that night. I never noticed my dog noticing anything. The only cold spot in the house was the kids' hallway, and not always, just mostly. Hubby slept in son's room one day, in the afternoon, and, even though we had central air, complained that he sweat like a hog, and had the worst nightmares ever. But the place still isn't haunted, and yes, he steadfastly refused to ever sleep in there again. I saw blinds move on their own, doorknobs that rattle when I was alone in the place, and no, it wasn't a teeny shake caused by some truck rumbling by, which was there some 50 to 100 feet between the side of our apartment and the road. This was a defined and voracious shaking, a definitive hello, I'm trying to open the door, but no one in the apartment but me. Finally, my husband grew tired of trying to get a loan for that house, and mysteriously, everything stopped. No more rattling of this or that, no shadows, but by now, it is also true that the 4 of us were sleeping in my waterbed, in the one room that never seemed affected by the haunting. But I noticed everything in the apartment changed, and felt cozy again. But by then, I'd also decided that tornadoes, large cockroachy-looking bugs, and the ghost belt were too much for me, and we packed up and came back north. Interestingly enough, when we returned home to my parents' house, which we later bought, which has never ever felt anything but perfect there were 3 knocks on the bottom half of my bedroom door one afternoon. I was alone in the house. Immediately, I felt that was the spirit or something, telling us we made the right choice by not getting the house. My father believed that it was his mother who had lived and died in North Carolina, who knew something bad would happen to my son if we bought that house, especially since it all seemed to stop when we stopped trying to get financing for it and gave up on the house. My son has never been affected by any other ghosty type stuff since then, and he's never fell out of bed again either. Feel free to email me if you choose. Earlier this year, I attended a camp in Reuben County, Georgia. There, I was told the story of Timothy Dalton. The story is that, in the late 1970s, the Daltons lived in a rural area of Harbison County, Georgia. Supposedly, Timothy was about 11 years old, an only child, and his parents didn't really like him. They abused him in every way possible, and kept him in the basement, due to them not thinking it was worthy of a room upstairs. This wasn't even really a basement, more just like a cellar, with one small window that was about 2 feet in length and a half foot up. Mr. Dalton's wood workshop was down there, so at night, Timothy would work on whatever he could. His father didn't mind him working with his wood, because his father would take whatever Timothy made and sell it without giving Timothy any of the money. Well, one day, Timothy was at home, alone weeding the field, when the postman came. His parents had got off into the next city over to get some supplies for the upcoming fall. Now, Timothy knew that there was such a thing as mail, but since his parents didn't tell him where it came from and neglected to send him to school, he never knew what it honestly looked like. The postman approached Timothy and asked him if his father was around. When Timothy answered no, the postman handed over a package. He had never seen a package before and was informed not to open it or even shake it. It was his father's and not his. Timothy went inside the house and set the package down on the kitchen table. He couldn't stop thinking about it, so he opened it and made sure that he could seal it again. Around this time, power tools started to come out, and Timothy's father figured that he should have one since he does work on wood sometimes. Timothy saw that it was a power drill and was in awe. He couldn't wait until that night to start making something. So, for the rest of the day, he just went around and collected logs and sticks so that he could make something. Once he found them, he set them by the window and at night would open it and pull them in. That night, once his parents locked him in the basement, he started to work. He worked and worked for about 3 hours until he came up with this beautiful rocking chair. He had never seen something this beautiful and never been this happy about something like this. So every night, throughout the summer and the fall, he would sit and rock in it until he would fall asleep. Well, a horrible blizzard blew through, and it was a horrible sight. All the crops of the city had died, and nothing was left of them. So one day, Mr. Dalton told Timothy to go and find firewood for the fireplace, since they didn't have electric heating. Timothy knew that all the firewood would be wet, but decided not to fight with his father. After about 2 hours, Timothy had found some dry pieces to possibly hold them over for the night, so he turned back and started to walk back towards the house. As he approached the end of the woods, he noticed that there was a smoke coming out of the fireplace. He found this very odd and didn't quite know why his father would send him out to find firewood if he already had some. So Timothy walked into the house, and as soon as he walked in, he was horrified. He saw his rocking chair, the only thing he had ever been proud of, chopped up in the fireplace, burning to little bits. Timothy snapped, that's all to say. He didn't start to yell at his dad or anything. He just mentally snapped. So he sat down the firewood and did his chores. Before he was locked down in the basement, he managed to sneak some chicken wire under his shirt, so he took it down to the basement and was locked in there. After about an hour, he knew that his mom and dad had just turned off the light to go to bed. After maybe 3 hours, he had constructed this power drill into this killing machine. He had found an X-Acto knife and bound it to the power drill so that when he turned the trigger on it, it would spin around and around. So he used some chicken wire to unlock himself and walked up the stairs to his parents' room. He slowly bound his parents' hands and feet to the bedpost and footboard. It took him about an hour just to do this without either of them stirring. So, once that was done, he just stood over his father, staring him dead in the eye, with his hand and power drill behind his back. As soon as his father awoke, he started yelling at Timothy, calling him a freak, and wondering what he was doing there. So, Timothy didn't do anything, just pulled out the power drill and jammed it straight into his father's heart and turned it on. His mother was screaming bloody murder, so he pulled it out of his father
and slowly walked around the other side to his mom. She was crying and was in absolute hysterics. Timmy looked over at her, then revved the power jar once and shoved it straight into her neck. He just dropped everything, didn't wash his hands, didn't even try to clean up. He didn't care if he was caught. All he cared about was that rocking chair. So he went over to the fireplace and sat down in front of it and stared into it for 3 days until the police got suspicious and noticed that they hadn't seen them for a while. When they came to the house, they didn't even have to ask any questions. They knew what happened. So they admitted Timothy into the psych ward, where he stayed into the late 90s. Now that you know the story, I can get to my experience. It's important to understand that story so you can understand the experience that happened to me. When I was with my camp, our cabin of 20 boys and girls were on a bus headed to Helen to go tubing on the Hooch. It was really rainy, so they didn't want us going in the water, so they took us to go bowling in the Habersham County. The night before, we had hiked up Blood Mountain and was told that story, so we were all pretty freaked out. Well, me and my friend Kelly and her boyfriend Jake decided to go walk around the bowling building, since a lot of the counselors were already back there. So as we're walking back there was an old man with slightly grayish hair standing out there and smoking. We had been informed that if you see anyone outside your camp, that you kindly say hello, don't say your name, and only tell where you're from, camp-wise. The man did what any other person would do and ask us our names. We sat down on the curb that was parallel to him, but the length of a car away from him. We told him that we were from CHH Lake Burton, and that we were here with a camp. Well, that still doesn't answer my question, he said. Kelly spoke up. I'm sorry, sir, but we're not allowed to tell you our names. He looked at her and laughed a little. Well, Kelly, my name is Tim. We're all completely shocked and confused. How do you know our names? I asked. He laughed again and put out his cigarette. Let's just say that I know a lot of things. Harbersham is a very quiet town, and as of last night, for you guys, it was a very innocent town too. We were all in shock and awe. How did he know that he knew about the murders? We all got spooked, and Jack led the way back around the building. But every crazy person has some parting words. Just remember this, he said to us as we all halted to stop. I wouldn't have had to kill him if he just kept his eyes closed. To this day, it still haunts me. The wheezing laugh of that man, and the wondering of the story. Is it honestly true? A few weeks ago, my grandparents and I went to a Mormon pioneer cemetery a few miles from where I live to get a picture of an ancestor's gravestone. While driving into the cemetery, I noticed a particularly tall gravestone. As soon as I saw it, I got the chills. Normally, I'm not scared of cemeteries or things like that, at least, not in the daytime. As we left the cemetery, my grandmother pointed out the creepy headstone. She said it was her grandaunt's grave, and that this lady had crossed the plains to come to Utah when she was about 8. She later went north to help settle in the town of Richmond, Utah. Then Grandma told me the following story. When my Aunt Andrea was about 15, she was home alone in the kitchen right after school. She heard a woman's voice and turned around. She saw an elderly lady in a long, old-fashioned style dress with her hair in a bun. Andrea ran out of the house and to a neighbor's, where she called my grandmother at work. Grandma thought she was trying to get attention, but told her she could stay with the neighbors until she got home from work. The same thing happened twice over the next 2 weeks. My grandma requested a picture of my great aunt from my great grandmother so she could copy it and hang it up on the mantle. It was lying on the counter the next day when Andrea came home. As soon as she saw the picture, she jumped. She asked Grandma who it was, then told her it was the ghost. Andrea never saw the woman again, but says it wasn't scary, more like a lady that wanted to help. I know this one's kinda short, but thanks for reading. I have a story to tell you of a sight, which will always be engraved into my mind for life. A friend of mine and I were avid hunters, and we were returning from a duck hunting trip in a place called Dunmurry. We were trying to remain as quiet as possible, so that we could catch and hunt as many of those ducks as possible. As time wore on, we weren't able to find too many, but still decided to have a look by the river to check for those elusive ducks. Before we crossed the fields back to the house, we made our way across the M1 motorway at Dunmurry and had our guns loaded as well. It was then when my heart thunderously stopped and noticed something far more terrifying than a simple duck. I put my last shell up the spout and noticed a tall, light tan colored figure to the right of me. It seemed to be about 7 feet tall and off of the ground by about 2 feet and scared the crap out of me. I couldn't speak and I warned my friend to stay away. At the time, my friend was right behind me when I saw the figure, but didn't quite understand what I was so terrified about, since he didn't see it himself. I told him to start running, and running as fast as possible, so we could be as far from this mysterious figure. My first instinct was to point my gun at it, but I urged my friend to stay away from this thing. I thought by pointing at it with my gun, I would scare the figure away. Of course now, looking back, it was a ghost, so it sounds silly now. We eventually made it out of there without incident and explained to my friend what I saw. He called me crazy, he called me insane, but I swore to him that is exactly what I saw. A 7-foot figure floating directly at me from the distance. This happened about 14 years ago, and neither of us went hunting at night again. I told a friend of mine the story, and he explained that a figure not unlike a monk had been reported on the motorway from as far back as 30 years ago. Wish someone could have told me, then I wouldn't be as spooked. My grandparents used to own a home in New Hartford, Connecticut, until about 5 years ago. It was a huge house, mostly built by my gramps, and it sat centered on about 4.5 acres of land. It was really nice, in the daytime, anyhow. It was a 2-story house with a huge attic and a basement as well. There were a total of 5 bedrooms in the main part of the house, and there was a 2-bedroom apartment connected to the house. Now, just as a bit of a background, my gram and gramps were some really cool old people. They traveled a lot. In fact, they've been to many different countries. They have been to all 48 continental states, plus Alaska, in their RV. A few years before I was born, they went to Haiti, and they bought this freaky little wooden statue. Ever since I was a little girl, anytime we went up to Connecticut to visit them, I hated that statue. A giant pillowcase used to have to be put over it so that I couldn't see it. One night, when I was about 13, I was sleeping in the bedroom that was converted into my gram's needlepoint and sewing room. I woke up to go to the potty. A little freaky statue man had the customary pillowcase pulled over him and was standing in his usual corner across the short, squared hall from my room. I went potty and came out. First thing I always did was I had to check and make sure that the little man hadn't moved. I ended up wetting myself when I looked,
and saw the pillowcase on the floor in the corner where Scary Statue Man was, and then looked at the corner by my door, and he was there. I was only in the bathroom for 2 minutes, and that statue was way too heavy for anyone to move it, and me to not hear it. Everyone else was asleep anyhow. My older brother, the one who would have been sick enough to pull a mean prank like that, was not at my grandparents' home. He was in Bark Homestead with my cousin Sean and my Aunt Joni and Uncle Jim's house. As soon as I saw that Mr. Man was waiting for me by my door, probably waiting for me to walk by so that he could grab me and eat me or something, I immediately took off running down the stairs, which was an incredible feat for me in and of itself, if you've never seen a fat 13-year-old girl run before, and run through the family and living room, through the kitchen, into the foyer, and up 2 steps to the attached apartment where my mother was sleeping with my little sister Hannah and my baby brother Ryan. The next morning, bright and early, we went upstairs to investigate, and where was the statue? Back in the corner it was supposed to be in, with the pillowcase pulled over it. I've had many encounters with the paranormal since I was about 5 or 6 years old, and I've seen ghosts, and I've even heard and seen the presence of demons. I wanted to share 2 of these experiences with you. People can think what they will, but I take these things very seriously, and know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are real and walk among us. First ghost to ever cross my path was that of a woman. I was 5 at the time and had gone to the kitchen to get a drink while my family was watching a movie on the hydro bed. I was standing there, drinking my water, when I see in my peripheral vision a woman in a white dress floating down the hall from my aunt's room right into the room occupied by my mother and myself. Being as I was a child, a thought only that this lady didn't belong in our house surfaced in my mind. Well, for some reason, I decided to throw a kitchen knife at it, and you guessed it, the knife went through it. I always believed that she was hiding in my closet as well. There would be numerous instances where I'd be sleeping in my room in the middle of the night. That's when I would hear the closet door and see it open a crack. It was very terrifying, and I didn't know what to do but to stare in absolute terror. There were more than a few instances where it felt like something was trapped inside there and was trying to claw its way out. So much so, in fact, that actually the door was splintered in a few places. My second encounter was with a phantom miner. Sounds weird, huh? But let me just say that this was in Sacramento, California, where gold was discovered. Sutter's Mill was about 10 to 15 miles from our house. I saw the specter in our backyard, digging in the ground. He was dressed as a miner, would have dressed in the 1840s. He even had a mule with him, loaded down with things. It was at about 10 p.m. at night. I guess he found what he was looking for, because he pulled something out of the ground, put it in a pack, grabbed the mule's reins, and started to walk away. About 3 seconds later, he had vanished from sight. The thing that was odd to me was that a water pipe that was in the spot where the phantasmal miner was searching at, that very next morning, mysteriously began to leak. Strange series of events, but I'm glad you were able to read them, and I appreciate your readership. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I had frightening experiences with ghosts. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic someone's watching me feeling. I always blamed it on me, being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallways to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed, she saw a light blue, glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night my two sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware of where I was hiding, they stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard my younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign?" The stop sign is located next to the gate. After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused. It was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw on my bed and the ghost she saw on the stop sign both looked exactly like me. Possible doppelganger? I don't know. It all began around the 1st of June, this very year. This incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's house. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer in the summer of 1998, and I didn't know that these last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I'd spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and had felt like I actually gotten a little closer to them both, but especially my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother. Unfortunately, she informed us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital. We went back to our grandmother's home, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing, a month and a half after we had been staying there. I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings, and I would feel light touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattled and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Objects would fall from midair, such as paper, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast, and so fast in fact, I could feel a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, and money to name a few. Usually the belongings that I would use around the house a lot. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night, flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things that humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I had sound sleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadow-like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving in my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else, that he would approach me. I had never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that nobody would believe me, or even listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted whenever I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I had said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking fast, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience. And it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with, before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. I felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping in the living room sofa that I felt appeased. Albeit, this has not been my first experience. Ever since I was the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were many rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away, someone that used to stay in the master bedroom. So, my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife, on a trip to California, got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am, even to this day. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. Hello. I have a lot of experiences to share. I've been told that I'm more in tune with the spiritual world, and that's why a lot of stuff happens to me. Anyways, I'll just share some that I can remember. One night, my friend Amanda was having a sleepover with 3 other girls, and someone brought along a Ouija to play. We were playing and having fun because it was spooky. After that, we went to sleep at about 12, and we slept on a trundle that came out of the couch. We were the only ones in the house because her mom was out. Anyways, I woke up and shook everyone awake because I had a bad feeling, and I heard the closet door slamming all night. It was pitch black, so I told for my friend to turn on the light. She did, but it blew out. She tried it again, but it blew out once more. I thought bulbs can only blow out once. We were really scared, and we saw this black mass approaching us and closing in on us. We jumped up and all ran out of the house. We were really spooked and didn't go back inside for like 2 hours. One time, when I was about 7, I'd been staying at my grandparents' house for Easter vacation. I'd got up to sleep in this one room, but for some reason, I didn't like it. Well, one night, I woke up because I felt someone watching me. There's a door that leads to my room, and right next to it is a door that leads to the backyard. I sat up in bed, and right in front of the back door was this figure. It was about 6 foot, and they appeared to have armor on. I was afraid because I knew it was bad, but I wasn't able to run away because the door to get out of the room was right next to where the spirit was. I just looked at it, and it wouldn't let me go. Finally, after like 2 minutes, it faded away, and I ran out of the room and refused to sleep in there again. Another time, at my mom's house, I was home alone, and I was watching TV in the living room. I heard the bath water running, and so I ran to the bathroom to turn it off. I thought it must have been loose or something, so I tightened it. I closed the door and resumed watching TV again. It somehow turned on again, so I tightened it again. This continued on for another 4 times, and I still didn't know what it was. In my dad's house, an old lady supposedly died there. I never sleep with the light off, because I like to be able to see who and what is in my room. Anyways, I always get knocks on my door, even though it's open, and one night, I felt like someone was sitting on my chest while I was sleeping. My older sister seems to get bugged more. Someone tickles her feet, pokes the bottom of her mattress while she's sleeping, and breathes behind her when she's on the computer. In the same house, in my bedroom, I hung this picture about 6 inches across and 3 inches wide of this rapper Dr. Dre on my wall. The next day, there were scratches that had torn through the picture, although it was still on the wall. This freaked me out because I was the only one visiting my dad that weekend, and he doesn't have any pets. I put tape over it just to cheaply laminate it and see if she could or would scratch it again. The morning after that, I was surprised to find it scratched again. It freaked me out, but I left the picture there. I don't think she likes rap very much, and I think she and they take and hide things. These may not sound scary, but when they happen to you, it is. I have many more, but I can't remember anyone right now. Thanks for listening, and I'm sorry it was so long. Hi there, my name is Phil,
I used to live in a bungalow in Surrey for 13 years with my parents. The property was built in 1953, and we think that was built on an old forest. We moved there when I was 13 years old, and I'm 29 now, and I've moved out, but things still happen. My parents have now sold the property on. Anyway, when we moved in, we wasn't told that the previous owner had suddenly died in my mom's and dad's bedroom from a heart attack. We were there about 3 months before we started noticing odd things, like objects that were put in safe places we would find like elsewhere, like keys and pictures would move, strange cold areas that normally would be in the hallway, creaking floorboards at night, and strange shadows that the cat would sometimes avoid. The cat would stop dead in its tracks and not go into that room. Instead, would just sit there and stare at nothing as far as we could see. These things continued for about 3 years, but we got used to them. But we had the odd visitor refusing to go into the bathroom to wash their hands, as for some reason was never very warm, including the summer months. A chill would run down your spine, and you wouldn't like being in there for very long. I remember one morning, it was a Sunday. I was 16 at the time. I was lying in bed relaxing. Now, I was definitely awake because the TV was on and it was 7:30 a.m. I was lying on my back, just deciding whether to get up or not, when the cat jumped out of the bed at a very high speed and ran from the room. Just then, I felt this pressure on my chest as if someone was pushing down on me. I couldn't breathe that well. I couldn't shout out for help, nor could I move, as if I was paralyzed. This must have lasted for about maybe 2 minutes. Then whatever it was lifted off of me. I jumped out of bed and went into the kitchen where my mom was making breakfast. She said I looked very pale and white, and when I told her what had happened, she told me that she had a similar thing happen to her, only that she felt as if someone was trying to strangle her, and at the same time, I told a friend of mine, who at the time was heavily into the paranormal, and he suggested that the person who died of a heart attack in the house was feeling something bad, and he wanted us to feel the same thing. He wanted us to feel the pain he went through, but I wasn't sure about this thought, as I think that someone or something in that house wanted us out. A few strange things happened for us the next few years, but generally it was quietish. But things started happening to me again. When I was about 20ish, I had the same experience as someone pushing down on me at the same time as before. Also, I'm sure it used to follow me about, as sometimes I would get this feeling of someone being right behind me. I then saw a dark, tall, gray-haired man standing in the hall when I came home late one night, and when I said who's there, because my mom and dad were on holiday at the time, it disappeared in front of my eyes. Naturally, I didn't stay there that night, as I was by myself. I then started seeing faces in the wall, shadows moving at night, doors blowing open, even though there wasn't any kind of wind around. So a friend of my dad's, who was a born-again Christian, brought a clergy around to move through the house and said prayers in each room. He didn't like the hall, bathroom, or my mom's and dad's bedroom whilst in this room because he had a picture thrown at him which smashed against the wall. He then left simply a bit shaken, but not sure about what quite happened. Things were bad for a while, but then got better. I stayed another 6 years in that house, but had to leave as didn't quite feel happy there. My mom and dad have now sold the property onto someone else, and naturally, we didn't inform them of the problems there. My old neighbors have said that the new owners have asked who the dark, tall, grayed hair man is, and we just say that it is the previous owner who died there, but they are not sure. I was just wondering what sort of ghosts or ghosts we had there, and why I has not found peace, and why I was not happy. Maybe you could answer these questions. I have a best friend named Mandy, and she has always said that there was a ghost named Jack that watches over her, and at the time she told me this, I was about 9 years old. I was invited to her house on a Saturday just for the day, but I ended up staying there till after dinner. She told me Jack likes to hang around in the basement of her house and likes to open this old refrigerator, freezer door. I never thought about it until we went down to the basement to play. I felt like someone was watching me. Later, we went upstairs and her mother told us dinner was ready and told us we were eating outside. So before I went for dinner, I told my friend Mandy that I'll be out in a second, and she said okay, and she went out to have dinner. I forgot my toys downstairs, and I remembered when I looked downstairs, the lights were off and the freezer door was wide open. At this time, I was thinking of whether or not I should go down there, so I just stood there for about a minute. All of a sudden, I heard someone call my name. It was like a soft whisper voice. I thought it was my friend Mandy. I knew she was outside with her parents having dinner, but I thought maybe she came back to get something. So I went downstairs. I looked all over for her, but couldn't find her anywhere. Now, I felt very scared, and I grabbed my toy and ran upstairs, thinking someone was watching every move I made. I went outside and saw my friend Mandy and her parents out there having dinner. I didn't want to bring up anything about it in front of my friend's parents. So after dinner, I told my friend Mandy what I heard and felt, and she said that it was her ghost Jack. Then she started to bring up how Jack communicates to her, and she sometimes sees him walking around down there. She doesn't seem to be startled at this, because she believes that Jack is there to watch over her. This past September, my sister and I visited this place. I've noticed it is no longer on your website. The place is truly haunted. I'm no ghost hunter, but we thought we would give it a try on our vacation. This place I'm referring to, of course, is Knoxville, Tennessee's Evil and Copper Ridge Road. When we got there, no sooner than we got out of the car and crossed the street, I was overcome with fear. We went into the graveyard and was looking around. I looked at the building and saw a glowing light. I just thought it was from a street light on the other side of the building, but my niece was standing beside me and never saw it. I was taking some pictures of headstones when my sister started running towards me, yelling, "Did you hear that?" I then proceeded to tell her that I didn't hear anything, so we all ran scared, and she said she even heard a dog growling. We left and went back to our motel. We got brave and decided to go back. When we got back, we went into the building and not the graveyard. This time, it was like I couldn't breathe. After a few minutes, I was okay. We walked around the outside of the building. My sister wanted to go inside, but only if one of us went with her. I said I wasn't going in there, so we ended up back in the graveyard. We start looking around again when we noticed something really strange. What we saw in the distance of the graveyard, all the way in the back, was the faint image of a black shadowy figure approaching us. I started yelling, "Run, it's going to get you." Everybody sees this thing, so we run for my car and refuse to get back out. Now, my sister, for whatever reason, wanted to get back out there and investigate, out of curiosity, I guess, but I told her not to go out there. We drove away, and that was that. I live in a small town in Texas. For as long as I can remember, everyone has told stories of our high school being haunted. Before I begin, I will give you some background info. The high school was built, I believe, in the 1920s. As the years have gone by, the school has been expanded on, but the original building is still there. It is in the part of the building that most of the weird experiences have happened. These are all stories told to me mostly by the teachers. I've never experienced anything myself. I will try to remember everything. As a side note, this all occurred in the original part of the building. On with the stories. To start with, one of the classrooms in the old building belongs to Miss P. I won't mention anyone's name for privacy reasons. She has told me that there is a cold spot in the corner of the room. She has placed a large cabinet in the corner because her students would frequently mess around there. She also told me of a time when she was picking up for summer vacation and had neatly stacked all her books up on the desk before leaving for the night. She was the only person there at the time, and she locked the room up. The next morning, she returned to her room and found all the books she had stacked open, thrown throughout the room. I've taken her class, and sometimes without warning, the mobiles on her ceiling will move, but there is no breeze to move them. Also, the smell of lemons can be smelled by everyone every once in a while. Sometimes when she has her own scented candles, of which are never lemon. The main hauntings, I guess you could say, come from the gym. For years,
People have had strange things happen. About 4 summers ago, we had a teacher bring in some paranormal investigators to have a look at the high school gym. They told us that the center of energy, I guess, is located under the gym in the girls' weight room. This made sense on several occasions because the punching bag down there, which is very heavy, will swing violently on its own. Also, in pictures taken of the girls' basketball team, a white haze can be seen in the top corner of the picture near the basketball goal. I've seen this picture. My friend is a photographer for the yearbook, and in a lot of her pictures taken in the old high school, white balls called orbs can be seen floating around, and even my teacher has seen them floating around as well. Anyway, the investigators took video of the gym while they were walking around, and twice, when they crossed the gym, they were followed by a burst of light, I guess is the best way to describe it. They also left a tape recorder in the weight room during the investigation, and upon listening to it, heard voices that sounded raspy and so far off of what a usual voice would sound like. I will never forget what the voices said though. The reason we view the tape and listen to the recording is because the head of the investigation has a website that she has posted this on. They said, and I quote, "No one hears us." I just thought I would share this with you all after reading the many experiences of others on this website. I attend this high school currently. Many rumors fly around about who the ghost can be. The most reasonable is that of an old janitor who died, and also some of the high school students who were involved in a car crash. I don't know what year that was, but many people believe that they could be there as well. The investigator doesn't believe they are harmful, but she also recommended not trying to contact them as well. She believes they inhabit the gym because that used to be a high source of energy, with pep rallies, athletics, and such. That is all I know. After reading some of the stories here, I thought I would like to take this opportunity to share an experience I had back in 1992 and 93 in an apartment my friend and I were living in at the time. It was a relatively new apartment complex at the time, only 3 years old. Things were innocuous enough to begin with, so neither my friend nor I really thought anything was odd. Items of food, jewelry, or clothing would disappear and reappear frequently, days or weeks later, in strange places, other than those where they had originally belonged. We each thought the other person was misplacing these items and forgetting we'd moved them. It was quite amusing at times to open up the cupboard and find the cheese in with the dinner plates or the chicken pies in your closet. Oh, and socks used to disappear a lot. Well, usually one. I think that was the washing machine eating them. Often, there would be a dark shape out of the corner of your eye, and when you turned to look, there was nobody there. I mean, you could feel someone there too. Laying in bed at night, I would hear the front door open and footsteps walking across the living room, and thinking it was my roommate coming in from her night out, I would call out to her and get no reply. She hadn't come home. No one was home except for me. I was woken up one night by voices whispering very close by. I thought it was someone chatting outside my bedroom window at 3 o'clock in the morning, but when I woke up more fully, I realized it was coming from my bedside radio. But the radio was not turned on. It was not even plugged in. The TV would turn on by itself. Usually when we were in bed, it would come on really loudly and startle you awake, and it wasn't even on a channel we even liked to watch. One night, my friend had volunteered to sleep in the living room on the couch because my friend and daughters were over for a visit. Another long story, and my daughters had taken her bedroom over. Lynn told me the next day that during the night, she had been woken up by the feeling of someone standing over her. She said the feeling was very intense, and at this point, she had not opened her eyes, and she just knew someone was standing over her, watching her. She at first thought it was either myself or one of my daughters, but for some reason didn't want to look. Eventually she said she had to look, and as soon as she opened her eyes, the feeling was gone, and nobody was there.
My family and I were all fast asleep. Then, over a period of time, things became even more weird. We had some fresh skim milk in the fridge, just bought that morning from the local 7-Eleven, which was only across the parking lot of where we lived. A short time later, we went to use the milk, and it was curdled. No harm done. We took it back to the store, and they gave us another fresh carton. We took the carton, and it sounded normal, so off we trotted home for our tea. We opened up this carton to pour into our tea, and lo and behold, curdled again. I mean thick, lumpy, sludgy goo. Not weak, watery, skimmed milk. So, thinking this was just bad luck, when all we wanted was a cup of tea, we took it back again. The store clerk must have thought we were boiling it or something, but gave us another carton, and after we shook it a few times and squeezed it to try and determine if it was fresh, we took it home. But that one was curdled too. We gave up on having our cup of tea at that point. Not long after that, I awoke one morning, and my ring finger felt sore. I looked down at my hand, and my engagement ring was buckled. It wasn't a little bent, but completely buckled into a triangle shape. It had been perfectly fine when I went to bed, and my wedding ring was normal. It was extremely hard to get off of my finger, and when I did finally get it off, it wasn't not only bent, but actually broken almost completely through the gold band in 3 places. I don't know how a ring could even be broken, even if I had laid on my hands. I mean, they would only have pressed the ring into the mattress, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that is enough pressure to bend a diamond ring. Of course, maybe hubby had bought me a ring out of a lucky bag. Never thought of that. I took it to a jeweler for repair, and he said in all his years as a jeweler, he'd never seen a ring broken like that. After having it repaired, a short time later, I somehow managed to drop 5 rings in the shower, and the only one that disappeared down the plug hole, never to be seen again, was this engagement ring. All my other rings stayed in one place. I realize none of these events are horrifying. Apart from the curdled milk, have you ever seen skim milk curdle in 2 minutes or less? But this one is the only house or living quarters that have experienced any strange occurrences like this, so I thought this was the place to share it. We do. Both my friend and I believe that there is something wrong with that apartment, as the feelings and events were getting stronger and less friendlier the longer we stayed there. Eventually, we moved out into another apartment in the same complex and never had any other things like that occur. I was often tempted to go and ask the new occupants if anything weird happened to them, but didn't want them to think we were crazy. A couple of years ago, me and my dad moved in with my new stepmom. Everything was going just fine. I just got a new horse, so everything was perfect. Well, one night, when I went to bed, everything was normal. And just so you understand the story better, I'll explain what my room looked like. I had my rat cage by my bed, and at the foot of my bed, I had my computer that I always left on. And on this night, I had an extra blankets on my computer chair. Well, I just turned off my bedside light and was staring at my screensaver until I fell asleep. But while I was staring at the computer, something seemed different. It seemed closer than usual. It seemed to be getting even closer. So I looked at the opposite wall, and it seemed to be getting closer. Then it stopped abruptly, and everything seemed to be back to normal. I just thought maybe I fell asleep. So I shook it out of my mind. Then everything seemed to be not normal again, and somehow I seemed to know what was coming, because all I could think of was to keep an eye on that door, the bedroom door. Then, a black-shaped, shadowy man came in. Well, of course I was scared. Then he walked to the side of my bed and just stood there, did nothing but stand there. He then walked back to my doorway and then turned to stare at me again. So my thought was run past him and get to my parents' room. I thought this was all a dream. So I got out of bed and started to run to my door and get past this man. Well, I wasn't able to get past this man because it felt like an invisible force field and I was frozen there, like I couldn't even move. I tried moving, but I was paralyzed. The man just stood there for about 2 minutes. Then my light turned on, and my dad walked into the door, and the man vanished. He asked me what was wrong, and I told him about the man that was in my room. Then I asked him if he saw me paralyzed and that I couldn't move, thinking maybe it was a dream and I dreamed I walked into him. But he said no. He woke because he heard me scream, "Please, Daddy, help me! Dad, help!" I can bet my life I never said that. This isn't the only time I've seen this man. When me and my family were vacationing in Mexico, I had a nightmare, and my parents woke me up and brought me over to their room. This hotel room had 2 rooms and a bath to calm me down. The lights were off, of course, but they had the bedroom light on, so there wouldn't be too much light in the room, and I was sitting on their bed. Then, I looked over at a couch that was in their room, and there was a shadowy man sitting there, laughing at me. So I started screaming, because of course, I was scared, and my parents didn't know why I was screaming, but the man was still sitting there and laughing, and I was trying to point this out to my parents, but they couldn't see him. One day when my family was out, I stayed home by myself. I then started to feel a breeze, so then I went to go get a blanket, and I felt like someone was watching me. I went upstairs to my room, and I saw a really bright shadow. I got frightened, so I started running to my room, but right then, my door opened. I went inside. I saw a glare near my bed, and its image started showing up. It looked like a little girl, so I told her to leave me alone. Covering myself up, I felt a chill. I started crawling to the hallway near the steps, and it was standing right there in front of me. My parents came home right then, so they tried to open the front door, but I went to open it, but it was already unlocked. I told them what had happened. They couldn't believe what I was saying. I went to go drink some water, then I went to sleep, but I couldn't. It seemed like the little girl was watching me. I can still see her to this day, but it does not frighten me. It sometimes seems like she is talking to me. I can tell when she is there because I either get the chills or I feel as someone is touching me. I moved not too long ago, but I will always remember her. I wish I knew what she was trying to tell me or leave me alone. I will remember that forever. My family had moved into this house. The old owner, a middle-aged man, moved because of the memories. 2 years earlier, his wife had died giving childbirth. Soon after that, we moved in. My older brother decided to move back in and took the room across from mine. I hated my room. It was always cold, and I was scared to be in it by myself. I would lay on my bed and watch TV. 2 times I saw ghosts. My dad sometimes went in my brother's room to play his PlayStation, and out of the corner of my eye, in broad daylight, I would see an older man, slightly bald, wearing a white shirt, and walk into my brother's room. I thought it was my dad, but the lights didn't turn on, and my dog started to cry. Soon after, I saw a young girl walk into my brother's room. She had long, dark brown hair, and was wearing a white nightgown. We have a mirror at the end of the hall, between our rooms, and while walking down the hall a couple of times, I would see people behind me. One time, there was a very tall, skinny man standing behind me, about 10 feet, staring into the mirror. I told my mom, and she thought it was funny. She gave him the name Frank. A second time I was walking down the hall, I looked up into the mirror, and a dark figure with a flowing dress ran across the hall. Then one night, I was sleeping and was woken up by a man standing beside my bed, staring at me and breathing deeply. I was too scared to move or talk. After I fell asleep, I had a dream about the devil. I swear I felt like I was awake and something was holding me down. I couldn't even move my head. After those things happened, I wouldn't go to sleep until my brother got home. And one night, after he got home, I decided to sleep on the couch in the living room. My eyes were shut and it was dark. We have big speakers and there was a flower pot on them by the window. I heard the flower pot slide across the speaker
but was too scared to even open up my eyes. I was lying on my back, with one arm under the blanket and one arm on top of the blanket. Not a minute after, I heard the flower pot move. Something grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I swung my arm out and didn't hit anything, so I quickly opened my eyes and turned on the light behind me, but nothing was there. I was so scared, I couldn't sleep for days. My brother moved out soon after, and I took his room. Ever since, I've been told in his old room, strange things stopped happening. My family moved into our LA, Orange County home about 18 years ago, so I've been here all 16 years of my life. When I was little, I always fancied my invisible friend, who I've recently called Eric. I talked to him up until I was about 5, so my parents told me. Then I stopped. When I turned 15, I started seeing things. Out of the corner of my eye, while I was on the computer, I would see a figure in black standing in the doorway to my room. My computer is in my parents' room. Being they have the alternate phone line, their door is directly down the hall from mine. You can look through my door from theirs. I would also smell odd smells, like death or some sort of fish, when none is cooking. There will also be cold spots in the same part of the downstairs hallway, where most of the activity has taken place. Occasionally, even, I will feel a hand on top of mine while I'm waiting for something, such as when my parents were yelling on the phone when they found out my mom was unable to get a much-needed surgery. Luckily for me, that's not all. There was an instance where I actually heard something. I sat in the salon, doing my homework as I normally did. I was home alone. Out of nowhere came a thud, thump, thump, repeatedly from our den. It was rhythmic and rather loud. I let it run its course, and for a moment, before becoming frustrated, I yelled, "Eric, please, I'm trying to do my homework." It stopped, and I swear, that was almost regretful sigh afterwards. I've also seen the same spirit in several places, which has led my friend to believe he's my guardian. He has startled me once at school by appearing in the doorway to our recreation room. Naturally, only I could see it, which caused me to move from the line of running freshmen, who would have otherwise run into me. I'm planning to do an EVP as soon as I get an external mic for my recorder. In another story, a small home located in the suburb of Chicago houses a very strange spirit. The room I stay in while visiting my grandparents' house is across the hall from what used to be my uncle's and now deceased. Every now and then, the hanging doors in the closet will sway, even when there is no draft nor air conditioner. In the night, there will be occasional whispering. The spirit has never appeared to be malicious, which has led me to believe it is the spirit of my uncle. Though the house was built during World War II, there is no other reasonable explanation. Another story I have is a story I'm sure many people have. It begins on a warm summer day upon the Queen Mary, which is permanently docked in Long Beach, California. I was visiting with my grandparents from above story, and my parents and brother, since I've been begging to go for a long time. My grandmother and I just passed the closed-off fitness room, which my parents, brother, and grandfather had stopped at to gawk at. Gran had gone ahead a bit, so I was walking virtually alone. I descended the stairs at the end of the hall, slowly, half because I was tired, half because I was waiting for the group of 4 to catch up. As I went down, I felt a violent jerk on my backpack, as if someone didn't want me to progress any further. I turned immediately, believing it was my brother being a jerk. There was no one there. As we left, I turned back to the boat to take a final snapshot before departing, knowing it would be a long time before I'd see it again. On the highest point of the boat, closed off to the public, I saw a woman in white with dark hair, her dress blowing in the wind. I thought it was an employee until I looked again, and there was nothing there, and no door through which she could have gone through. Now this last story, I'll refer to as Purple and Gold. Luckily for me, this has only happened today, so the details are easy to remember. Of course, every ghost researching person serious or phony, in this country has heard of the Whaley House, the most haunted house in the United States, whose residents include the playful Yankee Jim and Anna Whaley, whose lavender perfume can occasionally be smelled by visitors and employees alike. I had gone upstairs long before my family did, eager to view the house I had heard so much about. There were only a few of us upstairs at the time, one woman and 3 men, only one of which was wearing any kind of body spray. I sniffed as I passed them. Don't ask why. Impulse, I suppose. Which was Axe, worn by one of the men. I entered the room, which had once been a playhouse, and froze in my tracks. The unmistakable smell of lather perfume hung in the air for a moment, then disappeared. This happened in several points in the house, which can also be confirmed by my mother, who later smelled it in a different area. We also witnessed a moving curtain, which I checked for a draft. There wasn't any. No one had been in the room for a while either. I would have seen them, being I was in the room when the curtain started moving. And those are all my stories. I've wrote to you before about my other experiences. I've one about a haunted house a friend of mine lived in a few years back. A bunch of us used to hang out there. He had a lot of bonfires over the summer. The first time I'd ever went there was a few months after he had moved in. I was dating his best friend, and he told me that he thought it was haunted. I in turn did not believe him at first. Then things happened. We were in the kitchen, and all of a sudden, we heard something from the basement, like someone was using a broomstick and hitting the ceiling from the basement. I laughed at first and asked who was down there. Then I saw the look on my friend's face. He was terrified and suggested we go outdoors for a while. While we're outside, I asked what was going on. He said that was the ghost's way of letting him know he was annoyed, so he leaves the premises for a while. I still was skeptical until I looked up and could see into the front door, and standing there in his living room was this old guy who was somewhat glowing. I almost hightailed it out of there when they decided it was safe to go in. I told them I was leaving, and they insisted I go back in, so I did. I then asked my friend if he had ever seen this ghost before, and he said no. I described to him what he looked like, and he looked into the previous owners of the house. Well, it turns out there was a guy who died in that house who looked like the same man I described. I freaked after that, as well as my friend. Things were going good at first. Like every time my friend came back home from work, he would announce himself, and the guy never bothered him anymore. There was always this room upstairs that every time you walked by it, you could feel a cold draft from the door, and it was locked. We never thought anything of it, till the man started to get mad. There were many more parties going on because of the summer. Well, the man seemed to not like the parties, and he started showing himself to me and my friend. I knew he was getting mad, and things got bad when he started attacking my friend at night. He would wake up to slashes across his back. We checked into the history more, and found out that the man was not friendly when he was alive, and worse when he was dead. It did not take long for my friend to move. The beatings were worse by the time he left. Although he never attacked me, I always feel threatened by him. I would wake up to him right in my face, and he would disappear when I would scream. I still think about the horrors that man would do to anyone, and how my friend survived actually being attacked by a ghost. Sometimes I still have dreams about this man, and how he chases people out of the house. To this day, the house is still empty. My name is Billy, and I would like to share a supernatural story of mine. Although my story does not have a physical contact, seen a ghost, there was definitely something supernatural in the house. It was a few years ago, back in 2001 or 2002 I believe, in Mississauga, Ontario. Mississauga is a fast-growing suburb just outside of Toronto. The place in question was your very typical haunted house on top of a hill surrounded by vast land, which in turn was surrounded by industrial and commercial land. The house was deserted, only of its occupants, as its remains lay trapped behind boarded windows. I know it sounds silly, but that is exactly what it was. That looming house on the hill that every kid stared at as there were parents that drove by. I was one of those kids who, while in the backseat of my parents' car, stared silently at the house as we drove by. But it was more than just the stereotypical view of the house that captured me. There was something there, something odd that pulled me in. It was not until a few years later that I had the guts to go to the house. I had moved away from Mississauga to Toronto, but I never forgot the house. I had always told myself that I would go back, alone, and take photographs of the house. So one day, I grabbed my camera and I headed back to the house. It was early spring, and the leaves have yet to grow on the trees. The house had the most scary driveway I'd ever seen, probably the length of 2 to 3 football fields, and that is no joke. Now, from what I know, the house remained deserted and the land untouched by commercialists. I guess sometime, someone managed to get inside because the roof was burnt completely off. Most of the window boardings were torn down, and the insides of the room were completely overturned and damaged. From the beer cans all over the place, there must have been a party. The property around the house was littered with about 3 to 4 sheds and about 4 to 5 old rusted cars and scraps all over the ground. I forgot to mention that for some reason, I decided to go in the house in the evening, dusk to be precise. I had less than an hour to take photographs before darkness settled in. So, I entered the house from the back because it was the only part of the house with an open door. The floor was littered with papers, overturned chairs, and a lot of other rubble. I took some photos in the entrance and made my way inside. I went into the room that was the furthest into this part of the house. The first floor had 2 sections of the house that could not be reached from inside. This room had an overturned couch, a fireplace, and a littered floor. This room gave me very strong thoughts about entering it. I don't know what it was, but there was something that felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. But I entered, and I stood at the far right corner behind the couch and aimed my camera towards the fireplace. The light on my camera flickered on and off rapidly, and my camera refused to take the photo. I tried and tried, but my camera would not take it. Instead, I stood there and watched as the room went from total darkness to light as the camera flickered on and off. Afraid of what might appear, I left the room and stood looking into it from beyond. From there, I went to the upstairs to where a previous fire left the entire floor naked to the sky. This is where I noticed something odd. The house's main floor, as I've said before, was divided into 2 parts. Neither could be reached from inside the main floor. You either had to leave the house, go around, and enter through another door, or, as I just had learned, you had to go upstairs, cross over to the other side, and take another set of stairs down. Unfortunately, the stairs that led to the other side of the house was blocked by fallen timber, but this layout of the house was very, very odd. It did not make any sense. So, I went back downstairs and went around to the other side of the house to enter. I found an open window and pulled myself up onto the ledge. I froze right on the spot, staring deep into this part of the house. I have no idea what it was, but something was telling me to stay the hell away from the house. I felt this deep fear, this huge warning of not to enter this part of the house. So I pulled myself back down and walked away. Now, here's the interesting part. I've dreamt much of this house before I had gone to visit it. In my dreams, there was another entrance to the house, or another part of the house, a tunnel carved into the house from the ground. As I walked away, I saw it, about 50 feet from the house. 5 feet down the portal of it, cemented there, lay another path wide enough to crawl through that pointed to the house. Now, you can believe this or not, everything I've said is true. Just thought you would like to hear it. In the late 1970s, I attended college in New York State around the Finger Lakes. The building I described was first built in the 1890s. Since we're in the middle of the first oil crisis, students who remained on campus spent the short winter term in the old main dorm to conserve energy. As it happened, some friends and I were assigned a large, empty room on the top floor. It was 4 floors up and 1 below the attic, and one end slanted
along the roofline. The room had been primarily used for storage. The gloomy winter sun had a hard time shining through the one ice-upped window facing the lake. Dark as it was, we cheerfully shoved a desk to one side and slept on the floor to give us more room. We were having a good time camping out and weren't inclined to do much schoolwork until our papers were due. After 3 weeks or so, a winter storm was approaching, so we decided to stock up on necessities and have a little party just amongst ourselves. I'd like to say that we were all sober as judges and went to bed early after saying our prayers. However, it being the late 70s, we indulged in smoke and alcohol. We had the stereo up loud, but the music couldn't completely cover the growing sound of the wind. Our window was frosted up, and a tree branch scratched the glass. Every now and then, someone wondered whether we'd be snowed in. Someone said we would at least be able to get down on the tree. Eventually, we turned in. Unsurprisingly, that night, I had a very spooky dream. A woman hovered over me and was trying to say something to me. God knows I tried to understand her, but her fluid outlines and vivid colors made me feel a bit queasy. I woke up, certain she was still in the room. I saw nothing, just the shadow of the tree limb swaying outside. Too much party, I thought to myself, and went back to sleep. We were quiet the next morning. I suppose it was due to too much of a good thing the night before. The snowdrifts were impressive, as the wind had been so wicked, but the sun was out, and the sky was clear, and the snow was pristine. It was so much different than the storm that I felt up to sharing my spooky dream. It seems that two of the others had strange dreams as well. Since we all dreamed different things, I was certain nothing occult had happened. I was very relieved, since we still had 3 weeks to live in that room. Being a Florida girl, I was still curious about snow still, and wanted to have a look around. I dragged a willing soul with me, and we make a quick trek around the yard. Finally, I wanted to see about our tree. My companion was bitching about the cold, and she ran into my back. When she saw why I had stopped, she said, "Son of a gun." You may have guessed by now that there was no branch, no tree, no vegetation within 15 yards of our window, and nothing was 4 stories high. We dug in the snow a bit to see whether it had fallen. Nope, no trunk, no hidden limbs in the snow. We ran up to the room to look out and make certain we had the right window. When we heated off the frost with a hairdryer and we looked down and saw nothing but our tracks, every one of us marched back down to try and find our tree. Nothing. We went back upstairs and talked a bit to get over the shock. We were all skittish, but managed to sleep in the room, but with our mattresses shoved much closer together. After that, we never mentioned much. Why bother? There was no rational explanation. I'm just glad I wasn't the only witness. That would have been crazy making. Hi, I live in the United Kingdom and have had a few ghostly experiences. My first was when I was about 7 or 8, just after my dog had passed away. He used to sit with me at the top of the stairs when I was younger, as if to protect me from falling down. He would let me be till I made it all the way up or down. After he was gone, I used to sit on the same top stair, pining for my best friend. One evening, I watched as a cat walked from the dining room door, which was open, through the living room door, which was shut. This wasn't the only time I met the cat. I always slept with the door shut to my bedroom, but felt a cat pat and paw its way to getting comfortable on my bed. I also remember it purring as well. We did have a cat at the time, so I thought it was her. I reached down to stroke what I thought was my cat. Instead, there was a small indent in my mattress. When I turned the light on, there was nothing there. My door was still shut, and my cat wasn't in the room. During my teens a few times, I woke to find my light on and television turned on. This stopped when I moved out of the family home while I went to college. I suppose more disturbingly is what has been happening to me for the last few years. In 3 different properties I've lived in, my bed has been shaken. The first couple of times it happened, I was really scared, but have gotten used to it now and have accepted it. If I had the courage, I would ask it what it wants, but it's never hurt me, and I believe it is there just to let me know it's looking out for me.
Whenever it has happened, it is usually when I've been upset. It happened after I broke up with my ex-girlfriend, for example. I lived in a small, cramped apartment in a building that was built in the 1940s in Kokomo, Indiana. I've heard several ghost stories from my friends and whatnot, but I'd never taken any of them to heart until I saw firsthand a ghost in my very own house. I had never truly felt at ease in my own apartment. It had always seemed as though something else had resided besides my boyfriend and I. What got me thinking was the fact that whenever I opened the front door, I saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen, which was to the left. Lighting can create that, but no matter if the light source were emitting from the right, left, behind me, or even not at all, I always saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen. I really never thought much more than it being a light trick, though I was creeped out that I saw a shadow, even though there would be no light at all. After a while, I rarely noticed it. Things changed on January 19th, 2004. I was on my computer in my living room. To the left of me was a walk-in closet. We always kept the doors to the closet open. I was the only one home. It was nighttime, and the lights were on in the house. I stared at the screen, not paying attention to anything else, when the lighting in the room changed and got dimmer. It repeated this for a few seconds, and I chalked it up to the snowstorm outside. A few minutes go by, and then, to my left, I see what appeared to be a person outside my field of vision. I wear glasses, so I don't see way off to the side too well. Anyway, I turned my head, and I saw, as clear as anyone could ever see, a young man walk straight into my closet and then disappear. I remember exactly what he had looked like. About 6 feet tall, short, straight blonde hair. He never looked over at me. I only saw him from the side as he disappeared into my closet. Strange, I know, and I could not make sense of it either. I was so scared that I immediately jumped up from my chair and drove to my mother's house, where I stayed for a couple of days. Later on, after I had moved out a month later, I found out from my landlord that the last resident was a young man who had committed suicide by hanging himself with a noose in the walk-in closet. I wonder to this day, why did I see him? What was the purpose? I don't know if I'll ever know, but I've been both fascinated and frightened by my experience, and from the day it has happened, it has always captivated me. In 1992, I was a full-time student at Columbus State Community College, earning an associate's degree in law enforcement. I had to earn a full-time salary as well, so I took a job as a security officer during third shift at an American Electric Power Lab in Groveport. It was a facility set out in a rural area, and, with the understanding that I would be the only one in the building during the graveyard shift, figured it would give me time to study. I will try to make this as short as possible. My first few weeks there were rather strange, as I kept seeing the presence of a shadowy figure of a man walking very fast out of the corner of my eye. I really did not consider it a haunting or ghost because I never saw the apparition head on, so I just went on about my business and really did not give it much thought. However, I became very uneasy and spooked during the midnight and early morning hours. One morning, at about 6 a.m., I happened to be looking in the direction of the same window blinds while I was sitting in the lobby area. The window separated the lobby and the work area. Just then, I saw the definite figure of a man walk by the blinds. I got up and, thinking it was an employee who had gotten in early, went to investigate the area. There was no one there at all. The cleaning crew then related the story in which they were seeing a ghost in the building. They described the same type of apparition to me. I never told them about my experience. While training new officers, I had some who would stop in their tracks while I was showing them the building. I would ask them what was wrong, and they would be looking towards a room or hallway and tell me something like, "I thought I saw someone walk by." This happened more than once. I spoke with the guy who used to manage the security division, and he told me he had an officer leave in the middle of the night because he saw the shadowy figure of a man walking very quickly around the perimeter of the security fence. I told an employee at the building,
whom I had gotten to know over the time I'd worked there, about the sightings. Almost immediately he said, "Oh, that must be Roger." He was very serious. He said that Roger died about 8 years prior, but that he loved his job, and that was probably him. Indeed, there was a former employee named Roger that died 8 years ago. Without going on and on, I will just say that many other security officers had reported the same types of activity. I quit the job back in June of 1993. I worked there almost 2 years. I would like to contact some officers working there now and see if the haunting is still going on. It was a cold winter's day. The year was 1991, and I thought it was a very typical day. Matthew, the little boy that I care for, was taking an afternoon nap. As usual, I was cleaning up the kitchen, then gathered up all Matt's dirty clothes and put up a wash. It was around 3:30 in the afternoon when I heard Matt screaming. I could hear his voice very clearly from the baby monitor that was on the kitchen counter. I called to him so that he wouldn't get scared. As I walked upstairs to his bedroom, that's when it hit me first. On the way up to the staircase, I was chilled. I ran back down, got my sweater, then ran back upstairs to Matt's room. Well, that's where the coldness came from. Sure enough, as I opened the door, that's where all the cold air was coming from. It was freezing in the baby's room. I walked over to his bed, pulled the railing down, and held him in my arms. His hands were ice cold, and he was shaking and crying. In an effort to calm him down, I held him in my arms, and I tried rocking him back and forth. He finally had quieted down, so I began to change his clothes, and that's when I noticed my tape recorder on his dresser. I'd forgotten all about that. You see, Matt's family was relocating to another state soon, and I knew that I wanted something of Matt's to remember him by. So, that morning I brought my tape recorder with me to have a tape recording of him. Little did I know that was all on the tape. When I got home, I never did listen to the tape. It was Friday, so I thought to myself that I had the whole weekend to listen to it. On Sunday, I had some free time, so I started to listen to the tape. In the beginning I thought, well, I did it. I finally have Matthew's voice on tape, and was so happy to know that I have something to remember him by. As I began to listen, I heard our voices, Matt's, mine, and something that I couldn't make out. I kept backing up the tape because I heard something so strange that I couldn't even make out what I was hearing. But it sounded so eerie that it gave me the chills. What could this be? Did I have a faulty tape here or what? As I kept rewinding and listening, the more clearer it became. It was definitely a voice saying pull the gate up. But what kind of voice was it? It sounded ghostly. But how can this be? I heard nothing that particular day. Only Matt and myself. There was no one else there. Just the two of us. As I kept listening, I became more frightened. I heard the same voice saying, "I wish you were dead." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I never heard of anything like this before. I thought to myself, you're just imagining all of this. You're going crazy. But it was true. The tape doesn't lie. It had to be a ghost or something else. I had no other explanation. It just had to be. After a few hours, I decided to let my daughter listen to the tape. Now, my daughter is a very religious person. She has many religious friends and even knows a couple of Catholic priests personally. After she heard the tape, she told me that she would contact a priest right away. The next day, we called a Catholic priest that we both knew very well and made an appointment with him for the next night. Since the priest knew about the tape already, when we arrived there, we went right into his office. The three of us sat down, and he listened to the tape right away. Well, it only took him one time to listen to it. He already knew what happened. He looked at me, and he asked me if the family was Catholic, and I answered yes. Then he asked if there was anything religious in the home. I said no, and then asked him why. Then he began to explain that the family had no protection in the home. It was at this time that I understood what he was talking about. He was very concerned for the baby's welfare. He said that what he heard on the tape was evil voices and other things that I didn't even hear. Certain sounds of doors slamming and some creaking floors. He told me to tape Matt's room again, and if it happened again, that I should tell the parents. But what should I have told them? That Matt's room was haunted or the whole house was haunted? I didn't know what to do. If I told the parents the whole story, would they think I was nuts? So, I decided to take this to a doctor friend of mine. He happens to be a psychiatrist and also dabbles a little into strange and unexplainable things. When I went to see the doctor, I told him the whole story thus far. Then he listened to the tape. His exact words were, "The voice is not from this world. It's from another dimension that is not a human voice." Well, from then on until this day, from a priest to a doctor, this tape has been a mystery to me. So, I've decided to take my tape and my story to any parapsychologist or website that has to do with the paranormal and let the experts decide for themselves. What in the world happened to Matthew's room that cold winter day in 1991? I'm finally ready to hear what they have to say, aren't you? I lived in what I believe to be a haunted apartment for about a year. I cannot disclose the exact location due to the fact that the apartment is still rented to tenants. When I first moved in, everything seemed normal until I began doing some small renovations. My husband Eric began to pull up the carpet, and we noticed odd gouges in the floorboard that would be our bedroom. At the time, we thought that maybe some previous tenants had damaged the floor while moving their furniture, so we proceeded to paint the floor and lay down the rug. After 2 months or so, my husband walked into the bedroom after taking a shower. I was on the bed reading when suddenly, Eric slipped on the area rug that covered the gouges. After assuring that he was okay and passing it off as having wet feet, we turned in for the night. The next morning we noticed what appeared to be stains seeping through the area rug. They appeared to be the same pattern as the gouges. I picked up the carpet and noticed a slick substance sticking to the back of the carpet. After much arguing as to what exactly the substance was, we decided to just throw it away. We never gave it a second thought. About 3 or 4 days later, I was in the kitchen having a cup of coffee with my friend Alec when suddenly the room temperature dropped considerably. I asked him to make sure all the windows were shut. As he walked into the living room, he glanced into my bedroom on the right and noticed the curtains were blowing. He went in to make sure the window was closed, which it was. About 5 minutes later, we both heard a loud bang coming from the bathroom, which was on the other side of the living room. It took Alec and I a good 15 minutes to get the courage up to check the bathroom. The first thing you see when entering the bathroom is the tub. I opened the curtain and noticed 4 tiles on the back wall that appeared to be pushed out. You have to understand the layout of my apartment to fully understand our fright. The apartment was a 3rd floor attic in an old Victorian style house that was renovated into a small loft type apartment. When entering the apartment, you go up 3 flights of stairs, into the doorway, and up another 2 sets of stairs into the living room. To the right is the bathroom, and little beyond that is a crawl space in the wall that runs under the eaves of the house, and behind the bathroom and bathtub. Alec and I bickered about who was going to go into the crawl space. Needless to say, we waited until Eric came home about 2 hours later. We told him what had happened and insisted that he go into the crawl space to investigate. When he got to the space behind the bathtub, he discovered a lot of debris, which included dark old stained ropes and large J hooks. I insisted that he just leave them alone, and figured where the house was so old, they must have been left behind during renovation or construction. We had our landlord fix the tiles and continued with our daily lives, even though I was permanently left with a feeling of unease. For about 6 or 7 months nothing happened. On Christmas Eve of 1975, we had a tray set up in front of the crawl space door, which was approximately 2 inches wide by 3.5 high. The door fell open, knocking over the tree and smashing all of my Christmas ornaments. Eric jumped out of bed and stopped suddenly. We both heard a strange sound coming from the living room. It seemed to be coming from the crawl space. At the same time, I saw a strange mist or fog hovering close to the ceiling in the living room. It was a very faint, almost like thin smoke. I pointed it out to Eric, but it vanished before he could see it. I still can't believe how calm I stayed throughout this whole episode. When Alec and his new wife Vanessa came by on Christmas morning, we told them the whole story. Vanessa was a very spiritual person, became instantly spooked before we even told her the story. Alec commented on how strange she was acting before she entered the apartment. She lost all the color in her face and seemed aloof. She mentioned that something didn't feel right about my apartment. I really started to feel like it was time to start looking for a new place to live. Eric had to leave the following week for a business trip to California. He would be gone for almost 3 months. I asked my girlfriend Samantha to stay with me for a while. I did not want to be alone. Samantha knew what had been happening and agreed reluctantly to stay on the sofa in the living room. The first month and a half was pretty much uneventful, so Sam and I began to look at new apartments. I started feeling confident, and then nothing was going to happen. I was wrong. Samantha had to go back home for a few days, so I was alone. I'd gone out with Alec and Vanessa on a Saturday night, and came home at about 1 a.m. I climbed into bed with a book. I must have fallen asleep while reading. Do you ever get that feeling that someone is near you? I woke up on my stomach, and I could sense something walking around my bed. I laid still and waited for it to pass. I heard the floorboards creaking, and I felt a cool breeze pass over me. I finally turned over and looked into the living room and saw the mist moving towards the crawlspace floor. The absolute fear that I felt paralyzed me. I could do nothing but stare and hope that nothing would happen. The strange noises started again. I can only describe the noise as a clang or knives being sharpened. I lost all of my composure. I ran out of my apartment wearing only my nightshirt and grabbed my car keys on the way out of the door. I drove to Alex and spent the night. I called Eric in LA and explained what happened and that I would not go back until he came home. I paid the rent. There was no way I was going to stay there alone. Eric came home on April 7th. I told him Alec and I would pick him up from the airport, and then we would go to the apartment and get our belongings. I will never forget what we saw when we went back. It made me a true believer in the paranormal. I still don't know to this day what was haunting that apartment, but I truly believe it was evil. We walked into the apartment to discover the rug torn up, almost gouged up in the living room. All the tiles in the bathroom enclosure were punched out into the tub. The bedroom truly horrified the three of us. It appeared that something mauled the bed linens. The mirror that we had was smashed as well as my lamps. We grabbed what we could salvage and started to leave when we noticed the rope and J-hook through the kitchen table. I don't know if a person came in and did all the damage, but nothing explains the J-hook and the rope. My landlord insisted that no one had access to the apartment since we had moved in. We left that day and never looked back. I did some research on the house, but found nothing significant that would explain any of the occurrences while we lived there. Eric and I now live in Vermont with our 3 kids. The house was renovated and turned into a retail store. We have not told them the story, and I don't think we ever will. I've been tempted to write what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this out of the house when I was a child, and my mother only told our house guests about our visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the house in 1974 when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level. Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night after she sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen's hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child that my sisters must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister, and younger brother. When we were very small, it was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this particular incident, but my mom did. But I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under our hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that that was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all though. My younger sister and I would always go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs.
I have very little recollection of this, and at the time, I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart, and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents did not lay any ground rules for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was just seeing things, or that I was really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed seeing on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I was not a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating the little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go before I cause a fire. That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" My grandmother said clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke up my mom because we did not know what to do. My grandmother ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on her porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of our house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again, and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted the help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only 2 sharing a room, but that was fine with me, as we were very close, and we were excited. Again, I was up and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some work done. I was scraping the walls and had been doing so for about a half an hour, when I heard a funny noise sounding like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I don't know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front stairs and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would hear things in the house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born. In the early 1920s, our house had burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, it had been converted into a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out of the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing. Please don't think I'm nuts, but I have not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice was that whatever was in the house was not frightening to me in my youth, but only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. Why? I have no idea. This was also something I thought that was weird. This little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman only was spotted downstairs once. The neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but had just called her that because it seemed right. I've been reading the stories on your site for a while now, and decided to share experience of my own. I'm afraid it's not particularly exciting or dramatic, but I feel it's a good example of the attitude you need to take when dealing with spirits. I've been told on more than one occasion, by people who claim psychic abilities, that there are spirits present in my house. This really comes as no huge shock, as the core of the house is a farmhouse that is over 120 years old. Although I've never seen a ghost myself, I'm familiar with the sort of chilled feeling that people describe when they are in the presence of spirits. It is not truly the same feeling as normal reaction to temperature, but something that seems more internal and comes and goes independently of environmental changes. I've very commonly experienced this sensation, usually beginning before someone else remarks about their perception of something otherworldly. Several years ago, one summer morning, I'd come home in the early morning from working the night shift. I was getting undressed for bed and placed my bedroom door in a 3/4 closed position that I usually keep in to provide some cross ventilation. Let me explain that my bedroom is a rectangular room, approximately 10 foot wide by 16 feet long. There's a set of double windows on the far end of the room. My bed is crossways in front of the windows with the head on the longer wall. The door was on the other end of the room, and due to irregularities from different additions to the house, there was an approximate 4-inch step down when entering the room from the hallway. At the time of this incident, there was no central air in the house, so the only cooling method was to open windows. As I was getting ready for bed, I saw the door swing shut, rather firmly from the 3/4 position. At first, I dismissed this as just being the breeze, as I was feeling a slightly chilled feeling on what was a rather warm morning. Even though I didn't really notice much in the way of the air current, I was very tired and somewhat groggy, and only wished to get to bed as soon as possible. I put my door back into the position I had it in, and went back to getting ready for bed. Almost immediately, the door swung shut again very firmly. Even though I really did not notice the breeze, the door swung quite freely on its hinges, and I did not think much of the fact that it kept shutting. I then took one of my work boots, the common style most everyone is familiar with that laces up about 9 inches above the ankle, and placed it with the toe section underneath the door and the heel towards the doorway, and repositioned the door to the 3/4 position I wanted it to be in. Moments later, the door dragged the boot across the carpeted floor and closed as far as it could with the boot in the way. Now at that point, I realized that there was certainly no breeze present that could exert that amount of force, and the chill I was experiencing was not the normal environmental kind, nor was it in any way cold enough that morning for me to be experiencing a normal chill. Now, I'm not a person who likes to have his sleep interfered with, nor do I particularly like to have my plans of any kind thwarted. Besides, all of my reading and conversations regarding the supernatural and hauntings have always indicated that you have to assert your rights to control your domain when challenged by spirits. With this in mind, I grabbed up a heavy, approximately 12-pound Thor hammer I'd cast from aluminum years before in shop class, and placed the head of it underneath the door, with the handle sticking up between the door and the doorway. Stepping back, I then witnessed the door drag this heavy hammer, approximately 12 pounds, across the floor the same way I had my boot, until again, the door was as far shut as it could be without actually removing the hammer from underneath it. At that point, becoming somewhat angry, I took the hammer out from underneath the door, placed the door into a 2/3 closed position, slightly more open than I really wanted, and waited. Within seconds, the door started to shut again. At this point, I pointed at the door and said loudly and firmly, "No." The door stopped moving and stayed perfectly still. I stood there for a few moments longer watching the door, and it did not move again. I then said thank you and went on to bed. I think it's important for people to understand that in most cases of encountering a spirit in your home, you simply have to assert your right to be the master of your home. I can't promise that it'll always be the complete answer in all cases, but I believe it to be the best way to begin with dealing with a disagreement with a spirit in your home. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne-style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had our first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen and I was upstairs when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet, but there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against the wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly but pitifully. 2 of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night and thought he saw me standing at the top of the stairs in a long white old-fashioned nightgown, and then supposedly I went down the stairs and didn't come back. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure suspended over the bed, and as she watched the image dissolve from the bottom up, as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved on. It was several years after we moved from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did and had very similar things happen to them, but they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved in with us because from time to time, we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home. This is my own personal ghost story. This happened when I was about 12 years old, so keep in mind that 12 years have passed, but as long as I live, I will never forget the details. Here goes. I was spending the night with a good friend of mine, in a house that was extremely haunted. Stephanie lived in one of those houses that just seemed to be the epicenter of paranormal activity. Her aunt walked the basement steps, an unknown spirit lived in the attic, and there was a tree out back that just looking at it scared me to death. I'm really not entirely sure why the tree scared me so much, but it rocked me to the bone. It was large and had an ominous presence. Stephanie called it the witch tree, but really had no actual reason for doing so. But nevertheless, the tree is not my focus in the story. It just gives a little background information. We went to sleep that night, and about 2 a.m., I woke up with a start. I thought it was just because Steph and I had talked about ghost stories until we fell asleep, but then I had the feeling that I was being watched. I looked up and saw this large pair of blue eyes hovering over me. I know this sounds silly, but I'm dead serious. They just kept watching me. Maybe watching me is not the right word. They kept glaring at me, and all I could sense was evil. I felt so cold, and I couldn't wake Stephanie up. I thought I might have been dreaming, so I closed my eyes and laid there. But I looked up every few minutes and the eyes were still there. I had no clue what to do to make them go away, so I just started praying to God, something I saw in a movie. and never opened my eyes that night again. I woke up in the morning and told Stephanie about them. She had never seen them before, but didn't doubt me. She of all people knew the history of her house. I went on with life as normal, forgetting about the eyes until about 2 months later, Stephanie came to me and said she talked with her little brother Aaron, who was 8. She said she didn't even mention the eyes to him, but one night they were talking about the house and he asked her if he had ever seen a large pair of blue eyes. She stopped dead in her tracks. Aaron said that to him the eyes were friendly and never glared at him. We just figured out that they saw me as a stranger and focused evil on me. I will never know for certain. All I know is that I never stayed in that house again. In addition to that story, my sister and I were out driving about 9 months ago. It was about 11 p.m. and we passed by Stephanie's old house. She no longer lived there, but I'm pretty sure that her father still did. I turned to Lauren, my sister, and said, "Look, La, there's that creepy house." Now, this next part will sound so bizarre, but I swear it is true. All of a sudden, a light shot up from the house, which was completely dark, and 2 other lights shot up from the other side of the road. We thought they might just be electrical charges. That was, of course, until they started chasing the car. We had to get the mail down the road until they disappeared. Do you have any idea what those lights might have been? Thank you for listening to my stories. Back in 1996, my Uncle Wayne passed away in a tragic auto accident on the interstate near Neenah, Wisconsin, between Appleton and Oshkosh. He had been pulling a load of sod with a small pickup truck that he borrowed from a coworker. The truck must have been too small to carry the load because the truck flip killed my uncle instantly. Needless to say, my father flew out to Wisconsin from our home in Pensacola, Florida, to attend the funeral of my youngest brother. My father is the oldest of 7 children. The story I'm about to tell comes from the mouth of my father. The afternoon before the day of the funeral, my father took his mother and father to the funeral parlor to finalize the arrangements. On the way back to my grandparents' home, my grandmother noticed that her family ring was missing a stone. The stone that was missing was my Uncle Wayne's birthstone. They looked everywhere for the stone and could not find it. Everyone kept saying it was Wayne's way of saying a final goodbye to his mother. The next day, the day of the funeral, everyone left my grandparents' house to go to the funeral except my Uncle Stan. Stan stayed behind to wait for that cousin that was running late. A few minutes later, Stan heard a car pull into the driveway. At the bottom of the driveway was a car that looked exactly like Wayne's, a green Spitfire. My Uncle Stan thought how strange it was that their cousin had a car exactly like Wayne's. His car was still parked outside his old apartment at the time. He looked out the window again and saw a man sitting in the driver's seat with a beard. My Uncle Wayne had a beard when he died. My Uncle Stan opened the door to walk outside, thinking it was their cousin, who also has a beard. When he opened the door, the car reversed out of the driveway and quickly drove away. A few minutes later, their cousins pulled up in a totally different car. My Uncle Stan was so shocked that he told everyone at the funeral about what happened. Since this time, no one else had been visited by my Uncle Wayne. A year ago, we bought an old Victorian house. The family matriarch had refused to let it be sold, although it was in a dismal condition. When she passed away, the family decided to sell, although it had been with them for 80 years. We began the serious process of renovation, but I was disturbed by the obvious presence of an old woman, dressed in pink, always in the same place, in the same room. I naturally assumed it was the family matriarch, Sophia. She was so unhappy and seemed displeased at the disturbance we were causing, so I called in a psychic friend of mine to help her move along. The psychic rang bells, chanted, burned, and we put lit candles in all the doorways and windows. The very next day, it appeared that Sophia had gracefully moved on. A year passed. We finished the renovation and were preparing to throw an open house party. The day before the party, a woman came into the house and announced that she had grown up there. She said she had been coming by to check on her progress, but had always been shy to come in. Something had drawn her courage up to come in on that day. We were very pleased and immediately invited her and her family to come to the open house the very next day. They all came. At one point, I couldn't resist, and I asked this woman if there had ever been ghosts in the house. "Oh yes," she replied. "My great-grandmother was so persistent, we had to call in a priest to exorcise her." Feeling confident, I then told her about Sophia. The woman began to tremble and cry. She said that her mother, Sophia, had always worn pink, and the room and place I described would have been between the beds in the children's room. Rest in peace, Sophia. Years ago, before I was born, my father was sleeping at the head of the bed, I believe, and my mother was at the foot by the window as there was no air conditioning and the light was out, room dark. Well, my mother said all of a sudden, she heard what she believed to be a woman at the head of the bed, jabbering away, could not understand her at all. My mother got terrified and pulled the cover up over her head, and when she did, this thing came right by her ear and just talked. She was unable to make out what the thing was saying. She jumped up and yelled and slept for a week with the ceiling light on. She asked, and someone told her that they believed the house we used to live in had been moved from another location. Another true story. My mom used to walk me to grade school about 6 blocks from the house, and she lost her house keys one day. Well, she traced her steps, even looked by the mailbox at the corner of her house, thinking that she laid them there. No keys. We lived upstairs, 16 feet up, and my dad was in front of the bedroom, and my mom was in my room, laying next to me, and the strangest thing happened. All of a sudden, I had the most peaceful feeling. This is a feeling that's kinda hard to explain, but I'll do my best. So, someone I don't know. It could have been an angel or a dead relative. Who knows? But it was right next to the bed on my side and said my name. I was not scared at all, but my mom heard it too and jumped up. I had so many questions, such as who are you, what are you doing, and how do you know me? But at the moment, the phone rang, and Sandy, who lived around the corner, was walking home from church on a Sunday and said, "I found your keys. They were by the mailbox." I know this writing is all over the place, and I'm so sorry if this was hard to understand, but I think you guys got the gist of it. These things I can't explain are occurrences of the afterlife, in my opinion. My wife used to work for Oxford Suites in Hayden Island, just off of I-5. She had a complimentary stay as a new employee, so she thought it would be nice to let her son spend the night with Grandma, and we would have a nice night together alone. About 6 a.m., I was sleeping on my left side facing the alarm clock and had a ringing sensation in my right ear that slowly turned into the whispered words, "Die, die, die." I couldn't move, and it was all I could do to even open my eyes. Finally, I was able to shake off this strange or bound feeling, and it stopped instantly. The experience only lasted a few seconds, but it was totally unnerving. I've had other experiences like this. I just learned from this website that it is called Old Hack. I never even knew anyone else who has experienced this. I was 22 years old at the time in 1997. I'm now almost 31. Thank you. Back in the summer of 1994, my family and 2 other families attended a dance competition in Santa Cruz, California. We rented a suite at a local hotel. The suite had one huge upstairs bedroom with a big jacuzzi tub. The downstairs had a living room and a kitchen. It had a large red iron stairway that led up to the bedroom. Together, with the other families, we had 6 children with us. 5 of the children were age 8 and 9, and my daughter was the youngest, age 4. From the minute I walked upstairs, a weird feeling came over me, a feeling of uneasiness. The children claimed the large bedroom upstairs as theirs, and they played up there the whole night. For many hours I stayed in the upstairs room with the children. I felt uncomfortable leaving my 4-year-old daughter up there because of this uneasy feeling I had, a feeling I could not explain. My husbands and friends told me I was being foolish and talked me into coming down and joining them. Several hours went by, and the children all had fallen asleep. There were 3 of us adults left awake, and we sat on the living room floor talking.
We then heard footsteps coming down the stairs. They were extremely loud, and there was no doubt that one of the children had woken up and was coming downstairs. All three of us turned to see who it was. In the middle of the staircase stood a small girl, the same exact size as my daughter. I called to her by my daughter's name and asked her if she was okay, or if something was wrong. I then asked her if she had a bad dream. She didn't answer me as I said her name again, my daughter's name, and she disappeared. My friend and I both looked at each other in disbelief. We both saw the same thing. The third adult heard the footsteps, but didn't pay attention after that. My friend and I both discovered her exactly the same way. A small girl with long curly hair, wearing an old-fashioned white nightgown. She was turned to the side where you could only see her profile, but you could see the sadness on her face. She was white or transparent in color. The time I was talking to her, I did not even realize that she was a ghost. She seemed so real, but as soon as she disappeared, I could not understand how I did not know she was a ghost while I was talking to her, because being white and transparent, she obviously did not look like a real person. It was a very scary, overwhelming feeling. I quickly woke up my husband and had him check the children. They were all sound asleep. I crawled deep into my sleeping bag, scared to death, and eventually fell asleep. The next day, I contacted the hotel to see if anyone had ever reported a ghost. The worker said he was new and didn't know anything, but he said that Santa Cruz is believed to have many ghosts. I've always been hesitant when telling this story because nobody truly believes me except my friend who also saw it. Most people just kind of laugh or respond with or wow. I've always believed in spirits, but never believed you could actually see them. Well, I'm a true believer now and will never forget this experience. I started doing paranormal investigating about 2.5 years ago and have had tremendous success thus far. I've always been interested in all paranormal avenues, but I never thought I'd be doing this one day. My 7th cemetery outing turned out to be one that I'll never forget. I went out to Forest Home Cemetery in my city of Fitfield, Wisconsin. It goes back to around 1850-ish and is centered in a wooded area, which makes it kind of intimidating to venture into at night. But being the persistent risk taker, I went anyway. I ended up bringing a good friend of mine along, just in case. We started out exploring the front of the cemetery and kind of copped a feel for our surroundings, making sure we were aware of the obstacles in our way, gravestones. After that, we headed out towards the middle of the cemetery, armed with only a camera and a flashlight. Though nothing happened yet, we were pretty nervous anyway. So we went over the entire cemetery taking pictures and hoping to see something strange. We didn't see anything strange that night, but something did happen that scared the hell out of us anyway. I was ready to call it quits for the night, but there was one more area we hadn't quite covered. Now, in this particular cemetery, I don't like going in the very back, not even during the daytime. It just gives me a strange, unwelcome feeling. But that night, for some reason, I thought it would be worth it. In retrospect, I wasn't sorry I did. Back to my friend that I brought with me. He asked if we should leave, and I said I thought we should check out the back of the cemetery before we go, and he agreed. So you can understand what we experienced, I'll try and describe what the back looks like. The cemetery itself is pretty big for a small town. There's probably around 1,000 people buried there, and it's set in the woods, as I mentioned before. In the very back there's a road, and on the other side of the road is a huge field. At about 100 to 150 feet into the field starts the tree line. So you would have the field to your left and the road and the cemetery to your right, with the last row of stones right next to it, the road. As we made our way onto the road and walked down, maybe about 5 to 10 feet, all of a sudden, and I still can't fully explain it, there was a very loud growl that seemed to reverberate all around us. I must have jumped at least 3 feet into the air because I literally landed on my friend and just about knocked the flashlight out of his hand. Chris, my friend, had a total shock on his face as he studied the flashlight beam towards where the sound came from, and there was not a single thing, animal, or person to be seen, just eerie silence. We were stunned and dumbfounded. I managed to stammer out what the hell was that. Chris said he had no idea, but thought we better leave. We both wasted no time in leaving, But upon leaving, both of us were experiencing a tight feeling in our chests, and we both had trouble breathing. It was like being in a bear hug or something. Very strange. Also, just before we left, after we had gotten back to the car, we took a tiny rest and gathered our thoughts. Chris had lit a cigarette, which technically is a no-no while ghost hunting, but we could really care less at that point. He took about 3 or 4 puffs of it and then threw it on the gravel road. For whatever reason, we both watched the cigarette fall to the ground, and as it hit, it started spinning and then abruptly stopped. Then, as if flipping off a light switch, the orange burning tip died out. We left that night with a lot to think about, and since then, I've gotten numerous pictures and EVPs from that cemetery and others as well. I'm not as scared of ghosts as I once was, and I consider them to be just like us, only a little different, obviously. I can't wait until summer gets here, and I can go back to doing what I love, hunting ghosts. Okay, this is kind of a long story. It happened when I was on vacation from Chicago, visiting my cousins in California. My cousins have a huge backyard and have a basketball court in it. They also have a tree house that is complete with electricity, TV, and a PlayStation. So me and one of my cousins named Danny were playing basketball. It was late, and it was beginning to get dark outside. But while we were playing, Danny's brother, Mike, was in the treehouse playing PlayStation. After we balled it up for a while, we heard Mike screaming at us through the treehouse window saying, "Damn it guys, stop shaking the fort." We simply looked at him in confusion because we were at least 30 yards away from him and didn't even touch the legs of the fort. We just continued our game until it became too dark to see. We noticed that Mike had left the fort, so we went in to play some video games. We played a game until we started to feel some shaking. We yelled at whoever was pushing it to stop. It instantly stopped and we continued. About 5 minutes later, it began shaking again. I went out with a flashlight and looked under and around, but saw nothing. I looked to the direction of the house, which was far because their backyard is so big, and saw that Mike and the rest of the family were in the living room. Kinda freaked, I climbed back up the ladder into the fort. We started playing a board game when we saw that the fort's security light went on, which meant that something was near. We briefly froze, staring at each other and both noticing the fear in each other's eyes. Danny went and peeked through the window but saw nothing, even with the help of the security light. I told him that it was probably some animal. He responded by telling me that the light only detects larger things, such as people. I told him to stop worrying, and we got back to our game. After a while, we got bored and decided to go back to his house. Danny got up and tried to open the door. It didn't even budge. "The stupid thing is jammed again," he said, as he pulled out a belt from behind the door. He must have had this problem before because he had a method of solving the problem. He wrapped the belt around the doorknob and began to pull as hard as he could. He looked so confused and frustrated and told me that it should be opening easily. I helped pull it, but still, it didn't even budge. It was as if someone was holding it from the outside. Sounds crazy, right? But it was then that we heard steps, as if someone was walking around the little porch of the fort. We both looked at each other and nearly broke down with fear. The first thing Danny did was pull out some powerful BB guns he had hidden under his bed. He then opened up a table for us to hide under. We were freaking out. Then I summoned the courage to peek out the window, and when I did, I saw nothing, but the steps continued, this time up and down the ladder of the fort. I nearly screamed. But being the optimistic and fun-loving guy that I am, I took advantage of the situation to scare Danny and joke around. I kept peeking out the window and screaming as if I saw nothing, just to freak Danny out. But then, he retaliated. He grabbed the string hanging down from the window curtains and tugged them as hard as he could, causing the curtains to go up, shooting up and exposing the whole window. We both sat under the table in fear, thinking of what to do. After a few minutes, the security light went on again. We sat in silence, watching the light that reflected through the window and onto the wall of the fort. That's when we heard footsteps coming up the ladder again. We drew our guns, thinking they could do something, and continued watching the light. A few seconds later, for a brief moment, a shadow passed through the light, sending a terrifying chill through our spines. We looked at each other blankly for seconds until I spoke, telling Danny that we have to get out of here. I slowly reached out from under the table and grabbed a string to close the curtains. Once I did, we got up and cleaned everything up so we could be ready to run like hell out the door. But the door still wouldn't open. I knew for sure that something was preventing us from opening it. I then got annoyed and my anger took over my fear. I began pounding on the door, screaming cuss words and saying, "Let us out." After my tantrum of screaming and swearing, the door simply slid open with a single pull. We ran out, shut the door, jumped down, and ran like madmen towards the house. It was later that night that my uncle, Danny's father, told us that the fort was built upon an ancient Indian burial ground. I knew whatever happened that night was for real. So that morning, once it was light out, we managed to force ourselves back into the fort. We began discussing whatever went on that night, and our paranoia caused us to keep looking out the little holes in the curtains. But when I looked, I saw nothing. I can't really explain what it was. It looked like a dark figure, or an orb, but it had the physical structure of a person, arms, legs, and hand. It was crouched down behind a skinny tree. I shot my head back and told him to look. He said he saw it, but then, when I looked again, it was gone. Whatever happened that night caused me to believe in supernatural spirits, and I will never forget it. Thanks for reading. This was around the summer of 1990. My best friend lived about 4 blocks away from where I lived, and I usually walked or rode my bike to his house when we hung out. We were pretty young and pretty wild, and we'd seen our fair share of weird stuff growing up. Long days and late nights of exploring the neighborhood and seeing what kind of trouble we could get into. Growing up in the city, there were some rough neighborhoods around, and I had a very specific route of back streets I took home each night. Still, I knew to always be on my guard and aware of my surroundings, just in case. One night, as I was walking home from my friend's house, I encountered something I could never have prepared for. It was well after midnight, probably closer to 2 a.m., when I was casually strolling down the middle of the street on my way home. There weren't really any cars on the road at that time, so I walked right down the center line of the street. As I said, even though it was quiet and I knew the neighborhood, I always kept my eyes and ears open for signs of trouble. Rival groups of kids who might want to claim the area as turf were always a concern. As I made my way down the road, I began to get the feeling that I wasn't alone. I resisted the urge to stop or even look around, choosing instead to keep walking at an even pace and listen for the sound of someone following me. Footsteps, clothes rustling, or breathing would give it away. I heard nothing, but I couldn't shake that feeling of being followed. I became more and more sure that someone was behind me, and my adrenaline started to build. I still resisted the urge to turn around and look back. If someone was following me looking for trouble, there was a good chance they would rush at me, and they would have the advantage. This was not my first rodeo, so I kept walking, but began bracing myself for a confrontation. Nothing happened. I turned a corner onto a new street and took a chance to quickly look over my shoulder. I was hoping to just see another random person out for a stroll, except there was no one behind me. Maybe they had gone into a house. I kept walking. Moments later, I felt it again. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and my arms broke out in goosebumps. Someone was following me. I was absolutely sure of it, only now they were clearly trying to stay hidden. Every instinct I had, this was going to be a confrontation, and I braced myself for it. My fight or flight instincts were screaming as I continued walking, trying to appear calm. I felt it getting closer, and now, I thought I could hear movement in the distance behind me. Finally, I decided it was time to turn and confront my follower. I balled up my fist and quickly turned around, ready to act. Again, there was no one there. My eyes searched for signs of movement among the curbside trees and among the handful of cars parked along the street. Nothing moved around the cones of light being cast by the street lamps. Still, I knew someone or something was out there. I stood there for what seemed like forever, determined to wait out the hiding stalker. I couldn't believe they were staying hidden for so long without peeking out to see if I was still there. I thought to myself, what the hell is going on here? After another minute of watching and waiting,
I began to wonder if I imagined the whole thing. I was about to turn around and keep walking towards home. Then suddenly, about 50 feet away, I caught the shape of someone running out from behind a car and darting behind a tree. Again, my adrenaline surged, and I was caught between wanting to run for it and being frozen with panic. I kept my eyes fixed on the tree that the shadow ran to, waiting for him to make another move. Nothing happened. The tight knot of apprehension in my stomach began to melt and was replaced with anger. Who the heck was this guy screwing around with me in the middle of the night? Without thinking, I yelled out, "I know you're there, you coward! Step out and face me!" From behind the tree, what I can only describe as a vaguely human-shaped mass leaned out from behind the tree. Apart from its outline, it had no defined features except for a pair of glowing red eyes that flashed in the dim light of the street lamp. "What the hell?" I yelled, stumbling back a step, not understanding what I was seeing. The dark form stepped fully out from the shadow and took a step towards me. I don't know what came over me, but all of a sudden, I felt more angry than I ever had in my life. It was crazy. I had this sudden urge to fight, and as I looked at those dull, glowing red eyes coming towards me, all I felt was anger. I wanted to tear it apart. Still within the dim light under the tree, the dark figure took one more shambling step towards me, and I was overcome with rage. Unbelievably, I stepped forward and yelled out, "Come on," challenging it to fight me. But instead of coming closer, the dark form reared up slightly, and I swear if it had a mouth, I knew that mouth would be grinning at me. And then it vanished. It was just gone. The feeling of rage, it was gone as well, faded away. I stood there for several more minutes trying to understand what had just happened. Slowly, I finally turned around and began walking towards home again, only this time, there was no sense of being followed. Nothing weird happened at all for the rest of the journey. Night after night, I walked that same path home, always wondering if that red-eyed entity would return, wondering if I would be confronted and experience that same crazy rush of anger. But it never came back. I've never told anyone this story because, well, who would believe it? Thanks for listening. I have a strong interest in ghosts. Not that I always have, but I gained it recently. I'm a sheriff's deputy in Arizona. In a large city with a high crime rate, if you're a cop, then all of your friends are cops. I went to the police academy with a guy named Jeff. He was a short, stocky kid about my age. We were the only ones in the class who were the same age, so we bonded. We pushed each other through the academy. After we graduated, we were surprised to find that we would be working in the same district on the same shift for the same supervisor. We worked the late shift and always went to lunch with one another, usually around 11:30 p.m. We would go to my mother's house and eat. Jeff didn't trust cooks at fast food restaurants at 11:30 p.m., especially when they looked at us as if they had just gotten out of the state prison and were serving a cop. My mother worked at Walmart as a manager. She got off at work at 11 and was extremely delighted to have us every night. She lived in a rather bad area of the city. My mother and Jeff would laugh and joke. They would swap stories and try to convince each other that their job was worse than the other's job. Jeff would always let her win the argument. She called him her son. Jeff and myself went skiing every year in the mountains of Utah. It was a vacation that him and his father took every year, and he made it with me after his father passed. Jeff loved my mother so much that he invited her to Utah one year. As my mother was with an instructor learning to ski, Jeff looked at me and said, "Jerry, I can't take it anymore. The big city is draining the life out of me." Puzzled by this, I asked him what he was talking about, that he had loved his job and was the best cop in the valley at what he did. He explained that he was sick of seeing car accidents with dead bodies, chasing down a crack addict in the dark, getting shot at, etc. I said, "Fine, what are you gonna do, quit?" I was rather pissed off. He said, "No, just quit working there. I want to move to an area like this, cold, quiet, and comfortable." I yelled at him something very childish. "What about my mom? You'll kill her here. She loves you." He said, "Don't worry. I'll stop by from time to time to check on her." People just don't understand the strong connection that police officers get with their partners who watch their back every night. We returned from the trip, and Jeff did as he said he would. He packed everything up and moved to Colorado.
Not long after I was transferred to day shift, I told my mother that Jeff had just transferred to the other side of the valley. It's what Jeff wanted. He couldn't stand me and my mother hounding him to stay. And with that, here is the story. Jeff died about 4 months after arriving in Colorado. Truly how every police officer would want. He saved a little boy that had fallen through the ice in a river. Shortly after retrieving the boy, the ice he was laying on gave way. I never told my mother. She was getting up there in years and would not have been able to stand losing her son. I received a call from my mother in the middle of the night, about 3 weeks after Jeff's funeral. She said, "Jerry, I want you to come over and spend the night. Jeff just ran off a burglar, but I'm still scared out of my mind." I was very confused and asked her to explain. She started the story. My mother was in her living room. She had just gotten off of work. Remember, it's after 11 p.m. She was watching TV and eating her dinner. From the other room, she heard the sound of metal grinding. She got up and went into her bedroom and seen that there was a man at the window with a screwdriver trying to get in. She ran back to the front room and picked up the phone to call 911. There was no dial tone. My mother said at that moment she just panicked. She had remembered that I had told her that burglars who break in to take things usually don't cut the phone line, but burglars who plan on hurting or killing someone do. She started to scream, "Help, help, help," over and over. At that moment, she heard a loud crash and some thumping around. She heard a man's voice scream and then heard someone running away. She stood there, unable to move, not knowing what was going on outside. Bang, bang, bang from the door. Still, my mother didn't move. "Mrs. Smith!" She heard someone call her name from the outside. "Yes, who's there?" she yelled. "It's me, Jeff." She opened the door and seen Jeff standing in a blue uniform. Weird, because we wore brown and tan uniforms. "My God," she said, "thank God you're here. Did you get him?" "Nah, but he won't come back, I promise. Come inside and get something to eat. You look tired." "No, I need to get back." "Okay," she said, "but keep an eye on my house for me. I'm calling Jerry to come over." He said, "No, don't do that. I'll keep an eye out." I raced to my mother's house in a panic. I didn't know whether to be scared or mad at the burglar, or just that my mother had seen someone else. I got to my mother's house and ran in. She was still visibly shaken from the burglar. I sat down next to her. I grabbed her hands and placed them on my cheeks. I started to cry and told my mother, "Jeff is dead, Mom. He died over 3 months ago. I couldn't stand to tell you." She refused to hear of it. She explained that he was just here about an hour ago. I explained that Jeff did not want her to try and stop him from going to Colorado, so he had forced me to lie. I went on to explain that Jeff had promised me that he would look after her, and he was fulfilling that promise. My mother collapsed and laid on the couch all night crying. I found out that Jeff was in a blue uniform that night because he had been buried in a blue uniform, the color he wore in Colorado. My mother figured at the time he was working something like a special gang unit or something that night. I will never forget Jeff or what he did for my mother when he was alive and even after. It should show how much a promise is concrete in the heart of a respectable man. So every year when the time comes, when Jeff and his dad used to go on their ski trip, I go to his grave and I think about him. I thank him. I thank him for the times he had saved my life, times he saved strangers' lives, and the time he saved my mother's life. May God hold you in his arms. Thank you for reading. Whilst in the army, I've posted too many a place, but nothing like Hammersmith Barracks, Hartford, Germany. Originally a Nazi camp back in the Second World War, the camp has a lot of history to it. The buildings in the actual camp are actually like the ones in the film Buffalo Soldiers, just to give you some idea. I arrived there in September 2004 and thought nothing of the block at first glance, but one thing that would puzzle me was in the basement. There were still the old steel cell doors of when it was still occupied by Nazi Germany. What were such doors needed for? Anyway, as time went on, I started to find out some very interesting facts about the camp itself. Like one, for instance, was the cobblestones, which were very subsided. Why hadn't those been replaced? Well, the reason why was due to the fact that when occupied by the previous owners, they took it upon themselves to bury the dead underneath the road, then brick over the bodies. I kid you not. Anyway, That's just the inside of the history of the camp. There have been various sightings, and people have heard noises which mostly occur at night. There used to be a small corridor situated on the second floor where the females lived, and in this time, they have reported on numerous occasions of seeing a young girl aged about 8 or 9. One girl states that she would sit on the end of her bed while she slept, and when she awoke, she would find a dark body-like shadow of a young girl with long hair watching her. There were also talks of this ghost when she returned to the UK. On leave for 2 weeks, the room was adjacent to hers, which at the time was occupied by 2 other females, when they started noticing that a dark shadow would enter the room during the nighttime, and things would be moved from one place to another. When the females were moved out of this block and males were moved into this corridor, all the strange things happening occurred stopped. I'm no expert on this matter, but I believe maybe the young girl felt a motherly love or connection to these females. I, on the other hand, was living at the opposite side of the block at the time, when I found myself awoken one night by a noise. When I was fully awake, there was total silence, and immediately thought to myself that I must have been dreaming. I got out of bed to go to the bathroom, which was only down the corridor from my room. Just before entering, I could hear a voice, which seemed as if it was talking to themselves in a foreign language. I entered thinking that maybe someone may have just had a little too much of a drink that night, and I found the bathroom deserted, and the lights were all switched off. I was shocked, and turned the lights on immediately to find a dark shadow moving from one side of the room to the other. It was the strangest thing I had ever seen. Well, I'll tell you now, I did not use that bathroom that night. I decided to go on to a different floor. Shortly after that, I returned back to the UK, and so I did not have to undergo any more midnight hauntings. Thanks for reading. I've always believed in ghosts, witches, and the paranormal, etc. My grandma has always been involved with ghosts, and it seems that they always follow her. I now think that I have one following me. Anyways, to the story at hand. It was a few years ago. I was about 17, and I was having my best friend and my cousin over for the night. It was only us, my mom, and 2 younger sisters were visiting my aunt in another town. Well, that night we were in my room, and when the door is open, you can see the bathroom across the hallway. Also, with the way my bed is set up, you can see into the hallway when sitting there or lying there on my bed. My cousin Destiny got up to go potty. Sam and myself were lying on the bed watching a movie. I heard the bathroom door open, and I looked over just as Destiny came running back into the room looking scared. Sam and I looked at each other puzzled, then asked what was wrong. Destiny said that when she had gone into the bathroom, she had leaned over the sink to start brushing her teeth after going potty and washing her hands, and when she stood back up, it felt like someone was behind her watching her in the mirror. I'm getting chills just thinking about that day. Well, Sam was like, yeah, right. She is not a big believer in ghosts, I don't think, and me, being a believer and wanting to help out, got up to go to the bathroom to show Destiny that she was just tripping and that there was nothing wrong. Destiny stayed in the bathroom and watched as I walked across the hall to the bathroom. Well, right before I went to step over the threshold, I stopped, dead in my tracks, and for some reason my body froze and refused to go any further into the bathroom. I was a bit creeped out because I hadn't ever done that before. I hurried back to the room, and I was like, oh my. Sam was still skeptic, and she walked into the bathroom plain as day. I didn't get it. Destiny made Sam stay in there as she finished brushing her teeth, and I just stayed out of the bathroom the rest of the night. The next morning, everything was fine. I could walk into the bathroom no problem, and even Destiny could close the door when she went in there now. Later on that morning, though, I walked around the corner to get into the bathroom to take a shower, my clothes and towels in my arms. I stopped. It felt like my eyes bulged, and I couldn't get my breath at first. There, standing in front of the drawn shower curtain, drawn as in closed shower curtain, was a black outline of a man a couple of inches taller than me. I am 5'9". Well, I freaked out and I ran to the phone and called my grandma, who I figured would know what to do in this situation. She told me to go back to the bathroom, and I did, and the outline of the man was still there, standing right in front of the bathtub. My grandma then asked if all the doorways had been crossed with holy water. I said yes, because all of them had, including the windows. That is, until it came to my room. I'm not a Satanist or anything, But that's my shrine, my room, and I don't need holy water to protect me. So, only the outside of my room's door had been crossed. Well, my grandma then told me to start chanting these words. I don't remember what they were, but they made me feel at ease. Next thing I know, the black outline of the man starts to move, and it goes through the bathroom wall, right into my room. I was happy to have it out of the bathroom, but now it was in my room. What was I supposed to do? Well, it ended up that I didn't have a problem with it in my room. I didn't get the creepy crawly feeling, so I think that I either left my house through one of the walls in my room that hadn't been crossed with holy water, or maybe I was just stuck in the bathroom and was trying to get back to my room. I hadn't told my mom and sisters about the ghost. My baby sister was young, and I didn't want to scare her real bad. But ever since that incident in the bathroom where the ghost or whatever it was moved from the bathroom into my room, my two younger sisters always refused to be in my room alone. Weird. And that's my story about the ghost in the bathroom. Feel free to write me if you like. More stories to come. I've more. Plus I have some that my dad, mom, uncle, and aunt and grandma have told me. All true. Thanks for reading. I grew up in an orphanage, having lost both my parents in a car accident when I was 6 years old. This paranormal encounter occurred in my third year of stay at this orphanage. I must describe, the orphanage was pretty dilapidated and had only 4 dormitories, one for girls, infant to 8 years old, for girls, 8 to 18 years old, and where I belonged, one for boys, and so on and so forth. This happened right at midnight when me and 2 of my friends went out of our dormitory to head to the kitchen to grab a glass of water. It was a very chilly night, I must recall, and the 3 of us wore nighties. After we gotten a drink, we hurried upstairs trying to avoid being caught by the caretaker. Just as we were about to enter our dormitory, me and Hannah, I can't really remember if that was her name, noticed that Elizabeth was not with us. Out of nowhere, we saw her enter the boys' dorm in top speed. It was like seeing a curtain on a very fast horse. Out of curiosity, we peered into the boys' dorm and found Elizabeth jumping on an empty bed, as if it were a trampoline, while the boys were sound asleep. We called her, but received no answer. Then, in just a snap, she faded into nothing. At that, me and Hannah were scared out of our wits and ran to our dormitory. Once there, we covered ourselves with our sheets, shivering in fear. I can remember I think Hannah was actually crying and praying for the Lord's Prayer at the same time. That morning, when we were off to prepare for our classes, we saw Elizabeth, who was well and smiling. She even greeted us and sat with us in class. Me and Hannah just figured it was all a dream, but we were 9 back then. Now, I'm 30 years old, and I know surely it wasn't just a dream. I think it's what paranormal experts call an encounter with a doppelganger, and let me tell you, it was pretty horrifying. Other experiences I had in my 10-year-old stay at the orphanage was the spontaneous on and off activity of the lights in the classrooms, dormitories, libraries, dining halls, etc. Grown-ups talking as if they were having some conference in a flower garden outside the back of the orphanage in the middle of the night, and the beautiful chorals singing of poems, which I believe came from the dining hall, that occurred in different times of the day. I strongly believe that the orphanage was haunted. But what gets me wondering up to now is that why the people in charge never did anything about it when some children, especially the adolescents, started complaining. Well, that's my story, and I hoped you liked it. I apologize for the length. Thank you for reading. The following story happened to me when I was 4 or 5 years old. This experience occurred during 1944 or 45 in Kissimmee, Florida. My mother and I were waiting by the side of the highway, Orange Blossom Trail, for my father and grandmother to drive us to Orlando. Back then, there was very little traffic on the trail as it was known. We watched as the black Ford approached from the south, with the 2 of them inside. Neither person appeared to notice the old lady and small child waving at them. I saw both their faces through the windshield. The 2 people looked like my father and grandmother. Same clothing, etc. The car disappeared around the corner. We were both surprised that the car did not stop. My old lady, mother, started rambling and talking some very unkind comments about my father and grandmother. Several minutes later, another black Ford appeared from the south. This time the car slowed down and stopped, several feet ahead of us. It was my father and grandmother. We got into the car and asked them why they drove past us the first time. Their response was that they just got there. My father indicated that it must have been another couple that looked a lot like them. After a few minutes of arguing, my old lady just went blank and stopped talking about it. 12 years later, I asked my father if he remembered the incident. He still remembered the fuss my old lady made when she got into the car. He indicated that the kind of situation had happened to him before, more than once in Kissimmee during the 1940s. This kind of thing, being seen before arriving, appeared to run in the family. These are just some of the observations I noticed about the incident. This was my first experience at seeing something that would happen in the future. The car and people were clearly visible and solid. The people looked like my father and grandmother. I do not remember hearing the car, no engine sound. I do not remember seeing any smoke from the tailpipe either. The people in the car did not respond or react in any way to the two people that were waving at them from the side of the road. Back then, everyone would have waved back to small children that waved to them. My old lady sometimes remembered the incident. Other times, she could not. After this incident, I've never trusted my ability to identify people by sight. Finally, this situation appears to be common to my father's side of the family. I've also been seen in places before I arrived too. Note, my relatives on both sides of my family are psychic, psychotic, crazy, and or a combination of the last three. I'm probably the only normal one in the family. I'm sorry if you had to hear this, but I had to tell you. Thank you so much for reading this story, and I hope you don't run into anything that I experienced too. A friend of mine is a veterinary technician and has worked in numerous vet clinics over the years. There was one place that was strange though. All the techs at this one clinic would have frightening dreams about being chased through the clinic by something at one time or another. My friend had told me this, and I asked if she ever had this dream, and she said no, not yet. I would often go with her when she had to take care of the animals over weekends or holidays and help out. One night, it was my turn. It was a clear dream, and everything appeared real. I found myself running through the clinic with the feeling that there was something behind me, just beyond my sight, and that this entity didn't want me there. I also think it enjoyed the chase, because I was somehow in its place or frame, or more closer to its existence where it could reach me. I was overwhelmed with fear, but I remember wondering why this was happening to me because I didn't work there. I remember stopping just before I got to the kennel room, turning around and yelling, "Hey, I don't work here." Suddenly, I was awake, like someone had flipped a switch, and I never had that dream again. This place had a higher number of deaths associated with surgeries than any other clinic my friend had worked at. They also had problems with some of their equipment turning on and off, batteries draining, tools missing, that sort of thing. Anyway, the owner sold the place, and now it's an eye clinic. I've often wondered if any of those people had strange dreams. Thanks for reading. This is a story related to me via my father. He told me yesterday, as we were speaking of ghosts. Dad said he was walking home one fall evening while he was in high school, in the late 1950s. He had been in downtown Portsmouth lollygagging around with some friends. It was now time to go home for dinner. If anyone is familiar with Portsmouth, New Hampshire, they know it is rich in history and an old port town, hence the name. There is an alley that cuts behind the school, and it passes by the South Mill Pond. He was halfway down the alley when he saw a bright light coming out of the sky. He had no idea what it was. This was back in the day where schools were building bomb shelters and kids were scared of some sort of disaster. The light got brighter and brighter. As it came closer to him, it was speaking to him. Dad listened to it and was mesmerized. He said it looked like an angel, but not anything like you would assume it to be. It spoke to him for quite some time. He doesn't recall how long he was there. The concept of time ceased to exist, and it left in the same manner as it came. He continued home and told his mother. She told him it must be his guardian angel. To this day, he can't remember what it said or what it really looked like. He had such a glimmer in his eye as he told me. He was smiling like he hadn't told me the whole story. In the years after that event, my father has cheated death at least 5 times, the last time being this past year. He should have died, but he didn't. I wonder if the angel guided him through all of the obstacles he has faced. If it did, I'm glad, and I do believe. Thanks for reading. One night, I was hanging out with my friends in an apartment in the small town I lived in. 3 people lived there, a married couple and one of their friends who was a young teenager. I would hang out and stay overnight there frequently, as there was not much to do in such a small town. This night was just like any other, or so it seemed at first. We were just hanging out, talking and laughing about whatever came up. Soon it was late, and the young girl decided to go to bed while the rest of us were going to stay up longer. She walked down the hallway and entered her bedroom and screamed. We immediately jumped up and ran to her bedroom. She was looking down at the floor with an expression of terror on her face. She was staring at a medium-sized porcelain angel that was lying broken in 3 pieces on the floor. She kept this angel on the top of her Bible on a nightstand. Both the Bible and angel were on the floor. A broken angel is nothing to scream in terror over, and at first I was confused, but she picked it up, and streaming from the eyes was what looked like fresh blood. Immediately, I assumed that she was pulling some prank on us. An angel crying tears of blood sounded so generic to me, so unimaginative, that I thought for sure she was trying to get some negative attention. I took the angel pieces from her and said, yeah, right. She swore that she had nothing to do with the broken angel and its tears of blood. I gave her a scrumptious look, then looked closely at the angel's face. The blood looked like fresh nail polish, and I still did not believe that she had nothing to do with it. Knowing that nail polish smells strongly of chemicals, I put my nose close to the angel's face and smelled it. I could not detect a familiar nail polish smell, but I was still very doubtful. I noticed that the blood was running perfectly from the base of the eye, that it followed the contour of the round eye, and that none appeared on the eye itself. It was then that I started to think twice about what was happening. I knew that this girl had not left my sight for at least an hour and a half before she entered her bedroom and promptly screamed. Knowing that applying nail polish in such a way that it would not get on the eye itself, and then to make it run down the face in such a short time, a matter of seconds, was nearly impossible. As I held the angel in my hands, I grilled the girl about what she had seen when she entered the room. She said that she walked in to see it broken and the blood just beginning to run. I asked her several times if she was faking us out, and that a joke like that would not be funny at all. She was clearly shaken and refused to touch the angel again. After asking her many questions, I looked at the angel again. To my complete shock, the bright red had turned darker with a slightly rough surface. I touched it, and it was dry. Nail polish stays smooth and bright even after it dries. This unnerved me, and I scraped the blood with my fingernail and flaked it off. I've seen coagulated blood before many times, and this red stuff was just like it. I gave the girl a look of seriousness as my mind started to swim. We spoke a bit longer, and she said she would like to be alone. I decided to place the angel on top of the entertainment center in the front room. The married couple were standing in the hallway watching me place the angel on the entertainment center. They were extremely doubtful too, even more so than I, because I believe I had made some logical deductions that they had not. I placed the angel gently on top of the center and began to walk towards the married couple. Now, I placed these pieces about a foot from the edge of the entertainment center. This I know, I did it purposely. About halfway to the married couple, I watched their faces turn to an expression of pure astonishment. They pointed behind me, and I looked back at the center. The angel pieces lay on the carpet in front of the entertainment center. I stood staring at the pieces in complete disbelief. The couple approached me and said that they did not see the pieces actually move from the center, but they saw them bounce on the carpet as I walked away. As we stood there, we all got a very eerie feeling that we were not alone. I sat on the couch and got a feeling of malevolence. I sat quietly and felt the presence of a very angry man in the room who was trying to scare me. I spoke out loud and told him I knew what he was up to and that it would not work with me and that he should leave. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a face of a man who had the most terrible scowl and angry eyes. I believe he was truly upset that I was not going to allow him to have that effect on me. The feeling of the room returned to normal, and I relaxed. I went back to the girl's room and told her what had just happened.
She was crying and said that ever since she had been going out with this certain young man who was very controlling and had lots of bottled emotions, a spirit of an angry man had been following her around. I suggested that she leave this boy and pray for the spirit to leave her alone. She ended up breaking up with him, but a few months after the incident. This story sounds incredibly generic, I know. I did not believe it myself, but I was there, and there was definitely something there that night that did not like us. Thanks for reading. One April morning, I had to go and meet a woman and take her to a doctor's visit and translate for her. We were to meet in front of the translating office. When I turned onto the street of the business, I noticed a minivan with 2 adults and a child in the middle of both adults, and I parked and approached the couple to ask if she was the woman that I had to go and help translate. The child and husband just looked at me and smiled as I spoke to this woman, and the child was just all jumpy and playful and all smiles. Cute 3-year-old boy with his thick blue jacket, dark brown hair, cute as can be. The woman then agreed to go in my vehicle and left her husband and child. At this point, I was unaware of who this child was. We continued in my vehicle towards the doctor's office, and she started to tell me more about her doctor's visit. This woman was diabetic and had lost already a baby at birth, and 2 had been miscarriages. All she wanted, she told me, was to have a baby. I thought, how strange. Then I asked her, and the little boy in the minivan, isn't he her son? She replied no. Then I asked if he was a relative, or maybe it was just babysitting for someone, and she was just looking at me kinda weird, like that what is she talking about look. I caught on, and asked what was wrong, and she said that there was no boy in the minivan, just her and her husband. I was shocked and a little speechless, and said to her, now look, there was this little boy in the middle of you and your husband. He would look at me when you were talking to me, and he would smile and be playful. I even described him to her and what he was wearing, and she said no, that there was no child with them at all. You know, in the beginning, I thought that she was joking with me, but she was serious. So then I became serious and very thoughtful of why this occurred, because sometimes you think now, I know I'm not that crazy, and I know I don't hallucinate, and I know I was not seeing things. I'm in my right state of mind, so what is going on? All I could tell her was that babies many times when they pass, they continue as angels to be by their parents' side, and that now she knew that her little guardian angel was this cute angelic brown-haired boy. Months passed, and she returned to the office and her husband was with her, and she told her, remember her? She's the one that saw her angel in her car. This happens to me often, that I see, feel, or even sense people or children that have passed. But at the time it is happening, I don't think they are past. I see them like I see anyone else. It is after that I know that I just saw someone that is deceased. Thanks for reading. Call me crazy, but as a teen, my friends and I loved exploring abandoned properties. There was a house just outside of town about a half-mile off of the city that intrigued me since childhood, and I had to go see it. One afternoon, 2 of my friends agreed that it would be a great place to check out, so we loaded up and went. It was a typical creepy old farmhouse type place, made of wood that had begun to rot decades ago, dirty, mostly broken windows, rickety porches, 2 stories high, plus an attic. Getting in was no problem. The doors were gone, so we just walked in. There was evidence of other people having been there, as the room we concluded to be, the living room, was full of empty beer cans and potato bag chips. Uninterested in these findings, we made our way into the kitchen. It was broad daylight outside, but this house was pretty dark inside, adding to the intrigue and creepiness. The kitchen was a wreck, and seemed as though the mice had taken full advantage of whatever had been left there, so on to the dining room. Finally, we saw a set of stairs, the first ones we had seen so far, and up we went. On the 3rd step from the top, I set my soda can down so we'd be able to remember that's where we came up. I'm glad I had the foresight to do that. We meandered to the top floor, and found that it was much brighter and warmer up there, probably because it wasn't under the cover of the low tree branches as the downstairs had been. We weren't feeling too afraid, just a little uneasy, as we walked around until we got to a large room on the east side. I can't really explain what I felt.
Mostly I felt as though I wanted to cry. Someone was very sad, and that much I could feel. Whoever it was hadn't been ready to die when they did, and weren't able to say goodbye and let go. My friend Chris left the room, stating that he was finding it difficult to breathe. Must be the dust. My friend Megan was very pale and shaking, so we decided, okay, it's time to go. We walked around the top floor, looking for stairs to the attic, and never found them. We found a set going down, which we had missed on the first few go-arounds, so down we went. They led to the living room. How was that possible? We walked around the downstairs, peeking at all the little doors for stairs, only to find closets. There wasn't a door to get out of the living room, so we went back upstairs and walked around some more. Finally, Megan spotted the stairs where my soda can was, and we happily bounded down them and back into the dining room. We made our way around the downstairs again just to be sure. The dining room led to the back porch, and the kitchen had the stairs to go up. The kitchen only led to the dining room and the living room. The living room only led to the kitchen and the porches. Okay, so where were the stairs we walked down? This was the same room because the mess on the floor was the same, and the mantle above the fireplace was the same. So what was the deal here? We went back upstairs, and Megan stayed at the top of the stairs, while Chris and I walked around again in search of the mystery steps we had gone down. We never found them. As Chris and I were walking back towards Megan, I heard someone in the large bedroom that made me feel very sad. It sounded like a soft crying, and I felt very bad. I felt that we intruded into this person's life, and it was time we left, so we did. Most places we ever visited, we went back for a second and sometimes third look. However, this place, we didn't. We all felt after we left that maybe whoever was there really just wanted to be left alone, and we never went back together. The oddest thing is that on Easter Day of the following year, I had this unstoppable urge to go to the house and leave flowers on the porch. I got some daffodils and headed out there, only to find my friends Chris and Megan also had come to bring flowers. We all had that urge, and we all headed out there without the others knowing with a big bouquet of fresh daffodils. Something there touched each of us, and I will forever feel a connection to that house in the woods, and whoever that is who lives there in the large room on the east side of the upper floor who seems to like daffodils. Thanks for reading. First, I need to give you some background history. I can see auras. If you don't know what that is, it's the energy a body gives off. There are different colors, and those colors have meanings such as blue and green as relaxed. I started to see auras around the same time I had my experience. I was in 8th grade, at church, the first time I saw an aura. I can't see them as well now. It's been 6 years since I started, and my ability has faded from lack of use. My experience happened the same year, 8th grade, in French class. My teacher was working on the overhead, so she had all the lights off. I was sitting in the back of the class. French didn't excite me much, so I was not really paying attention to what she was saying. Instead, I was playing with the light around her. This is rather hard to explain. Her body was reflecting light from the overhead. I think I could see this because I could see auras. Anyway, I would stare at the light around her and move it to the dark beside her. Kind of like when you would stare at a bright light for a while, and then when you would look away, you still see the light. Well, I could see the outline of her body, and then it would just fade away. I would then look back at my teacher and do this all over again. The point being, I was technically staring at nothing for a while. It was after doing this a couple of times that I noticed something else. It was a thin, blue outline of a person standing opposite my teacher, watching what she was writing on the overhead. I was looking at its side profile, and I could see a perfect outline of a nose, mouth, etc. I could only see it from the waist up because the desks were blocking the rest of my view. I froze when I noticed this thing. I couldn't stop staring. I thought I must be seeing things. When it turned towards me and started to approach me, it didn't walk, but came towards me in a flashing motion, like a strobe light was on. I freaked, all my muscles tensed, and I wanted to bolt, but was too frozen. That's when it stopped approaching me and just laughed at me. This is when it starts to get really weird. The laughter was inside my head, and I know it was not mine. It was cold and evil, and I was about to start crying. The rest of the class, it just watched my teacher and was smiling over my fear. Once class was over, I bolted from the room and told my friend what had happened. Nothing else happened for the rest of the day. When I got home, I told my mom what happened and said I was scared of going back to French class. She said if it happens again, I was to say a prayer and ask for God to protect me. The next day, I went back to school. French was my third period class and math was my first. Sitting in math, I was miserable. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened and I was scared. It was then that I hear the laughter again. My body tensed up again just like last time. That just made it laugh even more. I asked it inside my head, "What do you want?" It told me, and this is happening all inside my head, mind you, to torture you. I know I sound crazy talking with myself, but it was definitely not my voice I heard. It was deep and cold and very evil. I then said, "Fuck you. You have to give me a break." I was only 14 and not very mature yet. Right after I told it off, I got very sick to my stomach. I then apologized and took back my comment. The stomach pains went right away, and it started to laugh hard. It was feeding off of my fear and seemed to be gaining strength from it. As soon as math was over and I had to go to my second period class, I found my friend who I'd talked to yesterday and told him I did not want to go to French class. He said he'd go to counseling center with me. Second period went by fine. When French time came, I had to go ask my teacher if it was okay for me to go to a counseling center. Well, as soon as I walked into the classroom, it felt like walking into a cloud of evil. All I wanted to do was get out of there. I started to cry while asking my teacher to leave, and the laughter started again. This time, it was echoing in my head. My poor teacher was trying to write out my slip as fast as possible so I could leave. I went to the counseling center with my friend, and the two of us sat alone in a small computer room. We just sat there. There was nothing else to do. I could feel it in the room somewhere with me, enjoying my pain. Without really thinking about it, I thought to myself, "Oh God, help me." Right at the instant, I heard a scream, and I could feel that someone else was there. I turned to my friend and told him, then a teacher came in and said we had to go back to class. I didn't know what was happening, but by the time I had walked across the commons to my French class, I was in a box. That's the only way I can explain it. I felt like I was in a box, and it was scratching from the outside to get in. While inside my box, I was feeling safety, good, and peace. I heard a voice that told me over and over, "You're safe now. Nothing's going to get you." I couldn't stop smiling. I felt so good. As the day went on, my box got bigger. It grew to the size of the school, and then so big I couldn't even feel its boundaries, but I knew I was still inside. I talked with the spirit for 2 days. It told me I would always be safe, and it was a messenger from God. I believe it was my guardian angel. Look, I know this story sounds crazy, and I've tried my best to believe I had an overactive imagination, but it was too real to not be true. The voices, the things happening around my classroom, things that are happening in general. I just couldn't fathom what was going on, and I know it's disbelievable, like I said, but still, in my head, I know it was real. I took down my memories from an incident about 8 years ago. Definitely a true story. The other girls that I was with at the time may have not put as much stake in the paranormal, but parts of this experience were too odd to be all coincidental. I hope you enjoy. While this experience happened a number of years ago, and has not had any direct bearing on my life, I find it interesting nevertheless. I grew up mostly in Western Connecticut, and though my family moved around a lot in my teens, I attended summer camp every year in Cornwall, Connecticut. In total, I attended or worked at the camp for 8 summers, and in the last 3 years I worked there. During the 6th summer, I was 15 or 16 at the time. I had a strange experience with the other girls I was a CIT with. By the way, it means counselor in training. And while we were hiking outside at night, what made you think that was a good idea, you might ask? But rest assured, there was a good reason. One class held every week culminated in an overnight camping trip, and one of our friends was supervising the overnight. We decided that since she was going to be sitting out alone in the middle of the woods, making sure all the girls actually went to bed, she might benefit from some company, and about 5 or 6 of us headed out with flashlights to find the campsite. Just to clarify, this camp is by no means large. It sits on one side of a commercial ski mountain on a large lake. The campsite our friend was at was alongside a wooded path at the far side of the camp's boundaries, a lovely walk during the day. But a couple of my friends were really timid and nervous about walking around at night, even though we all had attended the camp for years, and years obviously grown used to being in the dark alone. It wasn't a frightening place, other than the darkness and raccoons. We started out on our walk between 9:30 and 10 p.m., followed the wooded path out to a wide gravel road that led to another boat launch site, and remembered that our friend had told us not to go towards the lake, off to the right. The site wasn't far off from that turnoff. None of us had actually ever been to the site itself, and were a little on edge as we started walking away from the water, up the wide, gravel-covered road, because there were lots of animal noises around us, and it was dark, like the deep woods gets at night in summertime. There really was no reason for any of us to actually feel afraid, because the wildlife was more or less accustomed to people and stayed scarce when people were around. Also, we were on a road, not lost in the middle of the woods. We kept walking for what seemed like a relatively short time, but didn't see any sign of a campsite. When someone would suggest we turn back, another person would suggest that we walk just a little further, and I remember feeling inclined to keep walking, because the campsite might just be a little further up the road. We had started walking uphill significantly, and eventually, someone gave an ultimatum, saying we'd be out for more than an hour, walking, and she was scared to walk any further. I was skeptical, even though I too had begun to feel somewhat uneasy. We turned around. I had an odd feeling though the whole walk back that I shouldn't turn around, which probably spooked me more than anything else. We nearly missed our turn back to camp, and when we made it back to the camp center, we found the camp director and several maintenance workers looking panic-stricken. They told us it was past midnight, and our friend, who had been out on the overnight, had brought her campers back less than an hour earlier when she found out there was going to be a powerful thunderstorm hitting. She hadn't known where we were, knew we had planned to come visit her, and went straight to the director so we could be found. We explained what happened, how we couldn't find the campsite, how we kept walking, hadn't any inclination that we'd been out for as long as we had, and our friend looked confused. It wasn't possible, she explained, that we couldn't have seen her campsite. They had camped at a small site, right off of the little wooded path we'd first walked down, and had built up a large fire that was easily visible from the path for some ways in either direction. We shrugged it off as just a strange experience, but when you add everything up, the explanation that we just missed seeing you, kept going, turned off, and walked up a gravel road for a couple miles never sit quite right with me. I didn't learn the strangest part of the story until a couple of years ago. There's a small town located within an uninhabited portion of Cornwall in Cornwall Bridge, Connecticut, called either Dudleytown or Dudleyville, depending on the account. The ghost town, so to speak, is called one of the most haunted places in the country, with a long history of inhabitant mental illness, disappearances, murder, ghost sightings, etc. Some of the most poignant stories of the strange goings-ons of Dudleytown have been recently documented spirit sightings, orbs, mechanical failure, cold spots, and the most startling discovery for me was the knowledge that Dudleytown was just located a few miles away from my camp, and, according to my map's readings, further along up the road we had walked on that night and down another turnoff. I've wondered why was it that we kept on walking that night, even though a couple of people were very scared, why I felt like we should just keep walking, why we missed seeing that plainly visible fire, why I felt I couldn't turn back and look behind me, and if we just continued walking along that road, what would have happened if the storm had hit while we were out? Thanks for reading. This happened 2 years ago in Hilton Head, South Carolina. My cousins and myself go on vacation every year. My cousin Daniel and I are best friends and usually stay together all the time. We got to share a room that year. My parents and my aunt and uncle had rented a house on Hilton Head Island, South Carolina that summer for a 2-week vacation. The house was huge, with more rooms in the main floor than my house has on all of the floors. My cousin Daniel and I ran through the house and picked out the coolest room in the house. The room was strange, I must admit. The far corners were made of glass, so you could see into the woods out back. I settled into my room immediately, so my other cousins couldn't take the room. My cousin Daniel left the room to get his bags, just as I finished. It had been a long day, and it was getting dark. I laid down on the bed I chose, and before I knew what happened, I fell asleep. I awoke from my sleep at exactly 3:20 in the morning because my cousin, being a chunky person, turned up the air conditioning in the room. So, instead of waking him up by turning down the air and hearing him complain all night, I decided to find somewhere else to sleep only for the night. I wandered the house until I made my way outside in the back of the house. The back of the house had a deck that was in disrepair. I got many splinters in my feet from shuffling outside. The back of the house, after the deck, makes its way into deep woods. However, there was a hammock on the deck that I found comfortable enough to sleep in. I was soon torn from my sleep by a bright light in the woods. I was shocked at first, but when my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw a bright boy emerging from the woods. The boy was 20 feet away at first, but I blinked, and he was less than 5 feet away. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a huge scar running from his right ear to his lips. I was so scared that I tried to jump from my hammock, but fell out instead, scraping my face on the deck. I woke up the next morning in my bed. I thought it was all a dream, but when I looked in the mirror and saw the scratches from the deck on my face, I never went in the back of the house again. Thanks for reading. There have been some stories here recently about roads that appeared or disappeared or led to strange places or turned into something that was unexpected. This story is about how we almost lost some people on a trail that ended in a meadow that could not possibly have been there. I was not there when this supposedly happened, so I cannot guarantee its truth. Later investigation showed absolutely nothing. That happened long ago, and I do not necessarily remember all of the details now, but at least I think that I have the story pretty much right. In a remote mountain camp that I used to frequent, a trail led down the river a short distance, I think about a mile or so, to Rotary Gospel Camp. Both our camp and the Rotary Gospel Camp, and the river between them, were in a narrow canyon with high ridges on both sides and no side canyons. Several of us had been down that canyon, also up and over the ridges on both sides, and we knew that there was no way to leave that canyon without knowing it. Although the terrain was steep, hiking was easy along the trail, and that route was considered quite safe for youth day hikes. Generally, it is hard to become lost when following a river downstream, but when following a river upstream, in some cases, there is a possibility of becoming lost by accidentally following a tributary rather than the main stream. In this case though, in that deep narrow canyon, all that they had to do was hike back up the canyon to our camp, and in an emergency, they could have gone into the Rotary Gospel Camp and used their telephone, so we considered it a safe hike. One afternoon, 2 adults from our camp, with several youth members ranging in age from maybe 11 years to about 15 years, hiked down the trail towards the Rotary Gospel Camp, intending to turn back at the edge of that camp and return to our camp well before dinner. The adults and some of the youth members knew the trail well. In that narrow canyon, over the short distance to the Rotary Gospel Camp, and with several people who knew the trail, a map and compass seemed unnecessary. Several people had wristwatches, the mechanical, wind-up kind. Modern quartz crystal watches were non-existent in those days. One person had a pen light, and one youth member had a camera. This is their story as I remember it. Some distance down the trail, when they expected soon to reach the Rotary Gospel Camp, the canyon widened into a huge meadow that nobody recognized. Nearby, at one edge of the meadow, beside the trees, there was a log cabin, but no people were visible. The meadow seemed much too wide to fit in that narrow canyon. There was no possibility that the group had passed the Rotary Gospel Camp, as it was in the bottom of the canyon, just like our own camp. Although they knew that something was wrong, They followed the river into the meadow, alert for any tributary streams that might confuse them when they retracted their route. After a while, they noticed that the river had decreased greatly in size and flow. That alarmed them, and they turned around and headed back up the river. Even as they followed the river upstream in the meadow, the river rapidly disappeared. There were no dams on that river, and no recent weather patterns to account for such a sudden decrease in the flow. They followed the sandy river channel back upstream through the meadow, but soon, even the channel disappeared, leaving the group in that big flat meadow with only the mountain ridges for landmarks, and even those ridges seemed to be too much far apart. From the group's position within the meadow, they could not even see the canyon where the river had entered the meadow. Since they did not have a compass, one of the adults used the sun as an indicator of azimuth to keep them headed back towards our camp. But as they took frequent note of the sun's position, they noticed that it was setting much too fast, even though their watches indicated that the time still was early afternoon. At that time of the year, the middle of June, at that location, the sun sets very late. Fortunately, they had not gone far too into the meadow before they turned back. They reached the edge of the meadow just about when the sun set, and there, they suddenly came upon the canyon that they had hiked down. It had been hidden from their view, or maybe it was not even there, while they were in the meadow. The river was flowing normally in the canyon, and it sank into the ground where it entered the meadow. When the group started up the river, they immediately recognized familiar landmarks, to their enormous relief. In that deep and heavily forested canyon, soon it was so dark that they could barely even see where they were going, even though it was still early afternoon according to their watches. With their one little pen light, they stumbled over the rocks, expecting to find the smooth trail that ran beside the river, but apparently they missed a trail in the darkness. Rather than spend the night there, they decided to continue the short distance up the river to our camp. As they explained later, after having the canyon and the river disappear right out from under them, and becoming lost in the meadow, and having night come in the early afternoon, they were so shaken that they wanted to return to civilization right then. They no longer even were sure that our camp was still there, or even that morning would come, and they did not want to spend an eternity in a canyon that maybe went from one non-existent meadow to nowhere. So, they continued stumbling over the rocks, even after the little pen light's batteries were exhausted. Hiking on a smooth trail is easy in the daytime. Even hiking over rocks in the river is not too bad when you see where you are going. But it took them hours to go probably less than a mile up the river to our camp. Some of them were badly bruised from falling over the rocks, but fortunately, nobody was injured seriously. They were enormously relieved to reach our camp buildings and our camp's own little meadow. They headed straight for our group's campsite. I'd been out of the camp that afternoon. Otherwise, probably, I would have gone with them on that hike. When I returned to the camp that evening, the decision already had been made not to start searching for them until morning. The camp director already had telephoned to the Rotary Gospel Camp and had determined that our group had not been seen there. When they returned, I was almost as relieved as they were. We all stayed up late into the night with the camp director, going over their story. None of us found any significant discrepancies between their accounts. Their watches all indicated late afternoon. At first, they were not hungry. To them, it was not yet dinner time. Apparently, at least in that meadow, time had affected their environment at one rate and had affected both them and their watches much more slowly. Or maybe they still were too shaken to be hungry. Partway through the discussion, the camp director served them dinner, and we finished discussion as they ate. The next day, we had everybody who had been on the hike write their accounts on paper with no further prompting and with no discussion between them as they wrote. After they finished writing, we asked them to add their recollections of various details, again with no discussion as they wrote. I remember asking them to record details of the transition between the canyon and the meadow, and of the riverbed in the meadow, also about where the sun set over the ridges above the meadow. I do not remember now what details the other adults requested. That process went right through lunch, and they ate with one hand while writing with the other hand. No, we were not slave drivers. Those people seemed as anxious to record that incident as we were to have it recorded. Then, we turned the youth members loose, along with the 2 adults who had been on the hike, and the camp director and I stayed late into the evening comparing the written accounts. There too, we found no significant discrepancies. To the great regret of all of us, the people had been so shaken that the person with the camera had not thought to take the pictures of the meadow. Probably still is kicking himself for that. Or maybe it is just as well that he did not take pictures. Just possibly, recording that scene might somehow have trapped them there permanently. Of course, that is pure speculation. Wild speculation at that. The following morning, the camp director, the 2 adults who had been on the hike, and I started down the river for another look. This time, we took maps and compasses, watches, cameras, flashlights with spare batteries and bulbs, and notepaper. I took a roll of brightly colored plastic tape for temporarily marking our route, both so that we could find our way back in case of difficulty, and, to be truthful, that just in case we did not return, other people could follow our route. On general principles, we took lunches. Portable 2-way radios were not common in those days, otherwise, we would have wanted them. I took a small portable instrument for measuring the sun's elevation angle for any location and time of day. It is easier to compute the sun's azimuth and elevation angle. Also, if you measure the sun's elevation angle at 2 known and widely separated times during a day, then, in principle, you can compute your location, latitude and longitude. That is a standard procedure in celestial navigation. If we came to the meadow again, then I would compare the sun's azimuth with the magnetic compass and measure the sun's elevation angle at frequent intervals according to our watches. Then, back home, assuming that we survived the trip, I would try to make sense out of any strange behavior such as the group had observed 2 days previously. I also took a telephone in Linman's test set. That is a little self-contained telephone like you see on Lyman's tool belts, except that test set had miniature rotary dials in those days, rather than modern push buttons. Our camp's telephone line ran beside the river to the Rotary Gospel Camp, where the telephone cable ended. Along the river between the 2 camps, our telephone line was attached to trees at about head height, so we could be able to use it in case of emergency. I admit to some concern that if we did find the meadow, then the telephone line might neither cross the meadow nor go around it, and thus we might be isolated. In our camp, I'd asked the hikers whether they had noticed whether the telephone line crossed the meadow, but none of them had noticed the line even in the canyon. As I look back on it now, we were asking for trouble. Maybe we should have had more backup before we started investigating. Before we left our camp, I found an excuse to telephone one of my friends at the Rotary Gospel Camp, and I arranged to meet him there. From our camp director's call 2 days previously, my friend already knew that something was wrong. I begged off explaining until we met personally. Now, after all that buildup, here comes the most embarrassing part of my story. We walked down the trail to the Rotary Gospel Camp and saw absolutely nothing unusual. On the way, I tied strips of surveyor's flagging to 3 branches at frequent intervals. I also kept a close watch on our telephone line beside the river. It was there, right where it was supposed to be. There was no meadow. The river still was very much there, in the bottom of the narrow canyon. The sun was rising slowly in the sky, just like it should be doing at that time of day. We went into the Rotary Gospel Camp, and we met our friends there. As my excuse for being there, I looked at some equipment that I had helped them to build, but probably they still are wondering why we went there that day. Our camp director used their telephone to call back to our camp to let our people know that we had made it safely that far. Then we took our leave and walked back up the trail to our camp, removing the strips of surveyor's flagging as we went. We ate our lunches in the camp dining room with the rest of the camp members. We felt relieved and also a little bit foolish, but we would rather feel foolish than be lost. These mountains have changed drastically during geologic time. The river systems have reformed so extensively that it is hard to imagine how much different they used to be. But all of that happened long before there were people on Earth. Thus, even if our group somehow was transferred back in time to another geological area, which I still find impossible to believe, that does not explain the log cabin in the meadow. What was that meadow all about? and the disappearing river, and the rapidly setting sun. Darned if I know. If that group made up their story, then they did have a very good job of doing it, telling it, and writing it with no significant discrepancies. If they used a hike as an excuse for some mysterious detour, then they had one heck of a climb out of the canyon to get there. I think that all of us were basically honest, except of course, for the standard campers' practice of telling outrageous lies around campfires. My guess is that the hitchhikers were just as puzzled as I was, and also were thankful to be alive after it was all over. That was a long time ago, and I've lost contact with all these people now. In January 2000, we lost my dad because of a doctor's error during surgery. As we were all very close to him, this all hit us particularly hard. I decided to move back with my mom. I was 24 at the time, and I took care of her. I've been with her ever since. It has now been nearly 7 years since his death. Before my dad died, I didn't believe in anything paranormal. I believed in what I learned at church, but I did not believe in ghosts or hauntings, even though I had experienced a few inexplicable things myself. I brushed them all off as weird phenomena, but nothing to concern myself with, and certainly nothing to change my views about, until spring 2005. When my dad passed away, we began having trouble with people messing around the house. There were a few things stolen from my dad's work building, and there were 3 batteries stolen right from the vehicles while Mom and I watched out a window after placing a frantic phone call to the police. The police didn't show up until some time later, and by then, the burglars were gone. Occurrences of this nature would happen time and time again. Spring 2005, I was up late one night, 1 a.m. or later, studying for finals in my bedroom. Everything was quiet and dark. The only light on in my house was in my bedroom. We lived in a very rural area, so when it gets dark and quiet, it really gets dark and quiet. I was engrossed in my studying when my dogs began barking. I sighed, realizing that someone was probably out there, but there was really nothing I could actually do about it since we lived so far away from a police station. They had already stolen most of everything of any value, and they never had tried to get in the house before, so I went back to studying. I'd become engrossed in my studying to the point that I didn't even really notice the dogs barking anymore, when suddenly, my bedroom filled with the overwhelming scent of my dad's cologne. But it wasn't just the smell of the cologne. You know how different perfumes and colognes smell different on different people because of differentiating body chemistries? Well, this was my dad wearing the cologne. I looked up, fully expecting to see him, but nothing was there. The scent was getting stronger and stronger. It was then that I noticed the urgent pitch of the dogs barking and growling, and the rustling coming from outside underneath my bedroom window. There was someone out there. Suddenly, Daddy's scent centered at the window beside the bed where I was working, and seemed to become malevolent. Don't ask me how I know this, I just do. It's like the air seemed to crackle. It was then that I heard someone running away breakneck from the house, without even bothering to try to be quiet. The atmosphere in the room suddenly went from malevolent to peaceful, and Daddy's scent lingered for a moment and then was gone. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I can't deny it. I would like to think that he's still here, watching over those he loves. It made me feel very safe and taken care of. Not once did I feel one bit of fear over the scent in my room. Thanks for reading. I've yet another story to tell. I guess I am susceptible to spirits and apparitions, as I've had other encounters with loved ones who have passed. This one was my very first encounter. I was going through a very bitter divorce, being only 28 and afraid to be alone with 2 very little boys. I didn't know which end was up, so to speak. It was in the summer. I had my 2 babies bathed and in bed. I decided to lay on the sofa and watch some television. I fell asleep, a pretty deep sleep at that. I was awoken by the static of the television. The station had gone off the air for the night. My baby of 10 months old had the bedroom right off of the living room. The sofa was facing his room, and he was sleeping soundly. I had a habit of keeping all of the bedroom doors open at night so that if one of my sons cried, I would hear them. All of a sudden, the living room got so cold, like a very damp chill. A glowing light appeared at the doorway of my baby's room. Then a figure appeared, a woman, in a long white dress and dark hair. Her hair was up in an upsweep, but I couldn't make out her face. Her face was blurry, and I just couldn't see it at all. I was shocked, couldn't move, mind racing and heart pounding like crazy. I sat up on the sofa and just stared at this figure in the doorway of my baby's room. Then she spoke, only a few words, but she spoke. She said it will be all right. Then she vanished into thin air. That damp chill vanished along with the apparition. I was so shaken by this, not knowing who it was or what it was about. I eventually calmed down and put it out of my mind. A few days later, my mom and dad came up for a visit. They loved their grandbaby so much, they came to visit several times a week. We were sitting at the table in the kitchen, just chatting about anything and everything. That's when I thought of the strange happening I experienced a few nights before. I told my folks about what had happened and described the figure that I saw that night to my parents. I mentioned too how cold and damp it got in that room that night and how the chill went away when the figure went away. My dad sat there, looking at me with the eyes of dinner plates and had a stunned look on his face. I asked him if he was okay. He said that he was, but he knew who that figure was. I asked him who that could have been, and he said it was his mother. He was only 7 when his mother died. She was only 34 years old. She died a week after her 9th child was born. She had all of her children in the farmhouse where her and my grandfather lived. Dad used to sit at his desk in a one-room schoolhouse and look out at her grave. The cemetery was right next door to the schoolhouse. I asked him how he knew it was his mother. He said the way I described her, wearing a long white dress, and the color and style of her hair. Her hair was dark and always in an upsweep, but this part is what really convinced me that he was right. He told me that she would always use that expression, "It will be alright," to him and his brothers and sisters when things didn't go quite right. He said he just knew it was her. He said she was comforting me and telling me that everything would get better. I was quite amazed, not only by the fact that I never saw my grandmother, but how she came to visit me in my times of need. I never had any other encounters with her after that visit, though I felt a calmness inside of me and felt somehow closer to her after that hot summer night. Thank you for reading my story. I hope you enjoyed reading it. I had visited my mother on Monday afternoon, after she and I had a disagreement on the Saturday before. She had called me on a Saturday afternoon and told me she needed to come to her house. I lived in the country at the time, and she lived about 10 miles from me. I'd just been in town with my youngest 2 sons for baseball practice. I also had just taken my only transportation to the shop to have new tires put on, so I had no vehicle to take me anywhere for the day. Our conversation escalated into an argument quickly, and I ended up hanging up the phone after she had not stopped her insistence that I come to her house immediately. She was never this insistent over me coming to pick up some fresh veggies she had gotten from her early garden. On Sunday, I was stubborn, and though I could have gone in to visit all day, I stayed at home. On Monday, I'd taken off work a little early to go to school to watch my sons in a spring sports day. I had about 45 minutes after the sports events before they would be out of school, and I went to see my mother. We talked, and our argument from Saturday was completely forgotten. She and I talked about all 3 of my sons. My oldest is 8 years older than my younger and 10 years older than my youngest, so he was in college and doing well. She told me that she had some problems with asthma lately, but she wasn't going to let it get the best of her. I told her she should really go to the doctor because asthma might not be something to ignore. She said she would be fine. On Tuesday morning, around 2 o'clock, I got a phone call that they were on their way to the hospital with her. I got up, dressed quickly, and drove into the hospital. About 20 blocks from the hospital, I was at a spotlight and thinking that I could run the light because I was the only car around, when I had a warm and comforting feeling fill me. Something told me to take it easy. She was okay and in heaven. Really, it was such a grateful feeling of peace. I got to the hospital, and I knew for sure the way the receptionist at the ER desk met me that she was gone. In the next week after the adjustments, I'd driven my sons to school and was on my way to work. There are some industrial sites at a cross street right before a spotlight, and it can get busy and bottled up. Also, there's a hill going down in the direction of where I was headed. I again felt a warm presence and felt her hand on my arm. Her voice said, "Vicky, look up." Far enough ahead of me was a tractor-trailer truck crossing over my lane into the side street. I'd been in deep thought about so much, but had plenty of time to slow down very preventively, not to have any problems with the truck. She has been with me many times since then, and it is always such a warm, loving feeling. In her life, she dismissed ghosts and paranormal things as if she didn't think it was real. I have no idea if she has ever been with any of my 4 sisters or my brother, but she has definitely been with me. Thanks for reading. When I was about 4 years old, I answered the front door. We had one of those bells that was a knob you would turn on the outside. There, in bright daylight, stood a woman dressed in all pale yellow, in a long dress and matching, colored big brimmed hat. This occurred in the 1950s, around 1959. I let her in. She asked for my mother. I told her I didn't know where she was. She was illuminated. I thought by the sunlight coming through the glass of the front windows and doorway. I was only about 4 years old. Not frightened by her, but rather I was fascinated and mesmerized. I followed her into our living room. She proceeded to sit on the antique Empire couch and kept asking where my mother was, and she seemed very concerned that I was left all by myself at a very young age. After what may have been an hour or so, she got up from the couch and said to me, "Tell your mother that Ada said it was very beautiful and don't be afraid." She then got up, walked to the front door with me following her, and left. When my mother came home, I told her about the lady in yellow named Ada and related her message. My mom almost fainted and fell down on the same spot where Ada sat. She asked me in a very unnerving voice, "Are you sure she said she was Ada?" To which I said yes. Then she said, "My cousin Ada just died a few days ago." At my age then, thankfully, I feared nothing. Ghosts were not in my brain tank, so to speak. Until about 7 years later, I was up in our attic. It was a very old house, looking for stuff to wear for Halloween, and came across the same dress Ada had worn when she showed up as a ghost many years before. It was a dress that had actually belonged to her from when she was young in the early 1900s. Also had a run-in when I was 19 years old. Old same house, with a sea captain. I was lying in my bed, daylight, and I was not asleep, just relaxing. Suddenly, I felt someone was there, next to me, and no one but me and my mom were home. My mom was downstairs watching TV. So, very reluctantly, I slowly looked to my left, and there, standing, was a tall man dressed in a blue uniform with brass buttons with anchors on them. He had no face, just like TV static for a face, but the rest of him was visible. He reached out a huge hand to me and said, "Don't be afraid. I only want to touch your blonde hair." It took me a while to not have a heart attack, until I found my voice. I screamed to my mom. She came running upstairs. I told her what happened, and she said, "You just had a bad dream." I explained to her I wasn't asleep. I knew what I saw, and I was very frightened. She then told me that my most male ancestors on her side of the family were sea captains, and some were lost at sea. She assured me that he didn't want to hurt me, but he almost killed me from fright. I've also had animal ghost visits, and those were of course sad, but that's a whole nother story. Didn't want to bore you. You may now go to sleep. Thanks for reading. I've decided after about a month or two of wandering around your site that I'll add my own story. I noticed your last update was in 2003 or so, therefore, I'm not expecting immediate posting of my tale. Keep in mind, this is the first time I've ever written the story out, so excuse me if I digress or repeat myself. In other stories that I've read, I've noticed people apologizing for extensive background information, so here's my apology/disclaimer. There's a serious pity me, I've had a hard life story involved that needs to be told before the actual ghost story can be understood. Feel free to skip over it, but don't expect to get the whole situation if you do. Oh, and may I add that I'm not completely looking for sympathy or anything. So that being said, here goes. When I was 14, I was living in a predominantly African American suburb in Illinois. My best friend and I seemed to be the only white teenagers around. Something started one night when someone called my friend's, let's call her Jen's, cell phone. The number showed up on Jen's caller ID as private number, and Jen answered, thinking it might be her parents calling from the restaurant they had gone to. But the other person on the other end started ranting about how Jen was a slutty person and a nasty whore. The caller proceeded to tell Jen that she should just kill herself and get it over with, adding that if Jen didn't commit suicide, the caller and her friends would hunt her down and slaughter her. Jen told the girl to grow up and hung up the phone. She was obviously and understandably shaken up, but she had the sense to star 69 to call. She wrote down the number and informed her parents of the incident when they returned. The next day, Jen's father, being the military man he is, called the number. No one picked up, so he and Jen headed to the police station. The police force in that town was also predominantly black, and when Jen stated that she thought the caller was black because of the way she spoke, the officer behind the desk gave her a dirty look and said he'd look into it and call her in the morning. She never heard from him. Then again, she never got another threatening phone call either. About a month later, Jen and I were walking back to our place from a convenience store about 9 o'clock at night when we heard something walking behind us. We turned around and there was this black girl following us. We didn't recognize her from anywhere, and yet she started screaming the most obscene things I've ever heard, directed at Jen. To this day, and I'm 20 now, I've never heard such awful things come out of a human being's mouth before. This girl, who looked to be about our age, told Jen, "I told you to just kill yourself. I warned you that I'd get you if you didn't." She then stabbed my best friend in the stomach and chest. I was frozen with fear and shock, but I finally jumped on the girl and started punching her with such fury and animal rage that she backed off and ran, but in the scuffle, she slit my arm pretty badly and took off. I started to chase her, intending to tackle her to the ground, not knowing if I wanted to hold her down until someone came to help or if I wanted to just kill her for hurting my best friend. But I quickly decided that Jen needed me. So I went to Jen, ripped my t-shirt off, wrapped it tightly over her wounds, and told her to hang on. I ran back to the store we had just left, in my bra, which made the most horrifying moment of my life also the most embarrassing, and begged to use the phone. I called the police and explained what had happened and where we were. Then I darted back to Jen, ignoring the blood dripping onto my jeans and the pain in my forearm. I sat there, with Jen's head in my lap, pressing the shirt against her injuries, telling her I loved her and everything would be okay, and that the police said they'd be there with the ambulance as soon as possible. It wasn't soon enough. Jen died in the ambulance. The stab wound to her chest punctured her left lung. She suffocated before even reaching the hospital. I didn't find out until the next morning. It was 2 summers later that I saw her. My family moved to New Jersey soon after the incident, thinking a change of scenery would help me forget. Wrong. Our new home was down the street from a conservation area, where I liked to go and relax on nice days. There was one specific spot that I liked. There was a neat little clearing where just enough sunlight came through the thick trees, and there was a fallen tree that I'd sit on to read or write or whatever. On the other side of the clearing, though, there was a spot I wasn't too fond of. There were 6 saplings, taller than I, forming a triangle. I never had a positive vibe from that area. It just felt wrong, not like the rest of the clearing, where I felt peaceful and relaxed. if I walked through those trees, I'd have this overwhelming urge to burst out in tears and hurt something. I never knew why until one day. I was sitting on my tree, smoking a cigarette, and reading Shakespeare when that angry, depressing feeling came over me. The feeling I only got from that triangle of young trees. I ignored it and kept reading, but it grew and grew until I felt like I'd choke on it. So I looked up at the triangle and waited. For what? I had no idea. There was a little smoke coming up from the leaves on the ground, but I wrote that off as lit cigarettes someone had thrown. Then again, since I'd been there for quite a while and hadn't seen anyone around, how could someone have thrown a cigarette in there? So I shrugged it off and kept reading. Then I heard leaves rustling, and the feeling of deep depression intensified. There was no wind, the trees were not swaying, my hair wasn't blowing, the leaves were moving. I raised my head and saw only leaves being pressed into the ground, as if an invisible person were walking across them, and they were coming towards me. Needless to say, I booked it out of there and sprinted home. That night, I woke up unable to breathe, with a searing pain in my stomach. I turned the light on, and just as I did, I caught a glimpse of those familiar blue icy eyes I knew and loved. My best friend. After a few minutes, the stomach pain went away, and I caught my breath and turned the light only to see those eyes again and feel presence on my bed like someone sitting down. I felt like she was sitting there watching me, the corners turned up a little, and something cold touched my cheek. I realized then that the angry/depressed feeling I often got was flashing back to the emotions I had the night she was killed. Angry at the killer and myself, and so very depressed that the best friend I'd ever had was taken away from me. And the pains I had moments before were the same feeling she had when she was taking her last gasp of air. I suddenly felt overpoweringly tranquil. She was here, and she was not angry with me. "I miss you," I said, and went back to sleep. Nothing has happened since, and it's been 3 years. I think she's watching over me every day now, except I know it's her, not by a feeling of extreme sadness, but by the overwhelming urge to smile and make the most of my day. Thank you for reading. I know this was heavy-hearted, but I appreciate you sticking through to the end. Thank you so much. This happened to a friend of mine. She went to visit her mother's grave at the cemetery, and as she was leaving, she noticed the burial service was in progress. She saw a little boy of about 12 sitting by himself on a stone bench a small distance away watching the service, and she decided to join him. She described him as a very normal, happy young boy, dressed in a navy blue suit. The boy then started pointing out the people at the service, saying things like, "That's my mom, and there's my Uncle Ned." My friend assumed he was just at a family member's funeral and was told to sit on the bench, as it might be too much for young children and nothing more. Then, the young boy stood up and said, "I have to go now. My mom needs me. Bye," and proceeded to the burial service. A little teary-eyed, she watched him walk down the small grassy hill when she lost sight of him. As she was leaving, she bumped into the funeral director who took care of her own mother's service. After chatting a while, the family that she had just seen were walking from the service. "How sad," she commented to him. "Very sad," he replied. "They lost a child to cancer." It was then my friend noticed that there were no children in the group, just adults. "Was he a little boy?" my friend asked. "Yes," said the funeral director. "He was only 12. She continued to watch as the members of the service walked by to see if she could find the boy she had just talked with, but again, saw no children. She is convinced the polite young happy man she spoke with was the ghost of the 12-year-old boy who was being laid to rest. But what stayed with her the most was the concerned look on his young face when he said, "I have to go now. My mom needs me." Thanks for reading. I know this is a creepy one, but I know you'd appreciate reading this. I recently attended the funeral interment of my uncle, but first, I need to tell you about his father, my grandfather. Granddad was known as Mr. Beast around the city of San Francisco from the 1940s on. Dozens of people not known to the family came to his funeral because he had rescued them from a swarm trying to move into their house or in their house. Granddad died driving his pickup with a load of beehives on board, and the responders had to call in another beekeeper before they could get his body out of the crashed truck. Fast forward to July of 2009. Mr. B's son's casket is being lowered into the ground. 15 feet away, the white-gloved pallbearers have lined up in front of a large cypress tree. 30 feet across the lawn is the headstone of my grandparents. As taps is being played, I look over, and there's a mini swarm of bees harassing the pallbearers. Afterwards, the tree is checked for a hive, but the gathering of bees is over. That's all. Thanks. P.S. On July 27, 2009, I sent you an account of how a swarm of bees attended the funeral of my uncle, son of a famous bee man. On April 7, 2010, my mother, the bees man's daughter, died. The next afternoon, when I got out of my car at her house for the first time since her death, I heard that big buzz. Looking around, I saw the swarm just passing over the house. They didn't stay. The swarm at my uncle's funeral also moved on, but those are the only two swarms I've seen in my life. Go figure. Hi there. I'm a regular to this site. I love the stories. I heard the story from my grandmother before she died. It is true, I tell you, and I will tell you the way I heard it. Here it is. My grandmother and grandfather bought a house in 1942. It was a beautiful two-story home and was about 60 years old at the time they purchased it. They have been only married 4 months and were very happy to finally have a house of their own. Before they lived with my grandfather's parents. When you walked in the front door, you have 2 big parlor rooms on your right and left and a nice-sized basement. My grandfather absolutely loved her new home and nothing could ever make her leave it. After they moved all of their furniture into it and got everything situated, they went to bed. About 3 a.m. in the morning, she was awoken by the sound of children running around in one of the parlors. She got up to see what was going on, and she did not see a thing, so she shrugged it off and went back to bed. The next morning, she was outside planting flowers, so was my grandfather, when a woman from down the street approached my grandmother and introduced herself. They talked for about an hour or so about the neighborhood and the town. The neighbor woman was about to excuse herself when she said quietly, "Do you know the history of your home?" My grandmother said no and was interested in finding out. The neighbor started telling her about the old funeral home that used to be ran here. My grandmother was startled to hear of this. Nevertheless, after the neighbor left, she went inside and looked around. She finally realized why the 2 parlors were so big. They were showing rooms for the deceased. This frightened her. My grandfather came in from the yard and sat down in the kitchen to have a nice cold cup of lemonade. As he sat and drank, he felt 2 small hands on his lower back. He turned around and no one was there. He immediately got up from his chair and ran to my grandmother. She was still in the parlor walking around and thinking. He said, "June, I felt 2 small hands on my lower back." She told him that the night before she heard the sound of children playing. Then she began to tell him about what the neighbor woman said about their home. He said, "Oh, Jane, I do not believe that. That is silly talk." Later that night after dinner, they were sitting in one of the parlors listening to the radio, when out of the corner of my grandmother's eyes, she saw a woman kneeling at the wall. My grandmother was speechless and very frightened about what she saw. So frightened it was like she was frozen. My grandfather looked over at her and said, "Honey, are you okay? What's wrong?" She mumbled, "Do you see the woman kneeling? Do you see her?" He said, "No, hon, I do not even see her." He started to get a little uneasy about his wife saying this. He said, "Jane, I think you need to lie down." So he took a hold of her hand and walked her upstairs to their room. She laid down and fell asleep almost instantly. My grandfather watched over her until he knew she was asleep. He walked down the stairs and into the parlor where the radio was on. He sat down and listened to the news broadcast. After about an hour, he became tired, so he thought he would go on to bed. He got up and turned off the radio and walked to the stairs. As he came out of the parlor, he was stopped by what he thought was the sound of a strong howling wind coming from out of the kitchen. The next thing he saw frightened him beyond belief. A pine ghostly casket with a woman inside rolled through the hallway and stopped in front of him. He let out a scream of terror that awoke my grandmother, which went to go see him. She saw him standing there in absolute shock. She called out to him in a panic, "George, what is wrong?" All he could say was, "I want out of this house. I want out." So they packed their things and went to stay with family about 10 miles away in the next town. They arrived at the family's house and told them about what had occurred. They looked puzzled and agreed to let them stay the night. The next day, my grandmother and grandfather and their family went back to their ghostly home. They picked up their things and moved out that very day. Sorry about the length, and sorry about the layout of the story. I bid you this the way I heard it. Hello, my name is Tana. I have a story that may or may not be ghost related, but it's strange, and to me and my family, it's something we will always laugh about. In October of 2001, my great-grandma died at the age of 94, peacefully, of natural causes. We all miss her greatly. At the funeral, I was in the separate section for all of us who were descended directly from her. There were a lot of us. Anyhow, this section had its own private bathroom, which had paper-thin walls and was the size of a coat closet. The service was rather boring and strange to me because of all the weird little Catholic chanting and such. The man conducting the funeral also had a very strange accent and kept making gross throat-clearing noises. Then the guy announced that my great-grandma loved to sing and dance, and that they would play her favorite song. The song started and it was opera style and in Italian. My great-grandma was born in Italy and moved to the US with her family at the age of 4. I guess I thought the music was a bit silly, and so did my cousins, because they all turned to look at me and my sister with smirks on their faces. This I did not think was really that funny, but just then, a balled up tissue that was on my lap rolled off of me and down to the floor where it rolled to a stop. This was so out of place that I instantly burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter in the middle of the funeral. I couldn't stop laughing, so with my hand over my mouth, I ran to the bathroom, a mere 5 feet away. I had to stay in the bathroom for the duration of my great-grandma's favorite song, which lasted about 5 to 7 minutes. The whole time I couldn't stop laughing, no matter how hard I tried. The only 2 seconds in place was my muffled laughter and a woman singing Italian opera. After the song ended, I was able to compose myself and leave the bathroom. I couldn't look at anyone because I was so embarrassed, and I was afraid that I would start laughing again if I looked into their questioning eyes. I just kept my head down and my eyes closed for the duration of the service. Now you probably think that I am the kind of person who just laughs like an idiot all the time. I assure you I am not. That was the first time I've ever laughed out of nowhere, or especially at a funeral. I haven't done it since. It could have just been that I was stressed out and upset about her death, or maybe that is how I cope with death. I really don't know for sure. I've come to believe that my great-grandma wanted to lighten the funeral up a bit by causing me to laugh, or that hearing her favorite song made her want to laugh with happiness, which I picked up on. There's no proof of this, but it made me feel so good to believe it. The whole situation was very strange and left me feeling funny but overall happy. This is long, so please bear with me. My grandfather passed away on Mother's Day of this year. He was 89. He had lived with my folks for the last year of his life and was a very stubborn man. One way of his to show control or whatever was to go to the bathroom in inappropriate places. Anyway, after his funeral, my family was sitting around the table talking. My 7-year-old daughter wanted to hear a scary story, so my dad came up with one about something scratching at a window, a cat. I leaned over to my mom and said that if he really wanted to scare her, he would have said it was great-grandpa at the window instead of a cat. Bad taste. Very bad taste. So everyone goes to sleep, and I'm the first to wake up in the morning. My 5-year-old son is sleeping out in the living room on a sleeping bag. There's a huge wet spot on it, and I thought he did it, but his jammies weren't wet. Odd, I thought. So all day I air dried the sleeping bag, and that night it was dry with a stain. I folded it, with the intention of taking it to a laundromat, and put it on the floor of my grandfather's bedroom, and went into the living room to tell my husband goodnight. I went back to the bedroom, and there was another big wet spot on the sleeping bag. I made myself take a deep breath. I looked up on the ceiling to make sure there wasn't a leak. None. I fairly calmly called for my husband to come down to the bedroom. He was rattled also, and then my folks came in to see what we were up to. We all sniffed it. What a funny picture that is. And it smelled like urine. They have no pets. My mom thought it was strange, But my dad had a lot of encounters of this sort of thing. He thought it was funny and said I should have made fun of Grandpa the night before. My lesson? Don't speak ill of the dead. Now I'm eternally scared because I keep thinking about the scene in Salem's Lot when the boy is floating outside the window and I picture my grandfather instead. Oh, about a month before he died, both my parents said they saw him walking down the hall with another man. They both sat there for a moment, then went in to check in on him. He was taking a nap. I'll post some of the things about my dad's experiences if anyone is interested, though I posted a few of those a few years back. Take care. Thanks for reading. I have another weird story about my experiences that I'd like to share. I was going to add it last time, but there wasn't enough room. It also happened to my mom. Maybe she is some kind of ghost magnet? It's the sort of thing you might need to read in a book, and it's not exactly paranormal. It's still pretty strange though. Once again, I cannot think that my mom would make up a story like this. It's so unusual to be made up. Okay, I'll get on with the story. One day, when I was small, in primary 1, first grade, kindergarten, I don't know what you Americans would call it, my mom was alone in the house, during the day, doing the dishes in the kitchen. We have no front garden, and our kitchen window looks directly onto the street. She suddenly saw coming down the street the most bizarre sight she had ever seen. A funeral procession marching down our street, a funeral car driving slowly, and a man dressed in black, wearing a top hat, walking in front of the car. When he got level with the kitchen window, he turned and smiled to her, tipping his hat slightly as if to say good morning. The procession continued down the street until it was out of sight. My mom's first thought was of panic. I'm going to die, she thought. This is a premonition. By the time I'd got home from school, she had stopped worrying and tried to forget about it. It doesn't seem very strange to see what my mom saw. Funerals happen every day. This one was weird for 3 reasons. Our street is in a maze of other streets. It is far from the main road, and driving down it is not a good shortcut, so why on earth would a funeral procession go down it? Why on earth would anyone, even someone who lived in our neighborhood, choose to take their last journey down my road? It's not old or very pretty. Nothing important has ever happened here. Even in broad daylight, it really is hard to see into our kitchen. It really is dark, which is why my mom was surprised that the man could see her. She couldn't understand why she was the only one he smiled at. There must have been other people in their houses. So there you go. Was it a ghostly possession from the past, a premonition from the future, or a real one of someone who really likes our neighborhood? Beats me. Well, this story actually happened to my younger brother a few years ago. I'm from New Zealand, from a town or suburb called Torbay, which is on the North Shore, which is basically North Auckland. This story I'm including is true, as it wasn't just him witnessing it, but a few of his friends as well, and they all claim they saw the same thing. I can't remember the exact date it happened, but it was during summer. It was a hot, humid day, and my brother and friend were so bored they went outside to play hacky sack. One of my brother's friends lives on a dead-end street, so they decided to play in the middle of the dead end, as it was just past midnight, and there were no cars around. Anyway, they were having a great game, when suddenly, they heard a roar of a motorcycle and felt a cold chill. They all stopped playing and looked to the top of the street. The sound of the motorcycle became louder, and suddenly, coming down the street at a fairly low speed, came a huge-ass black Harley. The biker was wearing full black leathers and a black helmet, and they couldn't make out his face. As the bike slowly came down the hill, going about 5 to 10k an hour, each streetlight he passed fluttered, then died out completely. My brother and friends were scared stiff and couldn't move. Each streetlight blinked out as the biker came down the street towards them, then circled around them in complete darkness, and slowly went back up the street. As he passed each streetlight, it would suddenly sputter back into life, each light blinking on again as the biker passed it. Then as he disappeared, my brother and his friends were left there freaking out at what they had just seen. Naturally, they all made a beeline for my brother's friend's house, and I don't think any of them got much sleep that night. So as far as I know, it is a true story told to me by my brother and backed up by his friends, who I've known for ages, and it's not something they will lie about. Pretty spooky, hey? Maybe Death has decided to keep up with the times and has himself a Harley now. Thank you for reading. Hey, I'm sending a few stories hoping one will make it. Let's put it this way. My house, the property around it, and my family's houses are haunted. When my sister was in the 6th grade, she had a huge sleepover. 5 of her friends came. They stayed up all night and ended up somehow on the roof of her playhouse. Well, her birthday is on the doorstep of fall, so scarecrows were up in the fields near our house. I never understood why. No one ever grew crops around us. They looked at one scarecrow, could have cared less, and turned around. 5 minutes later, they look, and it's closer. Now they don't know what to think, but they figure it's just their imaginations. But it keeps getting closer and closer and closer. They finally lose it and run back into the house. When I was 9, 1 year later, me and my friend were walking around on Halloween night. We see someone standing on the road. No big deal. We were the kind of kids who sword fought with sticks, so we wanted to see who it was. Big mistake. We get there, and it's a scarecrow, so I ran my sword through it. Well, I run off because my mom called me. When my friend ran to follow me, he started screaming Bloody Mary, which is weird because I'm the Catholic one. He runs ahead of me and beats me home. When I found out what happened, he swore, and still does, that the scarecrow spoke to him. I can remember a time when I came over for the night. We were having a great time until everyone but me went back to the house. I was just watching TV, minding my own business, when I took a glance outside and saw the scarecrow mysteriously close to the fence. The scarecrow was mostly up in the center of a field from the house. A few minutes later, I took another look, and it was back up about a mile away from the fence. Later, when my cousin came into the room, we both looked out, and the scarecrow was roughly 20 yards to the left than earlier. Thanks for reading. I know this might not be the most practical story, considering that scarecrows as spirits don't even make sense, but believe me, this was a true, authentic experience, and I'll never forget the way I felt when I saw this thing. I know paranormal stories are easy to debunk, but hear me out, because these experiences were authentic. I'm thinking that this could be a shape-shifting ghost of some sort. Has anyone ever heard of a demon transforming into a scarecrow apparition? As a kid, I always had great fears of scarecrows. If so, I'm sure this demon was playing games with us to frighten us. Thank you for reading once again, and I appreciate your readership. My parents and partner were taking a vacation in Tasmania, which I later found out is renowned for its ghost stories, and decided to stay in a little old cottage that had been converted into a B&B, bed and breakfast. At first glance, the cottage looked perfect. 2 bedrooms, kitchen, living area, lounge, and bathroom with jacuzzi. A home away from home. We settled in, and I took a tour of the cottage. It all seemed okay, until I walked into the children's bedroom, which had 2 single beds and a walkthrough to an extension. I felt uncomfortable walking into the room, but dismissed my feelings as being silly. When I walked into the extension, what would have been a perfect little play area for children, I remember thinking what a good idea, but what I felt was overwhelmingly creepy. My hair stood on end, and I had to get out of there. I wanted to have a jacuzzi and relax before dinner. However, the most uninviting brown muddy water came out of the taps. I thought, it appears this jacuzzi doesn't get much use. I'll let it run for a while till the pipes clear. The pipes didn't clear. In fact, they got worse. By that stage, there were leaves and dead insects coming out. It was disgusting. I got the clear sense that I was not welcome there, so I turned the taps off and decided not to have a jacuzzi. That night, we all went out for dinner before returning to our cold stone cottage. We decided to go straight to bed and warm ourselves under the covers. My partner and I stayed in the children's bedroom. I took the single bed furthest away from the eerie extension. I remember climbing into the crisp, cool sheets and curling into a ball before falling asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up feeling hot. Boiling hot. I was sweating, my skin was burning, and I was overcome with the overbearing intense heat. I was delirious and tried to locate the source of the heat. It was like touching an oven door with ineffective gloves on. Why is the bed so hot, I thought, and turned on the bedside lamp to investigate. Under the bed, there was a cord leading to the control switch for an electric blanket. It was on 3, the highest setting. That's weird. Who turned the electric blanket on? I asked myself. I became terrified and woke up my partner. "Did you turn on my electric blanket?" I asked him. "No, I didn't even know these beds had electric blankets," he replied. "Neither did I whispered. "Something's turned on. I'm scared. Can I sleep with you?" He nodded. We shared a single bed, and I was able to fall asleep again. In the morning, I asked my mother or father if they played a practical joke by turning on my electric blanket in the middle of the night. They said no. We immediately packed our bags and left the cottage. I had informed the owner about the dirty water in the jacuzzi incident. He suggested that I was lying by saying that it was impossible for the jacuzzi to have bad water. He explained that the bathroom was a recent development, only 18 months old, and had been installed with new pipes. He also said that the water source was the same throughout the cottage, and that if dirty water came out of the tap, it would come out of all, which was not the case. Needless to say, that cottage is no longer operating as a B&B. Thanks for reading. I'm a teaching assistant at Western Illinois University and have had some interesting run-ins with our departmental ghost. I've spent many late nights working on the top floor of Simpkins Hall and have experienced some interesting things. Doors that will stay open without any problems all day long will shut within 5 minutes after being open late at night. Windows that I've personally closed and secured have suddenly flown open, letting cold air fill the room before I can rush and reshut them. However, the strangest thing to ever even happen occurred very early this morning. After spending much of the night grading papers in the silent offices of the grad, I finally laid on the couch to get a couple of hours of sleep before I had to get up and teach. The entire night had been completely quiet, but as soon as I turned off the lights in the offices and positioned myself for sleep, the sound of an electric typewriter being slowly manipulated, as if by a Hunt and a Peck typist, broke the night's silence. I knew I was alone. It had been since midnight, and so I stood up to investigate. I had no sooner risen when the noise stopped. I stood by the couch within the returned silence for about a minute before lying back down. As I covered myself in my jacket for a blanket, the noise started once again. This time I remained horizontal on the couch and listened to the typing noise until I was sure that it was not the heating system and was indeed coming from the middle of the room and one of the other graduate students' office. Once again I arose, but this time I went to the circuit box and turned on the lights to investigate whether or not our prankster graduate assistant Dan Bender was fooling around. I went to the office from which the typing noise had originated, but there was no one there. After being satisfied that Dan was nowhere in the room, I turned off the lights and went back to the couch. Again, as soon as I had turned off the lights and settled down to sleep, the noise started. This time, I just called out, "Harold, knock it off. I need to get some sleep." Oddly enough, the sound stopped, and I was finally able to go to sleep. I have no idea why I called out the name Harold, but it was the first name that came to mind. Whatever the name of the Simpkin Hall ghost is, he quieted down when I told him to. Others have expressed fear about being alone in the building late at night, but if our building has a spectator, he is harmless despite his poltergeist pranks. Thanks for reading. This is a tale that happened to my friend Joe. There's a playhouse in our area that was once an old barn, but was made into a playhouse by a group of amateur actors. I've heard many stories about being haunted, and once when I was there, I had the chilly feeling that I was being watched and thought I saw a man in one of the windows watching me. But that is not the story I'm going to relate. One night, my friend Joe and one of his friends went up there late at night. They wanted to see some of the stuff that was inside, so they broke into the playhouse through a door in the back. I won't go into the legality of this action or the extent of my friend's morals, but I digress. While they were rummaging around through the stuff in the basement, they would not steal from the place, but breaking and entering was okay. Go figure. When they heard the sound of something being dragged across the floor upstairs, they were curious about the sound, so they went upstairs to investigate. When they got upstairs, they saw a trunk had been moved across the floor. They could tell because of a trail it made in the dust around it. They moved it back to make it look like it wasn't moved, so no one would suspect their break-in. They went back downstairs to look around some more, and once again heard the sound of something being dragged across the floor upstairs. They went back upstairs and found the trunk had once again been moved. There were no footprints around it except the ones they made earlier. They moved it back once again and headed downstairs.
As soon as they got downstairs, they heard the trunk moving again. This was the last straw, and they decided it was time to beat a hasty retreat. If anyone knows anything about the Playhouse, it is called Crescent Lake Playhouse, or has any similar experiences, please post them. Thank you for reading. One night, I awoke to find a small childlike figure in bed with me. He was about 2 feet tall and had the features of a small child, but its head was swollen well beyond a normal size. It was wearing a blue gown with the hands not visible at the end of the sleeves. It was moving its mouth and talking in gibberish. The figure was as real as I was, and it was surrounded by a kind of glowing haze. I ran to my parents' bedroom and woke my dad, but of course, he told me to go back to sleep. So I returned to my room, and now the figure was standing on my bed. I grabbed a pillow and covered my face, and jumped on the bed. It was gone. That started something that would last the next 26 years. I'll condense the years up until 1990. Those appearances, while still frightening, never really made me feel threatened. During this period, which included teenage years, I saw the figure with the same frequency. My bedroom is located at the end of the hallway with 2 other bedrooms before mine. At the end of the hallway is a landing that blocks the view to the steps. From my bed, I could look out my window and down the hall to the landing and the top of the steps. I always knew right before the figure would appear, because the hair on the back of my neck would stand up and I would get uncontrollable chills. The figure would then appear either on top of the landing or come around the base of the landing and start down the hall towards my room. It never seemed to pay any attention to the other rooms at all. I would normally panic and either shut my door or run into my parents' room and sleep on the floor. Imagine finding your 18-year-old son curled up on your bedroom floor when you wake up in the morning. My parents and sister didn't really believe that I was seeing this apparition. I also would stay up late, being the night person that I am, and watch TV. In my living room, we have the stairs that led up to the 2nd floor. It has a wooden railing on it that goes the length of the last 4 steps. I would often see the figure on the steps watching me from the 3rd or 4th step and then disappear. The only real changes during this time period were that the figure was losing its color and becoming more transparent. Now things would change drastically. A neighbor, with some knowledge of this sort of activity, told me to confront the figure and tell it to leave and never come back. I was to tell it that I was its power source and I was shutting off the power. I did this and enjoyed about a year of no sightings. Around this time, I told the story to my girlfriend of the time. She thought that its description sounded like a baby with water on the brain and still wearing its gown from the hospital. She thought that it was a lost soul trying to contact me to help it with some task so that it could finally rest in peace. I started to look into the house's history and my family's. The house sits on land that was farmland and a dirt road only 150 years ago. The land was owned by one man, and he had his farm and homestead around the area of my house. The main house of the estate is 1 block from my house and is still standing. My house is 40 years old, and we are the 2nd family to live in it. The couple before us had no children that we know about. I have a sister 3 years younger than me and no other siblings. I've asked my parents if they had a child that died that I was unaware of, but they didn't. So after all of my checking, I found that nothing could explain the apparition. After about a week of thinking about the interpretation my girlfriend had given, guilt of banishing the figure overcame me. I asked it to come back one night, and I told it I would help it. The very next night the sighting started again, but with much greater intensity. I can now say, never do what I did. Once it's gone, let it stay gone. The sightings would happen more frequently, and sometimes they would terrify me. The figure looked the same, but something was very different. I was sure what it was, but now, there was another force in addition to the familiar figure. I began to see small black colored creatures which I can only describe as imps. They were solid black, 1 to 2 feet tall, and ran around on all 4s. They appeared mostly in the living room and coming from the hall closet. Now to explain the rest of the house setup that pertains to the story. The man that lived here before us started to dig a basement, but he never completed it. All that remains is a 3 to 4 foot crawl space accessible from outside the house. The hall closet was to be the stairs down to the basement. He had started making the stairs going down, but he boarded it all up when he stopped digging the basement.
The stairs going up to the second floor are directly over the would-be basement step in the hall closet, so there are two ways from inside the house to access the crawl space, if you really wanted to. Rip up the third or fourth step of the stairs, or knock out the back of the closet. I began to make the connection between where the figures appeared and where the access ways were. The sightings got more intense, and sometimes they even drove me from my house. Normally, my dog would sense a small figure and act funny when it was around. But now, when the imps appeared, my dog would be in a very deep sleep, and I could never wake him up. I would either leave the house and stay over at a friend's. Sometimes, I would be knocking on her door at 2 a.m. terrified. Other times, if I was able to get between them and the steps, I would make a run for it to my room or my parents' room, because even these creatures would not venture in the bedrooms. My mother was noticing my moods, and I had told her about the new happenings, so she told me to get her the next time I saw the figure or imps. The next time I saw the figure upstairs coming down the hall, I ran into her room and woke her up. I led her into the hall where the figure still was. I pointed to it, and it began to back away and go down the steps. I chased it down the third step where it vanished. While she could not see it, she could tell by my eye movements that I was watching something moving across the hall and steps. I think that's when my family started to believe a little. I became so used to these new additions because they never did any harm, but they did make me feel very uneasy. The figure was becoming even more transparent. Certain lamps in the house would go on and off by themselves, often with other witnesses around. I would hear the TV go on in the middle of the night when I knew no one was downstairs. I theorized that the figure needed help to appear because it was slowly fading away. I assumed the imps were helping him, but the figure was still fading. I was waiting for a new addition to the cast, so the figure could still appear, since I still hadn't figured out what it wanted me to do. The sighting stopped again for a few months. I spoke with a parapsychologist, but then decided to leave well enough alone. I didn't want things getting worse. I decided to go into the crawl space and check out the area under the stairs. I took my dog down there with me, and I crawled into the area. There had not been anyone under there for years before this. I found an old maid playing card with not a bit of dust on it right under the third step. We have wall-to-wall carpeting, so this did not fall through the joints. I hadn't seen that deck of cards for over 20 years, but here was one. It had one corner that looked like it had been dipped in acid, but the rest was in good shape. I took it and put it in a pocket Bible and put it in my car. The sighting started again, only very small. I would call my girlfriend on the cordless phone and tell her it's happening again, and then walk upstairs while still on the phone with her. The next time was the worst of all. The figure appeared very bright, like it did 10 years ago, but it didn't look very happy. The imps appeared again, but they were more bold this time. Then a 7-foot tall man-shaped black figure appeared. It looked like it was either made of smoke or some liquid. It looked semi-solid, and you couldn't see through it. At the same time, the room was filled with imps, and a bearded old man's face took shape on the wall and started mumbling. The face was about 6 foot high and 4 feet wide. The familiar figure looked like it was sorry for doing this to me. I left the house and sat in my car until dawn. I knew I had to confront this new entity and try to drive it away. I also figured that if it wanted me, it was going to get me either way, so I had nothing to lose. My sanity, life, and maybe my soul were on the line, and I honestly believed this was the only way to stop it before it branched out. I was the original power source, so I was going to shut off the power. The next night, I prayed for protection and the strength to drive this evil away. I had a Bible handy as I sat up as usual listening to my CDs. About 2 a.m., I noticed my dog was in one of those deep sleeps, and I began to look around. The figure and the tall black figure appeared along with the rest of the apparitions. I informed them in the calmest voice I could get at the time that I was taking away their power and they had no power over me. I told them my family, and my house was protected by God and they could not harm us. I walked right past the tall figure and the imps moved out of the way. I walked right up the steps and never looked back. That was about 2 years ago, and I've not seen them ever since. We placed the Bible on the stairs and a cross in the closet to block off their entrances. I still feel there is a presence there that tries to let me let it in. I still hear bumping and walking around, but the apparitions are gone, banished to the crawl space, I assume. They will not get another portal in here, so they will remain there. We did have the house blessed years ago, everywhere except the crawl space. I think that might be the answer to end it for all good.
Thanks for reading. After my senior prom, my buddies and I dropped off our old small-town Tennessee dates and headed to another friend's house to unwind. The prom had been tough on all of us. We never chose the right dates, and we were watching MTV on the couch. This was 1983, you know. After severe 2 a.m. boredom set in, one of my friends and I decided to go for a walk on the golf course behind the house and see if anyone else was up at this hour. We walked a short distance, really just from one fairway to the next, and looked with interest at this giant old tree next to the creek at the bottom of the hill. It was a dark, clear night, and my buddy Mike and I could make out something under the tree. I asked Mike what it looked like to him, and he agreed with me that it looked like two people and one of them was digging. I thought it was someone up to no good, and the last thing I wanted to do on prom night was get busted by the cops, so I said we should leave. At this point, Mike and I were about 300 yards away from the shadowy figures. We turned around and took about 2 steps before I looked back again. In that 1 second, the figures had gained about 1/3 of the distance between us and were closing in fast. Mike and I both screamed profanities and hightailed it for the house. I shouted, "Don't look back," because the people in the movies that get killed are the ones who look back, but I forgot to remind him of the little knee-high chain that keeps the golf carts from leaving the cart path. As he sprawled out on the dump grass, I jumped blindly, hoping I would miss the near-invisible chain. I made it and helped him up without looking back, and we made it safely inside. Imagine if you were our third friend. Of course, you would have to go see it for yourself. So after a tall glass of water, we weren't into drinking beer yet. We took Kermit outside. After a short briefing, we went to the top of the hill and let him go down to the scary part. After a few seconds, we heard that same 4-letter word, and here comes Kermit hustling up the hill. I was a little surprised that he was running so fast. He was a lot less chicken than we were, but there was no way anyone was going to beat me back to the house. In retrospect, we should have done some scientific tests or taken some pictures, but we were really tired and creeped out. Mostly tired since we had been dancing all night to Rick Springfield cover tunes. So we went back to Kermit's house and crashed. This story was mostly told as a funny icebreaker at boring parties later on, and we never thought much about it as the years passed. As a closing note, years later, when my folks finally joined that country club and I played golf there, I saw the 2 headstones of the farmer and his wife, who used to own the land a long time ago, that are buried near the 6th tee about 300 yards from where we saw those shadowy figures. My wife works at a residential care facility, and for the last month or so, they've been having trouble with the ghost of a lady who died there about 5 years ago. She was a very unhappy woman who didn't like anyone that worked in the complex. The only thing she seemed to enjoy was her pills. After her death, there was no sign of a ghost until they expanded the complex. Now they have problems every night. Almost all of the employees have seen her around the medication room. They say she is very small, about 5 feet tall, very solid looking, with no hands or face. They've also seen her walk through a solid oak door. Some nights they say she just goes back and forth between the new section and the original building. What is most alarming though is that lately she is becoming violent. Most of the experiences are mild, pinching, pushing and such. However, it has taken a serious turn. One of the girls on Wednesday, January 17th, 1996, had a very large fire extinguisher thrown at her and was held captive in the elevator going up and down between floors for several minutes. On the following Thursday, one day, the girls reported that a large commercial refrigerator was rocking back and forth, like someone was trying to turn it over. The owner of the facility has also seen her and is planning on bringing in a psychic to tell her to move on. Thanks for reading. We own this farmhouse. It's haunted by a ghost named Catherine. The reason we know that the ghost name is Catherine is because one day, this lady stopped by and asked if she could see the house. We wanted to know why she wanted to see the house, and she told us that her father and grandfather built the house in 1900. Her grandmother, Catherine, loved the house. Catherine and her husband had to move. She didn't want to move because she loved her house and, while she was away, she died. I guess her spirit came back to the house. Let me tell you why I believe this. When we first bought the house, my Uncle Pat was living there. He would sleep in the living room of the house, and during the night, he would hear doors shut, and no one else was in the house. Plus, this happened more than one time. Then we rented the house to some people. We never told them about the door shutting. These people that were renting the house asked if the house was haunted because they could hear someone walk across the attic floor, slam a door, walk back across the floor, and slam another door. There are no doors up in the attic. When the renters moved out, my grandma and grandpa moved into the house. They said that they didn't hear anything. My Uncle Pat would sometimes come and visit them and stay in the guest bedroom, which we believe was Catherine's bedroom. All night long, we would hear something tapping on the window. There's nothing close to even touch the window. Also, Catherine has stared at my Uncle Pat, even called his name. One thing that freaks me out is that on New Year's Day, I had a dream, and in this dream, Catherine told me why she kept my Uncle Pat up at night. The day after I told my Uncle Pat this, he heard someone call his name, and everyone else in the house was sound asleep. I know that some of this may be hard to believe, but believe me, it is true, and I wouldn't make up a story like this. You just have to believe me. Thanks for reading. Joan and I live in the small town of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. It is located about 90 miles east of the Twin Cities. One evening, Joan drove to Minneapolis to pick up her daughter, who was attending school there. On the return trip, Joan let her daughter drive, and they both conversed about school and other events in their lives. It was approximately 10 at night, and small pockets of fog banks began to develop on the highway. Joan turned from looking at her daughter and yelled at her to slow down and avoid what looked to be a motorcyclist. She recalled seeing a leather jacket and various details of the bike, but she vividly remembers how the headlights reflected off the chrome of the bike, yet it went through at the same time. The motorcyclist was in front of their vehicle for about 5 seconds and then drove off into the ditch. Joan's daughter pulled over to the side of the road, and they both looked at each other and verified what they had both witnessed. Spooked out of their minds, they sped for home. They were traveling on Highway 29, which links I-94 to Green Bay. Currently, HY-29 is being expanded to a 4-lane highway due to the many fatal accidents that have occurred in the past. Thanks for reading. When I was a very young child, my parents rented an old German house. What made renting this house strange is that German families rarely rent out an entire house, especially to American servicemen and their families. The house is in 3 levels: the first floor, second floor, and the attic. The house was full of antique furniture. The service couple before us had moved out when their 6-month-old baby died of crypt death. So here we arrive, my stepfather, my mother, and me, 4 years old. The people that moved in upstairs were, not disrespect intended, very low-class people. The wife's name was Cookie. There were 2 boys, and the father, whose name and face I cannot remember. One day Cookie and my mother, bored in the German countryside and still no furniture to unpack, decided to explore the attic and its treasures. In a very old dresser, my mother found one drawer filled with family photographs going all the way back to the turn of the century. Her and Cookie felt amazed at the certainly important heirlooms left in the house by its owners, the Hummels. In the next drawer, my mother found many crucifixes, in many shapes and sizes. The next day, Cookie and my mother began to make a playground in the barn for us kids to play in. They found a well-like concrete hole in the middle of the barn. Inscribed in the concrete were the words Rommel 1943 and a swastika. What made this strange and even more scary was that in the courtyard was inscribed that the house belonged originally to the Schmidt family. My mother never allowed us to play in that concrete well. Soon after we all moved in, my mother and stepfather began hearing loud noises from upstairs, as if the furniture were being moved around. My mother thought that Cookie and her husband were trying to entertain us. With the noises, the crucifix began appearing all over the house. You would open a drawer, and there it would be. You open a closet door, and one would be hanging there. When my mother and Cookie were going to put them back, all the crucifixes would be moved to a different drawer. My memory and only memory of this time is when Cookie's sons tried to scare me by taking me up in the attic and throwing dead mice on me. I heard them screaming as if someone were beating them. When they ran down the stairs, I just had to see what scared them so. I saw a little girl sitting on one of the ancient cedar chests. She was very thin with little hair and very large brown eyes, giggling. Ever since, She was my imaginary friend. But the winds of change came. Cookie's husband was arrested for molesting me in the attic, an event that I can no longer recall. The accusations were very ugly, and I'm glad that I do not remember. But the German police would not let them be tried by American system and arrested him under German law. Cookie and her sons were moved out that day in a fear-for-life move, for she was the one that turned him in. My parents and myself were being moved 2 days later in fear-for-life move as well. It was those 2 days when my mother knew that Cookie wasn't the one moving the furniture in the attic and wasn't telling ghost stories to amuse us, but telling the truth. It all happened so fast that our furniture had arrived, yes, but we never opened a box. When we finally got to our new home and opened the last moving box, at the very bottom of the box was one of the most beautiful of the crosses, except for the out-of-place death shed. My stepfather took it and threw it away in the field 2 hours of a drive away. What about the Hummels? They were such nice people, my mother said. She didn't want to ask the antiques and family heirlooms. She figured there was a family member that they did not want to mention. What about the crosses? My mother found out that the crosses were strange, but the death shed was the sign of the SS. My mother also found out that there was a fairly unknown concentration camp nearby. Is it possible the house was commanded by an SS officer from a Jewish family? What about the children? Of the 4 children living in the house in the 3 months one died, 1 was raped, and 2 were subject to the harsh discipline of a father that seemed to change in that house. What about the giggling girl? She stayed with me, I remember, until I received a fractured skull from a wild horse. On the way to the hospital, I remember she said she had to leave me. I cried more from her saying goodbye than I did the 240 stitches I received, but if the horse had kicked me an inch lower, it would have broken my neck. An inch higher, I would have been blind for life. Was she my good luck charm? Was she a daughter in the Schmidt family long dead? Who knows? Thanks for reading. When I was 15, my friend Terry, who was a couple years older than me, spent the night. There's no way either of our parents would allow us to have our own Ouija board in our possession, so we decided to make our own with poster boards and scissors. I myself really didn't believe in the Ouija, and what many claimed it could do. I just always assumed that someone was always pushing it to say whatever they wanted it to say. Terry really wanted to do this, so I decided to go along with it, figuring she was just going to try and scare me or something. We talked with the spirit that just so happened to call herself Terry also. You can guess, I didn't believe this thing was really moving on its own. I had my mind set that she was moving it the whole time. Well, we started to argue over it, when all of a sudden, the planchette started to spin around really fast. Still assuming it was Terry, I got mad. Then it just suddenly stopped. That was it. Terry started telling me that you were supposed to make it say goodbye or it stays here. Still mad. I said yeah, right, whatever. We started talking about other stuff, and in the washroom, which is on the other side of the kitchen, we started hearing a lot of noise. Now there were 3 doors to that room. One went outside, one connected to the kitchen, and the other connected to my sister's room. My sister was an RN and was working the night shift, so no one was in her room. We knew that no one could have gone through the kitchen, because they would have gone right past us and we would have seen them. The outside door was locked and bolted from the inside, so that excluded anyone coming in from outside. Both of us just stood there as the sound got louder and louder. My dad had a bunch of empty boxes stacked up in the front of the outside door. To me, it sounded like 2 people were throwing these boxes back and forth all over the room. Of course, we were scared, but I didn't associate it with anything having to do with a ghost, etc. I was thinking that someone had gotten in from outside, somehow. I don't know why, but I grabbed up a butcher knife and told Terry to go and get Brian, my brother. He and my parents were asleep. All this time, you could still hear these boxes being tossed around everywhere. Terry and Brian came up to me at the door, and you could tell by the look on Brian's face, he was hearing the commotion too. He took the knife from me and jerked the door open. Everything at that moment went dead silent. The boxes had been moved because they were laying everywhere, but no signs of anyone in the room. Needless to say, we were all pretty freaked out. I didn't dare tell him what we'd been up to earlier playing with the Ouija board. To this day, I can find any explanation as to why we heard what we did or how the boxes got moved. Thanks for reading. When I was a teenager, around the age of 16, I found a Ouija board at a yard sale and bought it for 25 cents. Skeptical of the Ouija, I devised the experiment deemed to test if it was simply a matter of self-suggestion. I was going to ask what pet would die next and think to myself fish. We had several adult cats, dogs, and guinea pigs who were not elderly and very good health, but I had a tank of tropical fish, several of which were getting on in fish years. I was trying to trick the board by seeing if it would give me the answer I was thinking, which would be a logical conclusion. I tried the Ouija board with my mother, a skeptic of all things supernatural. After setting it up, I asked my question. We put our fingertips on the planchette and waited. After 5 seconds of no response, Mom tired of wasting her time and decided that she was going to bed and left the room. I put the board away and didn't think about it for a few days. Later that same week, I was talking to a male friend of mine on the phone. I was telling him of my disbelief in attempted experimentation with the board. I just told him the question I was going to ask it: what pet would be the next to die? I took a breath and told him, and the answer I was looking for was, when all of a sudden, the books on the shelf behind me tipped over. They knocked into a figurine and sent it to the floor, where it shattered. The figurine was of a ceramic fish. These books had never tipped over before and were securely in place. I've not seen them fall in such manner since this time period, almost 13 years later. The timing of the fall was too eerie. It was exactly at the point where I would have said fish. My friend said that he heard the noise and that I sounded stunned. Though it was a long-distance call, I ended it hastily, went and got the Ouija board out of my closet and put it in the garage. I would not touch it again. My mother had to get rid of it without my knowledge, as I so feared it. I think that was a warning sign for me. I've taken Ouija boards seriously since then. If they do not channel the dead, then they certainly set up a psychological premise which I don't think should be tampered with. I feel like it is opening up the door to a stranger, either an earthbound or entity. I don't know, but thanks for reading. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, we moved into a house which had a scary history, as it turns out. My mom and dad took my youngest brother to dinner. Linda, my sister, and I didn't want to go. We were instructed to bring the boxes of books in the garage upstairs to the library. While we were doing this, we found an old Ouija board and started playing with it. I thought for sure it was my sister pushing it, as it told me I was going to be hit by a car and die by the time I was 10, which obviously 25 years later, I'm still here. It also said that there were 5 spirits in the house, and its name was Jax, boring, and we put it away. That was when we started hearing footsteps in other parts of the house running, lights going on and off, radios blaring that we knew we had turned off, doors slamming, knocking, and rapping in the wood, boxes being moved about in the attic, etc. We lived there for 5 years, and I can tell you that I have nightmares to this day. Now this house was on a road which was formerly known as the Santa Fe Trail. A couple of miles up the road was where the Santa Fe Trail and the Pikes Peak Trail met. There were Indian encampments, settlements, and a bad stagecoach accident and fire all in the general vicinity. I don't know if Linda and I had visited into the house, or it was there to begin with. My family are seers, so I suppose I should get used to it, but I've never been free of hauntings since then. Thanks for reading. I went to a friend's house to stay for the weekend. My friend and I always loved ghost stories, magic, psychics, and anything else mysterious. Those things would just get us going when we were bored. Well, I decided to bring my Ouija board, which we used many times and usually wait until midnight to use it. This particular night, it was midnight, and we were playing with it, just regular, everyday things, when all of a sudden, it said, "Don't be alarmed. In the next few hours, you're going to get a cold chill running through your bodies." We asked it, "What do you mean, don't be alarmed?" Well, the board replied that I and all the people around me will notice something in the next hour. Well, right after I said that, my friend's little brother came into the room with us, and it just started to hit us. This is what it were telling us were going to happen. My friend's brother is terrified of ghosts, so we all decided to just put the board up and wait to see what, if anything, happened. My friend said he had an idea. I got a string out that attaches to a crystal. He said it's kind of like a mini Ouija board, and you can ask it yes and no questions. Well, we said for yes, move it vertically, and for no, move it horizontally. We also requested that the responses cause the crystal to move fast and big, so we can detect when a spirit is present. We hung this crystal on a string from a lamp and waited. It was about a half an hour to an hour later when all of a sudden we heard a big ting-ting sound coming from the lamp. We flipped on the light and the crystal was swinging violently. It was starting to really scare me and my friend. I can only imagine how my friend's little brother would have reacted if he witnessed this. We turned the lights off and got real calm and quiet. The atmosphere in the room seemed to change. It got eerily quiet, and it felt as if something were about to jump out at us at any minute. It also got really hot, really fast. My friend remarked that he thought something big was about to happen. Right when he said that, we heard the door creak open. It wasn't much, but it was like someone was trying to sneak by us. Then suddenly, it got real cold, and so cold that we were shivering and covering up. All of a sudden, you could see a light blue or white colored light getting brighter as it got closer. Then just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. Then it appeared again, only this time, it got real bright and was coming from the middle of the closet. While we were focusing on that, my friend's little brother said, "Look over there," and when we turned to look in that direction, you could see a shadow like someone were walking by. Next thing we knew, the crystal was reacting to it, and it just fell off the lamp. This shadow appeared to wave, as if to tell us, "Yeah, I'm here, but I won't hurt you." The wind blew outside, and right when the wind blew, the shadow has vanished. Thanks for reading. One boring summer night, my neighbor suggested we give the Ouija board a try. Everyone in our apartment complex were fully aware we're haunted, so I agreed. I wanted to get my baby to sleep first. As I rocked my baby to sleep, I asked my neighbor how she came to have this Ouija board because she had never mentioned it before. She said that the lady on the other side of her was carrying it out to the dump the day before, so she asked her why she was throwing it away because it seemed to be in good condition. The other neighbor said that she was throwing it away because ever since she had it in her apartment, things were falling off the walls and breaking. My neighbor said, "Well, if you don't mind, I would like to have it." That's how she got it. Now that my daughter was in good deep sleep, I made a pallet for her upstairs in my neighbor's bedroom. I put her on the floor because I didn't want her falling off the bed and getting hurt. I also didn't want her in the same room as we toyed around with the Ouija board. Some more friends came over, so altogether, there were the four of us. The spirit contact said no when we asked him if it were a man. It also said no when we were asked if it were a woman. At this point, I took my hands off the board. One of the other people there told me that that was a bad idea because that was the opening of circle we had formed. I immediately put my hands back on the board, but my friend said it was too late, that it was already let out. Right after he said this, we heard a big bang in the room upstairs where my baby was. My baby started to cry. When we went to check, nothing was moved, and my baby seemed to be only startled by the noise. After that, I decided I wanted nothing more to do with the Ouija board. Thanks for reading. Recently, my friend Aaron lost control of his motorcycle and died. Prior to the accident, Aaron, myself, and a few friends, Brutus, Megan, and Alex, decided to play with the Ouija board. We played for a while, when all of a sudden the planchette just froze. We couldn't move it for anything. Next thing we knew, the planchette just started moving on its own. We sat on the floor in amazement, watching this board acting on its own free will. All of a sudden, the planchette turned in Aaron's direction and scooted forward about an inch or so. Right about that moment, Aaron's cell phone rang. He picked up his phone, expecting it would be someone he knew calling him. Only whoever it was, or whatever it were on the other line, hung up. That's when we decided we'd pick up the board. Not long following this incident is when Aaron had his accident. After Aaron's accident, my friend Megan and I decided we'd try and contact him using the Ouija board. We were in the living room with only candles for lighting. We had a picture of Aaron sitting across from us. We asked, "Is Aaron there?" The board replied yes. I then asked, "How are you doing?" The board responded, "Great." Then before we could ask any further questions, the planchette said stop. We asked stopped what? The board said all. We then asked all of what? Then Megan asked, "Do you want us to leave you alone?" The board replied yes. We both looked at each other and Megan said, "He wants to rest in peace." I agreed, and then we said bye. It then said bye, Brett. Megan said, I love you, Aaron, and the planchette spelled out I love you too, Megan. We took our hands off the planchette and it moved on to its own by saying goodbye. Needless to say, we both were pretty teary-eyed after that. Thanks for reading. When I was about 17 or 18, I was at a friend's house. A friend who swears to this day her house is haunted. She claims that her and other family members would hear all kinds of sounds, especially when they were alone or if it were an exceptionally quiet night. Something even tried to get in one of the doors once, but when they looked out the window to see who was there, they found nothing. No one. Anyway, this particular night, my friends and I decided to play with a Ouija board. I've never personally ever used one before, and after this incident, will never participate in using one again. The planchette began moving on its own free will. As if that weren't bad enough, we didn't properly close the session, and I swear something evil followed me home that night. I tried to tell my parents about it, but I don't think they believed me. There were nights when I would hear what sounded like a stick being tapped on the walls, circling the whole perimeter of my bedroom. I feel that's where this evil entity dwelt, because the rest of the house was uneventful. I began having terrible dreams. I would wake up and try to get out of my room as fast as I could, always with some sort of interference preventing me. I woke up once and felt as if I couldn't get out of bed. It was pitch dark, blacker than black that night. I threw my blanket off and tried to find my way to the door. It took me about 10 minutes before I finally found the door handle and light switch. It was as if they had just vanished from my room for that period of time. When I finally got a hold of the handle to the door, for some reason, I couldn't get that door to open for anything. I had to pop my window out and crawl out of the room that way. I had left home for a while. I returned to find my bedroom door wide open and just fine. One night, I also heard something fall in the bathroom, next to where I was at. It was very loud. After I finally moved out and in with my boyfriend, who is now my husband, it didn't seem to follow me. It continued to stick to only that room of my parents' home. My brother moved into my bedroom after I left, and he too reported unusual occurrences in that room as well, but he seemed to experience more than I did. He was so disturbed by the things happening in his room that he ended up putting all sorts of crosses, religious practices, and even a wooden statue of Christ he got from our pastor, all over his room for protection. One day, I went into his room and discovered the top of a statue appeared to be burned. That's when he told me about the weird occurrences happening in his room, including the statue appeared to have smoke coming out of it. Another disturbing thing that happened was that the cross had flipped in an upside down position in the middle of the night. He also claimed he felt as if he were being choked at different times. The same sounds I heard when I stayed in this room, he heard as well. Eventually, a family bought the place for my parents. They had 2 young girls, ages 11 and 12. I was talking with a friend of mine, and they told me that the new owners swear one of the rooms is haunted. I can only guess what room they were referring to. I have no doubt that whatever we did that night with the Ouija board, whatever was moving that planchette came home with me, and to this day, still dwells in that one room of our old home. 2 summers ago, I started working at a camp, a haunted camp. No one has ever shared these stories outside of the camp, and fear might scare campers away. During staff week, I heard talk of ghosts and spirits at the camp, but being a skeptic, I just blew them off. The more I listened, the more real it became. Senior staff members, even the camp director, told stories that chilled me to the bone. On the 4th night of staff week, I was invited to use the Ouija board in the chapel. I'd used one as a child, but assumed it was always just people moving it around. This time was different. You can tell if the Ouija pointer, planchette, is working, because it floats. If someone is moving it, the pointer will scrape, but it was floating and making no noise. When we asked who it was, it gave 3 initials. We asked what it did before it died, and it said logging. We took this as logging. The camp used to be used for logging, and a lumberjack was not likely to know how to spell correctly. We asked a few more uninteresting questions that I cannot recall, because I was preoccupied with the rustling I heard nearby. It was the unmistakable sound of footsteps. After about 3 minutes of hearing footsteps that sounded like they were walking around the chapel and gradually getting louder. Oh yeah, the chapel is outside, and it just has a roof and foundation. It is not an enclosed building. We took the message to heed and beat foot out of there. This is my own personal account of a Ouija board experience, but according to another staff member's mother who decided to join me one night, she was shaken back and forth by a spirit and the Ouija board flipped itself over. The last incident of my second summer was in the chapel again. We were playing with the Ouija board again, but this time, we didn't get such a nice spirit. It said nasty things to us, like kill you and die. It said go or die, so we decided to take the first option and we left. As we were walking away, I looked back and saw a face in the window of the small room connected to the chapel. It was glowing silver. I was about 50 yards away, and I could not make out much except an outline, but my friend saw it too, and it was enough to make us run. Thanks for reading. When I was about 12 years old, I went to my friend's family Halloween party. We were bored, so we went to the garage to see what we could find to do. We found an old Ouija board sitting on the game rack and asked her aunt if we could take it back to my friend's house. She said we could, so we did. When we got there, we went to her room and shut all the lights off, except a little lamp. We were talking to someone, and I didn't believe that it was moving on its own and blamed it on my friend. She asked the board to give us a sign that something was there. About 2 minutes later, her dresser and bed started shaking really hard. It scared us so bad, we put it away. We went to bed an hour later and put the board under her bed neatly. When we woke up, it wasn't there any longer. We haven't seen the board since. When I was 17, I moved into a 2-bedroom unit. Me and my mates made a Ouija board and used it. I feel like it must have opened a gateway for a bad entity. When I moved in the house, it made no noises, but after that, you could feel a bad presence. Wherever this entity would go, the walls and ceiling around it would creak. At night, I would be lying in bed, and I could hear it creaking in the lounge room, and then start to move into my bedroom. I would then feel pressure in my bed, and a feeling as though something was pushing me down on the bed. It would also turn on things like the fan over the stove and the heater, which was gas. You could physically see the dial move. Also, my mood started to change while I was there. It got to the point where I was too scared to sleep there, so I stayed up at my mom's a lot. She got sick of it, so she took her psychic circle there. My mom has been talking to a spirit called Wayne for years. She talked to the spirit, and it said it didn't want to leave, but with the assistance of the spirit named Wayne, he made it leave. When I returned home, I could feel the entity had gone. I've submitted to the story on this site before, but since then, I've had another experience. Here it goes. I'm in my late teens, and during the summer, I stay home alone. One day, around 11 a.m., I used the computer, and out in the hallway out of the corner of my eye, I saw a completely black figure, about 6'5" tall, and very skinny. When I glimpsed around to make sure no one was in the house, the figure was gone. It has happened to me about 4 more times over the next 2 weeks. I started calling them the Shadow Woman. Then one day, when I was in the kitchen, I saw another shadow man, but this time, when I looked around my shoulder, a can of soup fell onto the floor, and the window was closed, and the cat was in the basement. Then one day, I was with my friends in the woods. Keep in mind, these are small woods, and there have never been any hunters or trappers there. We were talking about ghost stories, and I told them about the Shadow Woman. A minute later, we heard a rustle in the bushes, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a Shadow Woman out of the corner. Then when I turned around to catch a glimpse, it was gone. I asked my friends if they saw that, and one of them said yes, and the rest looked at me like I was crazy. I'm not sure if these are spirits or just an overactive imagination, but usually, I don't imagine things like that. Since the experience in the woods, I haven't seen a shadow man since, but you never know. I can see one again anytime. Hello again. My name is Kara, and I have another story I would like to share. This encounter, or whatever it is called, took place in the kitchen. It was about midnight, or 1 in the morning. My mother was asleep. I was on the computer playing Brain Teaser or something, and my dog, Susie, a collie, was lying next to my chair. As I was playing my game, Susie started to make a noise in between a bark and a growl. I looked to see what she was staring at, and she was looking in the kitchen. Our house is little, but cozy. I couldn't see anything, so I took it as attention-seeking and hushed her. About 10 minutes later, Susie was sitting in the corner directly across from where I sat, and she made a deep growling noise that was unnatural to me, and she showed her teeth, not at me, but towards the kitchen. Honestly, I didn't even want to look. I admit, I was very fearful at the time, and I thought I would see someone, like a burglar of some sort. I looked out of the corner of my eye. I saw a very, very large white dog. Looked like a wolf dog to me because it was so large. It had eyes as blue as the sky and fur as white as snow. It didn't look threatening, but intimidating. It just laid there by the recycling bin, staring at me. Susie whimpered and caught my attention. I looked at the corner of my eye, and the dog was gone. That night, everything was so still, quiet, freaky the way nothing seemed to be able to move, like a pause button had been invented to freeze the noise after the dog had vanished. I went to my room to lay down, but my room was piled with clothes, books, etc. So I decided to go to my mother's room to sleep, since her bed was a king size and clean. The time passed by me as I laid there. 1:30 a.m., 2:30 a.m., 3:30 a.m., all the way to 4:30 a.m. I just stared at the wall with a background of my mother's snores. I glanced at my mom's door for a second, and there, perched on the door, was a dark cat figure. It had evil green eyes, fur as though I'd caught the dark glistening of nighttime. I stared at it for what seemed like 10 minutes. I rubbed my eyes, and it was gone. And it seemed as though one had played the sound again, like the mute button wouldn't work. I looked out my window, on my left, and saw a cat crossing the street, and I decided to doze off. But something didn't seem right. It was like the temperature dropped 20 degrees in the room. I didn't like it, and neither did Susie. She sleeps at the foot of my mother's bed. She gave me a very low growl and came over to lay next to me. I pet her for a minute and glanced at the hallway and saw what appeared to be an overgrown house cat. I fell asleep 10 minutes after that. I still don't know the connection between the dark cat figures and the white dog, but if you happen to know, I'd like to hear from you. Sorry if this was too long a story, and I hope you enjoyed reading it. One day last year, me and my friend were in my house on our own. I decided to make noodles for us to eat, so I started to prepare them when we heard noises upstairs, but we just continued chatting. About 2 minutes later, we heard it again and ignored it, once more thinking it was just the floorboards. Suddenly, about 5 minutes later, we heard it again, but louder. The sound was like there was someone in my house, walking around upstairs, opening and closing doors, but we were home alone, so we thought we'd go and check it out, but we were a little scared, so we both got knives in our hands just in case it was an intruder and crept up the stairs. When we got up there, we checked everywhere, even behind doors and under beds, but there was no one. We were now really freaked out, so we went downstairs and turned some music on, but we turned it up really loud and started to eat. Again, about 10 minutes later, we heard footsteps, but this time coming up and down the stairs, but not actually walking into the kitchen, just on the stairs. Now we were getting really scared, so we went outside with knives in our hands just to check our neighbors weren't in. I live in a semi-detached house, just in case it was them making the noise, but then I checked and remembered they were at their caravan for the weekend, so it couldn't have been them. So, we went inside again, and immediately after we sat down again, we heard a loud drop, as if someone had dropped and hit the floor. We decided we were going to go upstairs again, so we went outside again and found my friend's mom, and she came in and checked the house with us. We checked everywhere for about 5 minutes. When we were convinced there was no one there, she asked me if anything was missing, and I said no. Later that night, I was going to bed, and I noticed one of my cuddly toys was missing. Yes, I still have a cuddly toy. But what happened earlier that day didn't cross my mind, and I just assumed it was down the side of my bed, but I was too tired to look, and I just forgot about it. The next day, I was in my attic looking for something when my eye came across another thing. I went to look, and to my amazement, it was my cuddly toy. I am convinced that I'd never had it up there in the first place. I'd only been up there a few times before and never took my toy up. I'm still convinced to this day that it wasn't just me and my maid in my house that day, but another person as well. Just recently, a new boy moved in and has since become my friend. I never told him about that day, but one day, he came up to me and explained that he was sitting downstairs the night before and had heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs, and it stopped. But 5 minutes later, he heard a bang that sounded like something had been dropped and landed on the floor. Then, he went up to check and noticed his computer was turned on and logged him in, signed him into MSN, and started downloading a song. The only problem was, he had never heard of the song before, and he was home alone. He asked his parents if they knew anything, and they both had never heard the song either. His sister is disabled, so she couldn't have done it. We checked the internet and found a site that had death records of our area. We checked it out and typed in our street, and it found results of 3 people. 2 of them were mother and son, and the other was a girl who lived with her parents. But the boy, the girl, and the boy's mother had been out walking one day when they had been hit by a car, and all 3 died. The son and mother lived in my house, and the girl lived in my friend's house. This was very interesting to them, and we checked them out, and one of the children's interests had been listening to the band whose song had started to download on my friend's computer. We now believe our homes were haunted, but now, the spirits have moved on, and they only stayed because they wanted to have one last look at what used to be their childhood house. Thanks for reading. This story is just a collection of experiences I've had, and I don't know if they go together or make any sense at all. The first was when I was about 8, and me and some of my friends were out in my backyard telling ghost stories. All of a sudden, we heard a deep voice slowly calling our names. It seemed to come from behind a shed in the backyard, and we all ran away from it. We ran into the house and then calmed down, thinking it might have been my father, but then I realized my father was at work, and all of our neighbors were pretty up there in age, and I doubted they even knew our names. We were calming down in my room when I looked out the window, and about 200 feet away, in an empty field, I saw the outline of what seemed to be a man, but was totally black. But it was in the middle of the day. I couldn't even speak. I finally yelled as if I was walking away, and I think when I yelled, it turned and looked back at me. I never saw it again, and even writing about this is bringing tears to my eyes. The other experiences I've had were in the same room in my grandma's house. When I was young, I used to sometimes go to my grandmother's and stay for a weekend or a night. One night, I was sleeping, and I got up half asleep in some sort of confusion of hearing something in the hallway. I looked down the hall, and there seemed to be a shadow of a tall man against the curtains with moonlight shining through them. I wasn't scared like the first time. I actually felt like this was a man watching over me, and for some reason, I had a weird feeling it was my great-grandfather. The other time was when I was about 16. I was actually living in that room because I moved out of my parents' house temporarily. It was a typical night. I lay down to go to sleep, but was having some trouble. I finally started to get drowsy, and I rolled over onto my other side, and then, out of nowhere, I hear my name whispered urgently into my ear. I even felt the air. I jumped up, and no one was there. I had the door closed, but my grandpa was somewhat of a jokester, so I thought maybe he was pulling a prank. So, I got up and looked down the hall, and I saw him and my grandma in bed watching TV. He may be a prankster, but I doubt he can run that fast. I'm 18 now, and I haven't seen or heard anything weird since, but I also don't spend very much time at my grandma's house anymore. I know that many of you may be skeptical about the appearances of ghosts, apparitions, etc. And so was I, until one year, when I went to spend the summer with my father in Grand Coulee, Washington. I didn't ever think about ghosts until I had to babysit for our neighbors in an apartment complex that my father managed. I put the kids to bed. One was 3, the other 2, and there was also an infant child I was looking after. I'd put the 3 and 2-year-olds in their beds for the night, and the infant's crib was down in the living room with me. I just laid him in the crib when I heard a loud bang and then footsteps running across the 3-year-old's room. Now, she had a tendency to not do as she was told, but she normally stayed in her bed at night. But when I heard the footsteps, I assumed it was one of her cries for attention. So, I made my way up the stairs, trying to be as quiet as possible so I could catch her in the act. When I got to her room, she was sound asleep in her crib. So I went back downstairs, thinking it was my imagination. But about 10 minutes later, I heard the same thing. When I went back upstairs, she was still in her crib, only this time, she was sitting straight up, talking to someone on her windowsill. When she saw I was in there, she turned around and lifted her sippy cup up and said, "Kenny wants a cup too." I started feeling a little uncomfortable about this, so I called my dad from the upstairs phone. It's not what she said that made me do that though. It's what I saw. Now, the setup of the house has a light in the stairs hallway, so that the only shadow cast is at the bottom of the stairs. I was seeing shadows of a little, what looked to be a boy, at the top of the stairs, and I was the only one in the house besides the girl and the baby boy. The girls all have fairly long hair, and the shadow had very short hair. This shadow kept on dancing in a ritualistic Indian manner. There are a lot of Indians in Grand Coulee, and the people I babysat for are Indians. Anyway, my dad told me to get the kids and go outside, and he would meet me there. He was skeptical as he might be, but as soon as he stepped foot in the house, he heard what I was hearing. He checked things out, and when he and my stepmom got upstairs, she admittedly noticed something that made all of this a little scarier. You see, Roma, the lady I babysat for, was Catholic and hung crosses above each bedroom door. When I was up there, they were fine, but when they got up there, all the crosses were turned upside down. Now, what many don't know is that an upside down cross is a sign of the devil or his demons. Later, when she got home, she informed us that she had been trying to get rid of the spirit for years. She tried moving, but the ghost must have attached itself to something in the house, or maybe to even one of the children. So, she finally had a priest come bless her home. That only made it angrier than it already was, I guess, because about a year later, her new house caught on fire, killing the infants I once babysat, who we like to call Puddles, and her newborn child. The police could not find the cause of the fire, but the only thing that survived were the crosses above each door. The 2 girls in Roman doorway crosses were fine, but the crosses above the infant's room were turned upside down once again. Perhaps the first time was a warning, or maybe he was just playing games with us. I'll never understand. The only thing I know is that I won't ever tamper with the other side again. I've not told anyone this before, due to the fact that it is hard to believe, and plus, it happened to me when I was young. I do not know if you would consider it a ghost encounter or not, but I'm going to tell you the happenings to me anyway. I live in West Virginia, and when I was 9 years old, my brother and I shared a room. We had 2 beds in the room, separated by a window in the middle of them. We had settled down for bed this particular night to go to sleep. I could not have been asleep long when I woke to a rapping-like sound at our window. I laid in my bed, not moving a muscle for some reason, and I just could not move. I tried my best to move, and even scream my brother's name, but could not. And the weird thing is, what was going to happen had not even happened yet. While I was going through this state of mind, I guess I could hear knocking on the window from the outside. Whatever it was would knock twice on the window, wait a minute, and knock twice again. After this went on for a while, I was finally able to move on, and when I got up to look out the window to see what was knocking, all I could see were these 2 big red circular eyes looking right back at me. I was petrified. I went right back into the state where I could not move. It was like those eyes had me hypnotized. When I was finally able to move, I just laid back down. The whole night the knocking continued, 2 knocks at a time, and a few minutes later, the same thing. This went on for nights, and the same thing was there. Every night, when I would look out the window, there would be these 2 red hypnotizing eyes. This went on for about a week, and then all of a sudden, it just stopped, and it never happened again after that. When I got older, I started hearing stories about a creature in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. They called it the Mothman, and every time I would hear one of these stories, it would be described as having big red eyes. Then there was really no doubt in my mind that what was visiting me and my brother all these nights was in fact this creature, because when I was 9, we lived in Bluefield, West Virginia. To this day, I've never forgotten those nights when I was visited by what I believe is that creature. A lot of weird things go on around our home. My grandparents' house is also a little strange. I've experienced many things numerous times at both my house and my grandparents' house. First of all, when I was 6 years old, I was awakened by a raspy humming sound. I sat up in my bed, wiped my eyes, and looked to the left of my bed. Sitting there in a rocking chair with a baby was a woman dressed in an old-fashioned type gown. She was also wearing a bonnet and had her face turned towards the baby. I thought it may have been my mom, so I whispered "Mom," and when the lady in the chair looked at me, her eyes glowed red. So I yelled louder for my mom to come to me, and when she came to the door, the woman disappeared, but this chair was still there, very faintly, and rocking slowly. I never told anyone except my mom about this, and when my younger cousin was 6, she reported seeing the same exact thing to me. One winter when the electric was off, my cousin accompanied me as I went to take a shower in the old house. Because it was the only one with a gas water heater, I ran nothing but hot water into the bathtub and got in. The water wasn't scalding hot, but very warm. I heard whispering and asked my cousin if it was her. She said no. I heard it again, only louder this time. I became alarmed and listened more closely. This time it was very loud and very clear. The whispering was the Lord's Prayer. I was very scared and I couldn't make myself move. The water became very cold and the whispering grew louder. I told my grandparents and parents what happened and they shrugged it off. My grandparents reported hearing gospel music, preaching, the Lord's Prayer in the old house. My papa was going to take a nap one day and felt the bed move and saw an indentation as if someone were sitting beside him on the bed. Many other things happened, but these are only a few. If anyone is interested, I'll post more later. My story begins and then my belief was finally confirmed on a trip that my wife and I took to the Jefferson Hotel in Jefferson, Texas in September 2003. This town is very unique and small and has a very historical feel to it. Every building has a historical marker dating back to the 1800s. The town has a sprawling history dating back to the 1800s when steamboat travel was very popular off the Mississippi River into the bayou and one of the main means of transportation at the time. This town has also the reputation of being one of the most haunted towns in Texas and the United States. We really did not know anything about Jefferson, but we were told through an acquaintance that the hotel in town had a haunted history. I really wanted to confirm my belief and acquire good evidence of the paranormal spirit world. I've always believed that ghosts are indeed spirits or entities of people who for some reason have not passed to the other side, that they are stuck in limbo between the physical dimension world that we live in our physical state, and the spiritual world that we pass on to. We traveled from San Antonio, Texas to the Jefferson Hotel, which is about a 440-mile trip. We arrived on a Friday afternoon and planned on staying 3 days and nights. We had booked 3 different rooms in the hotel that were rumored to be very haunted. All these rooms had recent paranormal activity in them. The hotel was very plain looking from the outside, but the inside was very exquisite due to the way they had decorated with many antique pieces of furniture spread around the hotel.
All the rooms are decorated differently to where you feel like you're in another hotel. The hotel has, I believe, 23 rooms that you can stay in, and about half of those are rumored to be haunted by spirits. I had heard a story that a psychic had once ventured into the hotel and said that there were 7 spirits in the hotel. For our first night, we stayed in room 6. The room was very quaint. It had a queen-size Benedict, along with an antique tub that stood by itself in the bathroom. At first, nothing happened, which dampened my hopes, but then at 11:30 p.m., things started to happen. However, they only happened to myself. We were lying in bed with the lights off and the television on. The television was located on a dresser at the foot of the bed facing us. I was lying on the side of the bed, closest to the one window in the room. There was enough distance between the bed and the wall for someone to walk. I had exposed my right arm, resting along my side and slightly off to the side of the bed. Suddenly, something began to pull the hairs on my arm. I felt an electrical sensation, such as that when you acquire static electricity. I looked down in disbelief, but I could not see anything. I then nudged my wife and told her what was happening to me. She started to laugh, thinking that I was trying to scare her or something. Just then, while she was talking, I felt a small woman's or girl's hand and fingers drag itself all the way up my arm, from the tip of my fingers to almost my shoulder. It felt like a woman because it was a small hand. This really got my attention. I then jumped out of bed, telling my wife what had just happened. She of course could not feel or see anything, and thought I was making up the whole situation. I then had the feeling that someone was standing in the corner, between the bed and the wall, staring at us. I had the distinct feeling that the ghost was a woman or girl, because it seemed to be small and unobtrusive. This lasted for about 5 minutes, and then it stopped with me no longer having the feeling that the ghost was in the room with us. I remember it upset me that my wife was not encountering anything. Nothing else happened that night, even though I had expected it to. The next morning we moved across the hall to room 12, which had a very grandiose king-side poster bed in it. The room was also quite larger than room 6. I really was waiting for the opportunity for something to happen so that I could look at researching it more. I have to admit that I'd been slightly alarmed from my experience in room 6. Well, nothing happened in room 12, but something did later happen that night in the hallway just outside. I had become bored watching television with my wife and decided to go out into the hallway around 1 a.m. that night. I ended up sitting in an antique couch that is at the end of the hallway, pushed up against a door that goes out into the front balcony. The hotel was working on the balcony, and I locked the door and pushed the couch up against it to block the door. The door had a glass pane that covered approximately the top half of the door, enabling a person to be able to stare outside into the main street or the buildings across the street. Well, the street was very dark, and there was no activity at all in the street. It was very quiet at the time. I kept hearing noises in the hallway every time I looked down or away. It was strange that noises would happen only if I was not directly staring down at the hallway at the time. The hotel is very long, front to back, and narrower in width. At one point, I heard a noise down the hallway and looked down with nothing happening or being seen. Then I heard a noise outside and looked again to see nothing. I then heard the noise down the hallway again and turned to look. When I did this, something then knocked the glass behind me with 3 taps suddenly. I admit that I jumped about 3 feet because it startled me so badly. When I turned around to look, there was nothing there. I walked back to the window and the door and looked out again. Again, I did not see anything at all. I then went to get my wife and told her to sit on the couch a few minutes to see if anything would happen. Of course, she came back in after 10 minutes and told me that nothing had happened to her. This again was very frustrating to me because I began to think that the spirits were only trying to communicate with me. Nothing else happened that night, and we went to bed. The next day we moved into room 19, which is rumored to be one of the most haunted rooms in the hotel. The maids were in the hallway as I walked down to put our bags in the room. Room 19 sits in the upstairs hallway, all the way to the rear on the left side of the hallway. The maids began to tell the story of room 19. They said that a blonde lady spirit haunts the room and that the bathroom is haunted. When a person goes into the bathroom, You are supposed to run the hot water in the bathtub and the sink at the same time, and then close the door and turn out the light. The spirits are supposed to turn off the water sometimes, and you are supposed to be able to see the words in the mirror when you go back in and turn on the light. As the maids were telling me the story in the hallway, a woman suddenly stepped out of one of the rooms adjacent to room 19. This woman began to tell me that her friend had stayed in room 19 the previous night, and that they had brought a Ouija board with them. She told me that they had been trying to summon the spirits of the hotel. They had asked the board if there was a spirit that haunts the room, and what the spirit's name was. She said that the board had told them that yes, there was a spirit, and the spirit's name was Laura, which I had spelled out. When the board had stopped, the woman's friend had been lying on her stomach on the bed, watching the other two people on the floor do the board, when something suddenly grabbed her exposed legs from behind and pinned her down to the bed for a few seconds. The woman had not been able to move and was terrified by this. Later that night, the woman had grabbed her pillow and blanket and went downstairs to spend the rest of the night with the desk clerk that was there all night. Apparently, other things happened to the woman in the room to make her want to do this from what the woman explained to me. This really got my attention, and I could not wait to conduct our research of room 19. We also were the only guests in the hotel that night, and the desk clerk went home around 9 p.m. My wife and I ended up doing the bathroom thing right away. When we first went into the bathroom, there was nothing in the mirror over the sink, and the bathroom was very clean. I then turned on the hot water in the bathtub and sink, turned off the light, and closed the door. Well, the water never quit running, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, I went back into the bathroom and turned on the light. My eyes were in amazement at the words that had suddenly appeared in the mirror. The mirror had been steamed up by the hot water, but the words were very clear in a sort of film on the mirror. The words read "Help, Judy, help," and the word "murder" was written backwards in the mirror on the bottom. At first, I thought this was a joke, and I had my wife come in and smear the film on the mirror with her fingernails to where it was literally smeared all over the mirror. I felt that if there was some kind of chemical on the mirror, that it would be smeared the next time we did the experiment. Again, I went through the process, and again, the water never shut off or anything while we waited. When I went back in, I was truly amazed. The words had appeared in the mirror exactly as they appeared before, without any distortion at all. This really freaked us out, and I really had the feeling something paranormal was taking place there in that room. We had decided to stay up late into the night, since we would be alone in the hotel that night. We asked the desk clerk to unlock most of the rooms in the hotel, so that we could walk into any of them should we hear or see something. The desk clerk did this, and we followed around as she did this. When she got to room 6, the room we stayed in on our first date, she put the master key in the lock and unlocked the door. She then began to push on the door, and it would not open or budge. I was standing about 15 feet behind her, watching her, as she pushed on the door and got a scared look on her face. She said, oh no, not again." I then began to walk towards her and asked what was wrong. When I got up to her, the door suddenly opened. We all stared at the open door in disbelief. I then walked into the room, but I saw nothing or felt anything out of the normal. The desk clerk then left shortly after that. My wife and I decided around 1 a.m. to sit in a couch in the middle of the upstairs hallway and wait for things to happen. Of course, nothing did, since we were sitting there prepared for anything. I then got up and decided to go downstairs to the lobby. When I was in the lobby, I had the distinct impression of being watched by more than one person, and I kept turning around to look, expecting someone to be standing there. I got this really weird feeling, and I decided to go back upstairs. When I got upstairs, I decided to go into room 14, which has a bed rumored to be haunted in it. This is a queen-size bed with an ornate, sculpture wood headboard that goes almost to the ceiling. The bed is actually kind of spooky the more you kind of look at it. I did not turn on the light when I went in because the hallway light was bright enough under the door for me to see. When I got into the room, I immediately got a chill from the room. Something then seemed to draw me to the bed. For some reason, I went and sat down on the edge of the bed. Nothing at first happened, but then the bed suddenly began going up and down as if someone were pushing on the mattress underneath me.
It felt like the mattress were breathing, as if a person were lying on the bed, breathing heavily. This really alarmed me, because beds are not supposed to do this, per the realm of science. I asked if my wife come in the room and sit on the bed. I remember my wife saying when she entered the room how cold it was. She did lie down on the bed and said that it was really cold on the bed, but she did not feel anything. She did not lie there that long. We both went back outside in the hallway. I had the feeling that spirits were around us, watching us, even though nothing else happened that night. The next morning, I got up around 9 a.m. before my wife did. I ended up sitting in the rocking chair in the room. I started to read a journal of other people's experiences in the room of the hotel. The hotel lends itself to patrons if you're interested in seeing what other people have seen. I decided to do the bathroom test one more time, for old time's sake, to see if anything else would happen. I went in and did the same thing. At first, nothing happened, but then, when I sat back in the rocking chair, I could hear physically the water faucets turn off slowly on both the bathtub and sink. I then waited to see if I could hear anything else. There was this very eerie silence in the room, except for the breathing of my wife sleeping in bed. Suddenly, a woman's voice began to moan over and over the words "oh," which sounded like a broken record, repeating itself over and over. This did not sound sexual either, as some people may think in reading this. It actually sounded very sad, and it was not very fast. This sound, or voice, was kinda loud, but it did not wake my wife. I was too startled at the time to wake my wife. My curiosity was in trying to figure out exactly where the sound was originating. I looked around the room in all directions, and finally decided the noise was coming from behind the window shade, by the window. I walked over, and the noise did seem to get louder there. As I stood by the window, the sound seemed to be coming from behind the shade, between the shade and the closed window. The sun was shining outside, but since we had the shade pulled down, the room was kinda dark and gloomy with only one light on. I then reached for the shade and pulled it back. When I did this, the sun then entered the room. As this happened, the water faucet suddenly turned again, and the water came back on in the bathroom. The woman's voice also suddenly stopped. I then walked over to the bathroom in disbelief at what just happened. I looked in the bathroom, and it was very cold in there, with the same steamy words in the mirror. I then went back to my wife and woke her up screaming and told her what just happened. Again, she looked at me in shock and disbelief. I was indeed very frustrated that I had not woken her up to hear what I had heard. It definitely would have gotten her attention. About a half hour later, we were putting our stuff together to leave. My wife was in the bathroom, and I was putting my contact lenses in, using the mirror in the room. I remember having all sorts of problems trying to do this because something kept knocking the lens off my finger. My wife screamed, "Look," and I turned around. The light was swinging back and forth from the ceiling as if someone had grabbed it and swung it. My wife was so happy that she had finally experienced something. My wife had also asked the spirit earlier, when we got into room 19, if it would swing the light at some time to acknowledge its presence in the room, and that the female spirit knew we were there. The spirit had answered our request. My name is Jamie. It was late May, and I was at my friend's, Anna's birthday party. It was a sleepover. Around 5 or 6 giggling girls showed up for a night of pizza and movies. Although we were all excited and jumpy from eating pizza and consuming vast amounts of pop and ice cream, I decided I would turn in, as I was really tired, and they were watching a movie I didn't really enjoy much. They were all in the TV room, just down the hall, and to the right, from where I had set my sleeping bag in the family room. The floor was hard, and I was uncomfortable, but I tried my best to drift off. I was closest to the dining room, which was an extension to the family room and ended in a dead end. I'd stretched myself right in front of the entrance, so there was no possible way anyone could get into or out of the dining room without stepping over me. Also, once they had stepped past me, there was no way out again without stepping over me a second time. I sat up for a moment because I thought I heard someone breathing. I looked around the room, but it was empty. Across the hall, the basement door was slightly ajar, and I heard my friends laughing and talking in the TV room. I sighed and lay back down, finally able to close my eyes. I awoke only minutes later to a thud in the room. It sounded as though someone with heavy boots was deliberately stomping on the floor towards me. I assumed it was Anna or one of the other girls trying to scare me. I heard them stomp to the edge of my sleeping bag and step over me. Whoever it was, they were clumsy because they stepped on my arm and a few strands of my hair, causing me to wince in pain. I heard the boots stomp to the corner of the dead-end dining room and stop. As I said before, there was no way a person could go into the dining room and then step back out without having to walk over me, and, judging by the person's boots, they would make a lot of noise doing so. I opened my eyes and was startled. No one was in the dining room, behind the table, or under the chairs. In fact, the whole living room area was empty and silent, except for my heavy breathing. At that, I picked up my pillow and bolted towards the TV room, where my friends had fallen fast asleep, the movie credits rolling by, lighting the room a faint blue. I laid down, far as I could from the hallway, and after stealing a blanket from a sleeping Anna, fell asleep. I wrote previously about the place I work and all the ghostly happenings there. Up until now, I've not seen a full apparition, only shadowy figures and strange sounds. The other night, myself, my assistant, I will call her Amy, and a maintenance guy, Robert, were working in the area where most of the activity occurs. It was 11:30 p.m., and we decided to take a smoke break. I need to explain the layout of the building for this to make sense. Our building is smoke-free, so we have to go outside to a smokehouse. In order to get there, there's a long-tiled corridor, about 50 feet long, leading to the door. There are no fences or areas along the corridor. The three of us headed to the smokehouse and exited the heavy safety door. Amy was first, I was second, and Robert was last. Just as Robert came through the door, Amy turned and gave a startling scream. I turned, and right behind us was a woman. What made her appearance so shocking was we had not seen anyone walking behind us down the corridor, and there was no place for her to have come out of. Also, as she walked on the blacktop, there was a loud, sharp clicking of her high heels. I fell back against the wall of the building and was speechless as she walked by. What scared me the most was one, her clothing. She dressed in all black. Black skirt, shoes, coat, gloves, and a large 1940s-style hat with a veil covering half her face. And two, where did she come from? And why did she not acknowledge us? Amy had screamed, and yet she did not turn her head, look at us, or acknowledge us at all. After she had walked by us to the parking lot, I told Robert to see if she got into a car. I ran after her, but within 10 seconds of us seeing her, she was gone. Needless to say, we were all pretty shaken up that night. The next day we scouted the building for a woman who matched that build and asked people if they knew of someone who wore that style of hat. Everyone said no. This is not the first supernatural occurrence in this building, but it is the most intense to date. I should add that one of our old employees said our description of this woman sounds like the founder's wife. She died in 1957. I've posted to this website before and have something else I would like to share. It was 1986, and I was 18 years old when this occurred. My sister and I were on our way home from a Bruce Springsteen concert, and I'd fallen asleep in the car. I had a very vivid dream that my boyfriend at the time was involved in a car accident. So vivid, as a matter of fact, that I dreamt that there were 4 people in the car. Him and his friend Sean, and 2 girls that I did not know. I woke up and said out loud, "Bobby's been in an accident." I didn't get the impression that it was fatal, but that they were hurt. My sister said that it was just a dream, and to not be upset, but I knew in my heart that it wasn't. When I got home, it was pretty late, probably about 1:30 a.m. I went into my bedroom to get changed, all the while resisting the urge to call Bobby and confirm what I already knew. I felt that if it was indeed just a dream, it was too late to call though. As I was wrestling with this, my phone rang, and it was Bobby telling me that he and Sean had been in a car accident. That in and of itself was strange, but he had also been cheating on me. and there were two girls in the car with them. No one was hurt too badly, just as I had thought, but there were injuries. Just thought I'd share. Thanks for listening. Hi. My story is very personal, as it was not a haunted house I lived in as a child, but a visit from my deceased granddad. Just to outline why I believe it came to me was that I was raised by both him and my grandmother in England from 9 days old till 10 years old. For all intents and purposes, they were my parents. I was 14 in 1976, and my granddad had been slowly going downhill from his battle with sclerosis of the liver. He had been in a hospital for a couple of months, and we knew he wouldn't be spending that Xmas with us. He died at 3:58 a.m. on October 7th, 1976, with my grandmother by his bedside. She had all the monitors, IVs, tubes, pumps, and everything else that was keeping him alive removed, so that he may die with dignity in a side room, privately, without the impersonal ambience of intensive care. I was devastated about this loss and automatically went into a crying fit. This went on for about 2 weeks. I didn't eat, sleep much, stayed out of school, and in general became very ill and depressed. I vaguely recall the funeral, but was very overcome with emotion. I was a 14-year-old girl who had lost the most important man in my life, and it was killing me. One day, I recall getting up to go to the bathroom and hearing my mom telling my dad that they should take me to a psychiatrist due to my emotional state. I went back to bed and cried, telling my granddad that I wish he was here, eventually crying myself to sleep. Now, most nights before going to bed, my dad would check up on me, and in the half asleep, half awake state, I was aware of his visits. This particular night, I was turning over, but found that I was stuck on my bed, on my right side and totally unable to move. It was that dead weight type of feeling one gets with a tingling sensation, like when your leg falls asleep, but this had no sensation, just weight. I was scared, and this caused me to look across directly at my bedroom door. In the doorway, dimly lit by my nightlight, I saw the dark gray, not black figure of a heavy-set man outlined, but yet I could see through it, kind of. The left arm was outstretched towards me, but I dare not to move. After what now seems roughly 30 seconds to a minute, the shape disappeared, and I felt a sense of calm. I was hungry and fixed a cheese and pickle sandwich for myself. I went back to bed, but oddly enough, this incident didn't bother me really. I woke up the next day, showered, dressed, put a little makeup on to hide the bug eyes I had, and went downstairs. My mom was washing dishes, and my dad was reading the paper, and they both commented on my presence, and more so, state of apparent well-being. I knew, I guess, deep down, that it was my granddad who had visited me, but although I had no proof or words to back it up from granddad, I still wanted to test my feeling. I asked my dad if he had come in my room, and he said no. He said, "We didn't hear any noises, crying, etc., so we thought we would let you sleep in peace." I said, well, in that case, it was granddad who came to see me. With that remark, my mom threw the dish towel into the sink and said, "That's it, we're taking her to a doctor." Fortunately, my dad stepped in and suggested they hear me out. He believed me, or at least looking back, pacified me, as it obviously made me feel better, so we went along with my visit from granddad's story. My mom didn't believe me, but it didn't matter. I believed it. This isn't the end. Although I only had one visit, granddad did appear to my grandmother. Ironically, when I called her up to tell her, she went very quiet and said that the very same night, he came to her too. She said she couldn't sleep and went to his study to sort papers, approximately 4 a.m., roughly the same hour he had died. I don't know what time my visit occurred. She said she felt someone was behind her. She was sitting at his desk, crying, when she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. She said she brushed it off sharply as it scared her, and she turned around. Nothing was there, but she said she felt something. She said she stopped crying and felt better. These were only the 2 incidents. No one else had a visit from granddad, but we both know, Gran and I, that he came to visit us for comfort. We loved him more than anything, and he reciprocated us. My mom fell out with my grandparents, so the closeness was not between them. We both were hit the hardest, and he knew it. He came to let us know to go on. I feel, without the suffering that we're both enduring since his death. My grandmother lived until 1995, ironically, dying on her 83rd birthday. My grandmother promised me that if she could, she would visit me after she died. She didn't. I lit 2 white candles in our apartment. After I had packed it all up and sat there in silence, awaiting her visit, nothing happened, but I know she's okay. She was buried, as per her wish, with her granddad, and they finally were together again. That made me happy. They had been married and in love since 1932, school sweethearts, survived wars and hard times, and now eternally peaceful. Love is very powerful, and although it's hit and miss amongst those whom I tell this to in regards to belief, I know it happened and why. I've seen 2 of these things. They're called green orbs. I've known people who have seen them, and I've seen videos of them on TV that people have filmed and say that they are ghosts. First time, I was at my grandparents' house, which they seem to think is haunted. They joke about it because they are very religious and have trouble incorporating their beliefs with their senses. I was going to bed and was having to share a bed with my grandfather, who was already long since asleep. I crawled into bed and laid there for a while, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. Eventually, my eyes focused on the brightest object in the room, what appeared to be a reflection. I stared at it for maybe 15 minutes before a realization hit me. It was the brightest thing in the room. I considered maybe there's something outside brighter that it's shining off of, but my grandparents live in the sticks and have only one light outside, and it's quite some ways from the house. I had originally thought that it was a reflection from the brass hinges on a door. After deducing that the light was of its own source, I investigated. I got out of bed and walked up to it. The closer I got, the more apparent it became that this was not a mere reflection. It didn't move much. It hovered there, like a green rip in space and time, waiting. I experimented a little by turning on the light. It stayed there for a split second, after the light came on, and then disappeared. I wasn't able to go back to sleep for a while. Second time I actually saw one, I was at my in-laws, lying in bed with my wife. It was near the ceiling above our heads. I woke my wife up and asked her if she saw it. She said she did, then went back to sleep. I watched it until it disappeared. After it was gone, I woke her back up and asked her if she could still see it. She said that she could not, and went back to sleep. In between those times, I was at a known haunted house, unknown to us, but known to the occupants. We were staying the night, and while some of us were in the kitchen, 2 of my friends burst out of their rooms, asking for flashlights or candles. They refused to go to sleep without them. They told us of an object we originally thought was a glow-in-the-dark mini frisbee, only it didn't move like a frisbee. I don't know what these things are, but I would very much like to study them. I was around 10 or 11 years old, growing up in Georgia when this started to take place. I lived with my parents, 2 brothers and 2 sisters in a rather nice ranch-style brick home. My father had built this home when I was around 4 or 5 years old, and no one had ever passed away in it. My 2 brothers were 5 and 6 years older than I. One sister was 7 years older, and the other sister was around 1 or 2 years old when this happened. This all started very suddenly. Me and my 2 brothers slept in one room, in custom-made bunk beds that my father had built into the room. They were built in an upside-down L shape, with the main bunks on the right and a single bed coming off the main bunks from the head of the beds going towards the left. My oldest brother slept in the single bed, my other brother slept in the bottom bunk, and I slept on the top bunk. There were 2 windows over the single bed that my oldest brother slept in, and during the summer, these were kept open so that the attic fan will pull cool air in. Sorry for so much detail. It helps one to understand the rest of the story. One night we had gone to bed, and around 2-3 in the morning, my oldest brother was jarred awake by a tremendous pounding on the other side of the brick wall, where he slept, outside. He woke both of us up very quietly, and we listened as the pounding went across the wall, as if someone was walking the length of the house and back, pounding on the brick wall as they went. Now, This wasn't like someone was pounding with their fists or even kicking the house. We probably couldn't have even heard someone who was hitting the wall with their fists or feet. No. This sounded as someone had a 15 or 20-pound rock or something very heavy and solid and was pounding the wall with it as they walked back and forth, with the impacts coming approximately 1 to 2 seconds apart. After some very frightening few minutes had passed, my older brother slipped into our father and mother's room and awakened our father, telling him about what was going on. My father, not pleased with being awake at this hour, didn't really believe him at first, but quietly made his way to our room and where the pounding was still going on. As this was summer, he looked out the open window through the screen, but couldn't see anyone. He then proceeded to collect his 20-gauge pump shotgun and slipped out the door on the opposite side of the house from the pounding to try to sneak up on whoever was doing it. As Daddy turned the corner of the house with the shotgun at the ready, the pounding suddenly stopped. Daddy had a flashlight, of course, and there was nothing to hide behind for at least 30 to 40 feet, where a cornfield started. He searched around for a bit, but couldn't find anything and came back in. As soon as he came in the house, the pounding started again. He went out immediately. Whenever he turned the corner, it stopped again. This was repeated several times, always with the same results. These happenings then continued for the next 2 to 3 months, almost every night. My father did not find anything or anyone that could account for it. There are also no marks or any kind of evidence to show where the pounding was being done on the bricks. One night my brother that slept underneath me was having a dream about playing basketball in a tournament at school when the pounding started. As the pounding was going up and down the wall, he was dreaming that he had missed a shot and that the coach had called him to the sideline. He dreamed that the coach was mad at him, and while asleep, he was moaning and making some kind of noise. My oldest brother, who slept under the windows, was trying to listen to the pounding to figure out where it was at during that time, and when my other brother started moaning, he reached over and grabbed him by the hair of the head and started pulling his hair to try to shut him up. At this time in the dream, my other brother was dreaming that the coach had grabbed his hair and was pulling it for him, missing the shot. We had always laughed about this happening. Anyway, my father never did catch anyone or anything pounding on the wall, and we still wonder to this day what it could have been. If anyone out there has had anything similar happening with pounding on the walls and moving back and forth, I would appreciate hearing from them. This is really weird because it happened about 2 days ago. My house doesn't have any history of weird stuff or hauntings. That's what made it strange. I lived in this house for about 6 years now. I'm 17, and I've yet not experienced anything like this. It's not really a haunting, but I thought it was really weird. It was about 1 a.m., and I was in my room on the internet. Both my parents were asleep, and nobody else was in the house, other than me. My parents were in their room, which is all the way across the house. The living room, the kitchen, the family room, and a small hallway separate my room from theirs. The only lights that were on were the lights in my room, because I was on the computer. As I was looking through the website, I heard my name whispered in my ear, so I stopped and looked around to see who had whispered, but saw nobody. So then, I tried to get chills and decided to go to bed. So I turned off the computer, and this was now about 1:20 a.m. As I was getting ready to go to bed, the phone started to ring, so I turned on the lights of the hallway to go to the living room. As I went to go see who it was in my caller ID, it read unavailable, so then I picked up the phone. When I picked up the phone, I said hello, but nobody answered. Again, I said hello, but again, nobody answered. I started to get pissed, but I tried to listen to see if I could hear anything. What I heard gave me chills. As I started to listen, I heard whispering that sounded like mumbling. I couldn't make out what was being said. It was like someone or something wanted to tell me something, but couldn't. It was really freaky, so I hung up the phone and I just sat on the couch, looking around for anything unusual. When I finally got up to go back to my room, I got the worst feeling that somebody or something was watching me. As I got to my room, I went straight to sleep. The next morning felt like if nothing had happened. This is the house of many tenants. The house is well over 200 years old and has many tenants over the years. I was 18 when we first moved in. It was a 4-bedroom house with high ceilings, an attic, and basement. My parents and nephew had the 2 downstairs bedrooms, which left me to the upstairs rooms. The first night we moved in, my friend and I were setting up the upstairs rooms as my bedroom. As we were standing in the hall by the bathroom, a little boy ran out of the other bedroom, ran down the hall towards us, peeked out around the corner, and ran into the bathroom. We went into the bathroom and saw that no one was there. Let me explain. This couldn't have been my nephew because he wasn't even in there at the time, and there was no other small boys in the house. Also, sometimes I've seen a man who dressed in what I can only call colonial walked up the stairs and walk into the attic. The weird thing is, I've never seen him walk up the old wooden stairs. Sometimes you could hear someone moving boxes and stuff around in the attic as if they were looking for something. All the people who had stayed in the house in the span of 6 years that had lived there would never sleep upstairs by themselves, and many reported the feeling as if someone was going to push them down the staircase as they stood at the top of the staircase. On more than one occasion, you could hear a woman crying, the toilet flushing, and doors slamming. My older sister stayed with us for a short while. During her stay, she had the shower doors cave in on her, pinning her to the wall, and a fan cord lightly wrapped around her neck during her sleep, in which she had found the following morning. Foul smells and shadows were a constant reminder of the ghost's presences. I was glad when we moved from the house because I found it very unnerving and somewhat frightening. I don't think I've ever had a sound night's sleep. In 1996, my boyfriend Daniel was living in an old New Zealand city called Dunedin. This city has a lot of old houses and a lot of history. He lived with his previous girlfriend in one of a pair of old terrace flats, which were cold and didn't get much sun during the day, but it was cheap, an important consideration when you're a poor student. It was the couple's flatmates that first noticed something strange. Shiva has to be something of an amateur mystic, reading auras and such like, and she claimed to sense more presence in the house. But the really scary stuff didn't start until Daniel went away for a couple of weeks and the 2 girls were in the house by themselves. They noticed the cats were frequently taking fright and chasing something, which the girls could not see. It got worse, and once the presence pushed one of the girls down the stairs from behind. Finally, as Daniel's girlfriend lay in bed one night, she felt something get into bed with her, a cold presence which touched her thigh. While Daniel was still away, the 2 girls had the place exorcised and the incident stopped, but not for long. Shortly after Daniel's return, the strange occurrences started again, the cats freaking out and other weirdnesses. The flatmate moved out, leaving Daniel and his girlfriend to deal with it alone. In an attempt to exorcise the ghost a second time, the couple burned incense around the house, especially near a certain doorway which seemed to be central to the occurrences. But as the 2 watched the circling smoke, they noticed it cut off, just disappeared into nowhere, a few inches away from the wall, as if the smoke were traveling through some kind of invisible doorway. In the end, they moved out, unable to handle the atmosphere of the house any longer. I don't know who moved in afterwards, nor what became of the ghost.
This happened while I was visiting the city of Guadalajara. When I was about 11, I'd gone on vacation with my grandparents. They didn't have a phone installed at their house because it was only a vacation home, not where they lived. So, one morning, my grandmother and I left to the phone central, where you can pay to make long-distance phone calls. Anyway, while we were waiting, an old lady approached us and began conversing with my grandmother. She would put her hands on mine and my grandmother's, and we both would pull our hands from underneath hers because she was so cold. She also had a very beautiful necklace with the Virgin of Guadalupe on the side. The image itself looked so real, like if it could move. Well, she was asking us to go to a church not far from our house to donate some food for a church carnival to raise money to repair a huge hole that had taken part of the main aisle. So, we agreed, and she asked us to ask for her by name. The old woman had also told my grandmother exactly what to prepare. So, when the day came that we had to go, We set off to the church, and once we arrived, we asked the priest for this woman. The priest went silent for a moment and then said in a very low voice, "She is no longer with us." I didn't understand until he asked us to go into the office where he could explain. This old woman had promised many years before to take a certain food to the carnival. She fell ill and never was able to attend because she had passed away. Interestingly enough, the priest had also stated that we were not the first one this had happened to. Interesting story, and I'm glad you guys were able to read it. Thanks for your time. I've always believed in ghosts, and now I live in a 100-year-old haunted building. I moved in with my boyfriend a year and a half ago in July. The night I moved in, I had an experience that was a bit unnerving in the light of day. I received a call from a friend that evening, and she asked if I could take her kids to the airport in the morning. I said sure I will, and set my alarm to go off at 5 a.m. so I could go get her and get to the airport on time for her. Well, my alarm went off, but I was so tired from the move, I forgot why I was going off and fell back to sleep. An hour later, I felt the bed shaking as if someone were trying to get me up. I remember thinking, what now, and then fell back to sleep, only to be woken up 20 minutes later by the phone ringing. My friend said she would get a ride from her sister. After the call, I looked over to the kitchen and saw a gray figure in the door that seemed to shake its head at me. I immediately knew he was what tried to wake me up, so I could keep my promise to my friend. He seemed to have the best intentions, and I didn't see him again after that. He seemed very friendly. We then moved down to the second floor, and I soon found out we have a ghost here too. This one likes to pace up and down a short hallway between the door and the living room. He also paces along the southwest wall of the living room sometimes. I get the impression that he's a man in a brown pinstripe suit and bowler hat and has a mustache and deep-set eyes. He stands about my height, around 5'8". When we first moved in, he would pace the hallway, coming further and further out into the living room and bedroom. It's a studio apartment. He seemed highly agitated. My boyfriend saw him more than me, and a few times he would arrive home from work and the top dead bolt would be locked. We never used that lock, as it is very difficult to open with the key from the outside. My boyfriend works graveyard at a 24-hour store, and I am alone here at night for 4 nights a week. One night, I noticed that he was coming further and further out into the living room, and he was giving off vibes that were not friendly. I've had enough of this now, and looked at the hallway and said, listen, the year is 2001, not 1903 or whatever year you think it is. Times have changed, and it's okay for people to live together without being married, so lay off of it. I felt a feeling of surprise from the hallway, and have not had a problem from him since. I related this to the apartment manager, with whom we had become good friends with, and she said that she had seen him too, and I was right in my impressions of what he looks like, as that is who she had seen in our place when her son lived in the studio. She has also seen him in the hallway outside her apartment door. She said that there are several ghosts in the building, and she is not surprised to hear stories about them, as she has also had experiences with them when she first moved into the building before she was manager. It's an interesting place to say the least. The incidents that you're about to read happened to me when I was a college student several years ago. We had inherited an old apartment from my grandfather, and 2 years after his death, our family moved in. The fact is that it was okay in the beginning. Weird things started to happen soon after my dad transferred to another town, and my parents left both me and my sister in the apartment. During the day, we could hear noises coming from the ceiling, and we wondered what the neighbors upstairs were up to. We didn't give much thought to that until we started hearing them in the middle of the night. It sounded as someone was dragging chairs and tables around the apartment. We knew our neighbors upstairs. They were an old couple and had one son who occasionally paid them a visit. One night, the noise went so wild that we decided to run upstairs to complain about it. I rang the bell several times and banged at the door. No one answered it. Apparently, there was nobody home. This situation went on for months, and we finally talked to our neighbors. The old lady was baffled and claimed she would never do such a thing. That was crazy. Anyone who came to our home would hear the noises. One morning, my maid was working in the kitchen when she heard someone open the living room door and walk along the hallway. She was scared to death, but she never thought it could be a ghost. She quickly took out a knife and searched the whole apartment for a burglar. Again, there was no one there. It was not uncommon to sense someone watching us or in the room, just a presence. Once, I was writing a paper and I clearly felt someone behind me. As I turned around, I saw nobody. My sister was so afraid to stay alone in the apartment that she would wait for me downstairs. The most frightening thing was to come. We were sleeping in our bedrooms when we heard bangings inside my closet. They were so loud that I woke up and jumped out of my bed immediately, thinking the shelves inside had tumbled. When we opened the door, we saw nothing. The closet was in the corner of the room, and we didn't have neighbors next door. It couldn't have come from outside the apartment either. The noises were so real that we didn't doubt that they were there. When we sensed someone around us, we didn't wonder if they were ghosts because the whole thing was so real. The ghost idea only dawned on us on some time later after the incidents. We are not ghost freaks. Well, after that last incident, I grabbed my mattress and slept in my sister's room. On the next day, I went to a church and brought some holy water with me, which I sprinkled all over the place. Things calmed down for a while. A year later, we moved out, and we heard that the family who had bought it moved out 1 year later. Hi, my name is Lisa. About 3 years ago, I was in a rehab for about 2 months. It was up in Lafayette Hills, Pennsylvania. The place was an old 1800s huge mansion where the owner's daughter Eugenia was mentally ill. Back then, they did not know the things they do now, of course, and her wealthy father donated the house and its land to the people in the profession after his daughter hung herself in the main foyer from the grand staircase. The name of the rehab is Eugenia House, and it was, in every way, still her house. The house itself is now used as offices and meeting rooms, some of them original. In fact, most of the house is still original, except the actual rehab, which was built off of the house. Anyway, being very into the paranormal, I was extremely interested in the history and to know firsthand if it was in fact haunted. Every time I could, I went in there, listened to the people who had worked there for years, and believed these stories. Some of them would not go in there after dark. Now, I was determined to know. One evening after dinner, me and my friend Brian sneaked off to investigate. It was totally empty. As we walked up the main staircase, I was hit with this very cold air all around me. I was really scared, but went up anyway. As we got to the top, we went right into one of the offices. We walked in a little further, and I was so uneasy. As I turned to look at Brian, we both heard shuffling, like books moving around on one of the desks. Then it sounded like a large book fell very hard to the floor. As we turned to run out of the room, I was disoriented and did not know where to go, so I followed Brian. As we fled towards the main staircase, these very big double wooden doors at the top of the stairs that in my whole time there were never closed, and they were so big and heavy, don't know if I could close them without help, slammed shut right behind us. The stairs were very long. As we got to the bottom, we stopped and looked up, and as we did, the cold air hit us very hard, like a winter wind. It felt like it swirled around us on purpose, investigating us. It made us just stand there, in awe almost. Then, after a few minutes that felt like forever, we fled out the door. We told the believers in the group, who were amazed, and I'll never forget that. After that, I did not go back in at night, but in the courtyard where we all smoked, you could look into the front windows. One night, shortly after that, I was telling one of the counselors of my tale and peering in the window at the same time. As I spoke, one of the big overhead outside lights would flicker, only when I mentioned Eugenia's name. At this point, the counselor was extremely convinced and started to tell me a few stories of his own that he never shared with anyone until me, for fear of the staff would think he was being foolish, but neither of us were. Hello, my name is Rob, and a few years ago, I lived in St. John's, Michigan. While I was there, strange things would happen, all centered around the very old school called Paranormal. I think there was more than one ghost involved in these hauntings, and they weren't benign. It all started with hearing strange music near these old mobile units. It all came from a small group of them, and I could always hear it after school, and everyone else could too. No one was there at the time, not even the janitor. So one day, my friend and I decided to investigate. When we looked inside one mobile unit, we saw a black cat with glowing red eyes. We ran and never looked back. About a year later, the school demolished and a new one was built. Whatever was haunting this school didn't like having its home destroyed. Oh yeah, did I mention the entire school used to hear a train whistle, and no train has run in the town for 100 years. There are no trains within 20 miles of the town. When we were first at Gateway North, the new school, we thought we could get rid of the ghost, but we didn't. At first, all it was sightings of black cats around the premises of the school, but then more harmful things began to happen. One morning I woke up to deep scratches on my arm. It was like a cat had scathed my arm. Then, on a swing at school, a kid fell while in mid-swing. The kid was pushed. She didn't slip. 10 witnesses saw her fall, and it wasn't an accident. No kid pushed her. She sprained her arm. 2 weeks later, another kid under the same circumstances broke his arm. 4 more kids were pushed from the same swing, under the same circumstances. Balls were swerving to hit kids on the playground. I left the next year. I haven't been in contact with my friends since. I don't know if it's continuing. I hope not. Hi, my name is David. I'm a French student, and I wanted to share some eerie things that happened to me and to some of my friends with you readers. My grandfather died last year. He was a total atheist and believed that supernatural was just some bullcrap, and that people who got interested in it were pitiful fools. What's more, he was a convinced internationalist communist and often led some speeches against God and the church. I was the contrary of my grandfather, a conservative Christian loving God and fatherland, so the situation often led to arguments between my grandfather and me, as we were obviously on a different wavelength, but it didn't matter. He was my grandfather. I was his grandson. He loved me, and I loved him as well, and we would often laugh together. Well, as a Christian believer, I believe and still believe in hell, and I feared that my grandfather would go there after his death because of his resolute anti-God feelings. So I said a lot of rosaries so that God would put him on the right way. One day, as I went back from the university, I got a phone call from my mother. She told me that my grandfather had been sent to the hospital in order to cure a little pain on a knee. But when the doctors started to inspect his general state of health, they found out that my grandfather had a generalized cancer, and that is why he felt so tired. I got so upset hearing that I rushed to the church and put a candle to the Holy Virgin so that she would get the forgiveness to my godless, communist grandfather. I went to visit my grandfather in the hospital, where he was sadly ending his life, and I could notice no changes in his mind and moral, and his Calvary in the hospital bed lasted for months. Here is the moment when my story becomes interesting. In my prayers, I would always ask the Holy Virgin to save him and let me know by a sign that she had taken him to the right place, near the God and far from hell. It was an ordinary night. I was reading in my bed with my bedlight and listening to the outside noises as usual, and I closed my eyes to sleep afterwards. Oh God, I can never forget what I lived this night. It was about 5 a.m. because it happened just a moment before I woke up. I had a very powerful dream, and it looked so real that it is still sculpted in my memory. I dreamt about a giant curtain of red velvet with a portrait of my grandfather hanging on it. I looked at this picture, and my eyes looked leftwards and saw that the curtains were open like on a theater. Behind these velvet curtains, I could see the sky filled with orange clouds, lit like on a wonderful sunset, or dawn, I don't know. And suddenly, I saw a boy kneeling in the darkness in front of the scene, and I recognized myself. I can't figure out why, but I know that the boy in this dream kneeling was me in person. A short moment after, a young woman went out from behind the curtain, from the lit side. She had a blue dress and a blue veil. Both were blue, one dark, the other clear. She looked like Raphael's Holy Virgin in the painting. I remember her peaceful face that made me feel peaceful and tranquil. The lady sat in front of the kneeling boy, me, and started talking to him. I would see the lady's lips moving, but no sounds coming from her mouth. But I distinctly remember her beautiful eyebrows. After talking, she showed me something behind her. It was a ladder, a beautiful multicolored ladder that went in the orange clouds. The ladder went through a hole in the clouds, and this hole had incredibly powerful light coming right from it, and it throwed rays of light. It was noisy like a storm, though not frightening at all, not at the contrary. My dream stopped with this vision of delight. I'd forgotten the dream on the following morning and went downstairs for the coffee. My mother was standing in the kitchen, and her eyes were painful. As I held my cup, she told me that my sister called from the hospital and that my grandfather passed away. I was waiting for this event with pain, but I got psychologically ready. Anyway, tears began to go out from my eyes, and I began to cry and go in the garden to think. And as I was walking through the trees in my garden, I suddenly remembered that strange dream of the night, and I was thinking that it was the sign I was waiting for, and that I beseeched the Blessed Virgin to send me. I was so grateful. I went to the church and told the Holy Virgin thank you, but I wasn't expecting such an intervention, but another prayer of mine had been made. However, if you're thinking that this story is going to be about light and positivity, you thought wrong. Because one day, a few days before the funeral, I was visited by a spirit with horns. That's right. I was lying in my bed asleep when the door slightly opened a little bit, and I was greeted by this creature, this horned figure. It was definitely a black mass, but it was just standing there as I was trying to regain consciousness in the middle of the night. It stared at me with its red glowing eyes. That's all I remember, the dark outline of this dark mass and the horns protruding out of its head. It was there for about 40 seconds, and I'll never forget the sight, and it just slowly disappeared. I have no idea what connection this is to my grandfather, or even if it means something, but it definitely rattled me to my core. I started to get a lot less sleep, and on days that I would get sleep, I would have these terrible nightmares of the same horned figure. In one of those dreams, the horned figure would be seen off into the distance, with again those glowing red eyes, and there would be candles scattered about, with the only source of light coming from the candles. They were all lined up row by row, and in a line that eventually led to this horned figure. I remember waking up instantly after that dream and crying profusely. I yelled out to my grandfather. I said, "Please save me from these nightmares. I'm sick of these nightmares." Fast forward a few days after the funeral, and the most spectacular thing happened. though it was a little unsettling, not even going to lie. And I feel like this was truly confirmation that God was answering my prayers. We have this massive full-body mirror that rests in the living room. This is where I saw my grandfather in the mirror, standing right behind me. It happened so fast, and it disappeared so quickly, that I had to regain my composure and not freak myself out too much, because I knew deep down inside that my grandfather was here to tell me it was okay, and that I shouldn't fear evil. Was it a possibility that I was so distraught over losing my grandfather that I thought I was losing my mind in the process, and I was just imagining everything that I was seeing? I don't know. I can see why people would think that after this story, but what I do know is that I contacted my grandfather and maybe some unruly spirits, maybe deep below the surface, that we can't always reach. And it's truly terrifying, but also comforting to know that my grandfather has my back, even in the afterlife. One early morning, I'd been sitting in my family room, reading the newspaper. It was a very quiet morning, and I was all alone. The sun was coming through a bedroom window off the family room and shining down the hallway. It was one of those extremely bright sunrises, the kind where you can see dust particles floating through the air. I glanced up as I was turning the newspaper page. I then saw in the sun rays the outline of what looked like a man. It had a light black to gray color. It had no details, just the outline of its body. It was about 3 feet off the floor and had no legs from around the knees down. I could see the arms. It had no hands either. I just remember telling myself, wow, it's a ghost, and I took it all in. I told myself not to turn my head or blink. The ghost appeared to be looking into the bedroom. It turned its head slightly to the right. At that point, I had to blink. My eyes were drying out. When I did that, it was gone. I then got up and put my hands through the spot where it was. I guess I wanted to see if it would be cooler or something, but it was the same temp. I just stood there in amazement of how cool that was. I also needed to add, it was no one's shadow, and it's hard to describe, but it was not a shadow. I could see the dust particles going through the figure, and the figure was in the middle of the hallway. It was three-dimensional. It actually looked like a hologram. I really love those rare ghost encounters. My parents bought a house in Newborn, North Carolina in 1970. It was a brand new home in a new neighborhood. I lived in this house with my parents and younger sister until I went to college in 1994. The house was a 3-bedroom, 2 full bath ranch with a carport. Before I was born, my father enclosed the carport and turned it into a large den. The original steps, carport door frame, and window frame remained and led up into our kitchen. It was an interesting layout because you could look through the open window frame from the kitchen and see into the sunken den, or vice versa. The bedrooms were on a long hallway at the back of the house. The hallway could be reached by 2 doorways, the kitchen and living room, actually one big circle. The first bedroom in the hall faced the street. The bathroom was next, another bedroom, and then my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. The room next to my parents' room was mine until my little sister was born. I was 5 years old. I was moved down to the first bedroom. This room gave me the creeps. The closet door would slide open a bit on its own, which my parents said was probably a draft from the heat or air conditioning. However, after someone broke into my bedroom window while I slept and stole a few things from my room, I never stayed in there again, usually sneaking into my little sister's room and sleeping with her or sleeping on my parents' bedroom floor. I constantly slept with the bathroom light on and a bright night light or lamp. I would wake up in the middle of the night and hear odd noises that made me feel paralyzed and cold all over. One would think these irrational fears would subside with age, but they seem to intensify over the years. One recurrent incident that still bugs me occurred in the kitchen, den area. Whenever I would be sitting on the couch watching TV, I would see the silhouette of a person walk by the window frame from the old carport. I would assume it was my mom or dad because the shape was tall. What would scare me to death was the fact that no one would appear at the door leading to the steps after I would see the shape walk by. Many times I would call out to my parents, thinking it was one of them, but no one would answer, and then I would walk up the steps and look into the kitchen. There was never anyone there. Most times, this would happen when I was home alone. On numerous occasions, my parents would come home to find me sitting on the front porch steps or sitting in my car with the doors locked. This went on for years, and I was very excited when I moved out to go to college. Years later, I went to visit my little sister and stayed with her in her college dorm room. We were telling ghost stories with some of her friends when I told her my accounts of the shadow. I was in mid-sentence when my sister finished my thought and described the incident in perfect detail. I had never told my sister about this because she was much younger and I didn't want to scare her. Needless to say, we were both shocked and had goosebumps. We compared stories, and it seems we had very similar experiences in that house. My parents eventually built a new house about 10 miles away and sold that house. I wonder to this day if the new owners have ever experienced any of the oddities that my sister and I did. I'm 28 years old now. The paranormal has always interested me, but only recently have I started to research it. I've come to believe now that some things I've experienced as a child were probably more than nightmares. I believe my encounters were that of the paranormal, edited with a touch of child's imagination. Contrary to what you might believe, I think my touch of a child's imagination is what scared me the most. I decided to share with you those experiences that could be considered nightmares for your entertainment, but also those that I truly believe are paranormal. At the age of 5 to 7, I can't recall for sure. One night, I was lying in my bed, asleep. I felt something moving at the bottom of my bed, and the next thing you know, I felt like I was being dragged out of my bed. My covers had tightly wrapped themselves around my legs, so tight that I couldn't move them. I yelled, "My bed is eating me! Help! Mommy, Daddy, help!" By the time it stopped and parents got into the room, half my body was hanging off the side of my bed, while the other half was hanging on for dear life. You know what my parents' response was? That's what happens when you don't fix your bed every day. Your bed eats you. No, really, I still never fixed my bed after that. I disproved that theory fast. It never happened again. I look back now and realize that whatever it was in that house had a weird and somewhat morbid sense of humor. Check it out. Several other times, I would wake up from a rather deep sleep, turn over, and open my eyes, as if something told me, "Wake up, Steph. Sure enough, I would open my eyes, and one of two things would be sleeping next to me. A. Bo Duke. He was like a hero to me at the time. Or B. An orange mummified witch with a cone-shaped hat and empty eye sockets. Now, you would think waking up next to Bo Duke saying hi, Steph, would be cool as all heck, but no. I would freak out, jump so high I would fall off my bed, and thump, and run to my mom's room screaming, Bo Duke is in my bed, help. It was way more dramatic when I saw the witch. Now, here's what really makes me think it was actually a spirit playing games with me. As I got older, about 10 years old I would say, the occurrences were not so graphical. I would still hear a voice say, wake up, Steph. I would open my eyes and see a pitch black silhouette of a man standing in the far corner of my room, about 6 feet tall. I would blink my eyes a few times. He was still there. I would pull the cover over my head and then peep out. He was still there. Of course, I then freaked out and ran to Mommy's room screaming, the boogeyman is here to get me. Help, Mommy, the boogeyman is here. This would happen several times a month, for a good year or so it seemed. The last occurrence was years later, when what believed to be the same silhouette mentioned above ran across my room. First, I saw a blur run down the hall to my left and stop at the middle of the wall near the footboard of my bed. It took a moment for it to take shape, but it was definitely the silhouette of a human. I started to dart, and the moment I moved, it darted towards the other wall and vanished. I freaked out and flew to my dad and told him that there was someone in my room. Years later, when I was old enough to understand, my dad told me of the ghost of an old lady that dwelled in the house. She was a nice, but sometimes grumpy old gal. However, that doesn't explain the man that was in my room. I still can't figure out if the Bo Duke witch thing was truly a nightmare, or a spirit messing with my head, using the touch of a child's imagination. I've been to Gibbs Bridge twice, and we have seen something every time. The first time the signs kept changing. There would be a lot of writing on the signs, or not every time we came around. I looked back and thought that someone was messing around with us, and I saw a figure standing alongside of the road, ran by the guardrail, and disappeared. Then, I kept seeing something black out of the corner of my eye. My cousin was with me, and she started to scream, and me and her both heard moaning over her screaming. Then, it was me and my sister and her friend. The signs again kept changing, but only a few, not at all like last time. We took pictures and got orbs. Then, we saw a figure again by the sign and disappeared. We went all the way down the street and turned around and saw a big bright light. I told my sister it was probably a car, so flash your lights to let them know that you're coming. She did that, and the light was gone. It kind of looked like a motorcycle light with handlebars. I know the whole story about it. Then, we turned around again and saw it again. It was not the street light at all, because we turned around going back to the bridge about 10 to 15 times. It only showed up about 3 times. The weirdest part of that night was we left, and my sister's phone was in the center console. Nobody was touching it. Somebody that we know called us and wondered why we called. Nobody did it. It was in the center console the whole time. My sister looked down and saw her phone hanging up, and they said we left a message. It was all 3 of us talking, and it was muffled. Tell me what you think, and go out there sometime again. Thanks for reading my story. Back in the early 90s, a wealthy family who lived in Corona owned 2 homes. One large home they owned was on the south side of Corona, overlooking the 15 freeway. The other home, used later as an office, was the old in-town district on Corona's famous Grand Avenue. As the story goes, before the husband and wife met and got married, the husband lived in the large house on Grand Avenue. The house once been a funeral parlor, and almost nightly, the husband would hear talking and other noise coming from the room next to him. He would check the room, only to find it silent and nothing out of place. After he met his wife, they purchased the large house on the south side and turned the Grand Avenue mansion into an office. One of the children of the family went to my school, and he claimed that their family had experienced all kinds of strange phenomena in the old mansion. One instance, a soda can was completely knocked off of a nightstand right next to a bed that he was sleeping on, and constantly they would hear footsteps upstairs. And the mother once said she was in the bathroom and the door suddenly flew open. All of the windows were closed, eliminating any chance of a drift. Another night, the family drove past the mansion, as they often would, to make sure it was secure. Remember, nobody lived there at this time. It was only used as an office. As they drove past the house, they noticed every single light in the house was turned on. They went in, turned out the lights, and left. They checked with everyone who had a key to the house, and everyone assured them they had not turned on the lights. It is claimed that the atmospheric pressure in the backyard is different from the rest of the area. These stories were all interesting to me, but I still had some skepticism until one year, the family was going to go on vacation to visit relatives in Texas, and they asked my mother and me if we would watch the mansion for them while they were gone. Keep in mind, neither my mother nor I knew anything about the house, including the strange phenomena. So Monday morning, we got to the house and settled in. My mother, a school teacher at the time, was grading some homework assignments, and I, only about 5 at the time, was fast asleep on the couch. My mother got thirsty, so she stacked the homework assignments in a pile, went to the kitchen for some water, came back, only to find the paper strewn all over the table and on the floor. I was still fast asleep, and there were no open windows. Later on that day, she was in the kitchen again, and she heard me crying in the other room. She ran in to see what was wrong, but again, I was fast asleep. I did not appear to be restless, as if crying in my sleep. Later on that week, we both occasionally would hear footsteps walking around upstairs. It is a very old house, as you can see from the attached photo, so naturally, the floors are very creaky. These were definitely solid footsteps. We constantly went upstairs after hearing the steps, only to find the place empty. After the family returned from their vacation, my mother had mentioned to them the phenomena we experienced. They laughed and explained to us that it happens all of the time. They described the entity as a friendly ghost who likes to play pranks on people, hence the bathroom door flying open. The family eventually moved to Texas and sold the mansion to somebody else. I never returned to ask the new owners if they have experienced anything. Perhaps somebody around this area might want to. My name is Prenta. I lived in Hamtramck, a suburb of Detroit, Michigan,
in a 2-story flat on Grayling Street. The apartment itself has a long and bloodied history of violence and death. Not only did I experience multiple ghostly apparitions, such as a man in a long beard that resembled Abraham Lincoln, but demonic possession, as well as poltergeist activity. The demonic possession was incredibly startling. It wasn't something that occurred inexplicably. I had a boyfriend who was connected to negative energies, and an evil spirit named Harold latched onto him. My boyfriend had never been once an aggressive or temperamental person. However, after staying together in that apartment for a lengthy period of time, our relationship began to sour. He would often talk in his sleep, which was something he had never done in the 7 years previous, and we had lived together for a long time. One night, he was sleeping right next to me. For some reason, I remember I had a difficult time trying to rest, so I was tossing and turning in bed. My boyfriend was dead asleep. Not a second later, he starts whispering. He keeps repeating, "Harold's here. Harold wants to play." Although it scared me half to death, what he said after that truly shook me to my core. He uttered some unnerving words, something about how he was going to take care of my suffering soul. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore, and I woke my boyfriend up. He was in a pure state of delirium. I told him he was talking in his sleep, and when I told him what he said, he looked at me as if he were terrified. That's because he said he had a dream about a man named Harold. My boyfriend told me that in his dream, he was in the mafia, and Harold was his mob boss. He wore a pure white suit and looked like a traditional mobster from the 1920s. Well, a couple days later, I was cleaning my apartment when I discovered a secret room that I never noticed before. It was basically a walk-in closet. The room was empty except for a small cabinet with a drawer. I opened the drawer, and in it was an old newspaper from the 1930s. I kid you not. In this newspaper was an obituary about a man named Harold. The obituary didn't say he was part of the mafia, but he was a World War I veteran. I believe that Harold used to live in this apartment. My boyfriend told me that Harold appeared once while he was in the shower, and I was away at work. I often worked a night shift at a hospital, so I'm often away at night. He heard a crash coming from the kitchen that startled him. When he went to investigate, the dishes that were on the countertop somehow fell to the floor. He then returned to the bathroom to brush his teeth, when he saw the face of a young man staring back at him in the mirror for a second, right behind him. It was so quick, but long enough to notice. He then had an idea to photograph the bathroom, a picture directly facing the mirror, and then the bathroom itself while standing from the doorframe. What he saw was incredible. It was an orb, clear as day, appearing right in the mirror. Either way, I was convinced that later on, my boyfriend was possessed by Harold. He became a shell of his former, laid-back and friendly self. He transformed into a vicious, aggressive, and easily agitated person. We eventually had to have a priest come over to bless the apartment and to perform a prayer on my boyfriend to release the spirit who could be inside of him. After we moved out of the house, the feeling of intense rage and negative energy seemed to subside almost entirely. He stopped talking in his sleep. He was more easygoing, and he started to become the man I fell in love with years ago. Still, there was one experience that I had while in that apartment that I'll never forget as long as I live. It was the evening and I was starting to settle down on my first night off from the hospital in days. I walked to my bedroom to change. In the bedroom, there is this huge mirror that I often use. As I was walking through the bedroom, I was looking at myself in the mirror. That's when I saw a woman dressed all in black with a scarf. It must have been some kind of babushka woman. I instantly closed my eyes out of pure fright, and as I opened them back up again, I returned to look back at the mirror, only to see that this woman had disappeared. I only saw myself. All of these events are 100% true. I know sometimes when people tell these types of stories, they are often met with a high degree of skepticism. I should mention, though, that I have high integrity, and I think it is foolish to tell pointless lies just for attention or to have a good story. The possession, Harold, the poltergeist activity, and the babushka woman were all signs that something awful wouldn't leave that apartment. At this point, I'm just thankful that I don't have to experience that ever again, and that my boyfriend isn't being used as a vehicle for paranormal entities. I would say this is a story of a haunted house, but it isn't. Until about 10 years ago, it was just a haunted house in my book. I met my husband over 30 years ago. He told me about a house that he used to live in that had some very strange things happening in it. It was local, but he never wanted to go anywhere near it. He said that it was very old and had been built by a young person who had some of the wood and granite that made the fireplace sent from Ireland. Anyway, the story is that when he married his wife, she came with her mother, a real shrew. She harped at him and distressed his wife to the point where he went mad and killed them both, then ran screaming that the demons of the house had made him do it. My husband's family moved into the house in the early 60s. During the years they lived there, they heard doors closing and footsteps on the stairs, as well as the smell of coffee and frying bacon in the middle of the night. His mother was quite a gardener, but could never get flowers to grow in the yard. He said the whole family was quite uncomfortable in the home and eventually moved. We had been together for a few years when we heard that the property had been sold for a mini storage lot. We were talking about it with my sister and some friends when my husband told the story. The friends asked to see the house. I'd never seen it to this point, and I'll admit, was more than a little bit curious. We finally talked him into going, and away we went. When we turned onto the street, we got a really creepy feeling, but when we pulled up to the house, I was absolutely terrified. There was not a living blade of grass or anything else on that lot. We live in Washington State, and this was March. The house was dark and very ominous. I refused to get out of the car. So did my sister. The guys, 3 of them including my husband, took a flashlight and headed around to the back of the house to see what they could see. After a few minutes, we saw a flash of light on the 2nd floor. A few minutes later, we saw the front door open, but nobody came out. After a few minutes more, they returned to the car. We commented on the fact that we had seen the light, and they told us that they had never turned it on. Then we asked them why they didn't come out the front door. They told us it was locked, and that they tried it before going around back. I was always skeptical about the stories connected with the house, but after they tore the house down, the mini storage was plagued by problems and eventually went out of business. The property sits abandoned and barren. Still nothing lives there, and it's still as creepy as it was years ago. I've got a story to add to your website. I've gone back and forth about someone having come check it out. Just not sure I'm ready for it. But here goes my story. My husband and I moved into a new house built on a minor Civil War battlefield. We know there was another house in the vicinity. There was also a tree that was referred to as the hanging tree, not far from our backyard, on which about Union soldiers were hung. Soon after moving in, we noticed odd shadows and white lights that seemed to move across rooms with no apparent source. We tried to account for them by cars passing on the road, but never could pinpoint anything. One evening, we were watching TV when a shape ran past a door to what eventually would be our deck. The door was a good 4 feet off the ground, but the person running past ran level with the door itself. My husband and I ran for the door, flung it open, and my husband jumped down and ran in the same direction. At that time, we were the only house on that end of the street, and, being a very small town, it's very quiet at night, and sounds carry for quite a distance. We didn't hear anyone running, nor did we see anyone. We were spooked, but figured it was a kid, and our eyes played tricks on us. Not long after that, my husband jumped off the couch and ran for the door again because he said someone was standing there looking in. Again, level with the door and no deck. There was no one we could see when we went outside. Some months later, I was up around midnight cleaning the kitchen. My husband had gone to bed and shut the bedroom door. The bedroom was at the top of the steps and the door in plain sight. I was watching TV across the great room when I saw out of the corner of my eye a man leaning around the corner of the hallway wall and smiling at me. As I turned my head, I was ready to yell at my husband for sneaking up on me when I realized the man's hair was long and blondish, and my husband's is dark brown and short. I also realized the man was wearing a white t-shirt with full sleeves, nothing my husband owned. I couldn't see anything from the waist down. While I stood there staring, he simply vanished. I immediately ran to the hall and noticed that the bedroom door was still shut, and if anyone had gone out the front door, I would have heard it. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. When my husband got up for work, I told him what happened. He said it was my imagination. I didn't think so, but we left it at that. However, I started turning on the lights when he left the house for work, since he left at 3 a.m. A few weeks later, though, my husband was in the front room at the computer. To the left is a table with an antique mirror hanging over it. My husband saw movement in the mirror and turned thinking it was one of our cats on the table. Instead, he saw a man's shoulder and arm, wearing a white shirt, walk past in the mirror. My husband simply got up and walked outside until I got home. During this time, my son, who knows no fear, would never stay downstairs at night by himself. He said he was creeped out, like someone was watching him from outside the door. My daughter, a typical teenager at the time who kept to her room, would often come downstairs to hug me and sit close to me. When I'd ask her if something was wrong, she told me that sometimes she felt someone was sitting on her bed, and that she saw things move out of the corner of her eye. The strange thing is that my husband and I never told the kids what we saw until they were 18 and 19. There was a time when activity seemed to stop after my husband, getting the idea from my friends, stood in the center of the house and asked whoever was there to not show themselves to him. He was left alone after that. However, recently, we've been experiencing marital problems, and my husband moved into another bedroom. I'm now hearing footsteps in my room, and I'm constantly woken up by what feels like someone sitting on my bed. I'll roll over, but there won't be anyone there. One night was unusually bad, and I had to get up earlier than normal the next day for a class. Around 10 p.m., I said out loud that I needed to sleep, and he wasn't letting me. If you wanted to bother someone, to please go harass my husband. Strangely enough, it got quiet, and I fell asleep, only to be woken at 11 p.m. by my husband, who was in the bathroom, frantically looking for someone to stop an area on his leg from hurting. He has psoriasis, but this particular time, he said it felt like someone was poking him with needles. The area was deep red and gave off heat. A very odd coincidence to say the least. We've also had things go missing: a tablecloth, a 15th century style costume, and various little things that turn up in different areas. We have yet to track down the tablecloth or the costume. I did tell the ghost not to hurt my husband. My uncle and aunt now live in a house near the bank in Auburntown. When I was a little girl, my best friend Stephen and his family lived there. They bought the house and were told that the previous owner, an elderly lady, still haunted the house. They put little faith in the story and never let it bother them. I remember playing in Stephen's room and smelling an old lady smell, like medicine and lilac perfume. We never felt threatened by a presence at all. The smell would usually fade away just as quickly as we smelled it. However, one night, after the family had gone to bed, Stephen's mother was awakened by the sound of toys making noise in Stephen's room. Stephen had one problem. He was highly susceptible to nosebleeds. The slightest bump would set off a massive flow of blood. Stephen's mother thought it was strange that he was awake and playing with so many noisy toys at once in the middle of the night. Also, the rocking chair in his room where she would often read him bedtime stories was rocking so hard that it was banging against the wall. She ran down the hall to his room, and when she opened the door, the toys went silent. The rocking chair slowed down. She looked at Stephen in his bed and saw that his nose was bleeding very badly, and it was going down his throat. He might have drowned in his own blood if the very sweet lady's ghost had not raised such a racket that night. My grandmother Emily was a hard-working wife and mother, and during the Great Depression, she held her family together, even when her husband, Grandma William, died suddenly. He left her widowed with several children to raise. She was a down-to-earth person and a practicing Catholic, so was not given to superstitions, but nevertheless had some encounters with the otherworldly. One time, for example, she was on her way to visit one of her brothers, an elevator repairman. On the way there, getting off the train, she had a sudden premonition of his death. She got a hold of herself and rushed to where she was supposed to meet him. It didn't take long for her to arrive at his workplace, an elevator station, where he had to do a repair job. She saw a noisy crowd assembled there, and she inquired what was happening. She was told that a repairman had been killed in an accident. It was her brother, the very one whom she had gone to meet, and about whom she recently had a deathly premonition about. I explained this as a prelude to her ghost story. Among her other siblings, she had a brother who was a decent man and a barber by profession. Unfortunately, they had a disagreement. which escalated into a parting of ways. He uncharitably held a grudge against her all the while. Time passed, and one night, while she was asleep and her husband were asleep in bed, she was suddenly awakened out of a sound sleep and noticed a person kneeling near the side of the bed. It was her estranged brother, garbed in his brother's smock and weeping bitterly. He was apparently suffering. She was startled and confused and didn't know how he got in her house and bedroom in the middle of the night and why he suddenly showed up after choosing to cut himself off because of a silly grudge against her. She began to speak to him and ask him what was wrong, but he interrupted his sobs to say, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." And with that, he completely vanished. She was amazed and woke up her husband, relaying to him what had just occurred. As they lay there discussing it, the telephone rang. Her husband answered, and it was for her. When she got on the phone, she was informed that sadly, there had been a death in the family that very night. It was her estranged brother, the barber. They understood this ethereal visit from beyond the grave to be the soul of the departed brother, and that he was given the grace to appear from his purgatory to his sister in order to make up for his uncharitable bearing of a grudge. A requiem mass was offered for him, and they prayed for his soul. He never appeared again. I come from a long line of psychics, and I must have been about 7 when during an afternoon nap, I woke up after a very frightening dream. At the time, we were living in Mount Butler in Hong Kong Island, and Mom's family lived in Capiz in the Philippines. I ran out of my bedroom into a room full of family and friends to tell my mom about it. I saw this Filipino man in a wooden box, dressed in a cream shirt and brown trousers, and lots of our family were around him crying. As a young child, I'd never seen a dead person before and was distraught by the experience. My family consoled me and told me not to worry, but it brought to their attention that I too had the gift. It was only a few years later that I was told that the person I saw was my uncle, who had been shot by the local militia in my mom's village in the Philippines, and it surmises that the clothes I saw him in were the clothes he was buried in. So it turns out that I had a psychic snapshot of the actual Filipino funeral rites, whereby the body is kept in the family house for a period of weeks so grieving people can pay their respects to him. This brother of my mom's, she had been having prophetic dreams around the time, warning him to leave town because something bad was going to happen to him. He didn't believe her and was shot by the local militia after a dispute. It is Filipino superstition that during this period that the body was stored in the family house, the spirit visits the family on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th day after their death. This, as it turns out, was during this time that we both had these visitations. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes when she heard who she thought was Daddy coming back from work. That's when she saw a man from the corner of her eye, standing in the doorway, wearing a light shirt and brown trousers. So she chatted to Daddy for about 5 minutes about his day and what he had been up to, when it occurred to her that he didn't answer her back once. She turned around to ask him a question, and then she realized that there was no one in the doorway at all. It was at this point she was a little bit spooked, as she remembered my description of Uncle Fred in his coffin, and hurriedly went to check on Daddy. He had come in when she had heard him come in, but had just fallen asleep on the bed, fully clothed, in knit-wearing brown trousers and a light shirt. So it was her brother's way of saying goodbye, and I guess to say sorry for not having listened to her when she warned him. A few years later, it was 1987, around about the time that Edward Yule, Hong Kong's governor at the time, passed away. We were still living in the same flat in Mount Butler, but my sister and I had moved from the room we were in, as that had been converted into Mom's nursery, where she looked after preschool children during the daytime. We were now in the room where I would have my bedroom, until we moved over to the new territories. I must have been about 9, so my sister would have been 4. We shared a bunk bed, and her being smaller, stayed on the lower bunk. I awoke to pitch black, and the sound of flip-flops walking up and down our corridor. I thought, this is strange, as it is custom to remove your shoes at the front door, and to wear slippers around the house. As I heard these flip-flops getting closer and closer to my door, sheer terror took over. I whispered to my sister, "Chris, can you hear that?" No one answered back, so I was trapped on the top bunk with nowhere to go, with this noise coming closer and closer. I hid my head under my blanket, like most kids do, wishing it to go away. I said this time, more incessantly, "Chris, can you hear that?" And something hissed back at me, "Yes." That did not sound like my sister at all. At this point, I was terrified. I tried to gather all my strength to get out of the bed, but I was too scared. After what felt like a millennia, I eventually gathered enough courage to jump off the top of my bed, ensuring by no means that I touched the lower bunk and charged into my parents' room across the corridor from our room. I was so embarrassed being so old and being scared, I didn't actually get into their bed, but spent the rest of the night curled up in a ball at the foot of their bed. It turns out that my sister wasn't in our room at all that night. My question was, what was that in the corridor and in the bunk bed with me? The strange pink light. Around this time of the strange occurrences with the flip-flops, we were still living in flats in Mount Butler. My daddy, a complete atheist, had an experience of his own. Daddy does not believe in the supernatural, and if God actually spoke to him, he still wouldn't believe it. He was lying in bed one night when he woke up for no reason to this pink sphere to appear on the wall opposite their bed. It seemed to come out of the wall and sit there and go back into the wall again. He was puzzled by this and went to investigate. He checked out where the possible light source could be coming from. The curtains. No, we were on 3rd floor, so it couldn't have been vehicle lights. He went into the bathroom. All lights were off, and couldn't have come from there either. He got back into bed and tried to wake Mom up to show her. She was having none of it and kept her head under the sheets. Well, the sphere appeared again and came out of the wall, suspended somehow, then sunk back in and disappeared. He never did figure out what that was or where it came from. Running ghost. When he was working in the Royal Hong Kong Police, he had another experience. At this point, he was the superintendent and managed a section of the traffic police. They were doing their rounds when a speed camera on the road flashed for no reason. They went to investigate, and it flashed again, with no cars in the near vicinity. They thought nothing more of it until the pictures were developed, and on one of the photos, there is a distinct picture of a person, blurred, apparently running very fast, so fast it set off a speed camera. The ghost dog. When we were living in Mount Butler, I had one other experience that reaffirmed my belief in the supernatural, and two other people I was with experienced it also. I must have been about 14 when my sister and my best friend at the time decided to go for a walk in the countryside. So where we lived was surrounded by Hong Kong countryside, which was perfect for me as I was a tomboy and spent as much of my time as possible out and about, exploring and climbing trees. Just before I started university in the UK, I was visiting some friends in Cardiff. I was feeling very odd that night, and as we were heading out into town, a premonition hit me. I turned around to my friend and said, "Something very big is going to happen tonight." He just looked at me like I was stark raving mad, so I dropped it. So when we went out and had a lark and came back, thinking nothing more of it, imagine our surprise when we woke up in the morning and splashed all over the news was coverage on Diana's death. This, of course, being the famous Princess Diana of Wales, who died tragically in a car accident. But I predicted it the day before. At least I feel like I did. Could be a coincidence, but I don't think so. Udalexer Cemetery experience. So, I started uni in Derby in the Midlands, and where I was living was student digs on Ulexer New Road. I was heavily into my goth influence back then. Not so much now, but I still love old cemeteries and dramatic clothing. There was this beautiful one on our road that I used to visit regularly and read and draw, with many beautiful statues and old gravestones. One day, my ex-boyfriend and I went to visit it, as it was a lovely day turning to evening. So I wandered around looking at all the gravestones and the statues, trying to find the oldest tombstone we could find. It must have been coming up to winter time as the sun set quickly, and we realized in a panic that the gate had been closed, so we were locked in, and had to find another way out. So we walked along the perimeter, looking for a likely tree to help us over the wall, when the sun just disappeared, and we were pitched into almost complete darkness. Then, for no reason at all, the mist appeared over the headstones, so it was hard to avoid the graves themselves. So it suddenly looked just like a horror movie set, trying to avoid broken tombstones and holes in graves and that danged mist in the dark. By this point, I was pretty panicked, frantically trying to get out, with this feeling of overwhelming dread descending over me, and all cells in my body telling me to leave right now. We eventually scrambled over a wall into the student bar, and that feeling just lifted, just like that. It's only a few months ago that I was looking online about ghosts in Derby that I found out that very cemetery is haunted. Brilliant. My dreams. I thought that was the end of my experiences, but looking at the dreams section, I've remembered some more I want to share with you. I've always had very vivid dreams, some not necessarily all coming true, but all seem to have symbolic importance in the coming days, weeks, or even sometimes years. I, more often than not, have deja vu experiences, even if I haven't ever A, done this before, or B, seen places or people before, or C, really ever thought about these things when I am conscious. I haven't really wanted to tell people about them. As most people, I worry that most people think I'm quite mad. Haunted house. So this also happened just before I finished university in Derby, I think. It was just before my ex-boyfriend and I broke up. The importance of this dream is one that I've been able to break it down and understand it in its composite parts. So both of us were walking around this dark woods, and I was taking all that I had learned from watching horror movies into mind, and was very careful of not wandering off on my own. Made sure I had a weapon in hand in case anything happened. We eventually came to this clearing where this ominous house stood at the end of this garden. However, I needed the bathroom, and even though we knew it was a haunted house, I was not one of those people who would go to the loo in a haunted forest. So we walked in, and there were people there. Thankfully, none looking like psychopaths or zombies. Strangely enough, they were people we knew too. There was a feeling of dreaded sadness throughout the house though, and I refused to go anywhere by myself. We are directed to the bathroom, which was at the end of this corridor. He decided to sit and chat with people whilst I did my business. So, I started walking, but the corridor was like the one from the poltergeist. It just kept getting further and further away, until I had to break into a run, desperately needing to go, and leave this house as soon as possible. I eventually made it, and threw the door open, and did what I needed to do. Then I woke up, and realized that I still needed to go, so I ran for the loo. Luckily, I had the foresight to write this dream down once I had gotten back to bed, and knew that we were doomed. The haunted house was a reflection of our relationship, being hounded by our mutual bad doings, and that the end was near. It was just a matter of time, and so it was. Finally, before I finish another of my epic storytelling sessions, I have one more prophetic experience to share with you, but not one from my dreams. It has to do with my pet dog, Sophie. Her name was Sophie. She was lovely, with her white and black patch over her eye and black patch in her back. She was only 6 months older than me and had been with her family for 16 years. She was the loveliest, sweetest dog in the world, apart from having a penchant for biting socks, eating tissues and rubber bands, and attacking the Hoover. She was suffering from basically her insides giving in. She had serious kidney problems, and she couldn't walk very well because of arthritis in her back legs. And because she couldn't help herself anymore, she was kept outside. So one evening, when her parents were out, my sister and I were playing with her in the garden, and I had this weird feeling come over me. I seemed to be able to predict death, unfortunately, amongst other things. I turned to my sister when I saw this shadow fall on her Sophie that looked like a cross. It was like it was a sign saying she was going to die tomorrow. So that's what I told my sister, and she kind of brushed it off. She didn't believe me, being much younger than me, but sure enough, after a hard day at school, I was only 14 or so at the time, we came back and our parents were in pieces, and that's when I knew it had happened. They had to take her down to the vet and have her put down, as it was too cruel to keep her suffering like that. I've never seen my daddy in pieces like that, but because I was strengthened by my foreknowledge, I supported him in his time of need. My poor cat was distraught, as she basically brought him up from when we adopted him as a very small kitten. On a happier note, I had a dream after this terrible day. I was watching my crazy dog run from the front of the house, in and up the stairs, with much zest and energy, like she would have had as a younger dog, running up to our level of the house, looking like she was having the time of her life, back and forth, giving little yips of happiness, grinning in her quintessentially silly Sophie way. As because of her health problems and her incontinence, she was not allowed in except for very cold weather. I think this was her way of saying that she was free and happy at last, and I knew she was in peace. She still does come and visit us occasionally when we walk by the front of the house, and you can, still after all these years, smell her, and we know she's still looking out for us. I keep meaning to write a dream diary. I'll do that this year, as these dreams seem to be too important to miss. My husband and myself and my brother were all watching our mother's house while she was out of town on vacation. We had been there for a few days, and all happened to be on this particular evening and night. Well, we had finished dinner, and we were all just hanging out in the living room watching TV. My brother said he was just going to sleep on the couch, and my husband and I said goodnight and went to bed in my mother's bedroom, because that's where we had been sleeping. We kissed goodnight like usual, and turned off the bedside lamp. I myself just can't close my eyes and go right off to sleep, so I was just laying there, looking off into the darkness and trying to wind down. Suddenly, I noticed a very dark black mass right by the bedroom door. I blinked my eyes a few times, trying to make them adjust to the dark better, but realized they already had, because I could make out the mass that was so much darker than the dark. I began to feel afraid when I saw it moving. I laid there and watched it approach the bed over our bodies. It looked larger than it had by the door. I began to nudge my husband, but I decided to lay there a little bit longer to see if it continued to move or even get larger. I laid there and marveled at its darkness and its extremely dark color as opposed to the regular darkness. It was pitch black and just floated there above us. Unbelievably, I fell asleep. The next day at lunch, my brother said, "Hey, last night I saw the weirdest thing when I was trying to fall asleep. A large black mass was hovering above my head and scared me half to death." I stuck my hand in it, and it was freezing cold. Before I had a chance to speak, my husband said, "Me too. I thought I was seeing things." I spoke up, and I said I saw it as well and was frightened by it. They both said, "Wow, I wonder what it was." I had read somewhere that these could possibly be evil. Needless to say, we didn't spend the night there again. I'm a nurse and run our family's assisted living, and recently we had some strange things happen in our care home. I understand with caring for the elderly that sometimes strange things occur, and doing this for almost a decade. Recently, I had a resident that started to decline at the age of 93. One night, after helping her get into bed, she asked me if Bernie,
Her husband, who died 10 years before, knew where she was. I reassured her that he did. It caught me off guard, since her mind was intact and she was not forgetful. A week went by, and again, I assisted the woman into bed. She says to me, "I hear Bernie in the hallway. Can you tell him that I'm in here?" I told her to call for him and he would come in. She refused and asked me to. So I went out to the empty hallway and said, "Bernie, E is in here if you would like to visit with her." As a nurse, sometimes you do things out of the better judgment for yourself, as long as it helps your patient. Later that night, I heard the elderly lady talking to no one quietly. I've had some odd things happen in my personal life through the years since childhood, but that is another story. I was once told by an elder Japanese woman not to talk to the dead or invite them into my home. Another week goes by, and my resident took a drastic turn for the worst by refusing to eat or drinking fluids. After a week's stay in the hospital, she returned on comfort cares in hospice. The end was near, and we knew it. However, while she was in the hospital, I received a frantic call from one of her nursing assistants asking if I would please come back to work because she was really scared. When I got to work, all the lights in the house were on, and she was sitting on the couch with her back up against the wall. When I asked what was wrong, she told me wide-eyed and pale that she had seen a mist down at the end of the hallway and was hearing weird popping noises coming from the residence room that was in the hospital. After checking the entire house and silently saying the Lord's Prayer, the house felt calm. Eve spent her last days being pampered and showed care and compassion from staff and family. Many of the staff came in on our days off to sit with her, including myself. The last couple days of her life, she was sedated for pain and hallucinations. When no one was in her room and she didn't know we were checking in on her, she was reaching up towards the ceiling and mumbling. The day before she died, we had XM music playing on our TV. A couple of the nursing assistants were performing for their evening cares when the TV changed to CNN for 30 seconds and turned back to the music by itself. The TV remote was on top of the TV. Since our favorite lady passed away, things have stopped for the most part. My mother passed away June 5th, 2007. Me and my husband were in New Jersey at the time, waiting to get unloaded. We drove an 18-wheeler for a living. My sister had called me the day before and told me that my mom was in a coma, and the home health care people said she only had about 24 hours to live and that I needed to come home. So I called our dispatcher and said we needed to be routed back to the Chattanooga terminal so that I could see my mom before she passed. He said no problem. After you and your husband have put tires on, go pick up that load and head for Chattanooga. Well, while they were putting tires on our trailer, we decided to get some sleep. The cell phone rang, and it was my sister. She told me that Mom had come out of it. It was sitting up and laughing and talking to everybody, and that she was okay. So I called my dispatcher and said we don't have to go home. We can do one more load out here. So it was late that night when they finally got the tires on the trailer, and we decided to just stay there in the parking lot till morning so we could get some much needed sleep. We get up that morning and pull out. As we're heading down the highway, my cell rings, and it's my sister. She's crying.
She tells me that Mom passed away that morning early. So to make it a little shorter, our dispatcher gets us home 36 hours later. Now at this time, we are at my mother's house, and she has already been picked up by the funeral home before we got there. Later that day, my husband's cell phone rings while we are nowhere near it to answer it. So when we do pick it up to see if our dispatcher is called, it shows we have one voicemail and no number. So my husband listens to the voicemail, and it's my mother, the day after she died. The message said, "Connie, this is your mother. Call me." We decided to check if it was a delayed message, but it wasn't. I even took it to the cell phone company, and they said it was June 6th at 1:25 in the afternoon. My mom died June 5th, 2007, at the times between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. It has really bothered me that we missed the call, even though she was already dead. She might have been trying to say goodbye to us. A few nights ago, a friend and I took a drive up Angeles Crest Highway. It was a clear night and it wasn't too cold. As we entered the parking lot, we noticed there were no other cars there. As I made a U-turn in the lot to face the small building, there, we saw a man walking. What got my attention was the fact that my headlights shined bright on the building, yet we only saw the person from the waist down. The rest of his body was a shadow. The man was walking around as if he were looking for something. It appeared he had a flashlight in his hand, the way he was moving, but there was no light coming from it. The closer we got to him, the smaller the image got. When I shined my brights on him, it looked like he went down a small hallway. Even then, we could not see his upper body. We went back the next day to see if we could find anything. One thing we did notice was the hall we saw the figure walk through was now a wall. Not a wall that was just put up, but one that looked like it was part of the structure since it was built. 3 separate spirits are said to walk the halls of the soon-to-be abandoned Middle Tennessee Medical Hospital in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, as a new, more modern hospital is being built right across the city. In the older section of the 3rd floor, one room is said to be haunted by the ghost of a mental patient who jumped out of a window in the 1960s in the psychiatric ward. 30 years later, in that section, administrative offices were constructed, and employees reported hearing running down the hall of someone with bare feet, and a light outside the room where the man was said to have jumped turns on and off periodically on some nights. The switch that turns that light on can be found only inside the room, which was not even in use at the time. When the lights were checked by maintenance, they seemed fine. Later, some orderlies enjoying lunch on that same floor reported seeing an IV stem being rolled up the same hallway. They left their food there and didn't return. In what was the pediatric area, the ghost of a red-haired girl in her early teens in a white hospital gown has been spotted at one point by a nurse who also had long dark red hair when the room was used for pharmaceutical storage. She claimed to see the spectral image of the girl staring at her through the glass observation window of the room. The nurse was also a redhead. Finally, the 3rd spirit has been chronicled by the hospital's own sad history and has been spotted in a newer section. A young nurse who had just started was leaving for the night to go out with friends. As she hurried down the stairwell, she dropped her purse over the guardrail, a lunge too far, and fell down the center of the stairwell, landing on her head. She died 3 days later due to massive brain trauma. Ironically,
One of the hospital's employees who had the task of cleaning up the bloodstains was the son of the woman who had seen the red-haired girl's ghost as her family worked in the hospital. It is sad that sometimes you can see the girl repeat her fatal fall. I have many stories to share with you, but I'm going to start at the beginning. I grew up in Lawrence Harbor, New Jersey. From the time I was a very young child, I knew that something was not right in our house. Our house was the last house in a dead-end street that faced the marsh. In the winter, you could see Highway 35. The surrounding woods were equally as disturbing. I was the only girl in our neighborhood. All my friends were guys. They were like brothers to me. I was a tough kid, and I did not scare easily. However, being alone in our house and going to sleep at night frightened me to death. My father died when I was a baby, and it was just my mother, brother, and myself. There was quite a difference in age between my brother and I. For years, I kept my experiences to myself because I thought it was my imagination, and I also thought that if I told my mother and brother, that they would think I was crazy too. It took me a long time to realize that I wasn't crazy. It was not my imagination, and the hard part was that I was a gifted child whose family could not relate to me on that particular level. These are my experiences while I lived there. My mother and father bought the house in 1962, and I was born in 1963. We owned the house right up until 2005. To this day, the events are burned into my memory. From the time I was about 5 years old, there hardly was a time that the house was at peace. I would lay awake in bed at night and watch orbs dance across the walls and ceiling. Then, I could feel someone sit on the corner of my bed. It was not a faint feeling either. In retrospect, as an adult, you could actually see the corner of the bed being pressed down. My heart would pound in my chest so loudly that I couldn't hear anyone else, and I could feel every hair stand up on my entire body. I would pull the covers and pillows over me in such a way that only my eyes and nose would stick out, even in the summer with no air conditioning. Shadows were commonplace everywhere in the house. You could smell flowers in the middle of the winter as well. Then, just as I would start to fall asleep, I would be jolted awake because something pulled the covers of me so violently that they were on the floor at the foot of the bed. That would send me screaming out of my room to my mother. There wasn't a time that you didn't feel as though you were being watched, or that you didn't feel that something was following you from room to room. If you came home and put your car keys down, turn your back for 2 seconds, they were gone, and then after searching the entire house, they would suddenly reappear where you originally put them in the first place, and you were the only one home the entire time. When I was in high school, I would come home and shower because I played sports. I always locked the bathroom door. Every time I would pull the curtain back when I was finished, the door would be wide open. Once again, no one was home, and our interior doors had no keys. Until now, I've been very vague with you about my experiences, but now I will tell you in detail my most frightening experience. I was engaged to Mitch. We were just both out of high school. My mom was out, and so was my brother. Mitch and I decided to go to my house, watch TV, and eat some pizza. From the time we entered the house, I could feel that something was really wrong, really out of sync. The air seemed electrically charged. It was as though us being there had interrupted some unseen gathering. I ignored it, even though I was goose flesh from head to toe. Even with all the lights on, my mother's house always seemed dark. Mitch was sitting in the room watching television, and I went into the kitchen to heat some frozen pizza. We were having a conversation as I did so. My back was to the living room as we were talking, and I was placing the pizza on the baking sheet. I heard what I thought was Mitch leave the living room and walk into the kitchen. I became aware that he was standing directly behind me as I was still talking. I turned around to ask him something, but to my shock, it was not Mitch standing there. I felt all the blood drain from my face. My knees went to jello, and I gasped and screamed at the same time. Standing face to face with me was a huge black solid apparition. I could make out a head and shoulders, but the rest became more see-through as it went towards the knees and feet area. It felt like slow motion. I think that when I turned around and screamed, I scared it as much as it scared me. As I stood there screaming, the black figure literally whooshed through the kitchen wall. Mitch ran into the kitchen. I was shaking and white as a ghost. It took me a while to collect myself. I shut the oven off, and we left and went to the local pizza place, where I told them what happened. We didn't spend much time at my mother's house after that. This is just one story out of countless stories that I would be glad to share with you. I'm now 46 years old. My entire life has been one foot in this world and the other in the spirit world. Years ago, I'd contacted Sylvia Brown, who told me that my mother's house had many spirits in it, but two stood out. There's the ghost of a baby and its mother. She also said that I was a medium and a psychic, and she was right. This is what I now do. I'm no longer afraid. It gives me pleasure to be able to connect with grieving spirits with their departed loved ones. I consider this wonderful gift that I will not trade for anything. Thank you for listening. All of my life I had reoccurring experiences of the paranormal. Starting at age 7, as far as I can remember, when my father died. I used to believe the experiences were dreams or imagination until recently. I was telling my fiancé of my experiences. Voices, mists, noises, marks on my body, being touched, shirt tugged on, hair pulled, etc. His suggestion was that maybe I am a sensitive. So, I started thinking about this possibility and decided to explore it further. My fiancé and I previously tried going to paranormal meetings, which would go on ghost hunts. There was one in particular that appealed to me, and we signed up. The building the group was going to was in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, at an old building that was previously the Elka Club, built in 1914. This information was given to us by the leader of the hunt. When we arrived, we went into a room to get the speech about which rooms to be careful of. They would be marked by the yellow tape. Nothing else was told to us about the history of this building. But as I stood there, a name entered my mind, and it kept repeating itself. Sarah, 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 over and over again. Well, as the group entered the basement, we divided into small groups of 2 or 3. My fiancé and I were in a small room, in the back, and I felt nothing, so we decided to head out into the main part of the basement. And just as we stepped out of the room, a man that was on tour with us, who has been there before, said, "Sarah, if you are here with us, give us a sign." I was flabbergasted. I looked at my fiancé, and explained the utter shock on my face, and we continued in to other parts of the area. I had entered a room just off the entrance of the basement and instantly was bombarded with intense sadness, so much so that I got tears in my eyes. I informed the group leader, and they took pictures around me, but by this time, I already knew that what they were searching for in the building wasn't correct. I knew that what I was feeling was the past, and the child Sarah intended on proving just that to me. She, in what I would call it, attached herself to me. She started flashing images in my mind about what the building was before the Elks had been built there. It was her home. It was a beautiful Victorian with a large porch, parlors, a library, you name it, she showed me. She told me that she was sad because of the remodeling that was about to happen in the building. She got her point across by telling me certain rooms did not belong. I also picked up a persistent man in a room on the first floor. I was flashed an image of a podium and people sitting and listening intently to this man. In the ballroom, I was given images of people dancing, only black shadows of such. And at last, the third floor, I approached the end of the main hall and was shoved by something not seen. I took a moment and continued on into a grand circular room with benches attached to the circular walls, and had the feeling of being watched. And I kept saying, this feels like judge and jury. It was like you were being persecuted, watched, and the spirits were getting angry. So I wanted to step out of the room for a moment, and I took a step forward towards the door and received a sharp blow to my middle back on the left-hand side. I went out of the room and was telling the group about the incident and decided to give it another try. And as I entered, I again got another blow to the right side of my back. At that point, I wanted out of there for good, so the group agreed to leave the third floor. And as I entered the hallway again, I got pushed in the same spot as the first time, which happened to be in front of a very large window. The interesting part was, I said before, I knew nothing of the place, but when we were leaving, I told the owner all the stuff Sarah had told me. I told her of the man in the room that in my mind, I'd seen the podium. I told of getting pushed and hit in the back. Well, she surprised me, not only, but many in the group as well. Come to find out that this is where Sarah's home was. The rooms I was seeing were the rooms in her home. The man at the podium would have been the black preacher that occupied that room after the Elk Club closed down. That night, I came home exhausted. I fell asleep and dreamt of Sarah. In the dream, she told me her last name, so I searched for her on the internet. I then found something more shocking. Not only did I find her, the year she was born, but I also found the names of her parents. Well, I'd spoken with someone that has been to the club and knows things about it, but they never knew her parents' names, which happened to be the same names I came across. And as far as the room on the third floor, the owner informed me that this room was the judging room for the Elk members, and where they would hold their remembrances to the dead brothers. The interesting thing was, the women were not allowed in this room, and there was also an EVP that picked up stating, "You are being judged." So needless to say, I'm no longer doubting my ability, and am more open to my experiences, which have been many since that night. My parents own a lake house in northern Indiana, and we used to have a neighbor named Mr. Campbell. Sadly, Mr. Campbell was quite old and depressed, and one day he left a note and enough food and water to last his dogs at least a week. He said his body could be found in the lake. I couldn't remember if it was ever found though. This story has many parts, all leading to the same conclusion. Mr. Campbell's ghost haunts this property, but he seems to be quite calm and docile. The first instance, well, a rich man, Richard, bought his property, tore the home down, and built a $2.5 million house. Richard was extremely nice and was always coming over for dinner. One day, he told us that he thought his house was haunted. He had an entertainment system installed that requires him to climb a ladder to fully turn it on or off. For that reason, he always left it on and left the ladder in the garage. One day he had guests over and was going to put on the Indy 500, but the system was powered down. He said he watched TV the night before and no one had been in the house. At first he just assumed it was a power outage or something. He got the ladder and turned on the system. However, all of the settings were messed up. The volume was turned down very low and the radio was on and set to a 50s station. The TV was off because of the radio. When he turned on the TV, it was tuned static rather than the Discovery Channel Richard had been watching the night before. He said he played it off as an accident to his guests, but that it kinda spooked him. Later, after this happened, again Richard assumed Mr. Campbell wanted to listen to music, but didn't want to disturb anyone, because no one had heard the music. Richard also had a roommate named James. The thought is that they were lovers, but no one really asked. Richard would travel to Chicago a lot, and James would be home alone. One night, my sister and I were watching TV in our room and saw lights shining outside and heard men talking. We looked out our window and saw about 3 police cars and about 6 policemen walking all over the house, looking at windows and knocking on the door. We went outside with our dad to see what was going on, and the police asked if we had heard or seen anything suspicious. We said no. Why? They told us someone had called 911 from the house, but only breathed into the phone for a couple minutes and then hung up. We told the police that Richard was gone, and usually when he was gone, James would visit his mother down the street. My dad called James' cell, and he was at his mom's for a dinner and a movie. He said he was planning on leaving soon anyways, and came to talk to the police. James let him in, and they searched the whole house, but no one was there. However, in the kitchen, a burner was left on high. James said he made pasta to bring to his mom's and must have forgotten to turn off the burner. After the police left, James said he sometimes got a strange feeling in the house, like he wasn't alone when he knew he was, but that he never got scared. It was more like being watched over than stalked. My sister and her friend were sitting on our screened-in porch one Friday night after we got to the lake house late. They saw a man walk from the pier to Richard's house, and my sister called out, "Hi, Richard," or James, whoever it is. But the figure didn't stop or reply. He just walked up to the house and disappeared. The girl said a light never came on, and he never heard a door open. The next day, Richard was doing yard work, and my sister mentioned the night before and jokingly accused him of ignoring her. He told her he had not been home last night, and that he had just gotten back from Chicago early that morning. He also said that James was in North Carolina for the week for his sister's wedding. My sister and her friends were confused because they had both seen the man, and they were worried they had seen a robber. Richard asked if the outdoor lights turned on, and they said no, Why? He said he has motion detector lights, so if there was a person by the house, the floodlight should have come on, and his alarm didn't register entry last night. The next incident, Richard had to move to Chicago. It had gotten to be too much for him to constantly be driving back and forth, so he bought a flat in Chicago and put the house up for sale. James left too. The new owners are really quite annoying and full of themselves, so no one ever told him about the possible haunting or the house's past. One day Janet came over and asked us if the house had a story. I asked why. She said she had been in the shower when she saw an old man staring at her. She screamed and he just disappeared. We told her about Mr. Campbell and everything, and she sort of freaked out. They tried to sell the house, but couldn't. She still says the old man watches her every now and then. The housekeeper says she has never seen the old man while she was showering, but that she thought she saw him one day while she was cleaning. He was in the entertainment room, listening to music. She also said that the 5 dogs will stare at all the same spot for several minutes on end, tails wagging, as if they were being talked to. We still talk to Richard, and he has told us many stories about the house, rearranged pantries, the entertainment system being changed multiple times, and other various things. We think Mr. Campbell haunts the home because he can't move on. My mom says my experience must have been Mr. Campbell trying to get away from Janet for a while. That incident was before the shower, but Janet was already in the home with her husband. We still hear the beeping every once in a while, and we all just say, "Hi, Mr. Campbell, you can visit as long as you like." The dog stopped staring and following him after about the 10th time. They'll look up just after the beeping, and just before we hear him leave. I'm a bit of a baby, so I still get creeped out when I'm alone at night, even though I know he has never done any harm. My parents are the last people I think would believe it, but with so many incidents, we think he is there living out his days watching others. Maybe he regretted saying goodbye prematurely, and because of this is what keeps him from going to the other side. I'm a native of Hammond, which is very close to Maryville. I've been to Reeder Road many times, and actually know a different story of the road. The ones I saw on your site are new to me. My parents told me the story long ago, and although I've not experienced it for myself, I know others who claim to have. This may be more of a local story, but who knows? It's still something I'd like to share. Back in the 1950s, the road was often used by teens and young adults as a private makeout place. The story goes that a young lady and her boyfriend made a stop at the road. While they were parked, they heard a thumping on top of the car. They ignored it for a bit, but the girl started to become creeped out as the noise grew louder. The boyfriend decided he would get out and investigate. When he got out, the thumping stopped. After several minutes, the boyfriend had not returned, and the thumping started again. The girl panicked and got out of the car. She found her boyfriend bloodied and hung from a tree, and the thumping she was hearing was the sound of her boyfriend's feet hitting the top of the car as he hung there dead. Supposedly on warm summer nights, if you pull off into the road and park for a bit, you will hear the thumping, and if you get out to investigate, the thumping will stop, and you will find a letterman's jacket hanging from the tree above you. There is also an abandoned school out in Cedar Lake, where Hammond Baptist used to attend. The story goes that the pastor went crazy and removed some of the little ones from this world, if you know what I mean. I've personally have experienced strange happenings in the school, such as children's voices, windows that were shut on the way in open as we walked back out, Supposedly, it's supposed to be the little ones trying to escape. From what I understand, a few years ago, part of the building caught fire inexplicably. I haven't been there in about 5 years. However, if you would like some directions to the place, it's a little tricky to get to, and I would be happy to share them with you if you are interested. Like I said, this is a story passed on to me by my parents, and others I know also know the story and claim to have witnessed it. I'm also aware of the satanic gatherings in the field, down the trail in the woods, usually occurring during the 2 equinoxes every year. This may explain some of the animal parts we found. Also, in this field, I've seen glowing orbs here and there, but never thought much of them since they were out far in the field. But you may be able to look into this more than I can. Oh, and the girl that jumped into the river and drowned, she is also part of this story. And Hammond, of course. She can be seen on Halloween night on Pine Avenue, hitchhiking to get to her wedding. Supposedly, if you pick her up, she thanks you for the ride and then disappears into the night. My name is Gemma. I went to a primary school in a small village where I lived for a year or 2. Then we had to move into a town nearby. It wasn't too far away from my friends, so sometimes I would catch the bus there. One day, I went up to see my friend Holly. She told me that my old deputy head teacher had just died. I don't know how old he was, but apparently he got murdered. That night, Holly asked me to stay at her house for the night, so I did. We were only about 10 at the time. Her parents were downstairs, and her 2 little brothers were both asleep. We were the only people awake upstairs. Holly went downstairs to get something to eat for me and her, and left me alone. I decided to play a trick on her. I turned all the lights off and hid under her bed in her room. I looked around. I was really scared, so I looked up and saw 2 eyes looking at me. They were glowing. At that point, I closed my eyes, thinking it was just my imagination. When I opened my eyes, they were still there. I stayed under the bed because I didn't want to move. Then, I heard Holly coming up the stairs. The eyes backed away into the darkness, and I backed away and hid again. When Holly came into the room, I jumped out and scared her. I told her about the eyes, and she believed me. Then she said, "Let's take a look inside the wardrobe." So we both opened it slowly and took a look inside. Funny enough, nothing was in there except for her clothes and stuff. So we both decided that it was me seeing things because it was dark. Later that night, Holly turned the lights off, and we both went to sleep. I couldn't get to sleep, and I kept on looking over at the wardrobe. I laid there with my eyes open, when suddenly I saw the eyes again, looking over at me. I slid under my covers. When I looked out, they had gone, but I could feel something in the room. I knew something was there. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of me. It laid down, and then I saw the eyes. It was staring right at me. I screamed, which woke Holly up, and she suddenly backed away against the wall. We could both see the black figure on the floor. Then it seemed to sink into the ground and disappear. We both went downstairs and stayed there for a couple of hours. We talked about the figure for ages. Then I said it reminded me of something. Holly said that as well,
before we both realized that it looked like Mr. Baker. Why would he haunt us, though? We'll never know. When I was younger, I had quite a few paranormal experiences, as did my mom. The most direct contact either of us had with spirits was with her father. He died at home and lived with us when I was about 4. My mom was very close to him, and I was pretty close to him too for being so young. After he died, my mom would often be house cleaning and walk into his room where his old recliner sat and smell his unique scent, cigarette smoke mixed with cologne and whatnot. She never saw or heard him, but she would know he was there and would talk to him for a while. When I was 6, we moved out of the house he died in and into the house where my mom still lives. I never had the type of encounters my mom had with them, but I was lucky enough to see him once. First, I need to explain the setup of our house. The front and back doors are directly parallel to each other, and both have glass panes in them. The front door opens into the dining room, and you can walk straight through to the kitchen, and then to the back door. You can look from the front porch all the way into the backyard through the glass in these doors. When I was about 7, I was standing in the kitchen, looking out the window of the back door, and I could see the reflection of the front door in the glass. Suddenly, I saw my grandfather walk by the front door in the reflection, as though he was walking across the front porch. He smiled and waved at me. The whole thing only lasted a split second, but he was very deliberately contacting me. I believe he chose to do it in such an indirect way, so as to not frighten me. Maybe he was saying goodbye, since I was too young to understand when he actually died. What's really strange, though, is that I described him to my mom as looking younger than he did when he died. And when she showed me some pictures of him in his 40s, I told her that that's exactly how he appeared to me. She thinks he must have been happiest during that time of his life, and so chose to appear that way. I think it was a couple years after that when my mom had her final encounter with him. She was house cleaning again, when she smelled his familiar odor. She was in a hurry, and she told him, "I'm sorry, Dad. I can't really talk right now," and left the room. When she came back in, the scent was gone, and she just knew that was the last time she would hear from him. She feels guilty that she didn't stop to talk to him, but I think she just realized that she was ready to move on, and that's why he didn't contact her again. We do believe that he stuck around for a while after that, because he would often lose a piece of jewelry or something small, only to have it turn up right under our noses a few days later. I've had other experiences unrelated to my grandfather, but his was the only human spirit I ever actually saw. Not long after we moved into the new home, I had several experiences with feline spirits. I once saw the hind legs and tail of a cat disappearing into, not up, the top of the stairs from the landing. I know it couldn't have been our own cat, because it was pure white, and our 2 cats were black. Another time, I was sitting at the kitchen table when I felt a cat rubbing against my legs. I reached down to pet it, but nothing was there, and when I looked under the table, there was no cat to be found. There were also a few incidents in my mom's house where electronics would do seemingly things on their own. The TV turned itself off at least twice that I can remember. Perhaps the weirdest instance was when I was in my bedroom listening to my stereo. It has one of those LED screens that flashes at things as music plays, and when you turn the volume knob, These bars show up on the screen that move up or down as you change the volume. I was listening to music one day, and I had my back to the stereo. When I realized the volume was getting lower, I turned around, and the volume display came up on the screen, and the bars were going down like the knob was being turned. I turned the volume back up, and nothing else happened after that. This has gotten long, but I only have one more experience to share. At another sleepover with my best friend, we decided to leave a tape recorder with a blank tape in an empty room while we hung out in the living room and record whatever there was to hear. No one went in the room while I was recording, and the door was shut. When we played it back, we could very faintly hear ourselves in the living room for most of the tape, and nothing else. But there was one spot on the tape where a high-pitched voice spoke in a loud, raspy whisper. It was obviously neither of us, because you could hear us in the background very softly behind it. We weren't sure what it said, but it sounded like "shine a light." It didn't make any sense, but it did creep us out. That was the only unexplained voice on the tape, which unfortunately I no longer have. That was the last experience I had that I'm certain had no physical explanation. This is a story about ghosts that I think is worth sharing. It's a little bizarre and not very detailed, but I think it would capture your interest. When I was young, I always heard ghost stories revolving around these red coat ghosts. These were entities that would often appear in our house. The home I lived in used to house British soldiers from Napoleon's time, so essentially the late 1700s. I remember one particular incident. It was late at night, and that's when I started to hear strange noises in my room. At first I brushed them off, not thinking anything of it, because you can always explain these incidents away as nothing more than just normal noises. Then, I started to hear noises which were very peculiar. I would hear faded whispers, like a group of people whispering when I would open my door to investigate the sound. It wasn't anything loud, and didn't last for too long. Of course, I ended up going down that staircase to find a root cause of these whispers. What I saw next was actually quite interesting to me. Not scary, although a bit unbelievable. After going downstairs and into the living room, I saw two redcoat soldiers for a second, just standing side by side as they quickly faded from the living room. They also had a foggy and faded quality to them to begin with, where you could barely tell a figure was there with the red colors. I'll never forget that moment the rest of my life. Growing up in Lakeland, Florida, my parents purchased a repossessed mobile home. One of the bedroom doors had a deadbolt lock, but face so the child in the room could not get out. My elder sister had this room and reported a small girl about the age of 5 or 6 that would appear in a white nightgown carrying a teddy bear. She would sit at the end of my sister's bed and just cry. In the closet of the bedroom in the same home, there were stickers and drawings on the wall where it appeared someone was punished and made to sit in the closet. There were also fingernail scratches on the wall in the same closet. In the third children's room of the same home, there was brown carpeting with a line green shape on the floor that was the same shape of a clothes iron. If an iron fell onto carpeting while it was hot, doesn't it make sense it would just burn the carpet hair instead of change the color to green. My aunt even had to come remove a spirit once that was following my little sister all the way to school, and hiding behind things when she turned around to see who was following her. My little sister said it resembled a Grim Reaper type of shadow. In the same home, items would mysteriously be moved to another area. Things would then come up missing, then all of a sudden reappear one day. I truly believe that we are not living alone on this earth, and that spirits live among us. There are a lot of theories as to why this is, but to me, I believe that ghosts and spirits are almost other living forms trapped in another dimension. Even if we have loved ones who have passed and appeared to us, to me, it's like they are leaving this realm of existence to enter another one, and they behave much like we all do, often unaware of the world they just left. I believe that the ones that chose to bridge the gap between our world and theirs are messengers chosen by God to give us confirmation that we as human beings will not lose purpose once we have left this earth, and that our souls do live on. Even if you aren't a religious type, I do believe that if ghosts exist, then God must exist in some form. Otherwise, how do these souls still live on? And what power is allowing them to exist in the other universe? Anyway, my ghost experience comes at the time I was staying at my grandmother's. It was night, and I was 11 years old. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard what sounded like my grandfather, who was a heavy-set man, but tall, make his way through the home. Noticeable footsteps, as if he were wearing boots, and they were walking across the hardwood floor. At the time, I immediately recognized it was probably my deceased grandpa, so I yelled out to Grandpa Bunky to please stop scaring me. I was hoping I would get confirmation of him leaving me alone, because I'm a very anxious person, and even though I'm in tune with spirits, sometimes I just don't want to deal with it. I don't think my grandpa honestly meant any harm by it, but I think he felt that he wasn't getting enough attention, if that makes sense, and wanted his presence to really be known that day. He was always known as a loud, boisterous person in life, the kind of man that had to be the center of attention. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw the shadow of my grandfather materialize. As soon as I got up to turn directly to where he was gone and faded. So I rushed downstairs to where my grandma was. I really wanted to make sure that nobody else was upstairs, so I just asked Grandma if she was just up the stairs in the hall. She emphatically said no, and asked me why I was so concerned. I told her that I saw Grandpa, and she said that Grandpa is gone, and that while you may miss him, we have to accept this. She didn't believe in the afterlife. Funny thing was, about a year before this all happened, my great-uncle died of a disease in his lungs and kidneys. This was the exact same disease that my grandpa had died from. While that's not unusual, my older sister told me she witnessed the exact same thing that happened to me. One night, when I was at a friend's house sleeping over, she was about 17 at the time. So, I'm not entirely sure if it was my grandpa or great uncle exactly, but I still think my grandpa was the one to visit because he knew me better than my great uncle did. I also think that it had to be my grandpa, because maybe he wanted my grandma to believe, but since she's closed off to this world because of her views, he was frustrated. Maybe he gave her signs, She ignored them. Are frustrated ghosts a thing? Anyway, hope you enjoyed my story. I have a crazy story to tell. I live in New Orleans. That's of course located in Louisiana, the deep south. One night, me and my girlfriend were at home, and I'm guessing it was around 5:30 in the morning. I'm assuming, because that's when I got up to go to work, and I always sit by the window and wait for my ride. This morning was a bit unusual and different. I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, I felt this overwhelming chill brush past me, like an undeniable cold air. I asked my girlfriend if she was cold, and she said no. I don't know what it was, but something told me to tell her to sit in my chair to see if she felt what I was describing. It was a lingering cold that didn't go away, and told me she could feel the cold chill as well. It gave us both goosebumps, and within a few moments, the coldness quickly disappeared. The crazy part is, I think the chair is haunted. It was given to me as a present from generations in the family. I'm talking an early 1900s style rocking chair. I remember one of my uncles wanted to just sell it off eBay to get rid of it, because he didn't want anything to do with it. So I ended up taking it off his hands because of the family history. The most interesting part of this chair is, a lot of my family members have claimed to see a black figure in that chair rocking back and forth on numerous occasions. At times, it would be seen rocking on its own without anything being seen. I still have yet to witness anything like this, but ironically, a friend staying over our house actually did. It was later that night, and my girlfriend and I were in a separate room. Suddenly, my friend screams for us to come in because he just saw the rocking chair move on its own without any force. He didn't even know about the history of that chair and our family, so that made it even more terrifying, but intriguing in a way. My dad had stayed in our house once, and he said looking out the window, there's a tree outside our home, and late at night, he saw a faded man in overalls walk behind the tree and suddenly disappear. Again, none of these things have personally happened to me, but they seem to be happening to my family and friends. None of them are capable of lying. I don't see why anyone would anyway, since we're all older, mature adults, and we have no business lying for attention or any purpose really. Now, just because I said I didn't experience anything, besides the coldness in the chair, it doesn't mean my girlfriend hasn't. She told me one day when she was out on the front porch, where you could see the tree. It was evening. It was getting pretty dark, but not so dark you couldn't see anything. She too thought she saw a very dark shadow move around the tree and then disappear. She said it was the weirdest thing because it was like a fog, and you could easily see the contrast between the tree and this mysterious fog. I don't know if you've seen these type of videos before on YouTube where they show this type of stuff, but she said it was very similar to that. She's also seen the blinds from the window where the chair is positioned move from time to time without any explanation. Knocks on the walls, and sometimes her name is whispered into her ear. Again, these are her experiences, so I can't tell you if it's real based on what she said. But again, my girlfriend wouldn't lie to me for no reason. As you know, New Orleans is a city with lots of history dating back hundreds of years, and with our old home, there's bound to be some entity, especially with the haunted chair. Do you believe in this? Because honestly, as crazy it may seem, I do, even without having these experiences for my own to share. As an open-minded person, I'm not just going to hate on someone just because they have a ghost story to tell. I'll be open-minded. I'll consider their credibility and other things. If all those aspects of their personality check out, then yes, I'll have to believe them. This world is fascinating. It has a lot of mystery. I will not just ignore the spirit world. I just wish that I could experience it too, just once, what everyone else has as well. I used to live in the Theta Chi fraternity house as a brother. There were stories talking about the house had a fire in the attic and whole sorts of supernatural and paranormal happenings. I can confirm the fire in the attic was true, and strange things did happen too. Some even reported glowing eyes in the dark of the attic. However, one of the most common had to do with the lights. We had sensors installed to cut back on the brothers leaving the lights on. These sensors only react to the movement. These lights would go on and off all the time when nobody would be in the room. We would be several rooms away, far enough from the sensors that we wouldn't set them off, and they would suddenly go on and off. Also, there were times when we would be sleeping, and we would wake up to what sounded like a large social gathering downstairs. Several of us would go down there, thinking it was a group of brothers coming home from the bar, only to find the entire house empty, and no one would be around. Also, I used to work at Have a Nice Day Cafe, and the upstairs was indeed haunted. I would have to go up there every night to take down a banner that was thrown over the exterior of the building. To do this, I would have to go to the roof via the upstairs. It is full of rooms, completely empty. There was this long hallway that stretched the length of the building. There was only one light that sat at the end of the hallway. As you walked down the hall, you would get the feeling that you were being watched. Several bouncers have claimed to see a man up there. Apparently, before it was Have a Nice Day Cafe, it was called Industry, and one night, a barback intentionally left the world upstairs, using a broken beer bottle, and when the bouncers would make their rounds before closing, they would have to go up there to make sure no one snuck up there. When they would flash their flashlights into the room in which the sad incident took place, the man ghost was seen crying and bleeding. He would get up and run towards you, as if asking for help. Many bouncers quit after they experienced it. I guess you could say they bounced after they saw that ghost. This is a true story of our family's experience at Theodore's Bridge in Wichita, Kansas. I grew up in Sagwitch, Kansas, a small town just north of the bridge's location. Since my family is American Indian, we always respected the legend and tales of the bridge. On May 12th, 1983, my own mother was killed in a car wreck within feet of the old bridge. The police couldn't explain what caused her to swerve sharply to the left. However, they agree that something must have been in the road right in front of her. What's odd is that no animal tracks were ever found, and it wasn't another car. I was young at the time, and awoke around midnight with a horrible dream. It had to do with being grossly removed from this life. Someone had chopped my head off with an axe. Later that morning, around 4:45 a.m., I was awakened again by someone pounding on my door. It was the police looking for me. Turns out, they found my driver's license in my mom's car. Thinking it was me who died, they came to inform my parents only to find me standing in the doorway. Several several years later, I was helping my dad go through some papers and found my mom's death certificate. Only then did I find out that Mom was thrown through the windshield with her head coming right off. Throughout the years, as family members and friends have drove by, the sight strange things have happened to them. Their cars would quit working for just a few moments, or they see things, like my mom standing there, looking at them and smiling. If anyone would like to email me, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about all the strange things I've occasionally seen. My name is Catherine. After the experiences me and my family have had, I know we have a ghost. It all started when I was 7. I couldn't get to sleep. I looked down from my bunk bed for a moment or two and saw, in my bedroom closet, which had no door, what seemed to be a little girl sitting in there, staring at me. She wore a white dress and was underneath either a white blanket or a duvet cover. Once me, my mom and my sister were watching a film in the dark, and suddenly, on the shelf, my picture was slammed down. One time my sister had said that she had seen the ghost. One night when we had our normal beds, she saw her walk from the closet to the end of the bed and just staring at her. Then she flew through the wall. The second time I saw her was when I was out in the kitchen. I saw her out the window, in the shed window, smiling, but there would be 2 faces beside her this time. The scariest experience I've ever encountered was when I was watching TV. I was sitting down on one of the seats when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. I got scared and turned off the TV to ask who was there. Then the door creaked open. Then there was a noise in the other seat, like someone was sitting down on it. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. Nothing else happened since then, but I know our house is haunted for sure. The girl just won't go away. Hi, my name is Kim. I'm 18 years old, and I have a few experiences I would like to share with you. Every summer, I used to go to my Nana's farm and help out. The last time I went was a few years ago. That was when I was 14, and something creepy happened that I've since tried to forget. I think it's about time I shared it with you all. It was a boiling hot July afternoon, and I was helping to clean out one of the barns. My Nana went on and on for about an hour, complaining that it was too hot for her liking, but I decided to stay to try and finish. About 10 minutes after my Nana left, I began to hear tiny pitter-patter of the feet in the hayloft. Thinking that it was just mice or something, I got on with my work. I began sweeping when I heard laughter and 2 voices, one of a boy and the other of a girl, talking in hushed whispers. I peered up the stairs, feeling slightly scared, and called again, but nobody replied. As I turned to get back to my work, the voice of the girl called up here. I was quite spooked. Nobody should be up here, but yet, there I was, hearing a voice. Sometimes, though, the other kids in the village muck around, so maybe I thought it was one of them. "Hey, you're not allowed up there," I shouted as I walked up the stairs. As I got up to the hayloft, I looked up to see 2 black shadows with hooks through their necks, almost hanging for a split second. This faded quickly. I completely freaked out and ran screaming to my Nana's house. My Nana later told me that 2 little people had died in that barn when they were playing around. My mom came to pick me up the next day, and as we drove away, I looked back at the barn and saw 2 little faces staring right back at me from the hayloft window. Needless to say, I never went back. In 1998, I had a ghost experience. My first, and I hope my last. I was living in the second floor of a college dormitory. My colleague that lived directly under me would ask me on occasion if I was moving furniture late in the night and early morning, between 12 midnight and 2 a.m. Absolutely not. I can recall that I moved my bed once in the middle of the day when I first moved in at the beginning of the semester. I thought maybe it was a ghost because it was common knowledge that our dormitory was an old TB hospital. The entire campus was located on an old military hospital site. Our cafeteria was where the morgue was, back in the Great First Conflict, or the Great Second Conflict. I never heard anything in my room. Then, early one Saturday morning, I got up and made myself coffee and left the dormitory on the second floor and headed down the old iron stairs. I made my way across the tennis courts to make a phone call. I could see my dormitory from where I stood. I dialed the number and was talking to a friend steadily watching the stairs to my dorm. That is, when I saw a smoky black figure flailing its arms around and staring straight at me. Then it went back into the locked closed doors of the second floor dorm. They lock behind each person that leaves, so I reported it to staff. That is when I started to hear many ghost stories from the night's guardsmen that patrolled the cafeteria and hallways. There are many dorm buildings on campus. Anyhow, I put it behind me and continued my life. Shortly after my brother died, due to a long illness, I returned to college but got my own apartment and shared it with a friend. It would get so cold in there. Heat turned on all the way up and the fireplace on, yet it was 70 degrees outside. I was still grieving, so I withdrew from college and took my truck on a long drive across the country. In Nebraska while at a rest stop, my entire truck swarmed with flies. I'm very clean, and so wasn't my truck. I was eating, but still swarms of flies. I threw my food away and drove crying and screaming, trying to get them out of my truck. I stopped to wash my truck, then got a motel and shower. I returned 6 months later to my old apartment to ask around to see if the new renters had any problem. The lady that opened the door was really nice and said that she had to hire someone from another state to come and clear the ghost. She said that it was so bad that the person they hired had to have a partner come and help. She mentioned the freezing cold room temperatures, the feelings that someone was following her up the stairs, like I had. They said they do a certain ceremony and burn certain herbs to clear away the spirit, because she didn't mind her ghost clearing work, but it was too much for her. She said that the people she hired said that the bowl they used to burn herbs caught fire. The flames reached the ceiling. It was the worst ghost cleansing they had to do in a long time. Then the lady did a ceremony over me, and the feeling that something hanging on my back just went away. Actually, I felt whatever it was kind of crawl up and out of me and move my spine involuntarily. I've never had a problem since. Mabel Castle, located in Ayrshire, Scotland, was built many hundreds of years ago and is reputed to have its fair share of ghosts. There have been many sightings over the years, one of which may be the young lady Jane, who had been imprisoned in the turret for falling in love with a gypsy. I recently have been invited to participate in a sponsored ghost watch at the castle, but chickened out at the last minute due to a recent visit by a ghost expert who reported the presence of at least 3 ghosts, one of which was a crying child who had been tortured and tied in the basement. There was regular paranormal activity reported, as the castle is still being used as offices. Anyway, I'm sort of two minds about losing my nerve, as the ghost watch had proved eventful. Crying had been heard from the basement. When the team left at 4 a.m., they made sure all the lights had been turned off. But in the car park, they looked back, and all the lights had been turned back on. When the cleaner came in the morning, the energy-conscious ghost had turned them off again. Of course, such paranormal happenings are not rare in Scotland. I can quote hundreds from friends and family. These are just a few. My sister and husband walked into a bookshop housed in a very old building, with a bookshop straight off of one shelf, one after the other. My youngest sister lived for years in a haunted house, possibly the spirit of a young child. There were occasional temper tantrums. This is a tragic, but true tale. My youngest sister and her then boyfriend George had friends over for the evening. Of course, the talk turned to ghost stories in general, when suddenly, the door of the sitting room flew open with such force, it crashed against the arm of the sofa and slammed shut again. George jumped up and pulled open the door, but nobody was there. Everyone was shaken by the violence of the event. Later it was learned that at that precise moment in time, George's cousin and his friend had drowned in the River Irvine after a night of drinking and hijinks that went badly wrong. I remember reading about the drowning of these men in the local paper at the time, but did not learn of the connection to my sister's boyfriend until later. A friend heard the voice via baby monitor, which urged the baby to come. It was hard to be distinguished from the low guttural tone, whether it was male or female. When they went to investigate, no one was in the room besides the baby. My name is Trisha, and I'm writing about one of the many few ghost experiences I've had in my life. I'm fortunate to have found the site to talk to many of those who have experiences with the supernatural. I moved to Bemis Point, New York from Woodbridge, Virginia on May 1st, 2004, into a house which, as to this date, I still call my dream home, because all my life, I always wanted to live in a home so big and so beautiful. This house had 5 bedrooms, 1 bath, a basement, and a beautiful yard. I want to explain why I've chosen to talk about this particular experience in this home in Bemis Point, New York. Of course, I wasn't the only person living in a 5-bedroom home. It was me, my fiance, and my 4-year-old son. My fiance's brother and father were going to live with us. However, that didn't really work out, so it was just the 3 of us for a while. Before we all actually moved into the home, my fiance and my father went to the house to drop off some belongings of ours, and my fiance had videotaped every room of the home. The home was just so extraordinary to us, like something we had never seen before. As of this date, we still hold in possession the tape which had been recorded of that home. One of the bedrooms had been painted with artwork from a very artistic person. That artwork is believed to have been finger painted and very unusual. At the time I looked at the house before we had all moved in, I went to that room with the painting many times. I knelt down on my knees in front of the painting and touched it with my hands to get a full feel of its characterization. I will say, to this date, that the painting that was on the wall that very moment had changed once we had moved into the home. First, it was a painting of a turkey, very unusual. There were many things in this house that were strange, only we didn't catch the unusual things about them until we had moved in. To this date, I only hope to find who had lived here before we had, and I will, in time, find my answers. Now you will know the beginning of this unusual experience. It started with that painting. After we had moved into the home, we began to refresh our minds a little bit of what we thought was strange. I was in the process of unpacking and settling into our new home. I went back into that room with the painting and was in shock from what I had seen. That painting was a woman, and there was writing above the painting of that woman, and it said Earth, hate her, everything. The painting of the woman was on the wall, right on the outlet corner where a television had been sitting. I will explain to you what description I'd seen in that painting. It was a woman whose face was intensely beaten with blood flowing from her hair down through her face, and then to her arms. Her hair was hung up, as if she had been in an electric shock. Her face was bruised badly and cut up with scars on the side of her face. Her eyes were open, and the smile on her face was extremely intense, as if she was angry. I looked around the room more thoroughly, and there on the other side of the wall were more paintings. One was of a butterfly, and a mushroom was the other. On the closet door was a poem written by the famous poet, Keats. I believe to this date, the same person who had written the poem on the door had to have been the same person who did the painting on the wall. I looked around the room closer and came upon some blood on the floor on the side of the room. It was not fresh blood, because it looked like it had dried up and had been there for a long while. I closed the door behind me and left the room. I didn't go back to the room until later on through the next week. One of the rooms upstairs was right next to that room that we had turned into an office. Across the room was the bathroom. On the other side was another room we used for our bedroom. Of course, there was an attic, located right across from the room with the painting. On the door that leads to the attic is a sign that says private. I always wondered who slept up there in that attic. In the attic, there were beds, 2 of them. The beds were built into the floor and the walls. Underneath the boards of the beds were pipes. I won't say what kind of pipes, because I'm not sure. My only guess is that they are water pipes. The attic was made to be one of the 5 bedrooms in the entire house. This room, however, was among the most strangest thing I'd ever seen, the exception with the room being the painting. In this room, the attic was cross spaces large enough to fit almost 10 or more bodies depending on the size. In one of the cross spaces was another painting. This painting was put together with boards. It was handmade, and the colors of the painting were the exact same colors used in the painting of the other room. It seemed to be the painting of the devil. However, it was never confirmed of what the painting really was. There was a sofa left in the room with strands of brown hair, which seemed to be the color of my own hair, and I never even sat on the couch when we found it there, let alone had it belonged to me. Along with the sofa, there had been a brown recliner chair sitting next to the sofa. Underneath the recliner there had been a huge blood stain. In turn could have passed to be a huge stain of grease. The attic could have been turned into at least 2 rooms by the size of the cross spaces, and that's an example of how big they were. When I left the room of the attic to go back downstairs, I noticed as I walked down the stairs, there had been names engraved into the carpet of each step that I walked down. I could not make out the names, but it was indeed visible to the eye. It was very strange to me. I wanted to find out some information about the house because I began to get nervous and anxious of the situation. I turned to our next door neighbor for info and hoped to find out all I could. One side of the house was cut off by a wall, where the next door neighbor had lived. It was indeed unfortunate to us, because that wall was separated from the neighbor and had not been closed off to him, as he had all entrances into our part of the house. No door on our side had locks to keep him coming through our side of the home. This made me very nervous, especially throughout the night. With an exact total of 4 rooms upstairs, and the bathroom, and only 1 bedroom downstairs. We had turned that room on the bottom level downstairs into my son's room. It was not safe enough to put my son upstairs due to the stairwell, and the fact that I was afraid that he would get hurt. Therefore, the only room downstairs we had used for his room, just outside of my son's bedroom, was the basement door, and another door that led to the next door neighbor's bathroom. We were told that the door that led to the neighbor's bathroom had not been used, because the bathroom toilet was broken. To this date, I don't believe that theory which had been said to us. I noticed on the side where my son's bedroom was, each door had locks on them at the top, which made me nervous, because I was concerned that someone could get locked in and would not be able to get out. However, the only door without a lock was the bathroom door to the neighbor's side of the home. That seemed a bit unusual to me, as if it was purposely set up that way, so that the next door neighbors could have entrance into our side of the home whenever he wanted to come on our side. Another entrance that our next door neighbor had to our side of the house was in the kitchen right where the pantry closet is. In the process of unpacking, I had sat some pictures against the door until I got around to hang them up. Other entrances the neighbor had to our side of the home were upstairs and in the basement. There was a storage place located right between the office and the bathroom, which had 2 doors inside the storage space that the next door neighbor could use on our side of the home. On our side of the storage space were locks. Therefore, we were fortunate for the matter. The doors to the storage space were made of glass, and therefore, it would have to take someone to break the glass or professionally remove the glass in order to enter on our side. As for the basement, the neighbor would have to break the chain on our side to come up the stairs on our side. Anyway, after having suspicions of what may have happened in this home, or what could have happened, I had to talk to someone and find out something. That's when I started questioning the next door neighbor. One day, I ran into our neighbor outside, not literally, and asked him about the painting that was on the wall. I asked him if he had known of the tenants who used to live in the home before us, and possibly all he could tell me about the painting and who stayed in the home where the painting was. The neighbor claims that a girl by the name Anna stayed in that room at one time, and told me that she was the one who did the painting. At that very moment, I felt that there was more that he had known that I need to know now. With having a few supernatural experiences previously, the feeling that someone would lead me to some kind of answer clung to me, to ask him more about what he could tell me. He told me that Anna was about the same age as me, and knew that she had been involved in many serious circumstances with others dealing with gothic rituals, practicing witchcraft, and had camped out with others in the back of the house at a campsite where most of the rituals are being performed. He offered to take me back to the campsite one day, although I never was able to get around to it. Thereafter, I insisted on letting him take a look at the painting himself, as well as the poem from Keats that was written on the door in the room. We also went to the attic to look at the stain that was on the floor. He could not agree with me that it looked like anything like a blood stain. I showed him the names engraved into the carpet on the stairs to the attic. He couldn't make a vision of what I had been seeing. Therefore, he wasn't able to discuss that matter with me. As far as the blood in the room on the floor of the room with the painting, he did in fact agree with me that it appeared to be bloodstains. However, he could not give me any explanation of why or how it got in there. The neighbor explained that he rarely paid any attention to anything in the home and hadn't been in the home but a few times to do some work to it. I didn't agree with that theory at all. I knew there had to be a lot of info missing that he wouldn't tell me then. The neighbor insisted on finding someone to come look at the painting. I told him that it would be a good idea for someone to come out to take a look at everything I'd seen and to examine the home in case there was any signs of supernatural crisis. When the neighbor left, I assumed that what he intended to do was not going to happen only because I felt that he knew more than he was willing to tell me at that time. I left the matter alone long enough for me to stumble across anything else that seemed unusual to me. The day after, my fiancé and I, along with our son, left the home to take care of some business, and when we had returned to the home that evening, we saw the neighbor coming out of our house with a cooking pot. It was quite unusual to us knowing that the home had been locked up and could not understand how he had gotten into the home without having a key. My fiancé and I got out of the car, and the neighbor walked over to us, explaining that he went into the house. He told us that we made him quite nervous about the discussion with the painting as well as everything else we talked about. Therefore, he decided to speak with his cousin on how to bless the home. The neighbor explained that he blessed the entire home using some ancient herbs that were given to him and told us that he was trying to help us out because he felt that it would resolve the situation. After his explanation, he continuously explained that he would not go back into the home without us knowing about it first. We left this incident alone, being as it was a first-time offense, and he said he was trying to help. When we walked into the home after speaking with him, we could smell the scent of the herbs he used all through the home. It was a very strong and painful scent, almost as if it was the smell of marijuana. The smell was in a long stretch throughout the home. I was more concerned for my son. We had to leave the house for a few hours more in order to escape the smell and painful irritation of our eyes. Finally, once we returned to the home, the smell settled and we could breathe again. I wasn't actually pleased for the matter that he had came into the home uninvited and blessed the home with no knowledge of what he was doing. Still, I left the matter alone, believing that he would not do it again. In order to concentrate on other things, I used my time trying to unpack my things and cleaning one room to the next. It wasn't until the next few days later I had an incident of my own. It was in the middle of the night. We were all asleep, and I was awakened by a man who laid there on top of me with all his weight pushing on me so tight that I couldn't breathe. I thought I'd been having a nightmare, although my eyes were open, and the force I'd been using to fight and pull to escape this man's weight and the fear he had been pouring over me was only a nightmare in my life. In reality, I looked beside me as I laid there fighting to escape the fear amongst the man's desire to hurt me, trying to wake my fiancé from a sleep to save me. My fiancé laid there in a deep sleep as he could not hear a peep from my crying screams of what I had left to breathe. I had been played with that very night, if you know what I mean, laying there in my own head with my fiancé laying right next to me. With one heroic scream, I used all my weight to escape this man's arms and pushed him off of me. Frightening, all I could see was his brown hair and his back that turned to my face as he walked away with not even 2 seconds and disappeared. I sat up in my bed next to my fiancé, waiting there, holding my body, hoping he would be awake and hold me. could not make sense of this. Not then, and not now. Even after, I knew it wasn't over. I couldn't even call the police, because let's face it, I wouldn't be able to explain to them of such an incident. Even so, they wouldn't be able to believe me. Amongst other things, they would turn it on my fiancé, and I would not take that route. Not then, and not now. After my fiancé had awakened, I told him about what happened. He just held me tight, and he was worried. I'm thankful he believed me. After a while, I was too angry to sit there and do nothing. I was determined to get my answers. Even then, why me? I know I'm not the only person in the entire world who has had this exact same incident. There are others. I know, because I've read about them. I know that there are others out there who have been hurt multiple times in incidents like this. I've now moved out of that home and only live 2 minutes away from there. I've not been back since we moved. There are others who I'm aware who live in that same house right now as I'm telling you this. 4 of them I am aware of are girls. I fear for them. I worry for them. Even though this isn't the only incident that happened to me in that same home, they live in there as I speak. As there have been many incidents, not so much severe to this one. I worry for anyone who lives there. This will come back to me one day. In some form, some way, it will find me, and I will find my answers. I've had the experience of the supernatural ever since I was a young child, around the age of 7 years old. It has followed me. I'm 22 now. This house I lived in Buma Point, New York was said to be over 100 years old. The supernatural experiences I've had are real. It may be some kind of gift that I've been given, but it's frightening at the same time. I only seek to understand it. Even so, it's frightening to know the answers I'm looking for. I can only do what I can to accept this the best way I find reasonable. I will tell you that the man who messed with me that night is in no way comparison to any person I've ever met or come across my entire life. This will be one of the many experiences I will never forget. I know that there are others out there who wonder just the same as I do. Why me? Is there ever really an answer to that question? And if you ever wonder whatever happened to the painting, the handmade artwork that was found in those rooms, I won't be able to explain that to you. All I can tell you is that the neighbor that lived next door to me went into the house without telling us, carved that painting off the wall, literally, and told me that he burned it. As far as the handmade artwork made out of boards, I won't ever know. The neighbor took that too. To this date, that painting exists, as well as the handmade artwork made of boards. Everything in this house exists to me, and as far as the girl I was told that did the painting on the wall, Anna, what does she know? Where is she today? My last question, in regards to the landlord, John. Do you always allow your son to go into the home whenever he wants to, especially when other tenants are renting the home from you? Trust me, one day it could end up being a big mistake for him. My guess is there something to hide? I live in Arlington, Washington. When I moved into my house, the forks started bending. Now when I'm there by myself, I can hear people walking upstairs. When I'm upstairs trying to sleep, I can hear people or things running up and down the stairs. If I get up and look down the stairs, I can't see anything, but I can still hear it. Soon after we started moving into this home, our pets started disappearing. One of our cats came back, covered in what looked like blood. He was gone about an hour after he came back. All of our pets were inside pets. My aunt saw a little girl in my yard and in the house with blonde hair. Nobody I live with or live near has even blonde hair. When my mom lived with me, she saw her too. My sister loved to listen to her stereo, but then the stations started changing by themselves. We could actually watch the bar move back and forth across it. Recently, my dad's stereo started doing that too. I got an iZone sticky film camera for my birthday one year. I took a picture, and there was an orb in the corner of it. When I'm home alone, it can totally be silent. I'll be reading a book, and my dog will start barking. I can get her to calm down, but as soon as I sit down again, she starts barking again. My cousin and I got really big chills right before we hear any of the noises upstairs. We look at our attic doors, but every morning the lock is unlocked and sometimes on the ground. Sometimes at night, I can even hear faint talking. I had a friend stay with me once, and she tried to get out of bed, but she said she felt something heavy on her. There was nothing that I could see on her. My dad went into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get a glass of water, and the freezer was wide open. This all started in '88. My aunt even had someone come and bless the home. I guess it didn't work, because it is still happening. My name is Eric, and I have a couple of occurrences that are rather interesting. Nothing amazing, but definitely weird. I've always been interested by dark things. Like to dress in black, and I like to listen to extreme metal and such things like that, so I've always kept an open mind on such things. Well, anyways, when I was about 6 years old, me and some of my brothers slept in the floor of the living room for about a couple of years. Well, one night, I woke for no real reason, I guess. I was still tired, so I didn't want to get up or open my eyes when I felt something unexplainable. It was the feeling that someone was near me that wanted to hurt me. I can't explain it. I just felt that. Well, being curious, I opened my eyes and I saw an older woman crouching down next to me, and her face was right in front of mine, as if looking right at me. I closed my eyes again in sheer terror, but I was still curious to see if it was still there, so I looked, and the woman's face was still there. I didn't actually see her body. I just assumed she had a body or something. I closed and opened my eyes several times, and she was still there. I was more scared than heck, but somehow I went back to sleep. It never happened again, and I never told anybody because I really thought it could have been my imagination. But I know what I felt, and I'll never forget that terrible feeling I got. Another interesting experience I had was the same year, a few months later. I woke up for no real reason, and when I opened my eyes, I saw an older looking woman standing on the base of my brother's feet that slept next to me. I didn't close my eyes because I wanted to see if it was real. At one moment, I felt that same threatening feeling, but not for myself. But I actually feared the well-being of my brother. I went to sleep again, and it never happened again after. I never told anybody for the same reason as last time, because I'm skeptical. So it could have been either a real apparition or just my stupid imagination. I guess I'll never know.
Ever since I was a little girl, I've seen things or felt things. I haven't decided if I follow the feelings and spirits or if they follow me. When I was 7, I lived in a huge farmhouse. I was awakened one night by a cold feeling on my cheek, almost like someone was placing their hand and just brushing it against my cheek. I sat up in bed and looked around expecting it to be my sister trying to wake me up. Instead, I was greeted with an empty room. I tried to fall asleep all night and couldn't. For weeks, I refused to sleep on my own room and stayed with my parents. About a month later, I was back to sleeping in my room and was awakened again, but this time by the closing of the side door downstairs. I thought it was my father coming home late, so I walked into the hallway. What greeted me on the stairs still scares the daylights out of me today. When I got to the stairs, a lady that I had never seen before was walking up the stairs, or so I thought. But when I looked closer, I realized that the woman was floating up the stairs. She wore a dark brown skirt and a white blouse covered by a jacket. The white blouse had been stained in red in a few places. When I squinted my eyes to try and get a better look at the blurred image, I saw that the woman's face was battered and covered in blood. I was frozen in my tracks and unable to move. I just stood there. She didn't appear for too long until she ultimately faded away, but I'm convinced that the presence was a former owner of the farmhouse I used to live in. In my last antidote, I introduce you to my mother's family, the Sorensens, who lived in East London, South Africa, during the first half of this century. In fact, most of the family members remaining alive at this time are still living in East London, although a few have also moved to other cities in the country. Families were, in those days, much larger than they are nowadays, and my mother's family, which had 12 children, was not unusual. This story concerns one of my mother's brothers, Nigel, who was, for some reason, nicknamed Boy. I've always known this story for as long as I can remember, but 2 weeks ago, I formally interviewed my mother. Before I start the story proper, let me give you just a little background on my family. My maternal grandmother's name was Mina, but I was, however, never fortunate enough to meet her, as she died some years before I was born. She and my maternal grandfather, Chris, did, however, instill in all their sons and daughters a deep and abiding belief of all things spiritual and religious, and the whole family were staunch Catholics. My mother and her brothers and sisters believe in ghosts and spirits, and, in my mother's own words, firmly believe that spirits of those people that we are close to in life remain close to us after their deaths. It was not uncommon, in the days of the beginning of this century, for an above-average number of babies to die when very young. In my mother's family, however, only the firstborn, a boy called Ivan, died in early childhood, and the remaining 11 were all healthy and thrived, until 1944, that is. My Uncle Boy, who was 30 years old at the time, came on one night after having a few beers, and, as he did not want his mother to smell the alcohol on his breath, he decided to spend what remained of the night in his car that was parked outside their family house in Park Street. He did not have a peaceful night, however, as he was unfortunately brutally attacked and robbed. His attacker had on a pair of army boots and forcefully kicked my uncle on the head, so forcefully in fact that the boy later contracted and died from inflammation of the brain. He died in a hospital on July 2nd, 1944, and was buried by the family near the end of the month. The entire family was devastated, as he had been much loved. He had been the joker of the family, and always used to perform practical jokes on my mother and her older sisters, dressing up as Dracula and jumping out to frighten them and so on. He apparently had a very loving nature and a great sense of family, but had never married. On the day of the funeral, my grandmother, My mother and her sisters Lily, Janetta, and Edna locked up the house in Park Street and prepared to walk to the church, which was just down the street. They had recently received a large arrangement of St. Joseph lilies from a family friend in sympathy for Boy's death, and the flowers had been placed in a vase in the dining room before the ladies had left for church. No one was left in the house, and, furthermore, no one, other than my grandmother, had keys to the house. After the service was finished, they walked back to their house, and my grandmother unlocked the front door. The dogs were very excited to see them, most probably wanting company after having been left alone for so long. My mother, being the youngest, rushed past the others and into the dining room. She stopped dead in the dining room doorway and turned around. That's when she noticed the apparition of Boy standing right there. He had a completely blank expression and simply just pointed in the corner of the dining room. That's when my mother looked to see what he was pointing at and was horrified. She saw what appeared to be a dark figure with robes on and a hood sitting on a rocking chair. A second later, Boy disappeared, and so did the mysterious hooded figure. The most interesting part of this whole story is my mom told me that the chair was still rocking by itself moments after the hooded figure disappeared. I know this all sounds a little hard to believe, but believe me, this was a real occurrence. Believe it or not, ghosts and spirits do exist. You just have to be open to seeing them. Oh, and by the way, those lilies that you saw earlier in the story, the ones I mentioned, yes, they were face down where the apparitions were, 2 of them. I worked in a movie theater that used to be a theater before, but not movie, but stage. As a matter of fact, the stage is still there, complete with all the vents, dressing rooms, and the overhead mechanisms to control curtains. It was a very happening place during its time. There was a dining place called the Kit Kat next door to the theater, and a hotel on the other side. When the stage was closed, the place became a movie theater with 1 screen. It is still set up as a theater would have been in the area's segregation. It became a 2-screen movie theater recently, and the balcony has been closed off. There have been some pretty weird things going on upstairs. I was talking to the manager one night about something that happened as I was leaving pretty late. It sounded like something upstairs in the old lobby fell. Something big. I went up with a friend to check it out, but nothing could have fallen. After I'd gotten about half of my story out, the manager finished the story for me. He said that he experienced the same thing. We've both heard voices upstairs and footsteps on carpeted floors. No one ever really experienced anything, or they don't talk about it. Up until a few months ago, no one ever saw anybody. Well, that all stopped pretty recently. I've seen 2 men. I'm the only one who has seen anything. One of them was a shadow person. He was a very dark presence, so dark in fact that he almost appeared to be a cloud floating around the room. In fact, that's what he had been doing when I saw him. By the way, you could still make out the outline of this figure. He was also wearing a top hat. The presence that I saw was upstairs in the balcony. The feeling I got off of him ranks up there with the feeling I got the one time I encountered the shadow person. This guy, however, looked like he was some sort of construction worker. The manager, which is my uncle, has been doing a little bit of research and has come up with very little information. I've written a narrative about the man upstairs. My fiance drew a picture of him without my knowledge, just from the description I had given him. I saw the picture one day in the backseat of his car, and it sent chills through my body. The city is wanting to tear down this building and put an even larger theater in its place. We do not know how long the owner of the building is going to hold out on selling it. Hi, I'm not sure if this is a ghost story, or just me being nervous because of old fables, but I'll share it with you anyway, and I'm anxious to hear what you think. First of all, I'm from South Louisiana, where ghosts, voodoo, and haunted antebellum homes are a way of life, or at least, a big part of the history down there. About 3 miles from my parents' home, where I grew up, there's an old plantation house, which I believe was built in the 1800s. I know that I'm going to skip around, because I feel like I have to explain everything, but please bear with me. While I was growing up, I always felt scared to be outside, or even alone in my parents' house, but I don't think the house itself was haunted, but maybe the area, because it was so close to this old house. I actually never even noticed the house, until like only 6 or 7 years ago, when someone finally bought it, and decided to refurbish it. The house was once known as the Stephanie Plantation, then as the Halfin House, and I believe that there was also one more name for it, but I can't think of it right now. The new owner put a lot of effort into doing research into the history of the house, and how it looked. You know, pretty much to find out anything and everything about it. First of all, he was a friend of my father, so we got to see the house through many stages of its rebirth. The new owner took before and after photos of the house. The before photos really scared me. There were, I believe, 5 faces, or bodies of ghosts in the pictures, but they were very clear. One looked like a man, maybe with a beard, and very proper demeanor. Another was a lady in the ball gown. That was what the silhouette looked like, and possibly a crown. Another looked like a small child looking out of the window, and another just a blur. One looked like a man screaming, and it seemed to have chains on his wrists. I don't know what exactly to say about these pictures, but I know what I saw, and I know how the house felt, and I believe them. I've always felt a type of sixth sense, if you want to call it that. My dreams often come true. ESP is a frequent thing for me, and I always get these feelings. I'm not trying to say I'm psychic, because I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I have come to try to use them more and more. Anyway, the house was very cold, even though it was the dead of summer, probably 100 degrees and humid. You know, the typical South. Anyway, it had this very eerie and unwelcoming and not very peaceful feeling to it. And as weird as it may seem, I kept getting like these glimpses or flashbacks that were very dark, but they were of this house. The new owner had tons of stories of hauntings by him and previous visitors, or just stories that were documented. I talked to this friend of my mother-in-law who is really into this stuff, and she seems to think that for some reason I have a connection with this house, that it isn't just me being a channel. I don't know what to think. I don't really want to know. Every time I visited this house, I would get the creeps, and always in the same places. There was a small closet-looking space at the top, 3rd floor, which was recorded to have been used as an infirmary in the war. I was standing near it, thinking. I was getting a funny feeling about it, and didn't notice my brother behind me. As a joke, he picked me up and pushed me inside of it, and I'll never forget the black flash, if that makes sense, that came to me. I'm not sure if I actually saw it, or just remembered it, but it was one of the single most frightening events to date. It was like I could hear, just for that brief second, screaming and cries, and see so many people in that small space. I don't know, I guess I can't really explain it. Anyway, the room that was supposed to be the infirmary still has bloodstains on the floor, even though the original boards have been removed and replaced. I truly think something more happened up there. So then all of a sudden, this guy and his wife up and sold the house to my father's cousin, Curtis. He got a grant from the state to do further research on the house, and he actually tracked down many original pieces from the house. In the meantime of all of this, I get engaged, and one day, I woke up, and something told me that I should have my wedding pictures taken in the old Halfin house. So I called him up,
and asked if that would be okay. He was reluctant because he really didn't want any more pictures taken and of the house, but finally agreed. So I went back because I was so totally drawn to this house. Since Curtis has been restoring this house, there's a much more peaceful air in it, really. And anyway, as I was walking around, I prepared myself to be more open to anything. I walked in the ballroom and got this very clear vision of this lady with a beautiful gown and crown on, maybe the lady in the picture. And even though I already had my wedding dress picked out, I immediately went home and asked my mother to make the dress exactly as I told her, and she did, though she found it was very hard to understand me sometimes. Anyway, the dress turned out beautiful and exactly as I had envisioned it, and of course, I topped it off with a small crown. I went and took the pictures, and when I walked out of the room, dressed that way, I felt the most wonderful, peaceful, and almost happy vibe rush in and out of me. It was like just me looking that way brought peace to the house. The pictures went well, but there are a couple questionable ones which I want to send to you to examine when I received them back from my mother. They were taken on a dead tree, but where we believe someone, or more than one, was hung to death. In the tops of the trees there is a mist. I thought it was the sun, but some say no. I would just like to see what you think. Anyway, to thank Curtis, I sent him a blow-up picture of the entire exterior of the house, with me standing on the balcony of the master room. He later came to tell my father that he can't explain it, but since that day, there has been a great peaceful feeling in the house. I'm anxious to hear what you think, and then again about the pictures. I hope I have not wasted too much of your time. Thank you. I've had several ghost experiences, but the one I'm writing happened when I was about 16. We lived in a very rural area in a big tri-level house. The bedrooms and a bathroom were on the top floor, a small bedroom, a bathroom, the kitchen, and a huge living and dining room were on the second, and the bottom floor was a 2-door garage. The master bedroom on the top floor had once its own deck, and still had the sliding door, which now leads to a 16-foot drop to the backyard. It is important to know this, because we often would hear someone knocking on that door, even when we had the blinds open, and could see there wasn't anyone there. The stairs from the second floor to the third went straight halfway to a landing, then turned right, and went up the rest of the way. On the landing on your left, if you were going upstairs, was a picture window. I was standing at the top of the stairs one afternoon, calling my 2 younger brothers. The youngest, Lee, came to the bottom of the stairs and asked what I wanted. He and Chris were getting a snack. I was going to answer him when I felt a hard shove against my shoulders. I fell down the stairs to the landing. My brother raced up the stairs to the landing, calling our other brother. I stood up with Lee's help. Since I was okay, I shrugged it off as an accident and forgot. Weeks later, my brother was in the house by himself. He was coming downstairs. I could see him through the window, and he tumbled down the stairs to the landing. He swore someone pushed him, but he and I were the only ones home, and he had been the only one inside. The next day, stupid kids that we were, we decided to test it. Lee stood at the bottom of the stairs, Chris stood outside and watched through the window, and I, really stupid, okay, stood at the top. I felt something push me, and I started to fall again. I caught myself on the rail and was standing. Something I couldn't see was trying to pull my hands off the rail. I got up and ran down the stairs in record time. Chris said he couldn't see anything, but Lee swore he saw a shadow chase me from the landing down to the second floor. After that, none of us would go down the stairs alone, and we always ran. For some reason, they wouldn't tell our parents to decide to move.
only 6 months after we started living in the house.
This will be the second story that I've sent to you. My mom told me this story and said that she was about 10 or 11 during the time of this experience. She said she was sleeping in her bed one night and she woke up at about 1 in the morning. She looked up and saw a white shadow floating next to her bed that had big eyes. She said its head looked a little swollen and it looked like it was trying to say something. Got really scared and tried to scream to wake her mom. She was so scared that she couldn't even make a noise. She never told her mom about it because she was so afraid that her brothers would tease her. But a week later, she said she heard her brother, my Uncle Kevin, say that he saw a white figure with a swollen head. Well, to start it off, I can see and talk to dead people. It sounds crazy, I know, but it is the truth. I'm not one of those people that you see on TV, but it's pretty much the same thing. I started seeing ghosts when I was 6, when while I was asleep in my bed, I was awakened by what I thought was my brother walking around, but it turned out to be somebody I didn't even know. I wanted to scream, but I was so terrified. At first, he didn't even notice me. Then he saw me, looked surprised, and then disappeared. I saw footprints just appear on the floor, heading inside my closet. I've been scared of my closet ever since. I couldn't see who it was because it was so dark. But the next day I found out that it was a kid. While walking upstairs to eat breakfast, I saw him sitting on the steps and frowning at me. I noticed him, stopped, and I really wanted to scream. I was just about to let one out when he put his fingers to his lips, signaling me to be quiet. I didn't want to scare him away, so I didn't yell. I smiled. He smiled back. I then blinked, and he vanished. At this point, I thought I was going crazy. I went upstairs, ate my cereal with my family, all the while he watched. I tried to shrug it off when a vase he was sitting next to fell off and broke. Then I was staring wild-eyed at him. He frowned and disappeared again. I later was walking down my basement when I heard some crying. I thought it could be my brother because he was frustrated that he couldn't beat a video game. He always cried when he couldn't win. But when I got down there, the TV and the lights were off. I was again terrified, but I peeked around the corner, and nothing was there. All I heard was crying, but it was getting louder. I was turning around to run. When I saw him right there in front of me, I fell on the ground and screamed. He cried even more at this. I could hear my parents asking if everything was all right while they were making their way downstairs. I looked at him, and he vanished once again. The crying stopped as my parents came in a little crawl space that was called the toy room. They looked at me stunned, still staring at where the little ghost used to be. They asked if I hurt myself or something, and I just said no. I just tripped. They then inspected my body, really see if I was just toughing out some scrape. My mom looked at my dad, and then shrugged. My dad's next reply scared me so bad, to the point I peed my pants. Well, then why were you crying then? Well, after a few more meetings, I found out that he was a ghost. Yes, I didn't know before. After a while, we became friends, but he never spoke, just helped us out, and played with our toys. Like once, before we even went to our grandparents' house, we had to clean the basement. It took hours, but we finally did it. Then we went to my grandma's. When we came home, my brother and I went to the basement, and we played video games. It was a mess. We groaned, and I screamed, "Sam!" We named him Little Black Sambo because of his color. Not to be racist, for those of you who are easily offended. While my brother went to the bathroom, he appeared, at first smiling, but then frowned. Seeing how distressed I was, I looked him straight in the eye and said, "Help us clean, or clean it yourself." I stormed upstairs to get my mom so she could help us. We were just heading downstairs when I heard my brother scream. I ran out to figure out what Sam had done. When I got in there, I saw my brother shaking, his eyes fully open, looking to and fro. I looked into the room and gasped myself. It was perfectly clean. My mom got down there and said, "What mess?" It was 6 years that I had known him. He was mine and the family's best friend. It was almost as if he was a part of the family. My life was going good. I was starting 7th grade. I had lots of friends. What more could I ask for? I've decided that we were moving. I'll never forget that day. The day my mom decided to move. She had wanted to move before, but never actually did. We've even had a for sale sign in our front yard before, but it was taken down only a few days after, because my mom didn't want to leave the home she raised her children in. Now she was serious. The sign went up almost immediately, and she started looking at houses. At first I thought it was cool. I mean, the house we were in was good, but we didn't live in the best neighborhood in the world, which was exactly why my mom wanted to move. It was a long time before someone decided to buy our house for $200,000 in cash. We moved out in a week. My father took his offer, and we started packing immediately. I was so sad to leave this home. I had so many memories there, but I had to move on. While I was packing my things, Sam appeared beside my bed, but he wasn't smiling this time. He was frowning. Then he vanished. I was more sad that week than I ever was, or will be. I had known Sam for 6 years. 6 years. It was like leaving a little brother to me. That entire week, I begged him to go with us. Obviously, he didn't go. The day we left was the worst day ever. It's ironic, because it was the day after Easter. As I was heading out of what was now our empty house, my brother and I ran to the toy room where Sam was. It was like he wasn't even there in the first place. Sam was completely gone. Vanished out of thin air. It was the most bizarre thing ever. When we moved into our new house, the house that I'm in now, there was only one ghost. A mischievous poltergeist that is so annoying. He once turned on our TV and cranked the volume up to the max while we were all asleep. It scared the crap out of my mom, but he thought it was hilarious. There have been good things as well as bad things, though. About a year ago, my brother's best friend died in a car accident. Our family, especially my brother, were so distraught. My brother and I stayed up late the night he died and watched Monty Python to cheer us up. Then, I noticed somebody walking around our kitchen, grinning with the biggest smile I'd ever seen. I thought it was the poltergeist, so I told him to go away. My brother said, "I don't think it's the poltergeist." I stared at him and asked him how he knew. "I don't know," he said, "but I really don't think it's him." He told me to describe him. "Well," I said, "he's wearing blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and he has the biggest smile I've ever seen." Jason stood up. "Jason, is that you?" It turned out that the ghost was my brother's best friend, Jason, that died in a car crash. We stopped the movie and talked for hours. Jason had to talk through me, though. Apparently, the only way a ghost can communicate to living people is through someone else. Anyway, presently, I talked to a ghost that came in about a month ago. Her name is Amelie, and her brother Jacob. Jason visits now and then, but I really don't see him as much as I used to. Well, that's my life. Helping out ghosts. Kinda weird, huh? But it all started out with a little ghost named Sam. This is for you, buddy. My name is Samantha, and I'm 18 years old. I have had a lot of unusual and scary things happen to my family and I, but I won't get into all of that. But what I will tell you is one story about something I had the unfortunate chance of meeting. This is my story. My family and I are gypsies, since we constantly move around and hardly stay in the same place. Mostly because my dad, God rest his soul, wanted us to see the world. We lived in 17 different towns and cities altogether, but we sort of gave up on that since he died 7 years ago, and we moved a couple years later to Timmins, Ontario, which is located in northern Canada, which is only an hour and a half away from where we used to live. Anyway, I didn't get the greatest feeling from our 2-bedroom upstairs apartment. Not only was it on a bad street, but I felt something not good there. Right away, odd things happened, such as the rocking chair moment. There was this creepy old rocking chair from the 1970s already there, and it was put away in the inside porch with most of our belongings. I had an unnerving feeling, and I went to go see it. Right there from the doorway, it was rocking crookedly, which made it look even creepier. Then it stopped so suddenly, like it knew that I was watching. Then there's the attic. I always hear something walking around up there, and a loud thump, like it was jumping up and down. It was very cold up there, and I always avoided it. My mom even put a lock on the attic door, just in case. That was what she said. I didn't even know what that meant. I remember one night I was home alone waiting for my mom and sister to come home. I did not feel safe, even with all the lights on. I couldn't even sleep until they were home. I was in my room waiting on my bed. Then I heard the door open and someone walking around. I thought it was Mom, so I went to go look, and she wasn't there. The door was open, and I was alone. I used to wake up with scratches all over my body, some of them so deep, and I would be puzzled as to how they got there. I didn't even have a pet. Then there's the one night when I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling scared, and it was cold in my room, which was weird since I didn't have a window and I wasn't cold. It was just a room. I felt someone standing beside my bed looking down at me. My bed was practically floor level. I turned the other way and tried going back to bed. But that's when I felt someone's hot breath in my ear, and I heard it rasp. It was a man. I knew this. My heart stopped and I froze. I was scared. I couldn't sleep since. I knew it was a man. I had a dream of him. He was a Caucasian, weightly and tall guy, and he often tried to follow me in my dreams. He was angry and abusive, but he couldn't touch me once I got away from the apartment. I told my sister, and she also knew. We moved out of there the next summer, and we went back to Cochrane, and we stayed here ever since. We've had other spirits, but we didn't care. We were back to something familiar, and that was okay. I lived in a town in my hometown of Glendale, Arizona. It was on 59th Avenue in Peoria, less than a mile from 3 cemeteries and a dilapidated old barn house. Lots of creepy surroundings. My experiences aren't that riveting. The place was infested with cockroaches, and they never went away, no matter what we did. We did so many things as far as fogging. We let 30 geckos loose to eat them all. We put out roach traps. I've just heard about bugs in haunted places, flies and stuff, but it could have nothing to do with it. But also, there was 1.5 bathrooms in the place. The upstairs had 1 shower, and the downstairs just had a toilet and a sink. Well, one time I was in the bathroom, which is right beneath the stairs. As I was sitting on the toilet, I heard feet running up the stairs, like thunder, like someone was really hurrying to get up there. Then I came out of the bathroom and saw my boyfriend, and my roommate and I said, "Who ran upstairs all crazy?" And they said neither of them. I said, "Are you sure?" And they said, "Yeah, we've been sitting here the whole time." I asked if one of the 3 cats ran upstairs. The 2 girl cats are too small to have made that kind of noise, but our male cat was almost 20 pounds, so it was a possibility. But he was sitting beside my roommate. Also, the light used to turn on by itself, and in my boyfriend and my bedroom, the lock was on the outside, and it was a keyhole, as if somebody was locking someone in the room from the outside. One of our female cats went crazy and started to growl at us and attack my roommate. My dog was always barking at things when there was nothing for him to bark at. Very scary. Thank God I don't live there anymore. After sharing some particularly creepy paranormal experiences amongst ourselves, my brother, sister, and my sister's boyfriend and I decided to check out a couple of the places in the haunted places list that just happen to be located here in scenic Muskogee, Oklahoma. While searching for the address of 2119 Akoogie, we wound up on a street by the name of Callahan. A set of train tracks run across the road, and bells and crossing lights are in place to warn about oncoming trains. At around 2 a.m. in the morning, we started down the road. When we started, the warning lights were flashing, but they went off shortly, and we assumed a train had passed. But when we were coming up on the tracks, they began flashing again, and this time, the balls went off too. Our driver, my sister, slammed on the brakes, and we all started looking for the train. There wasn't one in sight. Lights went off for a few seconds later, so we just sat and waited, unsure of whether or not to continue across the tracks. Then the lights went off again. My sister sped in reverse to get away from the tracks. She was so freaked out. Her boyfriend finally talked her into going across the tracks, and when he did, my brother and I, felt extremely panicked. After that, we finally found her address, which is now an abandoned parking lot. The story says that you're supposed to hear 2 men talking in the backseat. What happened was that my left eardrum started hurting very badly, and I just got an overwhelming sense that something bad had happened. As we're pulling out of the parking lot, 2 lights went out. One right on the corner which the parking lot was on, and one diagonally across the street. We went through the parking lot once more, and once again my left ear started hurting. My brother said that his ears started ringing for about a second and stopped, and my sister's boyfriend said that he felt like he was on an airplane because his ears suddenly became stuffy. You probably won't think much of this, but it really freaked out my friend. Just read it before you judge it. It started with my friend's mom. His mom used to be a cleaner, you see, and she and her friend were cleaning this house when something happened. First, his mom and her friend were cleaning upstairs. They could always smell something really horrid downstairs, but whenever they went down, there was nothing there. This happened quite a few times. Then one day, my friend's mom was cleaning the wall when she felt something push her really hard on her shoulder. She was then off with shock. Her friend who cleaned with her didn't think it was true, but the next day it appeared to her as well. When my mom's friend was better, her and her friend went to the house next door, which was haunted, and they told the woman who lived there. This one, called Vanessa, went into the house, and as soon as she stepped upstairs, the smell stopped. It was almost as if she scared the ghost or thing off. I don't know what you think of this story, but I can guarantee you one thing. It is 100% real.
In the summer of 1994, my sister and I moved to Hawaii to live with our father. While we were gone, our mother moved into an apartment to save money. Right away, strange things started to happen. Her 2 cats would never enter the bedroom of the apartment, choosing instead to sleep in the living room. They would claw and bite if you tried to carry them in there, and then run quickly away. Mom only spent one night in the room, and then opted for the living room as well. She didn't see anything, but felt as if there was someone watching her, or that someone was in the room. A few weeks later, she returned home from work to find her disposable razor disassembled on the bathroom counter. Even the twin blades were removed, and the whole apparatus was laid out in a straight row. The next night, my cousin, Stacy, and her husband, Mitch, went to stay over at my mom's with her. They were in from out of town, not going over to ease her fears. She wasn't scared yet. The 2 of them argued with Mom over sleeping arrangements, and she assured them that they never slept in the bedroom anyway. That night, my mother woke to hear Stacy and Mitch screaming in terror. Mom ran into the room to find Mitch trying to pull Stacy off the bed. She was screaming to get her off the bed, so Mom started pulling too. Once they got her to the floor, Stacy said that it felt like someone was sitting on top of her, and she couldn't breathe. And while it was going on, she said she could see a teenage boy in the corner, laughing uncontrollably. The 3 of them decided to drive to my grandma's to spend the night. Fast forward to Christmas break, when my sister and I came home to visit. Our first afternoon at the apartment, we heard a loud crash from the bathroom. All people and animals in the house were accounted for in the living room, so we went to check it out. Everything from the cabinet under the sink was out on the bathroom floor. It wasn't all tipped over, however. It was lined up in a straight row. After that, Mom told my sister and I about all the strange things that had occurred. My sister and I were thrilled, thought it was really cool. Mom said that we were more than welcome to sleep in the bedroom if we wanted to, so we did. Early the next morning, I woke up and thought I saw someone standing in the walk-in closet. The sun was just starting to come up, and I thought for sure it was my sister playing a trick on me. When I looked over in bed, she wasn't there. Instead, there was a guy, maybe teens or early 20s, with shaggy black hair and no face, in bed with me. He reached out for me, and I literally wet my pants, running into the living room. I woke my mom and sister, who had moved during the night, said she had the creeps, and attempted to tell them what happened. Mom told us to get our stuff, and we left. Later that afternoon, I recited the story to Stacy, and she said the guy I described was the one she saw laughing at her. Mom went to the leasing office a week later and asked to be moved to another apartment. All the leasing agent had to say was that no one had lived in that apartment longer than 4 months. It started some years ago, and I'm happy to say that it's been over for some time now. I'm confident that I'm no longer being followed by Mage, but I would like to share my experiences with you, and if you can provide any insight or better understanding of what happened to me, I would be most happy. Some years ago, I was sleeping over at a friend's apartment. I went to bed and lay there alone with my thoughts until I think I fell asleep. I was awoken by 3 sharp knocks, similar to someone knocking on a solid wooden door, and turned my head to the bedroom door, which was 3 yards away to my right.
The door was closed, yet within the doorframe was a figure. To my eyes, the figure was shimmering and vivid with colors, without any real human form, yet to my senses, I was certain that it was a woman, that she was extremely tall, and that she was wearing jewelry. I perceived her with the absolute clarity that my eyes were unable to support. I opened my mouth to yell, but could not. It lasted only a few seconds when the door opened and my friend entered the room. The vision was gone. I said to my friend with a detached calmness that I'd just seen a ghost, but this of course was met with indifference. I did not press the matter, as I was already beginning with self-doubt. By the end of a mostly sleepless night, I'd managed to convince myself that it was a dream, or at least a product of that period between sleep and wakefulness. Within days, the whole episode was forgotten. Some 6 months later, I was at home with my parents and decided upon an early night. I had a lot on my mind that night and needed some space and some quiet for contemplation. I was lying on my single bed in my small bedroom, lost in thought, when I heard the 3 knocks again. My heart leapt. From my bed, I could see ahead of me, and to the right, the bedroom door, which was open, and the landing is accessible by 3 ascending steps. Through the door, I can see about 3 yards of the landing until the angle of the door frame cuts off the view. There, just at that farthest point, was the same vision, the same shimmering colors. She was much clearer this time, and there was no doubt that my eyes were seeing a woman. She was so tall that she had to bend her head to her left until it was almost resting on her shoulder, like a body hanging without the noose. But she was looking at me. Her eyes, although I couldn't actually see them, were fixed upon me, and there was a malice in them, I had no doubt. Then, in an instant, she came along the landing, down the 3 steps, and right up to my face. So quickly and so aggressively, she brought her face to within an inch of mine. I could make out her eyes and nose, but to this day, I cannot be sure if I saw them or experienced them. I could not separate her emotions from her visage, which seemed to be one and the same in my mind. It is difficult to describe, but I saw her face and features, along with her hatred and despite. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came. Eventually, she disappeared. I've never been so terrified in all my life. Never has fear removed any capacity to utter or to move a single muscle, and yet this was the case. I lay rigid for some time, at least until the room was light from daybreak. I was absolutely sure that I had not fallen asleep, but yet over time, I managed to convince myself that this was indeed the case. This is how I came to terms with it. Over the next year, I saw no more of her, and she was reduced to an entertaining story for friends. Then I married and moved to set up house with my wife. The third, the last, and the unequivocal sighting was during the early days in my new home. It was a bright, warm Sunday afternoon, and I was sitting on a chair to watch a television program, an old episode of Bonanza, as it happens, when I became aware of another presence in the room. I turned to the door behind me, fully expecting my wife to be there, but she was not. As I turned my head back to the TV, to my right was a settee, and, sat in the middle, was the woman again. This time she was sat on the edge of the settee, with her hand forward, cupping her chin in her hands, and her knees were also together under her chin. She was leaning forward in this position, contemplating me amusingly, or mockingly. I cannot decide. There was so much clarity about her features, and the room was bright, which she seemed to reflect. There, in front of me was a woman, about 25 years old, very sharp features, very tall, and very thin. Her bright colors, her hair and her jewelry reminded me of a punk rocker, Although this was not so, I'm sure she was from a long time ago before that era. I was not afraid, and emboldened by the daylight, I simply and calmly asked her what she wanted. There was no response, no answer. She simply faded away, and I have not seen her to this day. Compressing my research into a short paragraph, I went back to the place of the first sighting and asked my friend some questions. It transpired that she was haunted by a spirit many years previously who would disturb household objects. An expert was brought in, who ascertained that they were being haunted by a malevolent spirit who was called Mage. It was not possible to get rid of her, but to hope that she leaves of her own accord. This happened in my friend's hometown, some 300 miles from where I live. My theory is that Mage came with my friend to my hometown and took a liking to me, thereby following me to both my parents' home and onward to my married home. I don't know who has provided the vehicle for her to leave my house, but I hope that she has been gone for good. When I was in my early 20s, a friend and I decided to rent a house together. We found a lovely old house near the Mississippi River, and I was immediately drawn to it. After we moved in, we both began to notice banging on the walls and lights blowing out constantly. The lights we attributed to bad wiring, and the banging, I truly believed, was my friend, and she truly believed it was me. The layout of the house was one we had never seen before. There was a hallway that led from the front living area to the back bedroom areas that was at an odd, slanted angle. I always felt uncomfortable going down this hallway and found myself going around by way of the kitchen. After months, my friend and I decided to take in a third roommate to help with expenses. During the next month or so, after this third roommate moved in, we noticed an increase in frequency to the noises, banging, and lights going out. We also began to notice that every month, and this is really weird, right around the time that all three of us began our menstrual cycles, a very large stain began to appear in the middle of our living room floor. We tried constant shampooing, but it would always reappear immediately. Then after our cycles were finished, the stain would disappear on its own, only to reappear the next month. Our third roommate then became very withdrawn after only a short time of being in the house. She began to go directly to her bedroom and never came out except to go to work. Her personality has also changed drastically. She went from being very funny and outgoing to a complete loner. She would also say very inappropriate, weird things to us. We had known this girl for some time, and her behavior was quite unsettling. She finally told us that she was not comfortable in this house and was moving out, and she did so that very day. Shortly after she moved out, the banging noise began in earnest, and we started noticing our things being rearranged. We began to laughingly and nervously admit to each other that something was not right in this house. However, neither one of us felt threatened by any kind of the weird happenings, and in fact, I personally actually felt almost protected by it. We started to call our ghost George, and would talk to him whenever the banging would begin. We were trying to watch something on TV, and George would start banging or knocking. We would say, "Please, George, not right now. We're trying to see this." And he would actually stop, at least until the show was over. Unfortunately, no matter how much we begged him to stop putting the stain on the floor every month, that never ended. In fact, it got bigger and darker the longer we lived there. One kind of amusing episode happened to us one memorable evening. I decided to let my boyfriend at the time stay overnight with me, although I usually didn't do this. Just as we were dozing off, a very loud bang sounded, coming from the hallway. My boyfriend sat up and asked, "What the heck was that?" Immediately, a knocking began at the far end of the hall and rushed towards my room very fast, knocking louder and louder the closer it came. My boyfriend said, "That has to be your roommate being funny." I just laughed and tried to explain about our ghost, and that I thought he might be angry that I had a male friend overnight.
He said that was bull and got up to investigate. Just as he came to the hallway, the knocking began again, all around him. Needless to say, my brave 6'4" boyfriend ran straight out the front door and never came back in the house. Anyway, after a few years, my roommate and I decided we were going to move to a cheaper apartment, closer to where we worked. As soon as we started packing, the noises, and especially the lights going out, began to get really bad. I was even starting to get a little frightened. One day, as we were finishing up packing, we decided to go check in the basement and see if we had anything left down there. While we were down there, we decided to go in the old fruit cellar, since neither one of us had actually looked in it. We found some old fishing equipment. We also found an old shirt box that was sealed with tape and felt kinda heavy, so we brought it upstairs and opened it up. Inside was a bunch of old pictures. Most of the pictures were of a young man of about 25 or 30. In many of the pictures, he was in our house and standing on the porch of the house. There were also some antique glass slides with pictures of him in the military uniforms. We dated the stuff around World War II. We decided to call our landlady, an elderly woman, around 80 years old, to tell her we had found the box. When we called her and told her what we had found, she hung up on us. We called back, and her daughter answered and said that they didn't want that stuff anymore, and we could have it or throw it away. We thought it was very strange, since normally our landlady was a sweet old lady, so we decided that some of the stuff in the box might be worth more money, and we would sell some of it. Some war medals, and even an old stock certificate. That night, I put the box on the kitchen table, and we went to bed. In the morning, we were going to move the last of everything, and as we were preparing to go, I asked my roommate what she had done with the box of stuff. She said she hadn't touched it. We looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Finally, around lunch, we got hungry and decided to cook a frozen pizza. We turned on the oven and immediately began to smell something burning. When I opened the oven, there was the box. Okay, I swore my roommate did it, and she swore I did it. So we left the box on the table again and left to move some things to the new place. When we got back, the box was gone again. This time, we found it immediately in the kitchen pantry, so we kinda laughed it off and put it back on the kitchen table. About 10 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen and it was gone again. I decided the heck with it and decided to just go finish the bedroom closet I had just minutes before been working on. When I stepped up on the chair to wipe off the upper shelves, there was the box. That did it. I said out loud, "Okay, George, we promise not to take your stuff," and put the box back in the fruit cellar where we had found it. We left that day and have never been back, but I've always wondered if the next tenants ever heard from George. I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs. To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby. And one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of the house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents.
I just sent you info on the old Kelly house in Houston, Texas. I used to rent there with 4 other people. It's a 3-story, turn-of-the-century house built by Mr. Kelly. He owned Kelly Lumber Company and used this lumber to build the house. The rent house goes for about $2,300 to $2,000 a month as of current. It has a long history of hauntings that started right after Miss Kelly committed suicide. We found out about this info by accident, which I will describe later. I was the first to experience the haunting. I just moved in and had a friend over. The front window blinds at the entrance slammed shut and closed by themselves. It scared my friend so bad, he ran out of the house. I shared the house with 4 other adults. 2 of them, ladies, were amateur mediums. Just local psychic fairs and healing centers was their occupation. We overlooked the house together before we rented. Upstairs in the master bathroom is a set of old French windows above the sinks. It has a crank to open the windows. 2 of us tried to open it, but it was weathered and painted shut. We forced it, and it would not budge. That year, the hard freeze came early, and our first evidence to share together of the haunting became known. All 5 adults and 2 children were accounted for. Matt, one of the roommates, came down from taking a shower and asked was there any reason for us having the other bathroom windows open. Sandy and I looked at each other with raised eyebrows, with disbelief. We asked Matt again to be sure we had heard him right. We investigated. Sure enough, when we got to the top of the stairs, you could feel the cold winds blowing. As we entered the bathroom, Sandy and I stood shocked to see the French windows fully opened. We debated the issue in our heads, but there is no way Matt himself could open the French windows by himself, even if he was on steroids. I tried to reel in the windows using the crank. It was rusty and hard to close. I had to use tools to shut it. That moment on, we all knew we had a problem on our hands. A
few weeks later, Sandy wanted to use the house as a gathering of friends to share vegetarian meals. Her ambition expanded to the public. For public relations, she wanted to write something about the house, but steered away from haunting stories. She struggled with different concepts, but succumbed to telling the story of a couple and their tragic love for each other. The story is about a recently engaged, mischievous young lady that plays a practical joke on her fiancé at their engagement party. From the upstairs balcony, she pours water on her boo down below. This enrages him, and he scolds her with fever. Shocked and dismayed, she bursted out into tears and ran to the other side of the house to the porch, which was located on the second floor. Heartbroken and drunken with wine, she hangs herself. It wasn't until violent weather did the secrets come out. On October 13th, 1993, a tornado paid us a visit. It was all over the nation, in CNN. It was simply unheard of. A tornado touching down near a large downtown area, especially in Houston. The tornado struck our neighbors next door in the apartment building across the street. Because of her national cover, and Sandy's interview with news reporters being broadcast over the nation, it prompted an old resident to pay us a visit. The granddaughter of Mr. and Mrs. Kelly came by to see if we were all right, and wanted to share pictures and stories about the house. We wanted to ask her questions too, without sounding nuts. We already had a couple of occurrences of the haunting since then. We decided to manipulate her in going upstairs to the upstairs master bathroom. Then, we unfolded to her the news about the house and its little gifts. She hesitated on entering the bathroom, which raised questions in our minds. We told her about the windows, and suddenly, she started to get very nervous. She finally told us that the house was in fact haunted. It was in that very room where she found her grandmother hanging from the ceiling. One night way after the death of her grandmother, she went into that room and saw the apparition of her grandmother laying in a fetal position in the corner of the room. She could hear faint sobs in the room many times before, and in another encounter from that same room, she saw 3 ghosts hanging from the ceiling. She said they were too dark to make out, that they were just silhouettes. It was like they were hung like chandeliers and were swinging gently. The room used to be a screened-in porch overlooking her grandmother's garden. She was so overwrought with pain in her knees so much, so she couldn't garden anymore. It crippled her to the point where she was using a wheelchair and had an elevator installed. She couldn't take it anymore and took her own life. Margaret, one of the other roommates, always complained about her knees. I started to have problems myself. She told us about their dog, which is buried out back near the pool. The granddaughter heard scratching noises when she was a little girl at the back door. The dog had been dead for years. She would hear a cabinet open and shut when the scratching sound occurred. Then the sounds would stop. She says of seeing an apparition of her grandmother in the garden, and it was too much to bear, and never stepped foot in the house again till this day. I would be more than glad one day to show you the house. Many people that lived in the house had shared similar stories and are still around the neighborhood. Drop a word or two. When I was in my 20s, I'm 30 now, I used to always go camping with my older brother during the autumn months in Washington state. This story won't be very long, but it'll always be an unforgettable experience. On one of the days we were venturing out to go camping, we ended up taking the back roads on the way to the campground. The total drive was about 3 hours long, and got up early in the morning to make the drive. If you're unfamiliar with Washington State scenery, it is breathtaking. Lots of trees towering over you as you drive through, mountainous landscapes, green pastures, etc. It is, in my humble opinion, the best place to be in America. Well, anyway, we ended up staying for a couple of nights and set up a tent in the middle of these woods in the campground. It was just us and nature. I remember we sat on a log and built up a fire every night, roasted s'mores, admired the beauty of the nature here, and just took in the impressive scenery, as we usually do. One of the nights we were doing this, my brother thought he heard another person scream "help me" from afar. "Josh, you think that person is in trouble?" he remarked. I didn't hear the sound, so I dismissed it and told him how absurd it was, because I was certain we were the only ones here. "Come on, Tim, we always camp here. Nobody is here." At that point, my brother insisted that he heard a voice, pleading for help. He even said that while we were asleep in the tent one of the nights, he could see a shadow moving around just outside the tent. He grabbed his flashlight and shined it in the direction of where he saw the shadow moving, but it was gone. Another night, he could have sworn that someone was unzipping the tent while we were sleeping. He took out his flashlight and got out of the tent to investigate. He said that he saw a mist slowly disappear and dissolve into the trees. I remember the last night we were there, my brother and I had a debate on whether or not the campgrounds here used to be an Indian settlement. We later found out that the Native Americans were known to frequent these lands, and that there was a story long ago that a little boy drowned in a nearby river. He has been known to haunt the campgrounds. Anywho, as we were talking, the campfire that we just started went out the moment we mentioned anything about Native Americans. It was not windy at all, and the fire was very strong. It startled us so much that after a couple hours, we said we had enough and ended up driving home later that night. It was about 3 a.m. as we were heading back home, and we started the car up. I ended up driving us back home because my brother was too rattled from all the events. Now, this is the freakiest part. My brother told me that as we were leaving the campground, he saw an old Native American man with a beard in the rearview mirror, with a tomahawk in his hands. He was pointing towards the car, and he looked completely human. I looked into the rearview mirror myself and saw absolutely nothing. Either my brother was playing games with me, or we just invaded the territory of natives, and they were very upset with us. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man merely stood there, looking at the person, never attempting communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him. Although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I'm telling you this right now so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet, in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch, and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, standing at the front door and looking in. I told my family about this, and they thought I was overtired, so they put me to bed. Later that same week, My older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going upstairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened, very often thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet. On 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we woke up every single morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one ever had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had their name called on different occasions, many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother's sister and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and kitchen. He went upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother, who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled in the driveway, I saw the drapes move back, like someone was watching us return. I remember distinctly asking if anybody had seen that. My father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that that is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it, with the doors locked. On one occasion I awoke to having a woman standing at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. She said her name was Anne, and she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a formal dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often playing softly. All in all, it was a weird place to live, and we are all very glad to move, but we did live there for over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot, but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft slippers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep.
The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. I now live in Indiana, and a few years ago, my husband and I rented a little farmhouse. Our landlord lived right behind us, and the farmhouse used to belong to his grandparents, now both deceased. Not long after we moved in, we began to hear things, and my 2-year-old daughter would wake up in fear, crying about a man in her room. I would say, "Where?" and she would point to a corner of the room, but I would see nothing. We would often hear footsteps coming up the basement stairs with no one there. This is happening in front of other witnesses also. We would sometimes hear a man in the basement talking, but couldn't make out what he was saying. Now, the basement was a creepy place where I always sensed being watched and followed. There was a little room that used to hold well water with a heavy door that had the window painted white. I felt this room was evil, and I hated it. Unfortunately, my washer and dryer were down in the basement, so I had to go there often. For a long time, the ghost just made noises, not meant to scare, just moving about the house. Later, he would come into our bedroom at night. I never realized it until I saw your site and David and Sherry's site, but he came in the room a lot more than the 2 times I saw him in human form. I would either be asleep or almost asleep, and I would see a ball of light drift slowly into the room. It would sometimes move to the side in front of my closet, or to my horror, it would come right at me and hover right above me. I didn't realize then that the orb was the ghost. I thought I was dreaming a weird dream that seemed like I was awake, because I saw the room exactly like I was awake, apparently because I was awake. I would be half asleep and angry at myself for having such terrifying visions, so I would angrily think in my mind, "Get out of here, stop," and it would disappear. Twice after that, I woke up to see a 30 to 40-year-old man with dark hair and a red and black lumberjack shirt. I would catch him staring at me beside my bed. Oddly, I was so tired that I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I found out later from my friend who used to live next door to the house that my landlord's grandfather had died in the house. His name was Pete. Also, he had been a grumpy old man. Funny thing was that both times I saw him, he was a younger man. Anyways, he never really bothered us, so we had no problem. We only moved out because we bought a new house this past year. To this day, I still can't believe I calmly co-abided with a ghost. I've been reading stories on this page for over a year now. Why? I don't know. I'll always find myself scared at night. But look forward to the new entries every month. I thought it might be time to submit my scariest. I'm very sensitive to the spiritual world, so I have many. Okay, a few years ago, I met my current husband, Joe, during the beginning stages of his nasty divorce to his wife, Jennifer. Jennifer was raised in a Jewish family that had a lot of problems. Before they married, they lived in the downstairs apartment of Joe's father's house. His sister and her family lived upstairs. They had experienced some ghostly activity when they were children there, but it was all positive, like smelling roses throughout the house. Jennifer's brother, Andrew, had joined a devil-worshipping cult and moved to California. Eventually, he realized I was crazy and sick, so he hopped on a bus and journeyed home to Massachusetts. At every stop, one of the members was standing outside the bus, just staring at him. He made it home, but did not escape. They came to him at night, played head games, and did not allow him to let go of the devil. He was also very heavy into drugs. Joe was,
and still is, a member of AA, so we invited Andrew to live with them while he tried to recover and get off the drugs. Unfortunately, Andrew couldn't, and one day he said to us, "I just want to live to see you two get married." A few weeks after their wedding, Andrew was found hanging from a tree in a nearby park. After the funeral, Joe was consoling Jennifer when he heard 3 knocks on the door. He went to answer it, but no one was there. All of a sudden, a rush of energy entered his body, and then everything went black. Joe awoke to his brother-in-law holding him down and trying to stop him from convulsing. He had come downstairs to find out what the knocks were from. Joe and Jennifer got Andrew's wonderful leather living room set. They moved to Connecticut and split up shortly thereafter. I came along pretty quickly and also got pregnant pretty quickly as well, so we were not allowed to see the family, for they were ashamed of Joe's actions. One night, I had a nightmare of being chased by an evil and angry spirit through a house I had never seen before. I was flying from room to room, up many stairs. Finally, I went into a room where there was a child spirit on a bed, and very scared. I remember holding it while watching the spirit fly up the stairs at us. Then, I awoke. I told Joe about this because it was so vivid. He just about died. I described every room down to the wallpaper of his father's house that his sister still lives in. We were invited over shortly after. His family began to forgive him and understood his reasoning, not to mention they had a beautiful niece, granddaughter, that they did not know. When I walked in, I knew I had been there before. Amy, Joe's 7-year-old niece, said, "I knew you had blonde hair. I had a dream about you last week." Strange. A year later, I went to a psychic who I had never met before. She told me a lot of stuff about my guides and messages from them. Well, one was this. That spirit that was chasing you, it is the sibling of your boyfriend's ex-lover. And that was it. We just finally sold that dang leather furniture. I hope Andrew leaves me alone now. This is a true story that happened to me. It is one of many, and I mean many stories, that happened to me that involve spirits. It started one night. I was spending the night at my grandma's house in the spare bedroom. She has 2 spare bedrooms. One is mine, and one is my older sister Tammy's. I used to sleep in my room, but after that incident happened about a year ago, and no one died or anything. The room just went wacko from the presence of a spirit when me and my friend Damien were in it. I haven't gone in there since. So now I stay in my sister's room, since she doesn't visit as much as I do. I was laying down, looking at the white ceiling, like I always do when I can't sleep. All of a sudden, I saw a black shadow coming from the bottom of my eyes. It slowly covered my whole vision, and it turned black. It was holding my head down, so I couldn't even move. I got so scared that I swung my hand at it, and it was just like swinging at smoke. It just separated and then moved back together. The most terrifying and weirdest part of this all is that it really seemed like there were eyes, glowing red eyes, that were coming from this black shadow. The next time I met the black figure was when I was at home. I was having a sleepover with my friend Sarah in the basement. We were both on the pull-out couch, across the room from the bar. She turned and looked over, and then saw the black figure just staring at her, with glowing red eyes, and leaning up against the bar, right in front of her back. She slept facing the other way for the rest of the night. Again, I had a sleepover with Sarah in the basement. This time, I saw it. It came through the roof right above me, with its arms and legs straight out to its side, as if it was in the shape of a star. When it popped through the roof, I could see smoke come from around its body. What is this thing? Why is it following me? What does it want? Will it hurt me? And then slowly, it lowered itself towards me. I was so frightened. I didn't want to tell Sarah because she might get scared, so I pressed my head into the bed, trying to stay away. I was right in my sleeping bag, so I couldn't swat at it again. And then Sarah leaned over and asked, "What are you doing?" Then I told her, "That thing is right above me." She looked around me and saw nothing. "There's nothing there, Trisha." And I thought, how could she not see this? It's right there. How could she not see this? And then I said, "Hey, it's right there. It's right above me." She then tried to prove that there was nothing there and waved her hand over the top of me. Just as she did that, the figure jumped up and spread its arms and legs again and just popped through the roof. That was the last time that I saw that figure. I have many other stories. Most of them I'm going to submit to this page. If you have any questions, or if you want to talk to me about spirits, ghosts, or angels, email me. Odd things have always happened to my family. As a child, I was raised by my grandparents on the hoops of a reservation. There was no question to there being spirits on a reservation. My grandfather came from a long line of medicine men. Although he doesn't practice medicine, he says he remembers everything he witnessed while he was learning to practice. Something scared him to death, and some things, he says, are very comforting. He says it was a practice of good versus evil. Some ceremonies were so intense that they were physically attacked by apparitions. Large, small, white, sometimes gray or black images. He says the spirits are present all the time, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. He always said if I was harmed in any way, I shouldn't point blame to anyone or anything. He said to express in words, "You aren't getting the best of me, just loud enough for me to hear it." Even when whispered, it was a means of protection. He said sometimes late at night, family members that have passed away would come knocking at his window, mostly his brother. He said he knew when it was his brother and when it wasn't. His brother gave him a sense of happiness or protection, but the others came with evil intentions. He said that all encounters are warnings and signs of bad things that are about to happen, or when sickness was about to fall on the family members. He said he knew when evil ones were around. When they came to his window, he would feel a cold breeze, then a strong sense of fright. Chills would overwhelm his body, and then a split second before he saw or heard anything, he would be paralyzed, completely taken over. The chills got worse, and when he would try to yell, nothing would come out. Sometimes he said he felt like he was dying and feeling every bit of it. Of course, this only time this happened was when it was pitch black in his room. Sometimes they reached in for him from outside his window or from right underneath his bed. He said it wasn't the same feel as someone grabbing you physically. Their grasp pierced right through to the bone, much like a snake wrapping tightly around you. Only every bit of the inside would also feel constricted, right down to the bone. We always had traditional singing gourds hung up around the house. These were used for funeral wakes. Almost every time a force was present, it was through a dead family member, even if it was just a dark shadow.
The dead were used as portals to reach the livelihood of our people. He said the gourds served as a warning system. If a force entered our house, the gourds would rattle like crazy, much like an alarm system, protecting the house from theft. He said this would cause the dead to return to their resting place. It was a reminder that the person was dead, and that he was only causing distress. The evil using it had no way of evading or entering our house. If the force was strong enough, the gourds would not work. He said if that happened, we would all experience cold chills and a sense of fright. He said you'd have to feel so scared you wouldn't want to move, and that if you didn't convince yourself to move, it would only get worse, and that one person would be taken as an outlet for the family. Sickness or death would fall that person. To this day, I've never seen or experienced anything of that nature, but deep down inside, I know it's all true. I've heard the gourds go off, but never felt anything. My grandfather says they still visit him. I love my grandfather for everything he has shared with me. He says that all of this is only fair warning, and that this happens to everyone. Some just don't notice. The next time you fall or get in a fight, just think, who is really behind it all? I could go on, but I think it's best to stop here. Okay, here's a story I heard from my dad. My dad used to work at a warehouse at the Goodyear facilities in Akron, Ohio. There were stories floating around about various ghosts and whatnot associated with the various buildings in the plant campus, which, if you ever visited Akron, you know, sprawls over a vast area. Anyway, one of these stories involved a ghost that followed you through various warehouses as you walked and was never seen, only heard. My dad was always working swing shifts at this plant, very little seniority, and so he was there at all kinds of wacky hours. One night in the winter, he was working the midnight shift in one of the supposedly haunted buildings. There was only 4 guys in this particular building, and my dad, being the rookie in the place, was given all the crappy jobs. At about 3 in the morning, my dad's supervisor instructed him to go to the 3rd floor of the building, back in the oldest part of it, to pick up some fluorescent lights, because the small storage area in the machine room was out of them, and they needed to replace a few. So, being as superstitious as you can be, my dad was sure he was gonna see a ghost in that very dark, very scary old building. Up the dark stairs my dad went, one by one, sweat pouring off his face, even though this part of the building was barely heated. When he finally reached the 3rd floor, he felt a little stronger, probably adrenaline. So he bravely pushed open the door to the adjoining room, between the stairwell and the storage room. This room used to be a rubber cutting room. It wasn't used for anything anymore, since manual rubber cutting was no longer done. There were a few large containers sitting around, but for the most part, the room was empty. There was a thick layer of dust covering most of the room, except for a small path where people walked to get various items from the storage room. Spiderwebs everywhere, and the occasional squeak from a disgruntled rat were just enough to give my dad the total spine chills. But he pushed on, being a man, and not supposed to be afraid of anything. He started walking across the abandoned rubber cutting room towards the storage area, when very faintly he heard footsteps behind him. Whirling around ready to fight, he peered into the dimness. Nothing was there. He assumed it was his nerves, which he had worked into a frenzy by this point, and he turned quickly, embarrassed, and continued towards the storage area, when sure enough, more footsteps. He slowed. They slowed. He sped up. They sped up. With his heart racing, he slowly turned around. Still, nothing was there. Drenched with sweat and scared nearly to tears, he bolted towards the storage room, his feet pounding heavily on the thin metal floor. The footsteps were even louder now. Every step he took, another step followed, not an echo, but right behind him. He made it to the storage room, fumbled with the lock, ran inside, and slammed the door behind him. The room was very small. All he could hear was the pounding of his heart, threatening to blow right through his chest. The only way out was the way he came. After calming down a bit and smoking about 5 cigarettes, he was feeling brave again. He grabbed a large box of lights, decided to fling open the door, and run like hell as fast as he could cover the 50 to 75 feet to the stairwell. Getting up his nerve, he grabbed the door handle. He slowly turned it. As soon as he heard the click of the latch opening, he flung open the door and sprinted towards the light in the stairwell. There were the footsteps again, closer than ever, right behind him. That's when it happened, tripping over something. He sprawled headfirst into the darkness. Total quiet met him. Darkness and quiet. He slowly rose to his feet, putting one hand behind him to help him get to his feet. Once again, the footsteps crept up behind him. That's when he finally got the guts to look in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, and what he saw astonished him. He saw an old man wearing an eye patch and had a cane in his hand. He had suspenders and overalls on, and a blue hat on that resembled Mario from Super Mario Bros. The guy only appeared for about 30 seconds, but it was long enough to notice the presence. The figure disappears. He rose to his feet and walked back to his coworkers, never telling any of them of what he found. Years later, he still tells stories about sending the new rookies up there in the middle of a dark night when all is quiet to walk across the metal floored room to get light bulbs that aren't really needed. It all started when I was about 10 or 11. This story is very true, by the way. We had moved into a new house in northeastern Wisconsin. Let me explain where my room was. There was a porch, and then the door into our house. To the left was the kitchen, to the right was the laundry room. And if you were to go straight when you entered the door, there was a staircase. It led to the attic, where my room was. The staircase was not very long at all, 12 steps to be exact. When you went into the attic, there was a bathroom if you went straight. My room if you turned left, and to the right was a living room with a TV. One night, while I was laying in bed trying to sleep, I heard creaking up the steps. I thought it was my cat or one of the dogs, so I wasn't scared. I counted the number of steps I heard. There was 12. I noticed it sounded like a person coming up. I remembered every creak the steps made. I looked at the staircase, which I could see from where my bed was. I noticed some sort of dim light from the top step. The lights in the kitchen were off, and so was the upstairs light. I hid under the blankets, hoping for it to go away. I listened closely and heard 12 steps going down the stairs. Every night from then on, I heard the steps. One night, after I heard the steps going down the stairs, I got out of bed and looked at the bottom of the staircase. It was very dark, but I thought I could see a crumpled figure. Then a few days later, I saw a figure in white glide up the same staircase. It actually looked like a floating sheet and sort of resembled the Grim Reaper. I would start to see a lot of different types of spirits moving along the staircase. The last one I remember was a floating head that darted down the stairs. 3 years later, we moved into a new house in Indiana. One night, my mother told me that a little boy had died in the house in Wisconsin because he fell down the stairs. She didn't want to tell me when we lived there because it might frighten me. To this day, I'm still very haunted by that. Back in September of 1982, my boyfriend of 4 years named Keith and I were visiting his sister Julie, her husband, and family in Orneco, Minnesota. He was 17 and I was 21, an odd age range, but he looked every bit my age and was mature as well. Sitting up late, we were talking, and for some reason, we got on the subject of death. I asked him if he believed in the afterlife, and he said that he did not. He believed that when it was over, but he knew I believed, and I asked that in case there was an afterlife of any sort, and that if we were able, that if one of us should die before the other, that the one who died would come back and watch over the one left behind. He agreed. As time passed, Keith needed a space, and I gave it to him, reluctantly at times, to the point where we would get into heated arguments, and I would move out of his house, where we lived together with his father. In June 1983, on a windy, extremely hot Wednesday night, Keith died in a fire that consumed their trailer house. I hadn't been with Keith for about 3 months, as our breakups and makeups were getting more sporadic. I recall trying to hitchhike to his place that night, 12 miles away, but as I stood on the highway for what seemed like 45 minutes, I just wasn't getting a ride. It was strange, because I hitchhiked the highway regularly and never had a problem getting a ride within 5 or 10 minutes. But that night, it was mostly humid and so hot that within minutes of leaving my apartment to go to the highway, I was soaked with sweat, like I had just taken a shower and didn't dry off. So, I went back home. The next day, my sister contacted me, saying that Keith had died the night before. I was devastated. My whole world fell to pieces. I spent the next few days with Keith's dad at Julie's house, preparing and attending the wake. At the wake, I was alone in the viewing room with Julie, and everyone else was downstairs visiting. It was a closed coffin service, but I had written a letter to Keith and wanted to place it in the coffin. But due to the extensive damage to Keith's body in the fire, the funeral home director would not let me see him. So I decided to put the letter in the small groove between the top and bottom halves of the coffin. As I was putting it there, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. It seemed to come right from the groove where I was about to place the letter. It was so strong and sudden that I screamed. People came from downstairs to see what the matter was, and I told them I had seen a mouse. No one in their right mind would believe me, and besides, maybe it could be explained some way I could not figure out. The night before the funeral, I was having a tough time trying to sleep due to the emotional turmoil I had faced from hearing the tragic news. I couldn't stop crying, and I was absolutely devastated. Just then, I felt a cold breeze brush past my face while I was still laying down in bed and hysterically crying. I then felt the weight of the bed getting heavier, like someone else was sitting on the bed. I screamed Keith instinctively and laid up in bed. The bed instantly felt lighter, and I could have sworn I saw a small ball of light move around the room before disappearing. During the wake, I had a 110 camera and took several pictures of the coffin. These pictures I will have to retrieve from Julie, as I've gotten married 6 years ago and gave my photo album a key to her as a means of trying to let go of the past and move forward into my new life with my husband and daughter. But when I do, if I can't figure out how to scan them and get them on here, I will send them in. I believe I have something here. Also, in closing, I realize the depth of the promise we made to each other that night, just months before Keith died, and have spoken aloud, hoping I will release him if we're bound in any way, that I release him of his promise and set him free several times in the past few years. Thank you for reading. In this story, my wife and I had moved, and we rented a 60-year-old plus house because the landlord allowed pets. My wife had misgivings about the house from the first day we viewed it, but she agreed to move in. We lived there for 6 months, August 1997 through January 1998. She had a strange feeling about the staircase, as if something bad had happened or would happen to one of us. I couldn't blame her, for the staircase was dark with no railing and carpeted so that it could be easy for someone to fall down the stairs. She also swears she heard old-time music playing in her bedroom late at night. I never heard it, and I don't believe it was our neighbors. She also said she would see people out of the corners of her eyes when she was alone. This hadn't happened to her before, and hasn't since in our new house, which we have lived in for 9 months. The strange coincidence is this. One afternoon, I was in the bathroom taking a shower when I saw movement about the size of a human move across the floor in front of the sink towards the door. I thought it was my wife, so I opened the door, but she wasn't around. About a week later, we were talking about how cold and where the house was. My wife told me, in addition to the music and odd feelings, that when she was taking a shower, she had seen movement in the front of the sink going towards the door. I told her that the same thing had happened to me. I thought that perhaps reflections off moving cars in the street in front of the house could explain the movement, but it wasn't sunny when I showered. At this point, I was freaked out, so in addition to poor insulation, bats in the attic and mice in the walls, we had ghosts. We moved out within a few months. It started when I was just a little girl. I would see things in my room at night, movement, shadows, in dark forms. I was told that it was a dream and I should not watch scary things on TV. Now that I am 29 years old and I'm not dreaming, I know this for a fact. The ghosts started to intensify when I was pregnant with my first child. I was 21 and still at home. I would wake up in the night with a feeling of being watched. Afraid to open my eyes, I would anyway, and the same man would be there, looking over me, without an expression and cold eyes. I tried sleeping with the light on, but this did not stop it. I knew it could not be a dream, because it was the same image every night. My son was born, and we moved into our own place, about 8 blocks away from my home. The man did not appear for a few months, but he did eventually show himself. Frightened every night as to what I would wake up and see, my husband worked out of town during the week, so I had my best friend come stay with me. I warned her that in the night, I sometimes scream because of what I see. Hesitant at first to believe me, then the screams came, and she too was a believer. My friend eventually moved into her own place. What happened next, I can't explain. My friend has never experienced any ghosts or such, but one morning, while lying in her bed, she felt something jump up on it, like a cat would. The only thing is, She didn't have a cat. Before she knew it, she was frozen, as if someone was lying atop her and restricting her movement. The incident left as soon as it came, but she was well aware that this was an event that she could not get over. She moved shortly after. The stranger thing was that the man I'd seen for 4 years was gone. Had he been the one at her house? Did he move on with her? I will never know. I've never seen him since. My husband and I eventually bought our own home and began to move. The last night in our apartment, I awoke to at least 6 to 8 apparitions above my bed. The spooky thing was that I was pregnant with our second child. It was as if they came to say goodbye. We got settled into our new home. Incidentally, it's 3 blocks from our apartment. It was about a year before the first incident. We knew when we moved in that the lady of the house had died here. That is who I expected to see, but quite the contrary. It was a man in police dress, like you would see at a funeral or graduation. His image appeared in the mirror next to my bed. He's the only one of the many ones that I've seen here. Now I only see an image once, and never again do they appear. Some months, it is every night. In some months, none at all. Just when I think they are gone, I wake up and scream. They never touch me or try to talk to me. They just stand there and stare at me. The lights can be on or off. It does not matter. I think that my younger son is experiencing the same thing, but I do not know how to ask him without scarring him. Some nights, he sits straight up in bed and cries and points with terror on his face. I look, but there is nothing there. All I want to know is if I'll ever be able to go to sleep and be confident that I won't wake up screaming. Thank you for your time, and hopefully someone out there can relate to me. I've had numerous experiences with supernatural entities, but one that sticks out in my mind happened to my brother and I about 2 years ago. I have a cleaning service and clean many buildings at night, but the case in point occurred at a clinic in an older district of South Fort Worth. One night, my brother and I were finishing up at this clinic. I have a habit of walking through a building before we lock up to be sure everything is secure and the lights are off. My brother was in the lobby area of the clinic, preparing to leave, when I informed him I was going to check the building. There are 4 hallways in this clinic, with many examining rooms, so I proceeded to walk the building. About halfway through my walk, I heard another pair of steps, about 10 foot or so behind me. I assumed it was my brother coming to help me, so I started talking to him. At the last stop of my walkthrough, there was a break room. I reached in to turn off the light of the break room and turned around, facing back towards the direction from which I had come, expecting my brother. What I turned to was not my brother, but the upper torso of a male figure, somewhat see-through and misty white. I blurted out a few choice words, and the figure was gone. After this experience, my brother as well heard many strange things as well as the figure of a female. I was talking to one of the doctors one day in the receptionist area when I noticed a picture on the wall. Instantly, I recognized one of the people in the picture with the figure I'd seen. A cold chill came over my body at this point. I pointed out the picture to the doctor and asked who this person was. The doctor stated that he was the doctor who founded the clinic in 1929 and had died in 1985. I thought to myself, I knew doctors worked a lot of overtime, but this was going to an extreme. In the mid-1980s, My wife and I bought a home in Hanover Park, Illinois. It was a neglected house, which had a hard time selling and was being rented. The owners lived in a different state, and the tenants let the place go pretty bad. We saw a lot of possibilities, and the price was right. So we moved in, and things were, to put it bluntly, bad. The place was filthy. There were spiders everywhere. The gas wasn't on in late October, and it was raining continually. So I'm sitting in the living room area questioning my sanity when I see this blob of haze, a little larger than a basketball, round in shape, start moving across the living room about 7 feet away and just sort of floats into the dining room and out the patio door. It just went through the door and out of the house. I'm like, am I seeing things now? Or was that an apparition? It was weird because I wasn't scared. It was more like, wow, what the heck was that? We finally got the place in shape, and it turned out to be a nice home. We had our first child just before moving in, and it was nice to have a place of our own. I never mentioned the apparition to my wife, lest she think I was really losing it. A few months later in the spring, other things started happening. My son, who was now a full year, would wake up in the night, laughing deliriously. My wife thought it was hilarious. I never mentioned what I'd seen to her. She couldn't figure out what was so funny. I remained tight-lipped. This happened on a regular basis for about a month. And then one day, she calls me at work in a panic, saying that Chris, our son, got out of his crib and was sitting on the floor playing with his toys. Fine, except Chris couldn't walk just yet and definitely lacked climbing skills. So how did he get out? If he tumbled out, he would have most likely had been hurt or screaming at the very least. To this day, we don't know how, and he has no recollection of the event. Other events included the TV turning on at night, a strange happening of voices in the night, strong flowery odors, a feeling my wife once described as having passed through by something, in the car shutting down in front of the house once we moved out. We sort of visited, and when we passed the front of the house, the car just shut down. It restarted with no problem, and had no problems before, or any time soon thereafter. Weird. I was dating a guy when I was 14, about 5 years ago. His house had been built over an old well. The story goes that in the early 1900s, 2 children were playing near this well, and the little girl fell in, and her brother tried to help, but fell in too. Their parents didn't know they were missing for a while, but by the time they got there, it was too late. Well, they moved, and another house was built over it. My boyfriend's closet was built over this well. One night, it was raining really hard, and he was playing his guitar. A bolt of lightning struck right outside his window and lit up the whole room. About 10 seconds after that happened, we heard children laughing. I looked in the corner of his room and saw 2 children standing there, staring at us. I just sat there and stared back. They stood there for about 30 seconds and then vanished. After that, you would find things misplaced and then find them later. He came home on several occasions to find his room messed up. He would pick it up, leave, come back, and it would be messed up again. We broke up soon after that, and I've never heard about the children again.
My name is Elena and I'm 20 years old, and I would like to share with you some of my experiences. I have always been a believer, not just me, Me, my mom, and sister also believe. My dad tries to be rational, but sometimes there are things that are hard to explain. Well, first time it was my dad and my sister and I in our backyard. We were barbecuing. I must have been around 8 years old and my sister around 4. I was sitting around reading a comic book. My sister was playing with her dolls on the floor, and my father was working the barbecue, when out of nowhere, my sister yells at the top of her lungs as if she was answering someone that was calling her, that was far away. What? My dad asked, what was all that about? And my sister answered, she keeps calling me. Who is calling you? I don't know. A lady. My dad and I just looked at each other and said, weird. We didn't hear anything. Maybe it was mom. When all of a sudden, we hear this woman's voice calling for my sister, Joyce. Now, this was not any regular voice. It was chilling. It immediately sent chills down my spine, and I could see that my dad felt it too. But I was more scared for my sister. I didn't want her to have any kind of contact to whatever was calling for her. Not long after that first experience, I shared my room with my sister. We were both afraid of the dark, so my mom always kept the bathroom light on for us every night. When one night I woke up and looked at the doorway to see a man sitting on my sister's bed and just staring at me, I absolutely froze. Didn't even know what to do. I first thought of getting up and turning on the lights, but I was too scared of even blinking. I didn't want to lose this guy out of my sight. I was scared of closing my eyes and then opening them again, and having him face to face with me. So I did what any other 8-year-old would do in that situation. I covered my head with my blanket and screamed as loud as I called out for my mother. As I was screaming, I thought I'm just going to get out from under these covers when I see these lights coming on. Seconds later, my mom ran into the room and turned on the lights, asking me what was wrong. I told her what happened, and she tried to comfort me, making me fall back asleep. That's when she felt my head and saw that I was burning up with a really high fever. Next day, still shooken up about the previous night, my mom told me that it was probably someone that wanted to scare me, so that I called my mom and make her notice that I was sick. Nothing happened for a really long time, until maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And what happened was by far the best thing I've ever felt in my entire life. I was sleeping in my own room by this time, when I was in that half awake and half asleep state, when I opened my eyes and saw this orb. It was about the size of a bowling ball, and it was really bright, and it was floating just above my face. I wasn't scared. I kept looking at it, but it was so bright I closed my eyes. Then I felt someone holding my hand. It was incredible. I even felt at peace. Then what seemed like a dream, but I just know it was an out-of-body experience. I opened my eyes, and I was sitting on the bench by the beach watching the waves crashing at the rocks. It was amazing. I was still holding the hand of the person that was in my bedroom. There was no other people there. I know we all sat there having a conversation, but I can't seem to remember everything that was said, just what I saw. I woke up the next day. I still had my hand in a fist, as if I was still holding on to someone's hand. Okay, now this is the last one, which I think is the best part of this whole entire situation. A couple of months ago, my friend bought a house and asked me if I could stay over to wait for the cable guy while she was in class since it was my free period. I said okay, no problem. She gave me the keys, and after class I was there. I came in, and I felt that weird feeling, the I'm not alone feeling. I tried to brush it off, blaming my overactive imagination. I sat at the living room and picked up a magazine. I was flipping through the pages, and out of nowhere, I felt this uncontrollable urge to sleep. I couldn't fight it. I just felt my body slowly falling to my side on the couch. I couldn't move, not a single muscle. Then again, what looked like a dream, but I know it was real. I sat up and looked behind me. There was this girl about my age, 19 to 20, and she looked very much like my friend that asked me to wait for my cable guy. She was sitting at the dining room table just looking at me. Then, confused, I called her by my friend's name, and I said, "You're home." I fell asleep. "Why didn't you wake me?" No response. She just kept looking at me. When she didn't answer me, I just turned back around and laid back on the couch. This time, I really didn't move and couldn't get a single word out. I just thought, this is not my friend. Who is she? Then she came up to the couch and started running her fingers through my hair and holding my face. I felt really uneasy. I wanted to run out of there. Then she said something that I couldn't understand. And after that, she said, "Finally, I found you." I shut my eyes real tight, and when I opened them, she wasn't even there. But it took a while for me to start moving again. I felt really tired, drained out of my energies. That was an experience I've yet to understand. Thank you for sticking with me. Well, I'm back again with another experience. But this time I'm including one of my brother's encounters as well. This may get a little long, so please, just bear with me. My boyfriend, we'll call him Steve, works at his family's farm that's been around for over 124 years. So basically, it's been in the family for 5 generations. There have been a lot of changes, which is expected when you have a piece of property that's that old. But there are buildings that remain the same. These buildings, along with a creek that runs right by the property, I believe are not haunted, but replay things that happened long ago. Steve has these images and explained them to me. For instance, the milk house is an old building that still stands but is now used as a workshop. At the right moment, you can watch Steve's great-grandfather working in the building. He passed away many years ago. Also, in the old part of the barn, he's seen helping hands, or workers, from the past walking around. They never seem to notice that Steve is even there. These encounters seem pleasant, and if you knew they were past relatives, I can understand why you would be glad to see them. But the experience I had was not pleasant, and I was definitely not glad to see it. Back in the 1920s, one of Steve's relatives had a 2-year-old girl. This poor little girl wandered away from the home, fell into the creek by the garden, and drowned. She wasn't discovered until the morning. Her body floated downstream. This story is important because it plays a part in my encounter. About a year ago, I decided to take the new boat onto the creek. I have a little girl, 2 years old at the time, whom I left in the care of Steve since we didn't have a life jacket for her. This was my first time in the boat, and I was excited about seeing Mother Nature since the landscape was beautiful around the area. I must have been on the water for only about 15 minutes before I heard a loud splash close to the bank. I looked to my right, but I didn't see anything, and not even ripples in the water indicating that something had fallen in. This made me extremely curious, so I decided to row the boat closer to the bank. Now the bank is about a foot above the water level, and the water is roughly about 3 feet deep. Before I could even grab a hold of the oars, I saw what I thought was my daughter since she was small and had brown hair, lashing around in the water, swinging her arms desperately back and forth, as if trying to hold on to something. What I didn't realize at the time was there was absolutely no sound of the splashing. Being deathly scared for my daughter's life, I didn't think about it. I jumped into the water and began swimming desperately towards the bank. I can't even begin to explain how I felt. All I could say is that I was more determined than ever to reach her. I remember stopping once my feet could reach the bottom and searching for her, and to my horror, I didn't see her anywhere. The creek was a brown color, and so I couldn't see the bottom. I was diving down and grabbing anything I found to see if it was her. I seriously was hysterical at this point in time. I kept saying, "No, no, please God, no," and shouting my daughter's name. Now Steve, along with my daughter, heard me splashing into the water and then heard me calling to my daughter. He could see the empty boat a little whiles down the creek and started running to find out what was wrong. Also, Steve's grandmother was in the garden, which was located just behind the brush of the bank where I was at, and heard me as well. He too got up towards me and decided to investigate. I remember hearing her asking me what was wrong. That I just kept repeating that my daughter was in the water and asking where she was. I believe I was on the verge of fainting until I saw Steve holding my daughter on the bank. Then confusion kicked in. I was so thrilled to see my daughter, but at the same time so dumbfounded about it. He helped me onto the bank, and I held my daughter like there was no tomorrow. While I was doing that, Steve's grandmother was explaining to him what she heard and saw. I heard them both confused as well. I told him what I saw, and Steve slid into the water and began to look around, but he didn't see or feel anything. His grandmother was silent while this was going on, but then spoke up with this grief-stricken look on her face. Then she said, "Oh my, it must have been Harriet." Both Steve and his grandmother hung their heads, but I was still clueless since I'd never heard the story before. That's when she explained to me what happened all those years ago. Slowly it all started to make sense. Why I hadn't seen the ripples in the water, why I didn't hear the splashing, and why in the seconds it took me to get to her, she had vanished. Since that day, I've never gone near that part of the bank, and I make sure my children do the same. I have a son as well. It is horrifying what I've seen or went through, and I pray that no one has to go through that. My brother's story I'll keep short. Once again, I know this is long, but aren't the long ones so much more interesting? My brother David is a semi-truck driver. He runs the rounds all week long and comes home for the weekends. As some of you may know, there are times when you're driving long into the night. On one particular night, David was driving down a road heading back towards the interstate with a buddy of his in the truck. He was making good time, wasn't tired yet, and decided to wait and stop at the next rest area down the interstate. I believe he said it was between 10 and 11 p.m. when they saw her. His buddy saw her first and started screaming, as David would say, like a little girl. When David turned to look at his buddy, his attention went immediately to the passenger side window. There, a woman had somehow glassed onto the outside of the door and was staring at him through the window. He described her as pale white, shoulder-length blonde hair, and dark eyes. He said she kinda glowed, but claimed the full moon could have made her look that way. The woman was there for only a couple of seconds before she disappeared. David's buddy said he'd had enough for one night and crawled into the back of the semi and onto one of the bunks. A few weeks later, during daylight saving hours, my brother found himself on that same road and stopped at a local truck stop to eat. There were other truck drivers down there, and out of the blue he asked, "I know you're all gonna think I'm crazy, but have any of you seen a woman on the side of your truck late that night while you're driving down that road?" This is the story they told him. About 10 years ago, a woman was standing on the side of the road. She was alone and having car trouble late at night. She spotted a semi down the road heading in her direction. In an attempt to wave him down, he walked out into the middle of the road and started waving her arms. Apparently, the truck driver was so exhausted that he didn't even see her. He ran her over and didn't stop, just kept going. To this day, nobody was pressed with charges for the crime. Now they say that any semi that drives down the road at night could be a suspect to the woman. She'll peer into the passenger side window, looking for the driver who ran her over, and seeking justice. I read the article on animal ghosts, and I have a story to share. I had an old dog named Molly who lived for 14 years before having to be put down back in 2002. Let me tell you, almost immediately afterwards, her spirit came back. In life, the dog had a habit of sitting in the hallway and banging her tail against the doors when walking by, which I heard for a solid year or so after putting her down. Very loud and unmistakable. Then one summer, I was mowing my lawn, and I saw her standing by the shed in broad daylight before she walked behind the shed and vanished. Cold breezes, and just the sense that dog spirits were still around were commonplace. The daylight incident was the only sighting. It was mostly felt and heard. What is strange is that after getting a new pup, the incident stopped immediately, and it has been 2 or so years since the incident occurred. Animals can and do return after death. I kept my eye out for the dog for some time after the backyard sighting. It did not frighten me. It was never frightening or unnerving. Strange, yes. Bizarre and mind-jarring, yes. But not frightening. The backyard sighting was actually one of the most lifetime memories that chills me. It was clear as day. The dog is not buried in the yard, but the ashes were scattered. I do not know to this day what it all meant, but I'm sure it had something to do with maybe getting a new animal for the home. My name is Billy and I live in Houston, Texas. I've had strange experiences since I was a child. My family comes from Tennessee. Mountain people are very superstitious people, and I heard strange stories since I was a child. Some years back, my grandmother Amy passed. She lived in Indiana, and I couldn't attend the services. 2 days after her passing, I was almost asleep in the bedroom, and my wife was watching TV in the living room. The bedroom door opened, and as I looked up, I saw what I thought was my wife in a blue robe and walk past me into the bathroom, and no lights were turned on in the bathroom. I laid there thinking just how long she was in there and got up to see if there was a problem. After seeing that she wasn't in the bathroom, I had a strange feeling. Maybe she came out and walked past me and I just didn't see her. I went out into the living room and there was my wife still laying in the couch. And then she looked up and asked, "How long have you been standing there?" I said, "Just a second." And she went pale white and said, "Somebody had been standing there for a few minutes." And she thought it was me. Then we both knew something very strange had just happened to the both of us. We were very unnerved. After a few minutes, I went back to bed. The next day, weird things began to happen. Noises throughout the house, things being knocked off bookshelves, opening and closing of doors, videos being scattered on the floor, and this became the norm for a long time. It didn't scare any of us. And my aunt said it was my grandmother who had come to see me since I didn't go to see her. I love my grandmother very much, and a part of me liked the idea of her being there. My daughter became very used to it and would say things like, "Grandma, if you're going to make a mess, at least clean up after yourself." She stayed with us for a long time, and then one day, it was just over. My aunt said she had made her point. We had moved and was waiting for a place to be ready. So we stayed at the local inn for a few weeks. And then strange things started to happen at the inn. And we knew it wasn't my grandmother. Objects would levitate and fly across the room. And whoever this was liked to tear up the bathroom. Rolls of toilet paper would fly out of the bathroom and roll across the floor right before our eyes. And still we weren't scared, even though we knew it was the same ghost. As time went by and everywhere we moved, these things would still happen, and we could tell by the way the ghost had changed by the way they did things. More time had passed, and that's when we thought it had ended. Now myself and my wife and my daughter live in a small apartment, and have lived here for 3 years. And in the past few months, these strange things started happening again. Now we see full figures of people walk through the apartment, rearranging of items throughout the place. And every night, items being knocked off the fridge and set in the floor. My wife tripped over a candy bowl sitting in the floor by the front door the other day, and we know for a fact that there was no way it was there the night before. We never got scared, ever, with the ghost shadows and noise and so on. We don't know why this happens to us, and I don't ask. I am a professional musician, and my best friend and drummer died in a car wreck when I was 18. I am now 47. And he comes to me in my dreams every so often, and I always ask the same question: "What are you doing here? You're dead." He always says he's just checking in on me. Here's the weird thing. This has been going on since 1978, and I grew older. So did he. He's not the 18-year-old kid I remember. He only comes once or twice a year, but he always shows up. Mountain people say that if you touch the dead, you won't dream about them. Maybe I should have. Or maybe I didn't for a reason.
When I was a small child, around 7 or 8 in the late 1950s, my parents took our family consisting of my sister and 2 families of cousins, and all their parents, plus 1 grandmother, to the UP in Michigan. The reason being for this was, there weren't enough bedrooms downstairs in the rented cabin, circa 1920s. That's where all the adults slept, and all of us kids were put in the sleeping bags up in the loft. Not too much time after going to bed, I felt a heavy presence and looked around to see if any of the cousins were feeling this, whatever it was. Alas, they were all sleeping soundly, except for me. After a while, I became very afraid, and a man's face appeared right above my sleeping bag, glowing like it was daytime. It was well after midnight. I remember seeing this face for a moment or two, before the face vanished entirely. I was so scared, I screamed in terror to leave me alone, waking up my family in the process. They asked me what the matter was, and I told them that I saw a face. They both tried to confront whatever it was, and told me that it was just my imagination, and that there was nobody there to scare me. All night long, I laid there frozen in my sleeping bag, unable to move. Years later, I returned to the same cabin. I was 18 years old now, and I was with a couple of friends. At this point, I'd become so fascinated with ghosts and the paranormal that I wanted to do some spirit sessions in the process. We ended up using a Ouija board to contact the spirits that I thought appeared to me years before as a kid. So, me and my friends began the Ouija board session. We began to ask it all sorts of questions and requested it do things for us. Things such as turning the lights on and off, knocking on the walls of the cabin, anything to get that extra confirmation. It wasn't until my friend James told me that he was getting bored of this because we weren't getting any answers, and the Ouija board wasn't even moving the planchet. It almost seemed as if the spirit had completely left, until late that night, when we went to bed. There was a rocking chair in the cabin that had been left there for years. What my friend James saw next swears it was true. I'd fallen asleep, and James had woken up to take a smoke break out on the front porch. The rocking chair was on the front porch. As James was smoking, he suddenly turns to face the rocking chair, and the chair literally rocked back and forth, as if someone was sitting there. This wouldn't stop for about 30 seconds. Then it suddenly stopped. He called me over, and by the time I had a chance to witness it, the chair stopped. This was in the middle of the summer, and there was absolutely no wind. I believed James, because he had no reason to make up any stories about the rocking chair. I mean, to be honest, it wasn't like it was the most unbelievable thing that could happen to someone. Definitely creepy, considering what we were asking for hours before. I don't exactly remember when in our friendship James said this, but we made an agreement that one day, that if either of us passes on before the other, we would give each other another sign to yet again prove that ghosts in the afterlife is a real thing. Fast forward another 12 years. James unfortunately died in a car accident the year before. It was so devastating because he had just gotten married a month prior and had a baby on the way. I was very close to his family and we remained good buddies throughout his life. Creepily enough, I had a dream that I was in the same cabin and was again playing the Ouija board with James. I then remember the Ouija board suddenly disappearing. Then, we were sitting on the couch together.
drinking beers, and just hanging out. James looked at me and said, "If you only knew." I asked what he meant. He then remarked, "I wish I wasn't dead. I miss you guys so much." The dream ends, and I wake up with tears in my eyes. I've never had a dream about him after that. You may say that this was just my imaginative mind making up a dream of us together because I was mourning. However, I took it as a sign that maybe James was telling me he was still around. This was the only sign I had gotten from him, as in the waking world, I've never had any. I've also been back to that same cabin for many years after, and I never saw the rocking chair move, or that face ever again. Weird. I will start by telling a story that happened to me when I was about 13. It was very early in the morning, dark, as a matter of fact. I was half asleep on the couch in my living room, just about to wake up. In the hallway from the kitchen, I heard a growl, then a scratching sound. This scratching turned into a tapping, like how a dog runs on a hard floor. This sound seemed to rush from the hallway closer to me, when all of a sudden, I feel something hit me as I try to wake up. What happened next can be explained as sleep paralysis, but instead of just the feeling of being pushed down, I felt as if my chest was being torn open and my sides were ripped apart. The growling was still present, along with my whimpered voice trying to let out a scream. After I tried to put up a fight with whatever it was, a hallucination or some other being, I jumped back awake with tears dripping. My chest felt that pain for that entire day. The reason why I told this story, even though I'm not sure if it was a hallucination or not, is that it closely relates to another experience that happened not too long ago, almost a week actually. I was again half asleep in my bed, the same room where I've mentioned seeing a ghost lady at the foot of my bed, and another experience I've emailed, where I was practically having a nightmare. It was a strange nightmare, where there were faceless beings surrounding me, ripping my body apart. It's a dream, so it's very hard to explain in words. Well, usually in nightmares, you widely awaken in fear before you go back to sleep. The most disturbing thing about this is, after I became widely awake, these same apparitions were still in my room, surrounding me, muttering and growling. I then closed my eyes, fell back on my pillow, and I let out a cry. I woke my mom up. She rushed in to see what was wrong, and she saw me laying there with my eyes wide open on my pale face. I felt sick for a week since that day. I thought hard about this occurrence when I realized that the sounds and feelings I've sensed from the first story were present in what happened in the second one. It's a rough connection, but I felt the very same emotions, and I feel like there must be a connection. They both happen in my waking stage of sleep. The spirits, as I think they are, rush and attack towards the inside of the chest, and are disturbingly similar. In any case, it's something I really want to look into. I've had plenty of people spend the night here, in the living room mostly, and hear strange noises coming from that branch of the house. My room, the hallway, and the kitchen are all in the same branch of the house, which is the newer addition to the old schoolhouse building. Some of my friends who have been here late at night have felt a strange presence from that hallway too. I know I felt it as a child. I remember trying to avoid that hallway for my life. I remember when I was a little girl, my grandparents owned a colonial farmhouse that had been standing for at least 150 years. My grandmother thought the house may have been used for the Underground Railroad, because it had a few little doors and rooms off some of the closets in the bedrooms
and in the basement. I wasn't allowed to go into them because they didn't have electricity, and my grandmother was afraid that I would hurt myself. Members of my family said that I wouldn't want to go in them anyway, because there were ghosts in there. Of course, I didn't believe them. I thought they were just telling me this to scare me, as any 7-year-old would. But that was all going to change one night, when I spent the night there one night. I was staying in their guest room, which had one of those little rooms off the closet. The little room was probably for extra storage, or maybe a staircase, because the back was all boarded up. And late that night, I woke up because I thought I was being watched. I looked up and noticed that the closet door was open and a small figure was standing there, glowing bluish. I screamed and ran into my grandmother's room and wouldn't go back into that room. I never saw that figure again, but I did see another ghost of an elderly farmer on the property. I was 9 this time and playing in the barn. I was upstairs in the hayloft, burrowing around in the hay. Again, like I wasn't supposed to be. Again, I had that same feeling of being watched. I sat up and looked around, and in the corner, an elderly farmer was standing and watching me. At first I thought it was my grandfather, but then I realized that his feet weren't touching the floor. As soon as I noticed this, I screamed and ran out of the barn. There have been many sightings of him since then, including one of my brothers seeing him floating outside of a second-story window. This is an experience I've had repeatedly over the course of several years when I'm in bed for the night, just falling asleep. Still, to this day, it tries to return, but I've found ways to avoid it or fight it because it scares the heck out of me. It's almost as if it were a dream, but I'm not actually asleep when it happens. I feel as if it is when I'm on the verge of sleep, but still almost awake, like just before your mind actually lets go and sleeps. There's a place in between, and it only lasts a second, but that's when this thing happens to me. I can only speak for myself. I don't know of anyone else who has experienced this, but I've heard stories. Also, whenever I remember this, it is always in slow motion. I feel as if it is something coming at me from behind always towards my back. It's like a shadow, and it tries to suck me deeper into sleep. And if I don't fight it with all my might, I truly believe I'll never wake up again. While this is happening, I'm frozen and cannot move, yet I'm aware of my room. I'm aware of things around me and what is happening. I can even hear my TV. I can scream in my mind and barely hear it all come out of my own mouth. It takes all my might and effort to open my eyes. But once I get my eyes open, I can focus on things in my room, like my dresser or door, anything, and come out of it. But it is so strong, I sometimes feel I cannot make it, and that is why I believe I will never wake up. The entire time this is happening, I'm frozen to my bed and cannot move. Please note, it's hard to explain. It doesn't feel as if it is pulling my body. It is pulling me deeper into sleep. One time, it was pulling me so strongly that when I did get my eyes open, I actually could see my room, but it was as if looking through water or fog. It still had me, even though I was opening up my eyes. This is a true experience. Believe this, I'm not joking. I would not type this much otherwise. If I were to compare it to anything, I would say it resembles the dark figures or shadows in the movie Ghost with Whoopi Goldberg that come and take someone away right after they have died. Please note, I cannot physically see whatever this is. I'm saying that this is my guess of what it would look like. To this day, I still cannot sleep without the TV.
This has happened to me repeatedly, countless times, within a span of several years. When this began, I lived in an apartment near the Piedmont Hills in the Bay Area, California. I was always uncomfortable and felt as if I was being watched there. I started sleeping in the front room with the TV on because I started having really evil dreams and was so scared to be alone at this point. I would desperately beg my boyfriend to please stay home with me, but he couldn't take any more time off because he wasn't able to use any more sick days. Sometimes I'm just too scared to be there alone, especially at night. I never used to be that way, and I'm not faint of heart. I'm actually 4'11" and 90 pounds soaking wet, but I forget I'm not 10 feet tall and bulletproof sometimes. Still, when this began, I became scared. Whatever it is that followed me when I moved, and to this day I still feel it, although it's been a while since I've struggled with it. When I go to sleep, I must have my boyfriend hold me with my back at his chest, spoon fashion, and this works, and when he rolls over, I can make sure my back is touching his, and I feel comfortable this way. As long as my back or behind me isn't opened or exposed, for some reason, it isn't as bad as when I feel my back is protected, and I'm not as vulnerable when I'm facing it. I know this all sounds strange, but it is true. I work in a nursing home, 3rd shift. For the last year, I've been transferred to the 1st floor. I, among others, have seen some pretty weird stuff. It starts like this. About 6 months ago, I started seeing off-the-wall things. While all of us were at the nursing station, there are only 4 employees on 3rd shift 1st floor. People coming out of the dining room, not in wheelchairs, but walking upright and pretty darn fast. A person down one hall walking out of one room and into the next on the same side of the hall. Both rooms have non-ambulatory residents. Water turning on in one's room's bathroom. One resident that passed away about 4 months ago can still be heard laughing. I've never heard this personally, but others have. An entity that always runs in the same direction at lightning speed with arms flailing. I'm talking 28 days later style. Only 2 of us have seen this. I see it sometimes up to 5 times a night, but only when I'm down one certain hall. I call it the track runner. These are some of the real common things that happen. Now, for the ghost stories. About 3 months ago, I had a resident that is mentally with it ask me to get that man out of her room. It literally gave me goosebumps. When I asked her where he was, she said there by the mirror. Needless to say, I saw no one. So later on, I asked a coworker if she had seen anything that was different or odd. She told me to stop and went pale. About 10 minutes later, she came to me again and started talking, mainly about the things I posted above. We ended up at the nursing station in a pretty good discussion, and all of us had pretty much the same story. Fast forward to Thursday, October 14th to 15th, 3rd shift. The same resident that had asked me a few months ago to remove the man by the mirror from her room rings me her call bell. I go down and ask what I can do. She tells me to get him out of here. I ask who, the person by the dresser. She replies. Now I'm thinking too cool. I step out in the hall and get another coworker and have her wait outside the door out of sight. As I return to the room, she's now asking me, why is my husband with that stranger? My husband is dead, and I don't know that other person. I ask her where they are, and she tells me, don't act that way with me. I'm not crazy. I know what I see. Then proceeds to get verbally abusive with me. The other coworker comes in at this point after hearing what went on, and the resident goes through the same routine about her husband and the stranger with him. So we get the change nurse. Same routine. 3. About an hour later, another resident rings her call bell. At this point, 2 of us go down together, different hall. This resident is bugging us to get her out of bed. Her words, "I don't want to be in bed with him. He's not my husband, and I don't know him." She was definitely shook up, so we transferred her to her chair and brought her out to the nursing station with us. While we were getting her some coffee and graham crackers, another bell rings. Again, different hall. The charge nurse got that one. She comes back out and stated that the residents that the man by her TV told her she wasn't going to be here much longer, and she insisted that he was still there, although the charge nurse couldn't see him, even after turning the lights on. Number 5. The first lady that saw her husband, and strange rings again. So 3 of us went down and left 1 aide to watch the halls answer call lights. This time, 2 of us stay in the hall, and only the charge nurse went in. The residents started talking about possession and demons, very detailed and very scary, to say the least. I figured with all the weird stuff happening at work and all, I would share what I've been experiencing with my coworkers as of late. I've had other uncanny things in my life at other places, but nothing with this much activity. There's so many other people that either agree with me or describe what I've seen to me first, without me asking. I have a confession to make. I'm not an ordinary person. I don't mean that I've exhibited quirky behavior in the past and I'm simply unorthodox, but I have this uncanny ability to sense things. Whether these energies that I've learned to embrace are malevolent or benevolent, I can't say, as I'm unable to clearly make the distinction. But I tend to attract unusual energies, which permeate all around me. If you happen to come in close contact with me, you may be susceptible to these energies as well. I could say that there's a supernatural component to this, but because my mind has relentlessly wreaked havoc on me, I can't say for certain what is going on. Sometimes I see things, shadows, hearing strange noises, knocks on the walls, a faint whisper in my ear, reinforcing the idea that something otherworldly resides inside these walls. All the while I'm sitting in the kitchen of my old Victorian home, and I'm the only one who lives here. I can honestly say that I don't know what is happening, but I have nowhere else to turn to. There's the cellar that I'm terrified to go into. I've literally haven't stepped foot down there since I moved in. But it's like I can telepathically hear the growls and moans coming from that dark space that I refuse to enter. I've always wanted to know if the source of all these energies came from that cellar. The thing is, I've no pets, no estranged relationships. Nobody ever sets foot in my home. I had a wife once, but she's been gone for what seems like a millennium. I don't remember what it's like to interact with anybody. I'm virtually imprisoned. I work from home. So, I became a recluse. I don't go out much these days, for fear of inadvertently transferring these energies to those who come in contact with me. Isolation is unconscionable. The fear of going insane inside my mind constantly lingers in the foreground. The helplessness of not being able to do anything about it still traps me internally. I'm mentally paralyzed. And then I have these unusual nightmares. My doctor tells me they are night terrors. So I'm laying in my bed, and the shadow opens the door. It doesn't do anything, but simply stands in the doorframe. I don't know what it wants, but I can only make out its eyes, glowing brighter than the sun. The rest the outline, a silhouette. I sweat. My body temperature drops, and I feel a cold breath on the right side of my shoulder. I look over, temporarily taking my eyes off the shadow figure, and yet there's nothing there but a mist that looks as if someone is breathing in the cold air. I look back at the doorframe, and the shadow is gone. I then lay down, staring at the ceiling. I simply just can't ignore what's going on. I want to, but even the pills don't do enough. I still see these things, hear these things, and most importantly, feel these things. I'm so scared. I don't want to be a prisoner anymore. I want a release. I want it all to end. I'm sick and tired of the suffering. My mind just won't heal. I don't want to feel. It's almost better if I don't, but I can't turn it off. Still, these images persist. In another moment, I can clearly see this elderly woman silently screaming at me. I can feel the terrible darkness emitting from her, and when she opens her mouth, there is nothing but darkness, almost as if it is a black hole. No sound, just the mouth opening. The woman with her old tattered clothing, not from this time period, definitely not present, Victorian times, with a black dress from that era, long black hair, matted and uncombed. This being was just standing there. I ask it what it wants from me, but it remains silently screaming for a few seconds. I blink my eyes as hard as anybody could. The figure simply won't disappear. I see a single cockroach move out of her mouth. I had to have dreamt this. This night terror felt so real. It consumes me. I can't get it out of my head. I go back and forth thinking this has got to just be a hallucination. But the more I think about these events, the way they truly never disappear, it makes me believe there's an entity in this house that I can't ignore. They are communicating to me through my dreams and through some of my hallucinations that I've had as well. The therapists, the doctors, they all tell me that I've got some psychosis. Trauma from my youth remains unsolved. But these walls inside this old home has so much history engraved into it. Tell me that spirits don't exist, and I can't prove it to you. I can only tell you about my experiences and how sensitive I am to the other side. Then I think to myself, why are we so arrogant about this other side? Why do we dismiss what we do not understand? Maybe I'm just crazy. Or maybe the world wants to shield us from the fact that these beings live among us. If you truly open up your eyes and begin to understand that there's nothing that the world can't see, then you can believe. Several years ago, I was planning on moving from the USA to Australia to be with my partner, Craig. My partner and I would talk for hours on the web. What else can you do when you're 9,000 miles apart? My daughter, Catherine, who was 7 at the time, would often get in on it too. Her and Greg developed a very loving father-daughter relationship.
even though he is her stepdad. One day, no different than any other, Greg and I were chatting. He wanted to talk to Catherine. I yelled for her. She was in another room, and I couldn't see the monitor. She came running and stopped dead inside the doorway. She could not see the monitor and started wigging out, demanding that Greg shut his bedroom door, which was clearly visible behind him. She wouldn't move from where she was. We tried to coax her, but she wasn't having any of it. Greg got up and closed the bedroom door. Catherine ran into my lap and buried her face into my shoulder, away from the monitor. She wouldn't even look at the monitor. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "He's mean, and I don't want to see him." Completely caught off guard, I asked her who was mean. She answered, "The mean guy in the doorway." I asked her to describe him. She said he was tall, had red hair, blue eyes, and wore a dressy shirt. Deeper voice than Greg's. Oh, and by the way, Greg's voice is already pretty deep enough as it is. I tried to get more information out of her. That was all she had, or what she wanted to tell me anyway. I relayed what she had told me to Greg, and he just didn't get it. Catherine left my lap as fast as she had flown into it, yelled goodbye Greg from the other room. I wondered if she had seen something. I had episodes like that when I was her age, and they've continued. I asked Greg if she had described anyone he might know. He looked shocked for a second, and then asked me to wait. He went into the bedroom and came out a few minutes later with a pick in his hand. He looked at me, held up the pick, and said, "Wonder if this is who she saw." I asked who it was, and he said it was his grandfather Bill, who passed away in '92. It was 2007. Now get this. The pick was exactly the description Catherine had given. He was tall, red-haired, blue-eyed, had a dressy shirt in the pic. I asked Greg how he talked, and he said that Bill was old-school Aussie. His voice was deeper than most, and with the accent, it was even harder for Greg to understand him. I excused myself, and went and told Catherine who we thought it was. As soon as I said the name Bill, she smiled. She said, "I thought that was his name. That was the only thing I could almost understand." She seemed more at ease after learning it was his name. Greg, on the other hand, didn't know what to make of it. Apparently, her and Bill made peace and became friends. When I was leaving for Australia, she told me that she didn't need Bill anymore and wanted him to come over and watch over me and Greg till she got there. Gotta love kids. Fast forward a few years. Since my arrival here in Oz, I've heard a man's voice. Sometimes I can understand him. Other times, it's too deep and garbled for me to get. I ask him to repeat slower, and it gets him a little pissy. He has never told me his name, but I know it is Bill. I have that feeling. But lately, over the last year or so, I've been hearing a lot more voices. It's like being in a crowd where everyone is talking at once. I ask someone to step forward and talk only to me, but it just stays garbled. This is a weekly thing. It has gotten to the point where, when it starts, I simply say, if you're all going to talk to me at once, then I won't be able to understand any of it. What I was wondering is if anyone else has ever heard this, and if so, what did they do? Might this be more family members who saw that Bill was able to talk to us and want to try themselves? Or might it be something bad? Sometimes Not very often, I get a bad feeling when they start talking. Bill is still with me. I asked him, but he's given me nothing. I lived in Chicago up until I was 18 and had graduated high school. My grandfather lived in the house, and we lived on the first floor in the third flat apartment building we owned next door. We had the basement that was connected to the first floor apartment as well. The basement had 3 main rooms. The front room that led outside held a half bath, a washer, dryer, and 2 storage closets. This is where we kept our bikes and skates and stuff. The center room had 4 storage closets, the water heater, and the furnace. This was the room that held all my dad's and grandpa's tools. The back room that led to our upstairs apartment was where we had the deep freezer, old clothes, camping gears, old toys, etc. The center room was awful. Just looking at it, you felt like you were being stared down. Something was sending very angry energy out from that room. If you were in that room, it was just overwhelming and overpowering. It felt as if something was going to grab you and actually hurt you. None of us were hurt, but it always felt like it could happen at any time. My sister believed it to be female. I believed it to be male. This makes me think that it could have been a demon and was just apparent female to her and male to me. The stairs from the basement led to my brother's room. The stairs and the door were extremely creepy. We always kept it locked and bolted, but that didn't do much. It always seemed like someone was going to come bursting through the doors at any time. In the bedroom I shared with my sister, we have both seen strange things. I've seen a man a few times. He would start at the head of my bed, which happened to be by the door to the bedroom, and walk towards my closet. My closet and my parents' closet shared a wall. From there, he would kind of nod his head and then disappear. I could tell he was wearing overalls, work boots, and had gloves in his back pocket. He was tall, about 6 feet, dark hair, dark eyes. I could see all of this, but I could also see the other side of my room through him. He was kind of a misty gray color. I saw him first when I was 5, then again when I was 8, and the last time when I was 14. When I was 12, I felt a pulling on my blanket. At this time, we didn't have any pets that would roam loose, and there was no way for them to get out or even reach my blanket. I feel my blanket being pulled. I kinda grumble and try to pull it back up, but I can't. So I look at the foot of my bed, and there was a boy sitting there, grinning at me, gripping my blanket. I tell him, "You let go. I'm not scared of you. Go away." And he disappears. I pull my blanket back up and go to sleep. Then we just had weird things happen. Bread would slide across the counter. Things would be moved from one end of the bar to the other. Things would go missing for a few days. These types of things not only happen in our apartment, but in the upper 2 levels that we rented out. I was in Arizona a few years back. I was at the Sonoran Desert Museum outside of Tucson. It is more like a zoo than a museum. It was summer, very few people there, and a pretty warm morning. I was in the very back of the property all by myself, taking photos of the native cactus. I was completely alone and enjoying the beautiful outdoors. I suddenly felt a terrible sense of dread behind me. I turned and looked, and there was an elderly Native American man standing there. He was dressed in all black. Long sleeve black shirt in the middle of the summer. His hair was snow white, and his face was wrinkled. When we made eye contact, I felt like someone tweaked my soul. I started to walk, fast. I wanted to get back to the front of the zoo and be where people were. I was really moving, and every time I looked back, the man was about 6 feet behind me. He never seemed to increase his pace, but kept up with me no matter how fast I walked. He casually started straight ahead and kept walking. I made it up to the front and walked into the gift shop. He stayed with me the whole time. I decided to get the heck out of there. I hurried to the parking lot. All I wanted was to get into the car and get away. He was still behind me. When I reached my car, a coyote was standing by the trunk. I made eye contact with that animal. I can't describe it. It sounds nuts. But that coyote gestured towards the exit with his head. Of course, he didn't speak to me, nor did I hear a voice, but I just knew that the coyote would watch over me while I drove away. As I was about to get into the car, I turned back to look, and the coyote and the man were gone. I never went back. Every time I think of this, I feel as if I escaped something terrible. It's so strange, but it's like the coyote knew me, and I knew him. Thoughts, anyone? I don't take drugs, wasn't drinking, or overheated. I swear this happened. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it did. This happened in the summer, and at the time, my horse was living on an old farm not far from the sea. The farm was from 1925, with the original stables and barn. Anyway, on this day, it was only me and my horse there, and I had him standing outside while I was tacking up, since the weather was nice. Where he stood, he had the back entrance to the stables on the right side, and straight in front was the door to the barn. You had to go through the barn to get out. Everything was fine at first. Then, I got this feeling like I was being watched from inside the stable. I looked inside, thinking that maybe one of the other girls who had their horses there had come. But it was empty. I shrugged it off and continued grooming. Then, I noticed my horse had his attention towards the stables. I walked up to the door and looked inside, but again, there was no one. I got my saddle and stuff and started tacking up, and then my horse suddenly tensed up. He stood completely still, his ears forward, and all his attention on the entrance to the barn. I looked over, thinking it was a cat or something, but what I saw made the hairs on my neck stand up. In the barn stood a tractor. Behind this, I could see a dark figure. It didn't really look like a man. It was more, I don't know, liquid sort of. It stood on the one side of the tractor, partly hidden, and I could swear that it was staring back at us. It moved backward towards the back of the tractor and just vanished. Well, I hurried up with my Sadie, grabbed my helmet, and though I really didn't want to, I walked my horse towards the barn. Let me tell you, it was no easy task getting him to go inside, and when I got him inside, he refused to go anywhere near the tractor and almost ran out the other side, pulling me alongside with him. I'm having some problems with the spirit in my fiance's house again. For the past few months, the house has been dormant, and so we didn't worry much about what was going on in the home. We had one of my fiance's friends move in, and things were fairly calm and peaceful. Her friend, though, began to never stay at the house, and due to some issues, emotions got rather heated between the three of us. 2 days ago, her friend moved back after a fight, and activity has escalated in the home since then. Yesterday, I got an overwhelming sense of fear and dread while at the house, and I had an overwhelming headache come over myself. I began packing up my things and told my fiancée to pack her things because we needed to stay a few days at my house. She became overwhelmingly tired and had a headache, much like mine, and passed out. When she woke up, she wasn't herself, but quickly came back out of it. Then, I went to the bathroom, and when I looked into the mirrors from the corner of my eye, I saw something I couldn't explain. The thing was, though, it looked inhuman and comprised of only bones, I think, and it seemed to be wanting out of the mirror. I ran back, and my fiancée was packing and taking her time out, humming to the tune of an old music box that used to be in her friend's room. She started to have a play fight with me and threw a shirt at me, then casually kicked the door shut. The next thing I know, she screams and I kick the door open. She said I'd been standing in the mirror after I'd left the room. She seemed fine at the moment, and so I just watched over her as she kept packing. She began stalling again though, and I told her we needed to get going or we'd be late for dinner. She then told me that she didn't want to. She liked the house and wanted to stay there. I began to hear voices as well, other than hers in the house, and got drowsy, but kept my head about me. She finally was packed, and I got her to go outside for a brief moment to see if being out of the house would snap her out of the trance. She got rather defensive and ran off and ran under a doorway where there was a crucifix standing above the doorway. When she ran through it, she collapsed and then woke up again, perfectly fine and not remembering about the past 45 minutes, except for bits and pieces, like she had been dreaming. I've been having concerns that she may be channeling spirits by accident in her sleep and such, and this incident definitely confirms my suspicions. I'm psychologically drained from the mental strength it took the two of us to get out of the home. We're going back to the house in about 4 or 5 days, and figure it should be fine. Whatever this entity is, it fed strongly off the negative emotions that had built up in this house. I know at the strength it was yesterday, it would be much hard for me to face it and cleanse the house on my own, so we're leaving the house to settle and calm back down. By then, I feel this entity will have lost most of its power, and it would be the best time to cleanse the home and seal any portals that may have been opened in the home. I'm still a little bit apprehensive though, and if anyone could offer up some help, it would greatly be appreciated. If my fiancée is the target of any danger, I can pull through any fight normally and keep her safe, but I've been so drained, and I don't know if I can handle the cleansing of the home by myself. If anyone could please help, either physically or through even psychological support, it would greatly be appreciated. Hey there, I live in Akron, Ohio. About a year ago, I moved into my ex's house since it was nice, and well, we were in love. I lived there for about 6 months before she broke it off and decided to live in Ireland. I've been heartbroken for a long time, but I do remember some extra stuff that happened in that home. It's on Spicer Street in Akron, Ohio. About a month after I moved in, the first thing I noticed was waking up with her, and every single clock in the house, including the computer clock, wristwatches, etc., would be turned around 40 minutes ahead than what they were supposed to be. This only happened once, and after I arrived at class, she called me to explain how each clock had changed overnight. Later, she told me that the previous tenants believed the house was haunted and refused to move back in. They were both girls, I was told. We began to notice other things too, such as their stuff would get moved if we left the kitchen. The television would turn on and off. Lights would turn on and off if we left the home. Fan would move and not move. TV would turn channels with the remote being on the TV, and certain spots in the house would be unusually cold. She was scared at times, but I typically wasn't. I just thought of it as having a little kid in the home. I wasn't really worried, and I was confident that I'd be able to protect her from that kind of stuff. If you read some of my earlier posts, I see specks a lot, and I guess it gives me some sort of confidence, even if I don't understand them. My thoughts were confirmed, I believe, when I was sitting in the living room with her and thought I spotted a blonde-haired boy's face under her table. It looked a lot like a German kid, but naturally, I blinked and it was gone. There were 2 spots in the house that seemed really weird. The basement was odd, but not too odd, since students in the past used this place for studying. The oddest part in her house was her bedroom closet. I would step at the door and not go in. She refused to even sleep close to it. I was the one who slept closest to it while she slept between me and the wall. I didn't really see anything from it, but it did feel really weird, and it didn't feel like the kid. It was something else. Also, that closet was connected to the attic, which neither of us ventured into. After I saw the kid, I felt some sort of attachment to it. I remember she used to complain that sometimes my eyes would go completely black in the house. I'd usually counter it with me complaining about staring at me, as she slept as if I woke up around 5 in the morning. But we wouldn't argue about it. It was just weird. When we broke up, or rather, when she broke up with me, I'll admit it, her away messages often wrote how she was scared and didn't want to hear any noises. So I guess the activity in the home increased when I left. Again, not sure why. So, I want to find out more about the home, but I don't know where to start. I've been lurking on here for about 2 years now, and well, I decided to finally post about my experiences with ghosts. Really only one ghost. It happened to be here in my house for a number of years throughout the 70s. The house had been built in 1970 on an old lot where an old man had lived on a shack and had died. Now, the spirit that had stayed on the property was one of a child, though. Maybe the old man had a kid and it died. Who knows? Anyway, all sorts of stuff that one would imagine a child would do happened. You know, things would get lost, stuff would move from one place to another, vases and sculptures would be on their place on tables, and when the family would come back, the sad items would be in pieces, smashed against a wall about 3 or 4 feet away. Sometimes, of course, you couldn't get into the house because the screen door would be locked and nobody was in the house at the time. Just imagine a door with a simple hook going into the circle slot. Now, over the years, I've tried to get that hook to slip over into the lock, you know, to see if it could happen by accident. It could never be an accident. If one wants to lock that screen door, you intentionally do it. Feelings of being watched and feeling the weight of someone or something next to you in the bed. My grandma would tell me that I would go off in the house in my walker circa 1981 or 82, and I would travel all the way from the kitchen to the living room to the hallway. Now, when one enters the hallway, even in the daytime, if all the doors to the room are shut, it is pitch black. She claimed that I would be in the hallway for a couple of minutes, and then I would come shooting out from the hallway as if my walker was pushed, or shoved by something, all the way back to the kitchen and crash into the wall. Now, it would take me a couple of minutes to get all the way to the hallway since I was a toddler. Yet, it wouldn't even take me a minute to come crashing into the wall of the kitchen. Now, I remember seeing some sort of whitish gray ball floating when I was laying down on the rug one day. This must have been 1982 or 83. I can still see that image in my brain to this day. My grandmother noticed me getting up and looking under the dining room table, and had started to shout, "Get out!" or in my way of talking back then, "Get out!" My grandma started yelling, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" I kept on shouting and punching and kicking at nothing, all the way towards the front doorway. And when I got to the door, I kept kicking the door, and then I stopped. By this time, my grandmother, who was rather slow due to weight, had gotten to the hallway that led to the front door and was asking me what was wrong. She told me that I had said that I didn't want it here, and I told it to get out. I think I had some sort of hold over it, as I was the only child born in the house. My uncle, who was only 12 at the time, had been born in an older house. I think the spirit was attracted by the fresh new life that was now in the home, much like the spirits in Poltergeist were attracted to the little girl. You know, they wanted some sort of that life force. I think that was the case with this. I got rid of it before it got too powerful, much later on. What do you think? I've lived in this house for the past 27 years. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened since those early years.
For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom, and the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister, when she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something, but the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors, which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against two of the glass panels and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief because I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen, and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, she received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident, and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They've lived here now for 6 years, and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many, many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs, foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close, things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter, because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of our immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, she appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply, and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had a frame to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag with a wooden frame sticking out from it with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window at my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling, as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I'm here." My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over. My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to cleans happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, she told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror, a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the Burpee ghosts." This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Tuang Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Tuang Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world. They got Fair Dinkham vampires, Highgate in London, and Tuang in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past this spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure. But yet it was real, as you and I. It wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging in a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be on a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me, if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turned around, there would be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP, but this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap. All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door, snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too, because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things, she then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "You heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy. This is a true murder story that happened around the early 1900s in the Woods Memorial Circle, Mapleville, Rhode Island. This story is a more true and detailed story of the one before that my great-grandmother told me about. Catherine was a mill owner's daughter. She was a very pretty, tall blonde. She was engaged to a local farmer, Robert. Catherine, though, had one problem. A man, who some say had mental issues, was stalking Catherine. His name was David. David would send Catherine letters of how much he loved her, and how they could have babies together. These letters disturbed Catherine. He would watch her through the window and follow her wherever she went. One day, Catherine confronted him and told him never to talk to her again. David thought this was like a game, so he proceeded to send disturbing letters and watch her at all times. As a few days went by, he gave up. With this, he had a plan. If he couldn't love her, no one else could. So one day, While Catherine was going to the woods to get water for her family, David followed. First, he stopped at Catherine's fiance's farm. Robert was working on the farm as usual, and David came in from behind and stabbed him in the back with a pitchfork. Then he went off to find Catherine. Catherine was sitting next to a pond under a hemlock tree. David pulled out his knife and stabbed her through the neck. She screamed in pain as David ripped open her body. As she died, David messed with her dying body. Afterwards, he took her organs out, cut off her breasts, and nailed her heart to a tree, covered in blood. David went home and took a nap. He was supposedly awoken by the sound of dripping. He looked around his room, and it was covered in blood. In the middle of the room, Catherine stood there cursing at him. David had gone insane. He wrote his last letter to the police, telling them what he did, where her body was, and all that happened. He drowned himself the next day in a river, his body sprawled out on a rock, broken. Catherine and Robert were buried in a now abandoned cemetery, and David's body was thrown into a pit. During a biopsy, they found a heart in David's stomach. Some people think he swallowed her heart, while others think Catherine put it there. Still, rumors persist that late at night in the cemetery, you could see the couple holding hands as if nothing ever happened. I believe I had a true experience with a shadow person. This is my story. It was maybe 11-ish at night. My boyfriend and myself were watching a movie. The lights were dim in the house. The house is more than 100 years old. From where I was seated, I could see the dining area, which was dark, and the kitchen doorway, which had a dimmed overhead light on, and the light was spilling into the dining room. I noticed a distinct shadow movement in the light from the kitchen, like someone or something walked past the light. I turned my head fully towards the doorway now, and saw a solid black elongated ovalish shape towards the top of the doorway, and it quickly slipped into the kitchen. My immediate reaction was not of fear, but sort of like, okay, what the heck was that? I wasn't alarmed. I continued watching the movie thinking of explanations for what I just saw. Now let me tell you, there are 3 dogs in the home as well as the 2 of us. My boyfriend's 2 dogs were asleep on the floor by our feet, and my dog was by my side on the couch. He's small. He was acting a bit odd, nervous now. Perhaps he sensed it in me. 30 minutes later, he got down and headed towards the kitchen. He had just got his head in the door and promptly stopped. I couldn't see his head and shoulders, just his back end. I saw his neck raised like he was looking up, and then it happened. It took my breath and gave me chills. He started wagging his tail, slow at first, like he was unsure, and then the momentum slowly gained. He never got to a full-on happy to see you wag. Then he abruptly stopped and came back to my side. He would not enter the kitchen. And in case you think maybe he was looking out a window, no, the window was too high up to see anything. My name is Guy, and I would like to share my experience at Lambertville High School. I've been there numerous times. I live about 25 minutes away in Pennsylvania. My friends and I are ghost hunters, and Lambertville is a favorite spot of ours. The first time I visited the school was about 2 years ago, in 2005 and 2006, and I've been curious about it ever since then. I've had many comments about history of this amazing site. I've been through some of the school. Not all of it though, because the building is in poor shape. The first time we went, we didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary. Back then, we had no equipment except our eyes and ears and flashlights. We really didn't venture inside until the second trip, but that was during the day and also uneventful. The third trip back to the school was a shocker that still gives me chills to this day. We went on a summer night, around midnight, or maybe a little later than that, and not a smart thing to do, but we didn't know any better. We parked the car out in front of the steps leading up to the school. We were to go in shifts up and into the school. 2 go and 2 stay in the car to watch for cops. We were there for 5 minutes before 2 of my friends came sprinting to the car screaming, "Drive! Drive!" Me and my friend, who stayed in the car, were wondering what was literally scaring them to insanity. What they told us was pretty crazy at first. They said that while they were walking up the steps to the school, they heard the sounds of little children, little girls, giggling and laughing. At first I didn't believe it and wanted to go back to experience this for myself. I'm the kind of person that has to see to believe, but it's the hope of that proof that draws me back to the school. Anyway, that incident was about 2 years ago, and between my friends, it has been just a story with no proof. No proof until now. Last week, May 2008, me and my friends met up again, thanks to school being finished, and decided to go back. We went that night around 10 to 10:30 and stayed there for a good hour and ventured inside. Though we heard no laughing, I'm still a believer. I believe my friend's story and everyone else's stories of little children laughing because I caught it on tape. I recently purchased some equipment to help capture paranormal activity, and the most valuable tool I had that night was my recorder. It's amazingly lucky that I caught anything at all, because I only recorded audio for about 7 minutes of our hour-long investigation, and all but about a minute of the audio has voices on it that were not ours. I also caught the voice of maybe a teacher or student saying, "Does he seem okay?" in a 2-minute long conversation with what I believe is a female and a male that answers a question that I ask. I've showed this tape to my family and friends, and they all hear talking as well, and the laughter seems to freak everyone out. I wanted to make sure that what I was hearing was, well, what I was hearing. When I heard the laughing on the tape, I thought, my God, they weren't joking or trying to scare us. They really did hear something that night, something that I would like to share with your website, if that is alright with you. I just want to know that there's something other than this life. And that is what draws me to the paranormal. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reading this. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to ask. I'd love to share these clips with you guys and your viewers. This is in reference to your listing for the Hearthstone Inn, Colorado Springs, Colorado. This place has much more than a little girl. As a housekeeper there in 1999, I was able to experience almost all of the hauntings. In the south building, 3rd floor, the little girl would appear regularly, as well as the man in brown in the main bedroom, also in the southwest corner of the floor. He was harmless and would usually disappear as soon as spotted. On the 3rd floor, I've never felt alone, would often hear the little girl and running and laughing. 2 of the 4 bedrooms on the 1st floor share a bedroom. I learned to prop the door open while cleaning, or I would be locked in. The first time I was locked in, I rattled the door and was screaming for the other housekeeper. I was nearly hysterical when she let me out after about 5 minutes. Also in the south building, 1st floor, There was a bedroom at the end of the hall that used to be under the stairway. The back stairway of this building, when it was a hotel, led outside. Many of our guests reported having the dreams of the woman in this room. I would feel her, but never see her. I would have trouble with the lights and an unwelcoming presence. On one occasion, the owner, David Oxhandler, spent the night in the room on having a very vivid dream of this woman and dismissing it as a dream. He was too shaken to go back to sleep. When he stepped outside to have a cigarette, he turned around, feeling he was not alone, and actually saw her, dressed as just in the dream, floating where the stairs would have been. Rumors she was the victim of a lover's quarrel and was shot on the back stairs. The last one I knew of was in the north building, second floor. One room next to the stairs facing east was never pleasant to be in. The light was very temperamental, flickering and choosing when to be on or off. I would feel a presence on the floor, but really tried to ignore it until one day I was standing near the stairs with several heavy bundles of laundry to take downstairs when I felt a pressure on the right side small of my back. Just a little shove, and I nearly went headfirst down the stairs, and not of my own volition. Last I hear, the Oxlanders were doing haunted history tours of their hotel. Shortly after, it has been sold to another local organization. Very much worth adding some info to your site, and thanks for the space. My wife and I had several experiences in our apartment over the last 3 years we have lived here. It began with hearing noises and creaks in the building early on, and slowly evolved to seeing shadows in the middle of the night in our bedroom. We both have had experiences where we thought to have seen a little boy in blue pajamas looking at things in our bedroom. 3 major events have occurred, which I'll describe in detail. Event 1. Summer of 2006. My brother was staying over because he is a minor, and our mother was going out of town. We had woken up late to eat breakfast and were playing a game of cards. As we are brothers and there is a significant age gap, we sometimes argue. I was being a little bit of a jerk, picking on a card selection he had made, when our kitchen trash can started to rock back and forth. We were the only people present in the apartment, and we were about 10 yards from the trash can. I investigated the trash can further to find that it was nearly empty and there was nothing that could have moved, so we went to the park. Event 2. Winter of 2007. My wife and I were growing fascinated with the television show Ghost Hunters. We had spent an entire day watching episodes from the second season DVD. Being cocky and joking with my wife over her growing discomfort with the mood the show was setting, I began joking about talking on the ghost of the apartment, saying such things as, "If anyone is here, come here and get me," or "You can't touch me, you're just a ghost, I don't believe in you." Later that night, at 4 a.m., I woke up quite distressed and felt that the apartment was shaking from a significant earthquake. I was sure that it was the big one and rushed to jump out of bed and pull my wife to safety in a doorway. She was in a state of shock as I lifted her out of bed and was scared of an earthquake also. When we finally got to the doorway and calmed down, I explained to her that I thought there was an earthquake but couldn't feel it anymore. She couldn't either. I began to grow very nauseous and leaned on her for support. I told her I wasn't feeling right and I blacked out. As I was blacked out, I heard sounds of people talking very quickly. At first I thought it was my wife, and I tried to tell her to slow down. I felt the sensation of running very quickly while I was hearing the rapid dialogue. I was growing angry when suddenly I awoke lying on the floor with my wife over me. She told me she thought I was having a seizure or something because all of my muscles had lightened, and I was screaming and moaning in a sense of fear. She said that I had also grown pale. All throughout that night, I felt the bed continue to shake. Event 3. Soon after Event 2. I was angered by an experience I had felt earlier in Event 2, where I had awoken to what I thought to be an earthquake, and experienced what I thought to be a form of being possessed. I researched how to hold a seance to converse with spirits present within the room, and invited friends over to help with the conversation. I didn't describe the experience I had felt earlier, so that it would not affect my friends' experiences that night. In the middle of the seance, one of my friends began to grow woozy and sway forward when he suddenly stopped it. He said that he couldn't go on and felt like someone was talking quickly to him, and he had felt a sensation of running, identical to my experience earlier. I shared with him my experience, and we decided not to continue. Also, this night, my friend's car got a flat tire while parked in my apartment, and only needed to be refilled with air, as there was no puncture to cause the flat, as if someone deflated it. Also, another friend was called by his girlfriend within minutes of us ending the seance, because she felt something had happened and was worried. He had only told her he was going to see me, and not anything about what we were doing that night. The friend with the flat also received a phone call from his aunt about an hour after, whom he speaks with rarely, because she had similar concerns as my friend's girlfriend. How's that for women's intuition? Ever since that last event, nothing else has occurred. This is a personal experience that to this day has left me shaken. There's something wrong with this apartment complex. My experience centered on the apartment we were in, but from other residents, I heard other tales that made me really not want to live there, and as soon as I could get out, my husband and I certainly did. Pond Trail Apartments located in South Lyon. There is a huge tree right directly in front of it. Apparitions have been seen in the little hallway between bathroom and bedroom. The panel in the hallway leading up to the crawl space had moved on its own. Personal experience was actually in the bathtub, and the only one home when it happened. I'm all of 5 foot, and that ceiling is a good 8 feet. There was no way for me to get up there. We figured that the only way to move that panel was to be up in the crawl space. Each crawl space is self-contained. EVPs have gotten into that apartment of a young woman with an accent saying, "Can't stay too long," and sleep. Both still have. If you leave the apartment door open while taking a shower, you get this feeling that you are being watched. Then look out. You see the retreating figure of what looks to be a young woman. I'd had this happen and thought I'd left my apartment door open, and it was a neighbor, and upon investigation, found my door deadbolt was locked. Numerous pictures of orbs and odd shadows have been captured in this apartment. All still have. Late at night, you can also hear someone walking past the apartment, and when you go to look, there is no one on the walkway. And considering where the apartment is, there's no way for someone to get down it quick enough without hearing the sounds of running feet. Have had an experience of having the front door hit several times while I was to peephole, and no one was there. Stories were also told to me of the laundry room in the same building is also a place of odd occurrences. Feelings of being watched and hearing a young woman's voice. Have felt the being watched part, but considering that the old furnace system was right there in the laundry room, I dismissed it. A lot of my family and husband's family refused to spend the night there just cause the place gave them the creeps, and this was prior to some of these events happening. I've tried to find out if there have been any deaths or murders or anything on that ground, and I came up with nothing. All I know is that the place was just, there was something wrong with it, and I wish I had never moved into it. The EVPs were caught when that building had few residents. I still have them, just have others listen to them from time to time to prove I wasn't crazy with what I heard. The pictures are numerous, and some still make the hair on my arm stand up because of the experiences with them.
In October 2008, my friends Scott, Denny, and Steve and I decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. Scott was the only one who had experience with anything, and he had seen things and had things happen to him and other people in his past groups. We started off by going to Peace Church Cemetery and where the murderer Billy Cook is buried. We were equipped with a video camera, me, a digital camera, a digital voice recorder, a heavy-duty flashlight, Scott, and 2 smaller flashlights with the other 2 people. We walked around for a little bit as Scott instructed us to let our senses take hold of us and guide us as they please. If we got an impulse to do something, do it. We all had weird feelings, but eventually realized we weren't going to find anything here. We left, deciding to go somewhere that Scott had experienced before, the Waco Cemetery. Once we got there, we said our opening prayer and made our way out into the cemetery. Eventually, we split into 2 groups, me and Steve in one, Scott and Denny in the other. Steve told me to get a couple of specific things on video. He thought he had seen something he said was best described as a specter, with a head that shaped into a point and a cloaked black body. We walked around for a bit longer, and he told me he had seen it again. We walked towards the area he saw it, and didn't see anything. We met back up with Denny and Scott on the other side of the cemetery, and Scott started talking about the things that had happened to him here. He had been asking questions and talking in general, trying to pick up some EVP. He started talking about what he called the prankster that had slapped him in the face and possibly put scratches down his friend's back. We made our way back to the center of the cemetery where there were no graves, just a patch of grass. We stood around, and Steve told the other 2 about the specter he had seen and where he had seen it. Around that time, Scott said lights out. He took a couple of pictures, and the rest was silent. Then, we turned our lights back on for a few seconds before Scott repeated his order of lights out. This part gets a little blurry. I can't remember if it was before or after we turned the lights back on, but Scott is a big guy, wide and tall. He fell backwards onto Steve, who would have fallen on me had I not moved in time. He had fallen hard. He laid there and just looked confused, and his face was red. His glasses had flown off of impact of the fall. He asked where his glasses were. Then he asked, "Did I fall?" We tried to explain what happened from each of our perspectives quickly, as we were pretty freaked out, since this was our first experience. He had asked a couple more times as the rest of us came to the conclusion that he fell too hard to have just fallen from a loss of balance. I, for one, think he was pushed by some force. Anyway, we got him up to his feet. He looked around and said, "We're leaving." Scott was shaken, and that was all we needed to hear. As we walked back to our cars to say a closing prayer, Scott started coughing, which progressed into dry heaving. We had 8 Hardee's before we went to the first place, so we knew that he had something to throw up. We stopped to wait for him, and after he felt better, we proceeded to walk to a space between the cars to say the prayer. Scott began, "Our Father which art in heaven." It was interrupted by more dry heaving. Steve said, "Scott, are you okay?" He nodded and said, "Hallowed be thy," and cut off to some dry heaves some more. This time, it was so bad that he lost his glasses and was down on his knees coughing up something that wasn't there. He looked up, straight at me, and gave the most evil glare I've ever seen. I immediately recoiled in fear, with tears forming in my eyes. I asked Scott, Scott, are you there? He got over this fit eventually, as Steve said. Howled by thy what? Finish the prayer, Scott. You have to finish it. Scott straightened up a little and hoarsely started to finish. Hallowed be thy name. Again, the same occurrence had just happened, and he just kept coughing and dry heaving. At this point, Scott has regained his composure enough to finish, and says, For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. As we each followed with a thankful amen, he said, Now let's get the heck out of here. I was ahead of him in parking, so I started the car and drove out of the cemetery as fast as possible. We stopped into a church parking lot up the road. Scott got out of his car, and we started talking about what just happened. He claimed to have no recollection of falling or anything after that. That's the story of what happened in Southwest Missouri on a late October night. May you form your own conclusions, and I hope you enjoyed. I've felt the presence of ghosts at some places I've been or lived at. I've never had an experience of seeing a ghost, but I can walk into a place and tell if there's a ghost there. I know if it's a male, female, or child. I've seen dark shadows, but not all have been black. Some are gray, like the color of a rat. One night, a very good friend of mine came over and we started watching a movie and eating pizza. I saw the dark outline of a male child peeking around the corner of the kitchen. I told my friend Dawn, who is very religious, and at first she didn't believe me. I kept seeing the outline of a head and shoulders peeking around the corner. Then, about 5 minutes or so later, we started hearing a scratching noise. I told Dawn that's the ghost. She said it was just a mouse. Then, I heard a loaf of bread fall on the floor. The bread is kept on the counter far back next to the microwave. I got up to investigate. The bread was lying on the floor, but had no holes in it from a mouse. I put the bread back and went back into the living room. Dawn got up to get a glass of soda, and when she went into the kitchen, she yelled. She said the loaf of bread moved across the counter and dropped on the floor at her feet. She started praying. Every time she stopped praying, you could hear scratching noises. She kept praying, and the scratching continued. Then it got quiet. We finished the movie, and as we were talking, we noticed the lid on the pizza box, which was propped up, started to slip down. Instead of just falling down, it closed. This was very slowly. Dawn said she had enough and went home. She took the pizza and box home with her. She called me later that night and said that the ghost followed her home because her bread was constantly sliding off the counter, and she actually saw the pizza lid open when it was closed in the box. She said she threw the bread and pizza box off her balcony and prayed really hard. She didn't have any more problems, and our bread stayed on our counters after that. I was at the age of 12 to 13 when my grandmother bought me a rocking chair out of what she said was a yard sale. She claimed that they were very glad to get rid of it, and she never thought to ask why. She brought it home and sat it in my room with my dolls on it. It was an antique, so I was leery about anyone sitting in it. I never experienced any weird activities in it, but my brother at the age of 9 years was sitting in the living room where he could see it and claimed to have seen it rock 3 times. It scared him to the point where he just ran outside to my grandmother, crying and screaming. I was confused, and my grandmother told me to keep it closed and keep my door shut. Later, my aunt said she went into my room to get something, and she also seen it move. I was getting mad, thinking that there was something wrong with my chair, and hid it in my closet. The last person that had seen it move was my little cousin, due to us moving to another location. She agreed to keep it in her room, where she did not stay at the time, but went in and out of there when needed. She was doing her hair in a dresser mirror when she got a glimpse of the rocker moving. Then, to her surprise and fright, a little girl appeared. She said she was very beautiful in an older clothing. She screamed and ran from the room. It took her some time to calm down to tell what happened, and there I was, ready to get rid of it also. The one thing I did find out about the chair before giving it away was that it hated men. Due to my family's curiosity, my great uncle was determined to see it and experience it sliding away from him across the room. He was nevertheless very scared and left quickly. I'm glad I gave it away and didn't think twice, but never had it do anything in front of me. I didn't experience this myself. It happened to my mother a couple months ago, and she told me about it after it happened. What happened was, a couple of months ago, my mom was prepping for a party in our kitchen at about 9:30 p.m. Me and my brother, who were about 11 at the time, were both at the house at the time. I was upstairs, and he was in the living room. My mom told me that she was washing dishes, and that she looked up at the window in front of her, and she saw someone walk by the hallway behind her. She immediately thought that it was me, because of how tall the person was. She called out my name, and told me to do something for her. After a couple of minutes, she came to look for my brother to ask where I had went. He looked at her like she was crazy, and told her that I hadn't come downstairs for about an hour. She calmed me down noticeably scared, because she thought someone was in the house, but we couldn't find anyone. This happened more than once to my mother, but more noticeable. She was washing clothes, and had to walk through the kitchen, and saw someone poke their head out from behind the counter. She of course thought that it was either me or my brother, but when she checked, she found no one. She called me immediately and told me what had happened, and now we believe that a ghost is in the house, but it doesn't show itself regularly. 2 other things that have happened since then. One happened a couple months after that. Me and my brother had a friend over, and he had gone to the bathroom on the 2nd story of the house. No one was up there at the time, but when he came down, he said that he had seen 2 red eyes down the hall near my parents' bedroom. He immediately ran downstairs, and we told him about my mother's experiences. The other things that happen more frequently now is that our dog starts to growl at something in the hallway. She sleeps in our parents' room, and sometimes she will get up and walk around the room, and then she will stop in the doorway and growl at something in the hallway. But when we turn on the light, there will be nothing there. It has been a couple of months since anything worth reporting has happened, but we believe that it is a friendly ghost and nothing harmful will come of it. Even though I'm terrified of this kind of stuff, reading stories and watching things on TV about it is very interesting to me. I have a story to share. It's still very fresh to me, even though it has happened many years ago that it has taken place. My husband and kids laugh at me when I tell them my story, just because some of the things that went on. They find it more humorously amusing than seriously true. This story took place when I was about 5 or 6 years old, in a house we lived at, in Oregon, Ohio. I really don't even know where to begin. The house was a 2-story home that wasn't huge, but sure wasn't small. I had 2 brothers, and they shared a bedroom with me, having my own bedroom right next to theirs. In their closet was this blue plastic hanging shoe rack that was left when we moved in. It was completely empty, except for a few bouncy balls and a metal jack in some of the pockets. Every day we would check these pockets because whenever we would empty them, there was always more the next day. I never thought anything weird about that. It was cool finding things in there. My room had a door that led to the closet. I never heard anything scary in my room, but one night, my grandparents spent the night. They came from Florida and were visiting us before moving on to other relatives. In the middle of the night, everyone ran into the room because my grandpa woke up screaming. He said the cat had crawled onto the mesh part of the box spring and scared him. Everyone went back to bed and nothing was thought of it. Months went by and summer was here. My brothers and I used to all lay in the hallway upstairs outside our rooms in front of a box fan my dad would put up because it was so hot. Sometime in the middle of the night, my younger brother Mike woke up, I guess to sleep in my room, and began screaming. He said my older brother's Jake's face was on the wall scaring him. Jake had been laying in the hallway the entire time with me and Mike. Still, everyone shrugged it off like the other things that had happened and figured he was sleepwalking. I've heard things throughout the night on and off after the last incident, but the last and scariest part of the house that happened to me, and I'm not sure how much time in between this happened, is one night when I was sleeping with my cat. It was sometime in the middle of the night, and for some reason I woke up. My cat also woke up. My cat was tucked under my arm at my side, and all of a sudden, it opened its eyes wide and hissed with its hair standing up on its back. Then it darted out of my room. I didn't understand why the cat acted like this, and seconds later, at the end of my bed was this figure. It was definitely human, but was all white and misty. It had no features or limbs. The only feature I remember is seeing an O-like shaped mouth. It was just standing there, but then looked like it was moving slowly closer. I kicked my feet at it, and nothing happened. I just kicked right through it. I was scared to death and ran into my parents' room and slept there the rest of the night. I thought I heard sounds coming from the drawers in my dad's dresser the rest of the night, but never heard anything or seen anything since. My husband, like I said, finds this humorous, so last year, he bought some ball and jacks and placed them on my pillow and laughed. I would love to find out if anyone living in that house after or before me ever had any experiences like that. I always wondered why that thing would want to scare us like that. My grandfather was a member of Washington Country Golf Club in Washington County, Pennsylvania. The golf club sits on top of a hill and used to be a very old farmhouse that dates back to the 1800s. He told me stories of him along with a group of friends who spent the night at the clubhouse. Members were allowed to stay there if they wished. It was said the old farmer who lived in the house lost all of his money and the farm went under. After this all happened, the farmer then decided to end it all. My grandfather said that during the late hours of night, you can hear footsteps walking back and forth upstairs. They went upstairs, and no one was to be found. Even in the ballroom, the lights would be seen turning off and on by themselves, as doors were being opened and closed as well. I myself have been in the clubhouse, which is very old, with wooden stairs and floors. I have even seen the bar going across the staircase, where it said the farmer had done the deed. I've heard this story from other members of the club. Whether this is true for sure or not, I don't know exactly. Another story I've heard takes place in Peters Township in Washington County. I've been told by an old football coach whose family lived in the town all their life, dating back to the 1700s, I believe. He tells a story of an old haunted railroad tunnel, close to Hidden Valley Road in the area. It's said that many years ago, when the railroad was a busy place, a man was hooking up two boxcars. The boxcars then rolled together, hitting the man in between the two hookups. The man was cut in half from the two boxcars, and many people say that they have walked the tunnel holding hands across the tunnel very late in the night. They said they have seen a man walking at the other end of the tunnel with an old oil lamp in his hand, swinging back and forth. They even say that a train can be heard off in the distance, but no train even came. The story has been known as Boxcar Willie. I've heard this story from many different people in the past. I've seen the tunnel myself one night with two of my friends. We held hands going across the front of the tunnel. We all then saw a very small light at the end of the tunnel. Never went to check it out, but something was there. We all saw this light. It may have been something off in the distance, but I believe it was Boxcar Willie. We all felt something very weird that night. That's why I get the feeling something was out there.
I'm a native of Hammond, which is very close to Maryville. I've been to Reeder Road many times, and actually know a different story of the road. The ones I saw on your site are new to me. My parents told me the story long ago, and although I've not experienced it for myself, I know others who claim to have. This may be more of a local story, but who knows? It's still something I'd like to share. Back in the 1950s, the road was often used by teens and young adults as a private makeout place. The story goes that a young lady and her boyfriend made a stop at the road. While they were parked, they heard a thumping on top of the car. They ignored it for a bit, but the girl started to become creeped out as the noise grew louder. The boyfriend decided he would get out and investigate. When he got out, the thumping stopped. After several minutes, the boyfriend had not returned, and the thumping started again. The girl panicked and got out of the car. She found her boyfriend bloodied and hung from a tree, and the thumping she was hearing was the sound of her boyfriend's feet hitting the top of the car as he hung there dead. Supposedly on warm summer nights, if you pull off into the road and park for a bit, you will hear the thumping, and if you get out to investigate, the thumping will stop, and you will find a letterman's jacket hanging from the tree above you. There is also an abandoned school out in Cedar Lake, where Hammond Baptist used to attend. The story goes that the pastor went crazy and removed some of the little ones from this world, if you know what I mean. I've personally have experienced strange happenings in the school, such as children's voices, windows that were shut on the way in open as we walked back out. Supposedly it's supposed to be the little ones trying to escape. From what I understand, a few years ago, part of the building caught fire inexplicably. I haven't been there in about 5 years. However, if you would like some directions to the place, it's a little tricky to get to, and I would be happy to share them with you if you are interested. Like I said, this is a story passed on to me by my parents, and others I know also know the story and claim to have witnessed it. I'm also aware of the satanic gatherings in the field, down the trail in the woods, usually occurring during the 2 equinoxes every year. This may explain some of the animal parts we found. Also, in this field, I've seen glowing orbs here and there, but never thought much of them since they were out far in the field. But you may be able to look into this more than I can. Oh, and the girl that jumped into the river and drowned, she is also part of this story. In Hammond, of course. She can be seen on Halloween night on Pine Avenue, hitchhiking to get to her wedding. Supposedly, if you pick her up, she thanks you for the ride and then disappears into the night.
My name is Gemma. I went to a primary school in a small village where I lived for a year or two. Then we had to move into a town nearby. It wasn't too far away from my friends, so sometimes I would catch the bus there. One day, I went up to see my friend Holly. She told me that my old deputy head teacher had just died. I don't know how old he was, but apparently he got murdered. That night, Holly asked me to stay at her house for the night, so I did. We were only about 10 at the time. Her parents were downstairs, and her two little brothers were both asleep. We were the only people awake upstairs. Holly went downstairs to get something to eat for me and her, and left me alone. I decided to play a trick on her. I turned all the lights off and hid under her bed in her room. I looked around. I was really scared, so I looked up and saw two eyes looking at me. They were glowing. At that point, I closed my eyes, thinking it was just my imagination. When I opened my eyes, they were still there. I stayed under the bed because I didn't want to move. Then, I heard Holly coming up the stairs. The eyes backed away into the darkness, and I backed away and hid again. When Holly came into the room, I jumped out and scared her. I told her about the eyes, and she believed me. Then she said, "Let's take a look inside the wardrobe." So we both opened it slowly and took a look inside. Funny enough, nothing was in there except for her clothes and stuff. So we both decided that it was me seeing things because it was dark. Later that night, Holly turned the lights off, and we both went to sleep. I couldn't get to sleep, and I kept on looking over at the wardrobe. I laid there with my eyes open, when suddenly I saw the eyes again, looking over at me. I slid under my covers. When I looked out, they had gone, but I could feel something in the room. I knew something was there. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of me. It laid down, and then I saw the eyes. It was staring right at me. I screamed, which woke Holly up, and she suddenly backed away against the wall. We could both see the black figure on the floor. Then it seemed to sink into the ground and disappear. We both went downstairs and stayed there for a couple of hours. We talked about the figure for ages. Then I said it reminded me of something. Holly said that as well, before we both realized that it looked like Mr. Baker. Why would he haunt us though? We'll never know. When I was younger, I had quite a few paranormal experiences, as did my mom. The most direct contact either of us had with spirits was with her father. He died at home and lived with us when I was about 4. My mom was very close to him, and I was pretty close to him too for being so young. After he died, my mom would often be house cleaning and walk into his room where his old recliner sat and smell his unique scent, cigarette smoke mixed with cologne and whatnot. She never saw or heard him, but she would know he was there and would talk to him for a while. When I was 6, we moved out of the house he died in and into the house where my mom still lives. I never had the type of encounters my mom had with them, but I was lucky enough to see him once. First, I need to explain the setup of our house. The front and back doors are directly parallel to each other, and both have glass panes in them. The front door opens into the dining room, and you can walk straight through to the kitchen, and then to the back door. You can look from the front porch all the way into the backyard through the glass in these doors. When I was about 7, I was standing in the kitchen, looking out the window of the back door, and I could see the reflection of the front door in the glass. Suddenly, I saw my grandfather walk by the front door in the reflection, as though he was walking across the front porch. He smiled and waved at me. The whole thing only lasted a split second, but he was very deliberately contacting me. I believe he chose to do it in such an indirect way, so as to not frighten me. Maybe he was saying goodbye, since I was too young to understand when he actually died. What's really strange, though, is that I described him to my mom as looking younger than he did when he died. And when she showed me some pictures of him in his 40s, I told her that that's exactly how he appeared to me. She thinks he must have been happiest during that time of his life, and so chose to appear that way. I think it was a couple years after that when my mom had her final encounter with him. She was house cleaning again, when she smelled his familiar odor. She was in a hurry, and she told him, "I'm sorry, Dad. I can't really talk right now," and left the room. When she came back in, the scent was gone, and she just knew that was the last time she would hear from him. She feels guilty that she didn't stop to talk to him, but I think she just realized that she was ready to move on, and that's why he didn't contact her again. We do believe that he stuck around for a while after that, because he would often lose a piece of jewelry or something small, only to have it turn up right under our noses a few days later. I've had other experiences unrelated to my grandfather, but his was the only human spirit I ever actually saw. Not long after we moved into the new home, I had several experiences with feline spirits. I once saw the hind legs and tail of a cat disappearing into, not up, the top of the stairs from the landing. I know it could have been our own cat, because it was pure white, and our 2 cats were black. Another time, I was sitting at the kitchen table when I felt a cat rubbing against my legs. I reached down to pet it, but nothing was there, and when I looked under the table, there was no cat to be found. There were also a few incidents in my mom's house where electronics would do seemingly things on their own. The TV turned itself off at least twice that I can remember. Perhaps the weirdest instance was when I was in my bedroom listening to my stereo. It has one of those LED screens that flashes at things as music plays, and when you turn the volume knob, these bars show up on the screen that move up or down as you change the volume. I was listening to music one day, and I had my back to the stereo. When I realized the volume was getting lower, I turned around, and the volume display came up on the screen, and the bars were going down like the knob was being turned. I turned the volume back up, and nothing else happened after that. This has gotten long, but I only have one more experience to share. At another sleepover with my best friend, we decided to leave a tape recorder with a blank tape in an empty room while we hung out in the living room and record whatever there was to hear. No one went in the room while I was recording, and the door was shut. When we played it back, we could very faintly hear ourselves in the living room for most of the tape, and nothing else. But there was one spot on the tape where a high-pitched voice spoke in a loud, raspy whisper. It was obviously neither of us, because you could hear us in the background very softly behind it. We weren't sure what it said, but it sounded like "shine the light." It didn't make any sense, but it did creep us out. That was the only unexplained voice on the tape, which unfortunately, I no longer have. That was the last experience I had that I'm certain had no physical explanation. This is a story about ghosts that I think is worth sharing. It's a little bizarre and not very detailed, but I think it would capture your interest. When I was young, I always heard ghost stories revolving around these red coat ghosts. These were entities that would often appear in our house. The home I lived in used to house British soldiers from Napoleon's time, so essentially the late 1700s. I remember one particular incident. It was late at night, and that's when I started to hear strange noises in my room. At first I brushed them off, not thinking anything of it, because you can always explain these incidents away as nothing more than just normal noises. Then, I started to hear noises which were very peculiar. I would hear faded whispers, like a group of people whispering when I would open my door to investigate the sound. It wasn't anything loud, and didn't last for too long. Of course, I ended up going down that staircase to find a root cause to these whispers. What I saw next was actually quite interesting to me. Not scary, although a bit unbelievable. After going downstairs and into the living room, I saw two redcoat soldiers for a second, just standing side by side as they quickly faded from the living room. They also had a foggy and faded quality to them to begin with, where you could barely tell a figure was there with the red colors. I'll never forget that moment the rest of my life. Growing up in Lakeland, Florida, my parents purchased a repossessed mobile home. One of the bedroom doors had a deadbolt lock, but face so the child in the room could not get out. My elder sister had this room and reported a small girl about the age of 5 or 6 that would appear in a white nightgown carrying a teddy bear. She would sit at the end of my sister's bed and just cry. In the closet of the bedroom in the same home, there were stickers and drawings on the wall where it appeared someone was punished and made to sit in the closet. There were also fingernail scratches on the wall in the same closet. In the third children's room of the same home, there was brown carpeting with a lime green shape on the floor that was the same shape of a clothes iron. If an iron fell onto carpeting while it was hot, doesn't it make sense it would just burn the carpet hair instead of change the color to green? My aunt even had to come remove a spirit once that was following my little sister all the way to school and hiding behind things when she turned around to see who was following her. My little sister said it resembled a Grim Reaper type of shadow. In the same home, items would mysteriously be moved to another area. Things would then come up missing, then all of a sudden reappear one day. I truly believe that we are not living alone on this earth, and that spirits live among us. There are a lot of theories as to why this is, but to me, I believe that ghosts and spirits are almost other living forms trapped in another dimension. Even if we have loved ones who have passed and appeared to us, to me, it's like they are leaving this realm of existence to enter another one, and they behave much like we all do, often unaware of the world they just left. I believe that the ones that chose to bridge the gap between our world and theirs are messengers chosen by God to give us confirmation that we as human beings will not lose purpose once we have left this earth, and that our souls do live on. Even if you aren't the religious type, I do believe that if ghosts exist, then God must exist in some form. Otherwise, how do these souls still live on? And what power is allowing them to exist in the other universe? Anyway, my ghost experience comes at the time I was staying at my grandmother's. It was night, and I was 11 years old. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard what sounded like my grandfather, who was a heavy-set man, but tall, make his way through the home. Noticeable footsteps, as if he were wearing boots, and they were walking across the hardwood floor. At the time, I immediately recognized it was probably my deceased grandpa, so I yelled out to Grandpa Bunky to please stop scaring me. I was hoping I would get confirmation of him leaving me alone, because I'm a very anxious person, and even though I'm in tune with spirits, sometimes I just don't want to deal with it. I don't think my grandpa honestly meant any harm by it, but I think he felt that he wasn't getting enough attention, if that makes sense, and wanted his presence to really be known that day. He was always known as a loud, boisterous person in life, the kind of man that had to be the center of attention. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw the shadow of my grandfather materialize. As soon as I got up to turn directly to where he was gone and faded. So I rushed downstairs to where my grandma was. I really wanted to make sure that nobody else was upstairs, so I just asked Grandma if she was just up the stairs in the hall. She emphatically said no, and asked me why I was so concerned. I told her that I saw Grandpa, and she said that Grandpa is gone, and that while you may miss him, we have to accept this. She didn't believe in the afterlife. Funny thing was, about a year before this all happened, my great-uncle died of a disease in his lungs and kidneys. This was the exact same disease that my grandpa had died from. While that's not unusual, my older sister told me she witnessed the exact same thing that happened to me. One night, when I was at a friend's house sleeping over, she was about 17 at the time. So, I'm not entirely sure if it was my grandpa or great uncle exactly, but I still think my grandpa was the one to visit because he knew me better than my great uncle did. I also think that it had to be my grandpa because maybe he wanted my grandma to believe, but since she's closed off to this world because of her views, he was frustrated. Maybe he gave her signs and she ignored them. Are frustrated ghosts a thing? Anyway, hope you enjoyed my story. I have a crazy story to tell. I live in New Orleans. That's of course located in Louisiana, the deep south. One night, me and my girlfriend were at home, and I'm guessing it was around 5:30 in the morning. I'm assuming because that's when I got up to go to work, and I always sit by the window and wait for my ride. This morning was a bit unusual and different. I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, I felt this overwhelming chill brush past me, like an undeniable cold air. I asked my girlfriend if she was cold, and she said no. I don't know what it was, but something told me to tell her to sit in my chair to see if she felt what I was describing. It was a lingering cold that didn't go away, and told me she could feel the cold chill as well. It gave us both goosebumps, and within a few moments, the coldness quickly disappeared. The crazy part is, I think the chair is haunted. It was given to me as a present from generations in the family. I'm talking an early 1900s style rocking chair. I remember one of my uncles wanted to just sell it off eBay to get rid of it, because he didn't want anything to do with it. So I ended up taking it off his hands because of the family history. The most interesting part of this chair is a lot of my family members have claimed to see a black figure in that chair rocking back and forth on numerous occasions. At times, it would be seen rocking on its own without anything being seen. I still have yet to witness anything like this, but ironically, a friend staying over our house actually did. It was later that night, and my girlfriend and I were in a separate room. Suddenly, my friend screams for us to come in because he just saw the rocking chair move on its own without any force. He didn't even know about the history of that chair and our family, so that made it even more terrifying, but intriguing in a way. My dad had stayed in our house once, and he said looking out the window, there's a tree outside our home, and late at night, he saw a faded man in overalls walk behind the tree and suddenly disappear. Again, none of these things have personally happened to me, but they seem to be happening to my family and friends. None of them are capable of lying. I don't see why anyone would anyway, since we're all older, mature adults, and we have no business lying for attention or any purpose really. Now, just because I said I didn't experience anything, besides the coldness in the chair, it doesn't mean my girlfriend hasn't. She told me one day when she was out on the front porch, where you could see the tree. It was evening. It was getting pretty dark, but not so dark you couldn't see anything. She too thought she saw a very dark shadow move around the tree and then disappear. She said it was the weirdest thing because it was like a fog, and you could easily see the contrast between the tree and this mysterious fog. I don't know if you've seen these type of videos before on YouTube where they show this type of stuff, but she said it was very similar to that. She's also seen the blinds from the window where the chair is positioned move from time to time without any explanation. Knocks on the walls, and sometimes her name is whispered into her ear. Again, these are her experiences, so I can't tell you if it's real based on what she said. But again, my girlfriend wouldn't lie to me for no reason. As you know, New Orleans is a city with lots of history dating back hundreds of years, and with our old home, there's bound to be some entity, especially with the haunted chair. Do you believe in this? Because honestly, as crazy it may seem, I do, even without having these experiences for my own to share. As an open-minded person, I'm not just going to hate on someone just because they have a ghost story to tell. I'll be open-minded. I'll consider their credibility and other things. If all those aspects of their personality check out, then yes, I'll have to believe them. This world is fascinating. It has a lot of mystery. I will not just ignore the spirit world. I just wish that I could experience it too. Just once. What everyone else has as well. I used to live in the Theta Chi fraternity house as a brother. There were stories talking about the house had a fire in the attic and whole sorts of supernatural and paranormal happenings. I can confirm the fire in the attic was true, and strange things did happen too. Some even reported glowing eyes in the dark of the attic. However, one of the most common had to do with the lights. We had sensors installed to cut back on the brothers leaving the lights on. These sensors only reacted to movement. These lights would go on and off all the time when nobody would be in the room. We would be several rooms away far enough from the sensors that we wouldn't set them off, and they would suddenly go on and off. Also, there were times when we would be sleeping, and we would wake up to what sounded like a large social gathering downstairs. Several of us would go down there, thinking it was a group of brothers coming home from the bar, only to find the entire house empty, and no one would be around. Also, I used to work at Have a Nice Day Cafe, and the upstairs was indeed haunted. I would have to go up there every night to take down a banner that was thrown over the exterior of the building. To do this, I would have to go to the roof via the upstairs. It is full of rooms, completely empty. There was this long hallway that stretched the length of the building. There was only one light that sat at the end of the hallway. As you walked down the hall, you would get the feeling that you were being watched. Several bouncers have claimed to see a man up there. Apparently, before it was Have a Nice Day Cafe, it was called Industry, and one night, a barback intentionally left the world upstairs, using a broken beer bottle, and when the bouncers would make their rounds before closing, they would have to go up there to make sure no one snuck up there. When they would flash their flashlights into the room in which the sad incident took place, the man ghost was seen crying and bleeding. He would get up and run towards you, as if asking for help. Many bouncers quit after they experienced it. I guess you could say they bounced after they saw that ghost. This is a true story of our family's experience at Theodore's Bridge in Wichita, Kansas. I grew up in Sagwitch, Kansas, a small town just north of the bridge's location. Since my family is American Indian, we always respected the legend and tales of the bridge. On May 12th, 1983, my own mother was killed in a car wreck within feet of the old bridge. The police couldn't explain what caused her to swerve sharply to the left. However, they agree that something must have been in the road right in front of her. What's odd is that no animal tracks were ever found, and it wasn't another car. I was young at the time, and awoke around midnight with a horrible dream. It had to do with being grossly removed from this life. Someone had chopped my head off with an axe. Later that morning, around 4:45 a.m., I was awakened again by someone pounding on my door. It was the police looking for me. Turns out, they found my driver's license in my mom's car. Thinking it was me who died, they came to inform my parents only to find me standing in the doorway. Several years later, I was helping my dad go through some papers and found my mom's death certificate. Only then did I find out that Mom was thrown through the windshield with her head coming right off. Throughout the years, as family members and friends have drove by, the sight strange things have happened to them. Their cars would quit working for just a few moments, or they see things, like my mom standing there, looking at them and smiling. If anyone would like to email me, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about all the strange things I've occasionally seen. My name is Catherine. After the experiences me and my family have had, I know we have a ghost. It all started when I was 7. I couldn't get to sleep. I looked down from my bunk bed for a moment or two and saw, in my bedroom closet, which had no door, what seemed to be a little girl sitting in there, staring at me. She wore a white dress and was underneath either a white blanket or a duvet cover. Once me, my mom and my sister were watching a film in the dark, and suddenly, on the shelf, my picture was slammed down. One time my sister had said that she had seen the ghost. One night when we had our normal beds, she saw her walk from the closet to the end of the bed and just staring at her. Then she flew through the wall. The second time I saw her was when I was out in the kitchen. I saw her out the window, in the shed window, smiling, but there would be two faces beside her this time. The scariest experience I've ever encountered was when I was watching TV. I was sitting down on one of the seats when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. I got scared and turned off the TV to ask who was there. Then the door creaked open. Then there was a noise in the other seat, like someone was sitting down on it. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. Nothing else happened since then, but I know our house is haunted for sure. The girl just won't go away. Hi, my name is Kim. I'm 18 years old, and I have a few experiences I would like to share with you. Every summer, I used to go to my Nana's farm and help out. The last time I went was a few years ago. That was when I was 14, and something creepy happened that I've since tried to forget. I think it's about time I shared it with you all. It was a boiling hot July afternoon, and I was helping to clean out one of the barns. My Nana went on and on for about an hour, complaining that it was too hot for her liking, but I decided to stay to try and finish. About 10 minutes after my Nana left, I began to hear tiny pitter-patter of the feet in the hayloft. Thinking that it was just mice or something, I got on with my work. I began sweeping when I heard laughter and two voices, one of a boy and the other of a girl, talking in hushed whispers. I peered up the stairs, feeling slightly scared, and called again, but nobody replied. As I turned to get back to my work, the voice of the girl called up here. I was quite spooked. Nobody should be up here, but yet, there I was, hearing a voice. Sometimes, though, the other kids in the village muck around, so maybe I thought it was one of them. "Hey, you're not allowed up there," I shouted as I walked up the stairs. As I got up to the hayloft, I looked up to see two black shadows with hooks through their necks, almost hanging for a split second. This faded quickly. I completely freaked out and ran screaming to my Nana's house. My Nana later told me that two little people had died in that barn when they were playing around. My mom came to pick me up the next day, and as we drove away, I looked back at the barn and saw two little faces staring right back at me from the hayloft window. Needless to say, I never went back. In 1998, I had a ghost experience. My first, and I hope my last. I was living in the second floor of a college dormitory. My colleague that lived directly under me would ask me on occasion if I was moving furniture late in the night and early morning, between 12 midnight and 2 a.m. Absolutely not. I can recall that I moved my bed once in the middle of the day when I first moved in at the beginning of the semester. I thought maybe it was a ghost because it was common knowledge that our dormitory was an old TB hospital. The entire campus was located on an old military hospital site. Our cafeteria was where the morgue was, back in the Great First Conflict, or the Great Second Conflict. I never heard anything in my room. Then, early one Saturday morning, I got up and made myself coffee and left the dormitory on the second floor and headed down the old iron stairs. I made my way across the tennis courts to make a phone call. I could see my dormitory from where I stood. I dialed the number and was talking to a friend steadily watching the stairs to my dorm. That is, when I saw a smoky black figure flailing its arms around and staring straight at me. Then it went back into the locked closed doors of the second floor dorm. They lock behind each person that leaves, so I reported it to staff. That is when I started to hear many ghost stories from the night's guardsmen that patrolled the cafeteria and hallways. There are many dorm buildings on campus. Anyhow, I put it behind me and continued my life. Shortly after my brother died, due to a long illness, I returned to college, but got my own apartment and shared it with a friend. It would get so cold in there. Heat turned on all the way up and the fireplace on, yet it was 70 degrees outside. I was still grieving, so I withdrew from college and took my truck on a long drive across the country. In Nebraska while at a rest stop, my entire truck swarmed with flies. I'm very clean, and so wasn't my truck. I was eating, but still swarms of flies. I threw my food away and drove crying and screaming, trying to get them out of my truck. I stopped to wash my truck, then got a motel and shower. I returned 6 months later to my old apartment to ask around to see if the new renters had any problem. The lady that opened the door was really nice and said that she had to hire someone from another state to come and clear the ghost. She said that it was so bad that the person they hired had to have a partner come and help. She mentioned the freezing cold room temperatures, the feelings that someone was following her up the stairs, like I had. They said they do a certain ceremony and burn certain herbs to clear away the spirit, because she didn't mind her ghost clearing work, but it was too much for her. She said that the people she hired said that the bowl they used to burn herbs caught fire. The flames reached the ceiling. It was the worst ghost cleansing they had to do in a long time. Then the lady did a ceremony over me, and the feeling that something hanging on my back just went away. Actually, I felt whatever it was kind of crawl up and out of me and move my spine involuntarily. I've never had a problem since. Mabel Castle, located in Ayrshire, Scotland, was built many hundreds of years ago and is reputed to have its fair share of ghosts. There have been many sightings over the years, one of which may be the young lady Jane, who had been imprisoned in the turret for falling in love with a gypsy. I recently have been invited to participate in a sponsored ghost watch at the castle, but chickened out at the last minute due to a recent visit by a ghost expert who reported the presence of at least 3 ghosts, one of which was a crying child who had been tortured and tied in the basement. There is regular paranormal activity reported, as the castle is still being used as offices. Anyway, I'm sort of 2 minds about losing my nerve, as the ghost watch had proved eventful. Crying had been heard from the basement. When the team left at 4 a.m., they made sure all the lights had been turned off. But in the car park, they looked back, and all the lights had been turned back on. When the cleaner came in the morning, the energy-conscious ghost had turned them off again. Of course, such paranormal happenings are not rare in Scotland. I can quote hundreds from friends and family. These are just a few. My sister and husband walked into a bookshop housed in a very old building, with a book shot straight off of one shelf, one after the other. My youngest sister lived for years in a haunted house, possibly the spirit of a young child. There were occasional temper tantrums. This is a tragic, but true tale. My youngest sister and her then boyfriend George had friends over for the evening. Of course, The talk turned to ghost stories in general, when suddenly, the door of the sitting room flew open with such force, it crashed against the arm of the sofa and slammed shut again. George jumped up and pulled open the door, but nobody was there. Everyone was shaken by the violence of the event. Later it was learned that at that precise moment in time, George's cousin and his friend had drowned in the River Irvine after a night of drinking and hijinks that went badly wrong. I remember reading about the drowning of these men in the local paper at the time, but did not learn of the connection to my sister's boyfriend until later. A friend heard the voice via baby monitor, which urged the baby to come. It was hard to be distinguished from the low guttural tone, whether it was male or female. When they went to investigate, no one was in the room besides the baby. My name is Trisha, and I'm writing about one of the many few ghost experiences I've had in my life. I'm fortunate to have found the site to talk to many of those who have experiences with the supernatural. I moved to Bemis Point, New York from Woodbridge, Virginia on May 1st, 2004, into a house which, as to this date, I still call my dream home, because all my life, I always wanted to live in a home so big and so beautiful. This house had 5 bedrooms, 1 bath, a basement, and a beautiful yard. I want to explain why I've chosen to talk about this particular experience in this home in Bemis Point, New York. Of course, I wasn't the only person living in a 5-bedroom home. It was me, my fiance, and my 4-year-old son. My fiance's brother and father were going to live with us. However, that didn't really work out, so it was just the 3 of us for a while. Before we all actually moved into the home, my fiance and my father went to the house to drop off some belongings of ours, and my fiance had videotaped every room of the home. The home was just so extraordinary to us, like something we had never seen before. As of this date, we still hold in possession the tape which had been recorded of that home. One of the bedrooms had been painted with artwork from a very artistic person. That artwork is believed to have been finger painted and very unusual. At the time I looked at the house before we had all moved in, I went to that room with the painting many times. I knelt down on my knees in front of the painting and touched it with my hands to get a full feel of its characterization. I will say, to this date, that the painting that was on the wall that very moment had changed once we had moved into the home. First, it was a painting of a turkey, very unusual. There were many things in this house that were strange, only we didn't catch the unusual things about them until we had moved in. To this date, I only hope to find who had lived here before we had, and I will, in time, find my answers. Now you will know the beginning of this unusual experience. It started with that painting. After we had moved into the home, we began to refresh our minds a little bit of what we thought was strange. I was in the process of unpacking and settling into our new home. I went back into that room with the painting and was in shock from what I had seen. That painting was a woman, and there was writing above the painting of that woman, and it said Earth, hate her, everything. The painting of the woman was on the wall, right on the outlet corner where a television had been sitting. I will explain to you what description I'd seen in that painting. It was a woman whose face was intensely beaten with blood flowing from her hair down through her face, and then to her arms. Her hair was hung up, as if she had been in an electric shock. Her face was bruised badly, and cut up with scars on the side of her face. Her eyes were open, and the smile on her face was extremely intense, as if she was angry. I looked around the room more thoroughly, And there on the other side of the wall were more paintings. One was of a butterfly, and a mushroom was the other. On the closet door was a poem written by the famous poet, Keats. I believe to this date, the same person who had written the poem on the door had to have been the same person who did the painting on the wall. I looked around the room closer and came upon some blood on the floor on the side of the room. It was not fresh blood, because it looked like it had dried up and had been there for a long while. I closed the door behind me and left the room. I didn't go back to the room until later on through the next week. One of the rooms upstairs was right next to that room that we had turned into an office. Across the room was the bathroom. On the other side was another room we used for our bedroom. Of course, there was an attic, located right across from the room with the painting. On the door that leads to the attic is a sign that says private. I always wondered who slept up there in that attic. In the attic, there were beds, 2 of them. The beds were built into the floor and the walls. Underneath the boards of the beds were pipes. I won't say what kind of pipes, because I'm not sure. My only guess is that they are water pipes. The attic was made to be one of the 5 bedrooms in the entire house. This room, however, was among the most strangest thing I'd ever seen, the exception with the room being the painting. In this room, the attic was cross spaces large enough to fit almost 10 or more bodies depending on the size. In one of the cross spaces was another painting. This painting was put together with boards. It was handmade, and the colors of the painting were the exact same colors used in the painting of the other room. It seemed to be the painting of the devil. However, it was never confirmed of what the painting really was. There was a sofa left in the room with strands of brown hair, which seemed to be the color of my own hair, and I never even sat on the couch when we found it there, let alone had it belonged to me. Along with the sofa, there had been a brown recliner chair sitting next to the sofa. Underneath the recliner there had been a huge blood stain. In turn could have passed to be a huge stain of grease. The attic could have been turned into at least 2 rooms by the size of the cross spaces, and that's an example of how big they were. When I left the room with the attic to go back downstairs, I noticed as I walked down the stairs, there had been names engraved into the carpet of each step that I walked down. I could not make out the names, but it was indeed visible to the eye. It was very strange to me. I wanted to find out some information about the house because I began to get nervous and anxious of the situation. I turned to our next door neighbor for info and hoped to find out all I could. One side of the house was cut off by a wall where the next door neighbor had lived. It was indeed unfortunate to us because that wall was separated from the neighbor and had not been closed off to him, as he had all entrances into our part of the house. No door on our side had locks to keep him coming through our side of the home. This made me very nervous, especially throughout the night. With an exact total of 4 rooms upstairs and the bathroom and only 1 bedroom downstairs. We had turned that room on the bottom level downstairs into my son's room. It was not safe enough to put my son upstairs due to the stairwell and the fact that I was afraid that he would get hurt. Therefore, the only room downstairs we had used for his room, just outside of my son's bedroom, was the basement door and another door that led to the next door neighbor's bathroom. We were told that the door that led to the neighbor's bathroom had not been used because the bathroom toilet was broken. To this date, I don't believe that theory which had been said to us. I noticed on the side where my son's bedroom was, each door had locks on them at the top, which made me nervous because I was concerned that someone could get locked in and would not be able to get out. However, The only door without a lock was the bathroom door to the neighbor's side of the home. That seemed a bit unusual to me, as if it was purposely set up that way, so that the next door neighbors could have entrance into our side of the home whenever he wanted to come on our side. Another entrance that our next door neighbor had to our side of the house was in the kitchen right where the pantry closet is. In the process of unpacking, I had sat some pictures against the door until I got around to hang them up. Other entrances the neighbor had to our side of the home were upstairs and in the basement. There was a storage place located right between the office and the bathroom, which had 2 doors inside the storage space that the next door neighbor could use on our side of the home. On our side of the storage space were locks. Therefore, we were fortunate for the matter. The doors to the storage space were made of glass, and therefore, it would have to take someone to break the glass or professionally remove the glass in order to enter on our side. As for the basement, the neighbor would have to break the chain on our side to come up the stairs on our side. Anyway, after having suspicions of what may have happened in this home, or what could have happened, I had to talk to someone and find out something. That's when I started questioning the next door neighbor. One day, I ran into our neighbor outside, not literally, and asked him about the painting that was on the wall. I asked him if he had known of the tenants who used to live in the home before us, and possibly all he could tell me about the painting and who stayed in the home where the painting was. The neighbor claims that a girl by the name Anna stayed in that room at one time, and told me that she was the one who did the painting. At that very moment, I felt that there was more that he had known, that I need to know now. With having a few supernatural experiences previously, the feeling that someone would lead me to some kind of answer clung to me, to ask him more about what he could tell me. He told me that Anna was about the same age as me, and knew that she had been involved in many serious circumstances with others dealing with Gothic rituals, practicing witchcraft, and had camped out with others in the back of the house at a campsite where most of the rituals are being performed. He offered to take me back to the campsite one day, although I never was able to get around to it. Thereafter, I insisted on letting him take a look at the painting himself, as well as the poem from Keats that was written on the door in the room. We also went to the attic to look at the stain that was on the floor. He could not agree with me that it looked like anything like a blood stain. I showed him the names engraved into the carpet on the stairs to the attic. He couldn't make a vision of what I had been seeing. Therefore, he wasn't able to discuss that matter with me. As far as the blood in the room on the floor of the room with the painting, he did in fact agree with me that it appeared to be bloodstains. However, he could not give me any explanation of why or how it got in there. The neighbor explained that he rarely paid any attention to anything in the home, and hadn't been in the home but a few times to do some work to it. I didn't agree with that theory at all. I knew there had to be a lot of info missing that he wouldn't tell me then. The neighbor insisted on finding someone to come look at the painting. I told him that it would be a good idea for someone to come out to take a look at everything I'd seen, and to examine the home in case there was any signs of supernatural crisis. When the neighbor left, I assumed that what he intended to do was not going to happen only because I felt that he knew more than he was willing to tell me at that time. I left the matter alone long enough for me to stumble across anything else that seemed unusual to me. The day after, my fiancé and I, along with our son, left the home to take care of some business, and when we had returned to the home that evening, we saw the neighbor coming out of our house with a cooking pot. It was quite unusual to us knowing that the home had been locked up, and could not understand how he had gotten into the home without having a key. My fiancé and I got out of the car and a neighbor walked over to us, explaining that he went into the house. He told us that we made him quite nervous about the discussion with the painting as well as everything else we talked about. Therefore, he decided to speak with his cousin on how to bless the home. The neighbor explained that he blessed the entire home using some ancient herbs that were given to him, and told us that he was trying to help us out because he felt that it would resolve the situation. After his explanation, he continuously explained that he would not go back into the home without us knowing about it first. We left this incident alone, being as it was a first-time offense, and he said he was trying to help. When we walked into the home after speaking with him, we could smell the scent of the herbs he used all through the home. It was a very strong and painful scent, almost as if it was the smell of marijuana. The smell was in a long stretch throughout the home. I was more concerned for my son. We had to leave the house for a few hours more in order to escape the smell and painful irritation of our eyes. Finally, once we returned to the home, the smell settled and we could breathe again. I wasn't actually pleased for the matter that he had came into the home uninvited and blessed the home with no knowledge of what he was doing. Still, I left the matter alone, believing that he would not do it again. In order to concentrate on other things, I used my time trying to unpack my things and cleaning one room to the next. It wasn't until the next few days later I had an incident of my own. It was in the middle of the night. We were all asleep, and I was awakened by a man who laid there on top of me with all his weight pushing on me so tight that I couldn't breathe. I thought I'd been having a nightmare, although my eyes were open, and the force I'd been using to fight and pull to escape this man's weight and the fear he had been pouring over me was only a nightmare in my life. In reality, I looked beside me as I laid there fighting to escape the fear amongst the man's desire to hurt me, trying to wake my fiancée from a sleep to save me. My fiancé laid there in a deep sleep, as he could not hear a peep from my crying screams of what I had left to breathe. I had been played with that very night, if you know what I mean, laying there in my own head, with my fiancé laying right next to me. With one heroic scream, I used all my weight to escape this man's arms and pushed him off of me. Frightening, all I could see was his brown hair and his back that turned to my face as he walked away with not even 2 seconds and disappeared. I sat up in my bed next to my fiancé, waiting there, holding my body, hoping he would be awake and hold me. I could not make sense of this. Not then, and not now. Even after, I knew it wasn't over. I couldn't even call the police, because let's face it, I wouldn't be able to explain to them of such an incident. Even so, they wouldn't be able to believe me. Amongst other things, they would turn it on my fiancé, and I would not take that route. Not then, and not now. After my fiancé had awakened, I told him about what happened. He just held me tight, and he was worried. I'm thankful he believed me. After a while, I was too angry to sit there and do nothing. I was determined to get my answers. Even then, why me? I know I'm not the only person in the entire world who has had this exact same incident. There are others. I know, because I've read about them. I know that there are others out there who have been hurt multiple times in incidents like this. I've now moved out of that home and only live 2 minutes away from there. I've not been back since we moved. There are others who I'm aware who live in that same house right now as I'm telling you this. 4 of them I am aware of are girls. I fear for them. I worry for them. Even though this isn't the only incident that happened to me in that same home, they live in there as I speak. As there have been many incidents, not so much severe to this one, I worry for anyone who lives there. This will come back to me one day, in some form, some way. It will find me, and I will find my answers. I've had the experience of the supernatural ever since I was a young child, around the age of 7 years old. It has followed me. I'm 22 now. This house I lived in Buma Point, New York was said to be over 100 years old. The supernatural experiences I've had are real. It may be some kind of gift that I've been given, but it's frightening at the same time. I only seek to understand it. Even so, it's frightening to know the answers I'm looking for. I can only do what I can to accept this the best way I find reasonable. I will tell you that the man who messed with me that night is in no way comparison to any person I've ever met or come across my entire life. This will be one of the many experiences I will never forget. I know that there are others out there who wonder just the same as I do. Why me? Is there ever really an answer to that question? And if you ever wonder whatever happened to the painting or the handmade artwork that was found in those rooms, I won't be able to explain that to you. All I can tell you is that the neighbor that lived next door to me went into the house without telling us, carved that painting off the wall, literally, and told me that he burned it. As far as the handmade artwork made out of boards, I won't ever know. The neighbor took that too. To this date, that painting exists, as well as the handmade artwork made of boards. Everything in this house exists to me, and as far as the girl I was told that did the painting on the wall, Anna, what does she know? Where is she today? My last question, in regards to the landlord, John. Do you always allow your son to go into the home whenever he wants to, especially when other tenants are renting the home from you? Trust me, one day it could end up being a big mistake for him. My guess is there something to hide? I live in Arlington, Washington. When I moved into my house, the forks started bending. Now when I'm there by myself, I can hear people walking upstairs. When I'm upstairs trying to sleep, I can hear people or things running up and down the stairs. If I get up and look down the stairs, I can't see anything, but I can still hear it. Soon after we started moving into this home, our pets started disappearing. One of our cats came back, covered in what looked like blood. He was gone about an hour after he came back. All of our pets were inside pets. My aunt saw a little girl in my yard, and in the house with blonde hair. Nobody I live with or live near has even blonde hair. When my mom lived with me, she saw her too. My sister loved to listen to her stereo, but then the stations started changing by themselves. We could actually watch the bar move back and forth across it. Recently, my dad's stereo started doing that too. I got an iZone sticky film camera for my birthday one year. I took a picture, and there was an orb in the corner of it. When I'm home alone, it can totally be silent. I'll be reading a book, and my dog will start barking. I can get her to calm down, but as soon as I sit down again, she starts barking again. My cousin and I got really big chills right before we hear any of the noises upstairs. We look at our attic doors, but every morning the lock is unlocked and sometimes on the ground. Sometimes at night, I can even hear faint talking. I had a friend stay with me once, and she tried to get out of bed, but she said she felt something heavy on her. There was nothing that I could see on her, My dad went into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get a glass of water, and the freezer was wide open. This all started in '88. My aunt even had someone come and bless the home. I guess it didn't work, because it is still happening. My name is Eric, and I have a couple of occurrences that are rather interesting. Nothing amazing, but definitely weird. I've always been interested by dark things. Like to dress in black, and I like to listen to extreme metal and such things like that, so I've always kept an open mind on such things. Well, anyways, when I was about 6 years old, me and some of my brothers slept in the floor of the living room for about a couple of years. Well, one night, I awoke for no real reason, I guess. I was still tired, so I didn't want to get up or open my eyes, when I felt something unexplainable. It was the feeling that someone was near me, that wanted to hurt me. I can't explain it. I just felt that. Well, being curious, I opened my eyes, and I saw an older woman crouching down next to me, and her face was right in front of mine, as if looking right at me. I closed my eyes again in sheer terror, but I was still curious to see if it was still there, so I looked, and the woman's face was still there. I didn't actually see her body. I just assumed she had a body or something. I closed and opened my eyes several times, and she was still there. I was more scared than heck, but somehow I went back to sleep. It never happened again, and I never told anybody because I really thought it could have been my imagination. But I know what I felt, and I'll never forget that terrible feeling I got. Another interesting experience I had was the same year, a few months later. I woke up for no real reason, and when I opened my eyes, I saw an older looking woman standing on the base of my brother's feet that slept next to me. I didn't close my eyes because I wanted to see if it was real. At one moment, I felt that same threatening feeling, but not for myself. But I actually feared the well-being of my brother. I went to sleep again, and it never happened again after. I never told anybody for the same reason as last time, because I'm skeptical, so it could have been either a real apparition or just my stupid imagination. I guess I'll never know.
Ever since I was a little girl, I've seen things or felt things. I haven't decided if I follow the feelings and spirits, or if they follow me. When I was 7, I lived in a huge farmhouse. I was awakened one night by a cold feeling on my cheek, almost like someone was placing their hand and just brushing it against my cheek. I sat up in bed and looked around, expecting it to be my sister trying to wake me up. Instead, I was greeted with an empty room. I tried to fall asleep all night and couldn't. For weeks, I refused to sleep on my own room and stayed with my parents. About a month later, I was back to sleeping in my room and was awakened again, but this time by the closing of the side door downstairs. I thought it was my father coming home late, so I walked into the hallway. What greeted me on the stairs still scares the daylights out of me today. When I got to the stairs, a lady that I had never seen before was walking up the stairs, or so I thought. But when I looked closer, I realized that the woman was floating up the stairs. She wore a dark brown skirt and a white blouse covered by a jacket. The white blouse had been stained in red in a few places. When I squinted my eyes to try and get a better look at the blurred image, I saw that the woman's face was battered and covered in blood. I was frozen in my tracks and unable to move. I just stood there. She didn't appear for too long until she ultimately faded away.
but I'm convinced that the presence was a former owner of the farmhouse I used to live in. In my last antidote, I introduce you to my mother's family, the Sorensens, who lived in East London, South Africa, during the first half of this century. In fact, most of the family members remaining alive at this time are still living in East London, although a few have also moved to other cities in the country. Families were, in those days, much larger than they are nowadays, and my mother's family, which had 12 children, was not unusual. This story concerns one of my mother's brothers, Nigel, who was, for some reason, nicknamed Boy. I've always known this story for as long as I can remember, but 2 weeks ago, I formally interviewed my mother. Before I start the story proper, let me give you just a little background on my family. My maternal grandmother's name was Mina, but I was, however, never fortunate enough to meet her, as she died some years before I was born. She and my maternal grandfather, Chris, did, however, instill in all their sons and daughters a deep and abiding belief of all things spiritual and religious, and the whole family were staunch Catholics. My mother and her brothers and sisters believe in ghosts and spirits, and, in my mother's own words, firmly believe that spirits of those people that we are close to in life remain close to us after their deaths. It was not uncommon, in the days of the beginning of this century, for an above average number of babies to die when very young. In my mother's family, however, only the firstborn, a boy called Ivan, died in early childhood, and the remaining 11 were all healthy and thrived, until 1944, that is. My Uncle Boy, who was 30 years old at the time, came home one night after having a few beers, and, as he did not want his mother to smell the alcohol on his breath, he decided to spend what remained of the night in his car that was parked outside their family house in Park Street. He did not have a peaceful night, however, as he was unfortunately brutally attacked and robbed. His attacker had on a pair of army boots and forcefully kicked my uncle on the head, so forcefully in fact that the boy later contracted and died from inflammation of the brain. He died in a hospital on July 2nd, 1944, and was buried by the family near the end of the month. The entire family was devastated, as he had been much loved. He had been the joker of the family, and always used to perform practical jokes on my mother and her older sisters, dressing up as Dracula and jumping out to frighten them and so on. He apparently had a very loving nature and a great sense of family, but had never married. On the day of the funeral, my grandmother, my mother and her sisters Lily, Janetta, and Edna locked up the house in Park Street and prepared to walk to the church, which was just down the street. They had recently received a large arrangement of St. Joseph lilies from a family friend in sympathy for Boy's death, and the flowers had been placed in a vase in the dining room before the ladies had left for church. No one was left in the house, and, furthermore, no one, other than my grandmother, had keys to the house. After the service was finished, they walked back to their house, and my grandmother unlocked the front door. The dogs were very excited to see them, most probably wanting company after having been left alone for so long. My mother, being the youngest, rushed past the others and into the dining room. She stopped dead in the dining room doorway and turned around. That's when she noticed the apparition of Boy standing right there. He had a completely blank expression and simply just pointed in the corner of the dining room. That's when my mother looked to see what he was pointing at and was horrified. She saw what appeared to be a dark figure with robes on and a hood sitting on a rocking chair. A second later, Boy disappeared,
and so did the mysterious hooded figure. The most interesting part of this whole story is my mom told me that the chair was still rocking by itself moments after the hooded figure disappeared. I know this all sounds a little hard to believe, but believe me, this was a real occurrence. Believe it or not, ghosts and spirits do exist. You just have to be open to seeing them. Oh, and by the way, those lilies that you saw earlier in the story, the ones I mentioned, yes, they were face down where the apparitions were, 2 of them. I worked in a movie theater that used to be a theater before, but not movie, but stage. As a matter of fact, the stage is still there, complete with all the vents, dressing rooms, and the overhead mechanisms to control curtains. It was a very happening place during its time. There was a dining place called the Kit Kat next door to the theater, and a hotel on the other side. When the stage was closed, the place became a movie theater with 1 screen. It is still set up as a theater would have been in the area's segregation. It became a 2-screen movie theater recently, and the balcony has been closed off. There have been some pretty weird things going on upstairs. I was talking to the manager one night about something that happened as I was leaving pretty late. It sounded like something upstairs in the old lobby fell. Something big. I went up with a friend to check it out, but nothing could have fallen. After I'd gotten about half of my story out, the manager finished the story for me. He said that he experienced the same thing. We've both heard voices upstairs and footsteps on carpeted floors. No one ever really experienced anything, or they don't talk about it. Up until a few months ago, no one ever saw anybody. Well, that all stopped pretty recently. I've seen 2 men. I'm the only one who has seen anything. One of them was a shadow person. She was a very dark presence, so dark in fact that he almost appeared to be a cloud floating around the room. In fact, that's what he had been doing when I saw him. By the way, you could still make out the outline of this figure. He was also wearing a top hat. The presence that I saw was upstairs in the balcony. The feeling I got off of him ranks up there with the feeling I got the one time I encountered the shadow person. This guy, however, looked like he was some sort of construction worker. The manager, which is my uncle, has been doing a little bit of research and has come up with very little information. I've written a narrative about the man upstairs. My fiance drew a picture of him without my knowledge, just from the description I had given him. I saw the picture one day in the backseat of his car, and it sent chills through my body. The city is wanting to tear down this building and put an even larger theater in its place. We do not know how long the owner of the building is going to hold out on selling it. Hi, I'm not sure if this is a ghost story, or just me being nervous because of old fables, but I'll share it with you anyway, and I'm anxious to hear what you think. First of all, I'm from South Louisiana, where ghosts, voodoo, and haunted antebellum homes are a way of life, or at least a big part of the history down there. About 3 miles from my parents' home, where I grew up, there's an old plantation house, which I believe was built in the 1800s. I know that I'm going to skip around because I feel like I have to explain everything, but please bear with me. While I was growing up, I always felt scared to be outside or even alone in my parents' house, but I don't think the house itself was haunted, but maybe the area, because it was so close to this old house. I actually never even noticed the house until like only 6 or 7 years ago, when someone finally bought it and decided to refurbish it. The house was once known as the Stephanie Plantation, then as the Halfin House, and I believe that there was also one more name for it, but I can't think of it right now. The new owner put a lot of effort into doing research into the history of the house and how it looked. You know, pretty much to find out anything and everything about it.
First of all, he was a friend of my father, so we got to see the house through many stages of its rebirth. A new owner took before and after photos of the house. The before photos really scared me. There were, I believe, 5 faces or bodies of ghosts in the pictures, but they were very clear. One looked like a man, maybe with a beard and very proper demeanor. Another was a lady in the ball gown. That was what the silhouette looked like, and possibly a crown. Another looked like a small child looking out of the window, and another just a blur. One looked like a man screaming, and it seemed to have chains on his wrists. I don't know what exactly to say about these pictures, but I know what I saw, and I know how the house felt, and I believe them. I've always felt a type of sixth sense, if you want to call it that. My dreams often come true. ESP is a frequent thing for me, and I always get these feelings. I'm not trying to say I'm psychic, because I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I have come to try to use them more and more. Anyway, the house was very cold, even though it was the dead of summer, probably 100 degrees and humid. You know, the typical South. Anyway, it had this very eerie and unwelcoming and not very peaceful feeling to it. And as weird as it may seem, I kept getting like these glimpses or flashbacks that were very dark, but they were of this house. The new owner had tons of stories of hauntings by him and previous visitors, or just stories that were documented. I talked to this friend of my mother-in-law who is really into this stuff, and she seems to think that for some reason I have a connection with this house, that it isn't just me being a channel. I don't know what to think. I don't really want to know. Every time I visited this house, I would get the creeps, and always in the same places. There was a small closet-looking space at the top, 3rd floor, which was recorded to have been used as an infirmary in the war. I was standing near it, thinking. I was getting a funny feeling about it, and didn't notice my brother behind me. As a joke, he picked me up and pushed me inside of it, and I'll never forget the black flash, if that makes sense, that came to me. I'm not sure if I actually saw it, or just remembered it, but it was one of the single most frightening events to date. It was like I could hear, just for that brief second, screaming and cries, and see so many people in that small space. I don't know, I guess I can't really explain it. Anyway, the room that was supposed to be the infirmary still has bloodstains on the floor, even though the original boards have been removed and replaced. I truly think something more happened up there. So then all of a sudden, this guy and his wife up and sold the house to my father's cousin, Curtis. He got a grant from the state to do further research on the house, and he actually tracked down many original pieces from the house. In the meantime of all of this, I get engaged, and one day, I woke up, and something told me that I should have my wedding pictures taken in the old Halfin house. So I called him up, and asked if that would be okay. He was reluctant, because he really didn't want any more pictures taken, and of the house, but finally agreed. So I went back, because I was so totally drawn to this house. Since Curtis has been restoring this house, there's a much more peaceful air in it, really. And anyway, as I was walking around, I prepared myself to be more open to anything. I walked in the ballroom, and got this very clear vision of this lady, with a beautiful gown and crown on, maybe the lady in the picture. And even though I already had my wedding dress picked out, I immediately went home and asked my mother to make the dress exactly as I told her. And she did, though she found it was very hard to understand me sometimes. Anyway, the dress turned out beautiful and exactly as I had envisioned it. And of course, I topped it off with a small crown. I went and took the pictures, and when I walked out of the room, dressed that way, I felt the most wonderful, peaceful, and almost happy vibe rush in and out of me. It was like just me looking that way brought peace to the house. The pictures went well, but there are a couple questionable ones, which I want to send to you, to examine when I received them back from my mother. They were taken on a dead tree, but where we believe someone, or more than one, was hung to death. In the tops of the trees there is a mist. I thought it was the sun, but some say no. I would just like to see what you think. Anyway, to thank Curtis, I sent him a blow-up picture of the entire exterior of the house, with me standing on the balcony of the master room. He later came to tell my father that he can't explain it, but since that day, there has been a great peaceful feeling in the house. I'm anxious to hear what you think, and then again about the pictures. I hope I have not wasted too much of your time. Thank you.
I'm currently 22 years old and stationed on the U.S. Sapien home ported in Norfolk, Virginia. We have a couple that I've heard of. The first and most creepy is a forward animal hold. Some of the AOs, ordnance handlers, have always felt funny going into the same space. One day, a couple of the AOs went to the space with a video camera. Upon getting close to the door, a green dot appeared on the camera screen and started moving around, and yet it wasn't visible without the camera. As they got closer to the door, the dot went away. The screen turned blue then black, then the red record light went out. Later, the camera's owner thought about it and realized that if his battery died, it would have stopped all at once. Upon turning the camera back on, he had half a charge on, more than enough to keep recording. He hooked it up to a TV and watched the video with his friends at the point where the camera shut off. The video turns into pure snow, just like any other blank tape. The rest is still there. None of the AOs will go to that hold unless ordered, and they don't even go by themselves. Another sapien ghost is in an engineering space. If somebody falls asleep below decks in the engineering spaces, and nobody wakes them up, there is still somebody that does. Who is that person? Or is it an apparition? One story I've heard was that a guy was asleep, and while asleep, somebody tapped him on the shoulder. In the Navy, we generally wake up people that way, so no matter how you dare sleep, a tap on the shoulder will wake you up. Anyways, upon waking up, he sees a figure go through a door and dog it down. Curious to see who woke him up, he goes through the door and nobody is there. It's normally credited to a death that happened on board. One of the ladder wells leading down to the aft engineering spaces is where the death occurred. A sailor fell down the stairs and died, and every night, between 0100 and 0200, the watch can hear somebody falling down the stairs, but nobody is there. From time to time, people witness a figure walk out one door and into another in the engineering spaces, only to be gone upon investigation. A couple of years ago, I used to have to take the bus every day to get to work. One morning in the late summer, I was riding to work on the bus traveling down Woodward in Detroit, and I saw a man dressed entirely in a Union soldier's uniform walking down the street. At first glimpse, I didn't even think anything of it, but if I looked around to see if anyone else had noticed, and no one did, I looked towards the window again, and the guy was gone. I really don't know if it was a ghost or not, but I know he looked very real and very out of place. To me, it just seemed too hot to be wearing that uniform with the musket, cap, and everything. It all looked so very authentic. He was an African American, looked old, like in his 70s, and the uniform wasn't even clean, like you would see in a reenactment. It was dingy. I would say this happened in late August, at around 10:30 a.m. Hello, everybody. I am only 13, almost 14, but I think I've experienced paranormal phenomena. The first time was when I was about 10. I'd gotten a keyboard for Christmas, and it was set up with its stool in my room. I had just gone to bed, and just happened to look at the keyboard, and a black cat weaved its way through its legs. Naturally, I went screaming to my parents, and they reassured me it was nothing. Another time I awoke to a huge face floating in front of me. Now it may have just been my imagination, but I just don't think so. On another occasion I was in the shower, and someone made a noise, like they were trying to say scary, in a drawn out voice. I am the only one in the house that believes it's haunted. Sometimes when my sister goes by to my room to get to the bathroom, she snaps at me before she enters the bathroom. Well, one time I swear I heard someone snap at me. But when I turned around, no one was there. I checked the bathroom, and my sister wasn't there. My parents were in the living room, and my sister in hers. That one happened about a month ago. All the time I feel like someone is watching me, or is in the room with me. Whenever I am alone in a room, in my house, even in my own room, sometimes when I go to bed, I even make my parents look in my closet. I have told my mother and my sister about it, and they don't seem to think anything is wrong, and I'm just paranoid. But am I really paranoid? Or am I experiencing something? I know I may be 13, but that doesn't excuse all the things that go on. I just want to be credible to people. Our house was built in 1959. To my knowledge, nothing ever bad happened here. The first time we noted anything was in the mid-1970s. We moved here in 1970. Both my husband and I awoke in the night and saw the figure of a man walk across the room at the foot of our bed and disappear. My husband jumped up and turned the light on, and then ran throughout the house looking for the intruder. No one was found. Over the years, we have heard noises coming from the bedroom areas, doors closing when they are all open. Our neighbor has seen the lights on in the middle of the night when we are asleep. A few months ago, I was standing at the bathroom sink, mid-morning, and saw a man walk by. I thought it was my husband, and when I walked out to see where he went, he wasn't even there. I went back down the hall, and he was still in the master bathroom, and had not walked down the hall. One day we were all sitting at the table, and the four of us observed a can of Coke move across the table and stop before it fell off the edge. In the basement on the carpet, a spot just became wet, even though I was the only person down there this week. I scrubbed it up, and so far, it has remained dry. We hear the sound of our doggy door being opened and closed, even though the dog is asleep in front of us. There is far too many incidents to mention. But interestingly enough, our dog never acts like she hears any of these unnatural sounds, even though she barks at humans or dogs, etc. outside. I don't actually live with ghosts, but at my uncle's farm they have a cabin. It's going up for sale pretty soon. There is a ghost in the cabin. The funny thing is that they just built it, and no one has died in it or anything. My cousin said that the ghost is a girl that follows him everywhere. When my other cousin, my little brother, and I were watching a show in one of the rooms, then we heard footsteps walking across the floor upstairs. We tried to ignore it. Then in the middle of the movie screen went fuzzy. We all stared at the television shocked. Then my cousin screamed, and my brother and I screamed after her. We ran out of the cabin. We got to the house in 5 seconds. Apparently everyone heard us screaming, and we told them what happened, and they told us that the power probably flashed or something. But I still don't believe that. Please let me know what was going on here. Am I just freaking out, or did the whole entire family freak out? I want to tell you of an experience I had a little over a year ago. I was living in a house on Bassmaster Street in Youngstown, Ohio. I knew the house was haunted by a woman who was subdued by her husband some years before. I was a baby when she passed away. I think my room used to be her room. I never felt comfortable sleeping there, so I often slept on the couch in the living room. One night I woke up and felt like I could hardly breathe. I felt like there was a tremendous weight on me, and I couldn't move or speak except for open my eyes. I opened my eyes and saw a huge black hooded figure at the end of the couch, kinda leaning over like it was looking at me. Mind you, I couldn't see his eyes. Thank God. I instantly slammed my eyes shut and kept trying to scream, but I couldn't. Every time I opened my eyes, he was closer, till he was right over me. I took a deep breath in and started screaming. I woke my sons up. Needless to say, I got up and turned on every light in the house. I think it was death. I don't know why he came to me. Not long after my grandmother passed away, lived right next door to me. I have more stories about the apartment if you want to know. I also have a picture I believe is Teresa. That's who was haunting my house. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your website. I was staying at my auntie's home in Tasmania, where I learned very quickly the horrors of its past. Her home was built in the 1900s, when convicts first landed. Their home still has the remains of a moat, servants' headquarters, and the hospital, which it became. I went down with my grandparents. They had warned me of the presence in the home. My grandfather had seen a young girl in a long white nightgown, holding a candle, enter the spare room as she vanished before his eyes. The very first night we arrived, the fun began. I was sleeping in my cousin's room when I woke to something calling to me. As I opened my eyes, I saw 2 white fairies floating above me. As the light from the moon hit the room, they vanished. From that night on, as I slept, I could feel something touching my head. Around 4 days later, as we all slept, smoke filled the rooms. The strange thing was, our door was open, but nothing entered. The next morning, we awoke to find all of the display plates, which were kept in a locked cupboard, left lying on the floor in perfect order. 2 nights later, there was this huge storm, and as the dogs had puppies, they had got loose and were running in the yard. My auntie was awoken by a frozen touch on her cheek, and there was a man that stood over her and pointed out the window. Once she left the room, he vanished. A few days later, I got sick and was in the computer room with my cousin, as I wasn't allowed outside. As I stared at a doll, I swear it blinked at me. I got out of there so fast. Later on that day, I went to go to the toilet. With this house, there is one large, huge room which contains the laundry, bathroom, and the toilet. As I entered the room, the bathroom door wasn't quite shut, and I saw a man standing in there. I ran out of the room, and when my grandmother asked who was in the shower, as my cousins were in the room, my uncle and grandfather were out in the back in the shed. My grandma and auntie were in the lounge room. After a few days feeling well, I went back outside to play when I was confronted by the man in the shower. I later found out that his name was Shane, and he had once owned the home. He was found shot. Also, while playing outside hidden behind huge overgreen trees, was once appeared to be a gravesite. As I headed for the house, I saw the most gruesome sight of a man from the window under the house. Thankfully, after that day, I was heading home. They've since seen a little girl who skips around the house, and they heard the sounds of screams of pain in the rooms. I didn't hear anything like that. They did move out after that, though. When I was 7 years old, my family purchased a house in the outskirts of Los Angeles. I remember my father bragging to most anyone he knew that he got the house for a steal. I guess it didn't really matter that a stiff wind could probably knock the house on its side. It was that run down. It was a 2-level house with the main rooms being on the first floor, 3 bedrooms on the second floor, and a small fruit cellar below. When we first arrived at the house, I noticed a mailbox with a small stick-on letters that spelled out HORTON. That was the first thing my father intended to change. He pulled on some stick-on letters out of his pocket and proceeded to spell out our last name. I promise you, my father tried everything from industrial strength glue to eventually nails. Our letters would just never stay up. At some point he must have just given up, and we left it as is. As my father was valiantly trying to get those darn letters to stick, my brother and I charged ahead into the house to do some exploring. There are 2 things that stick out in my head from that initial visit. I noticed in the upstairs of the bedrooms, a dartboard hanging on the wall, with a single dart placed in the bullseye. I don't know why, but for some reason, this really disturbed me. Maybe because the entire rest of the house was completely empty. I'm not really sure. And then secondly, I noticed that most of the doors had those old-fashioned skeleton keyholes. I was instantly reminded of the old fairy tales where the wife had tried everything, including peering into a keyhole, much like this one, to get a look into that forbidden room. I bent down, placed my eye to the keyhole, and looked into one of the bedrooms. I think I was curious to know if you could easily see anything by looking into one of those things. And guess what? You can. I remember seeing something, tall and black, scurry across the floor, something that almost resembled a large dog. My father probably surmised that it was probably some type of animal, or quite possibly a shadow. In any case, I was relieved to find out that this was to be my parents' room. Almost immediately, my father began renovating plans. The entire back end of the house was to be added onto, including a new kitchen and dining room on the main level, 2 new bedrooms on the upper level, and the basement extended below. As the workmen were digging up the ground in the backyard, they uncovered many strange things, including an antique thimble set, childhood toys, coins, an axe handle, photographs, and almost an entire deck of old-maid playing cards. As my sister and I sat around thumbing through these new treasures, I happened to glance up just in time to see my eldest sister falling head first into the pit that was to be our new basement. To this day, my sister, who is now 40, swears she was pushed violently from behind. In any event, the result from the injury was a broken leg and a few cuts and bruises. We were all warned to be more careful around the construction site. A few days after this incident, I had a chunk of plaster thrown at my head. It could have been one of my sisters or my brother playing a trick, but they were all in their teens at the time, and I don't think they would find it funny to throw a piece of plaster at their little sister's head. Strange things were occurring inside the house as well. I constantly felt as though I was being watched, and was often plagued by feelings of absolute horror. I might be in a room playing or watching the television, when an overpowering feeling to flee the room would hit. Believe me when I say, I did just that. My sisters were constantly at each other's throats over missing items. And sometimes, those items would appear right in bizarre spots. Some were never even seen again. Lights and appliances would turn on by themselves. Footsteps could be heard in the middle of the night. Items would come crashing down in uncoupled rooms. A strange buzzing sound, almost like an electrical charge, seemed to emanate throughout the entire home, and the list goes on. We also had a problem with fires. My mother was awoken in the middle of the night by the smell of smoke, and upon investigation, she found that someone had closed the cover on her toaster oven and hit the start button with nothing being inside. This is an old 70s style oven where you actually had to press a release button to turn the power off. Otherwise, it would have just kept on going. By the time my mother reached the scene, the entire toaster was up in flames, practically burned to a crisp. That was the first of 7 fires that occurred in that house. As a child, I detested peanut butter. Even the smell of it would send my stomach churning. My brother found it amusing to consume a sandwich and then hold me down and breathe on me. Ugh, gross. Anyhow, I was sitting in the living room watching the Saturday morning cartoon marathon when my brother walked in fresh from eating a PB&J sandwich. I knew what was coming, and I wasn't in the mood for his games. A constant pounding sound that had kept me awake for half the night, and I was cranky from the lack of sleep. We began to tussle, but were abruptly interrupted. From out of nowhere, an insole from a pair of shoes fell on the floor between us. We just stood there and stared at each other for a few seconds, our hands still on each other's shoulders. This insole actually seemed as though it fell straight out of the ceiling. As we were trying to figure out the origin of the peculiar item, we were startled by a loud knock at the front door. From our vantage point, we could both see the front door from where we were standing. There stood an old lady with whitish hair, wearing a black shawl. Something about her eyes struck me as odd. They were so dark, it almost appeared as though someone had stuck 2 large black buttons in her eyes. As my brother approached the door, she vanished almost instantaneously, like she had never been there at all. It's not as though she simply turned and walked away. She disappeared into thin air. One minute she was there, and the next she was gone. I would be lying if I said we opened the front door to take a look around. We did peer out the window, checking for any signs of where she may have went. We saw nothing on the front yard, nor the driveway. My brother was convinced that we had just seen a witch. When we returned to the living room, a mysterious insole from the shoe was also missing. It's also interesting to note that a fenced-in gate surrounded our entire property. For someone to gain access to the grounds, they would need to be electronically buzzed in. This still puzzles me to this day. My brother, being the inventive boy that he was, liked to build forts. They were mostly constructed of yardsticks and blankets, or whatever else he could get his hands on. When my mother saw us playing in there one day, she forbade it, as she feared I could suffocate myself. Even though I was 7 at the time, I was very small for my age. I reluctantly agreed and scampered off to play in my bedroom. I was playing with some dolls when a little boy walked in. Now, I don't know who or what this little boy was, but to me, he looked like a real person. I honestly thought that he was a friend of my brother's, although he did seem a little bit young to be chumming around with my bro. I remember him asking me if I wanted to play. Being lonely and not having many friends, I quickly agreed and was happy to have a new playmate. He suggested playing in the fort. Now I knew I wasn't supposed to do that, but I was just so happy to have a new friend that I agreed and made a mental note to be extra careful while inside the fort. Almost as soon as we were inside the fort, the little boy told me that he had to go, but that I should wait there for him to come back in a little while. I have no idea how long I waited, but sometime later, I heard my entire family frantically calling my name, obviously searching for me. To this day, I have no idea why I didn't answer. Maybe I was afraid of being caught. I don't know. The blanket that was served as the door was yanked up, and I saw my mother's anxious face peering inside. Eventually, I explained the entire story to my parents. Although they believe me, the identity of that boy remains unknown, and I never saw him ever again. There were only 5 other families that lived in our street, and we knew all of the neighborhood children. It wasn't any of them. I kick myself now for not even asking the boy what his name was. That might have helped some. I've heard many stories on this in other sites, but I've never heard of anyone interacting with a ghost as I've just mentioned. Weird, huh? Thinking back on that little boy, the only thing that struck me as being a little bit weird is the way he moved. It was slow, yet fast, and his movements were jerky, if that makes any sense. Also, for a young boy, his voice was very mature and sounded very much like the voice of my father. I know it sounds truly bizarre, but I swear it happened. And even though it's been 20 years since this event took place, I still remember it as though it was yesterday. We stayed in that house for a total of 5 years, and as the years passed, strange things continued to happen. My entire family suffered in one way or another from the haunting. My eldest sister suffered the most, but for the time being, I'll stick to my own stories. For Christmas one year, my aunt had given me a hideous green and orange stuffed clown whose nose would glow red and play a musical melody. At first glance, I hated this thing and quickly stuffed it in some dark recess in my closet. Sometime in the middle of the night, I had awoken, desperately needing to use the restroom. The idea of walking through a darkened hallway at 3 a.m. was not a desirable prospect, but by this point, it was an absolute necessity. I made my way down the stairs and was just about to round the corner into the living room when I heard it. Soft jewelry box music was coming in the general direction of the living room. Peeking my way around the corner, I saw the stuffed Christmas clown propped up in the middle of the couch, its nose glowing in the darkness. I hightailed it back upstairs, wetting myself in the process, and jumped in my bed, shaking like a leaf. It scared me half to death. Nothing scared me more in that house than the spirit who I dubbed the old man. I saw him many times both inside the house and also in the fields behind our house, just kind of standing there, staring intently up at the house. He always wore a brown business type suit and a top hat. I've always had nightmares about him over the years. Most of them would entail me being in a room with my back to the doorway. Instinctively, my back would tense. I would spin around, and he would pounce, charging at me full speed from the other end of the room, sometimes carrying an axe, or sometimes not. One thing that sticks out in these dreams is that he somehow was more vivid and colorful than the rest of his surroundings. He always seems to stand out, if you know what I mean. I always felt that he was standing right behind me on the staircase, ready to give me a good push. Indeed, I did fall down those stairs many times, no matter how careful I was. But luckily, I was never seriously injured. I know this sounds crazy, and heck, the whole story sounds crazy, but I think he used to like to hang out in my walk-in closet and hiss so loudly that it almost sounded like a rattlesnake. I think he got a kick out of scaring me, as he liked to turn the lights out on me. When you walked down into the basement, there was only one switch for the entire area situated to the left of the door as you were heading downstairs. Now, I hated to go down there for anything, but it was a must on this day because our fridge had burned out once again, and dying apparitions were a big problem in this house. Seeing as the only other working fridge was in the basement, my mother asked me to go down there to get some necessary items for dinner that evening. I ran down the steps to the refrigerator, grabbed whatever it was I was supposed to get, and bam, the lights went out. I started screaming and ran for the stairs, absolutely certain that he was hot on my trails. As I was finally reaching for the door, I heard it, and I swear I will never forget this. Laughter, but not just any laughter. This laughter literally chilled me to the bone. It was somehow evil and mocking, as if to say, I missed you this time, but next time, you may not be so lucky. Needless to say, I was spooked. I'm not sure who it was who was laughing, but I do know that the laughter was male, and only my mother and I were at home at the time. At some point, a shadow also began to show up on our living room wall. My sister and I were watching a movie one night when I first saw it, and there was no mistaking it. This shadow was definitely of a person, and somehow darker and more opaque than what a regular shadow should be. We moved everything around that room, shaking our hands in front of it, trying to figure out its origin or what it might be causing it, to no avail. That shadow appeared in the same spot every night until we moved from that home, sometimes disappearing for a few hours, only to reappear sometime later. I think the guys also like to mess around with the phone lines. Many times when you would pick up the phone, all you could hear was the static, or there might be a couple of voices in the background, although you could never make out exactly what they were saying. On one occasion, I picked up the phone only to hear ear-shattering static. Before I had enough time to put the receiver back on its cradle, I heard a man say hello in a slightly, very mocking manner, and then that same god-danged laughter. That really scared me. Other people, including my grandmother, reported calling our home, and a strange man would answer. A second later, the phone would start to ring normally, and one of us would eventually answer. This to say, this unnerved me to no end. Once, and only once, I was upstairs in my bedroom listening to the stereo with a girlfriend of mine on one of those perfect, sunny Southern California afternoons. We were kind of goofing off, singing along, when a man's voice started to come through the radio. Believe me when I say, this was no radio broadcast. Language was foul and violent, much too obscene to be repeated here. My friend and I just stared at each other, becoming more frightened by the minute. When I finally couldn't take it anymore, I reached over and pulled the plug, thinking that would put an end to the disturbing episode. To my complete astonishment, the radio just kept on playing. Okay, playtime is over. Time to head to my friend's house. I really don't know how to explain this, but somehow we learned to live with these things as a family. I got used to being afraid, expecting things to go missing. I barely glanced if a door slammed on its own, or a light mysteriously came on. I expected to hear my name being called out in the middle of the night, and so on. Was I still scared? Yeah. Deathly terrified might be a better term, but somehow I managed to live with it. Maybe these ghosts or spirits or whatever you wanted to call them sensed that, and decided to turn it up a notch. Now, I'm not really sure what happened next, because my father-in-law is now deceased, and refused to talk about this with anyone other than my mother. And she, too, refuses to discuss this. All I know is that my two sisters, my brother and my mother and I, traveled to Arizona for 4 days to visit my grandmother, leaving my father in the house by himself. Something obviously happened, which really spooked my father. One night, I eavesdropped on one of the conversations that my dad was having with my mother, and all I could really make out was something about borrowed time, all of the windows opening at once, and an old man. The very next day, my father decided that we were moving as soon as possible and was putting the house up for sale. With that being said, the entire family decided to go out for dinner and celebrate. Upon returning home, something caught my eye that was sort of strange. A single light was burning in my parents' bedroom. Now, if you know my father, you would know that he was a complete stickler about leaving the lights on. The number one rule in my house was to shut the lights off as soon as you left a room. A light burning in my parents' bedrooms, of all places, was quite odd. As soon as our father unlocked the front door, our two dogs went rushing out. I thought I was going to have a heart attack at 12 years of age. On further inspection, it seemed as though the dogs had literally tried to chew their way out of the front door, given the huge bite and scratch marks all over the front door. As soon as my father flicked on the lights, I gasped. It's kind of hard to describe what I saw. The entire house was in disarray. The living room couch was standing on its side. Lamps were broken, mirrors shattered, drawers yanked out of the kitchen cabinets, silverware strewn all over the floor. My father was convinced that someone had broken into the home. We were told to remain outside the house while my brother and mother walked to a neighbor's house to call the police. This was before cell phones. The police arrived somewhere between a half hour to an hour later. An actual police report is documented concerning these reports. The police checked the doors and windows for signs of an intruder, dusted for prints, talked to our neighbors, and checked the house thoroughly for anyone who might be still lurking around. Their investigation turned up nothing. My father ordered us all upstairs to pack up some belongings. We weren't staying. As I was heading into my bedroom, I happened to glance into my parents' room and noticed that the lamp sitting on my father's nightstand was starting to burn, wallpaper behind it. I don't know if this was just my nerves or what, but it honestly looked as though there was a pattern of a burn that was turning into a face. The face of none other than the old man who had been haunting me for years. As I was standing there looking at it, my mother came up behind me and gasped. I think she saw the same thing as I did. When I arrived at my grandmother's house later on in that evening, I heard my mom and dad discussing my grandmother with some of the things that had just happened. If I had known these things while living there is no way I would have gotten even one night of sleep there. Not that I did anyways. It's now been over 20 years since I've lived in that home, yet it still continues to haunt me. Considering the fact that we lived in the house for just over 5 years, numerous other events took place that I haven't included, but it's hard to fit the 5 years of living into a single submission. The house is still standing, and I occasionally drive by just for kicks. The house has been almost completely renovated from the outside, and often when I drive by, I see the for sale sign perched up on the front lawn. It seems as though no one stays in the house for too long. It's interesting to note that I've never again experienced anything ghostly or otherworldly since leaving that home. That remains my one and only true experience with the other side. I am a restaurant manager in a small town in Georgia, Milledgeville. Now I have to mention that the building this restaurant is in was brand new when we opened. About 7 months after we opened the doors the first time to the public, it all started. At that time, I was promoted into management and took over second shift. The employees and me started to see a shadow figure walking in the back of the home, always by the ice machine and dry storage room. One day I was carrying a glass rack to the dish room when the swinging door that separates the dining room from the back of the home opened and stayed open until I walked through the door and put the rack down by itself. This is a swinging door that we just push open with our foot to walk through. It swipes right back, except for that time. As I walked through the door, I looked and saw no one by the door that could have opened it for me. At that time, all I had was one server who was taking an order in the dining room at the time, one cook that was on the grill line cooking an order, and me. No dishwasher yet. Things have been progressing over the last 3 years. When I walked out of my office one night after closing, the dish cart started rolling from the swinging door to the dining room, right in front of me. I was the only one left in the building. Now things are starting to happen in the front of the house. I now am running shifts during the day, from 5:30 in the morning to 3 or 4 p.m. depending. Glass racks are coming out of their slots by themselves. One time a rack came completely out of its slot and fell on the floor, with only one server there, and she was nowhere near it. She got scared when she saw that. We always see a shadow figure walk around in the dining room now, also on the grill line, and then back to the dry storage room. All the employees had some kind of something happen that neither one of us can explain, but don't get a bad feeling when anything happens, and we just name the shadow figure George. We also talk to George a lot. When asked to please stop moving things, it stops, if only for that day. We all sure would like to know what's going on here, and how did George come into a brand new building to stay? Nothing too scary, I know, but they are not all scary. I think ghosts are just people like us. This is an account of a shadow person. I was sat in the dark in a security lodge which is mostly made of windows. About 3 a.m., I turned and noticed the shadow of what I thought was a man looking into the lodge window from the outside. When I looked at the shadow, it turned slowly and walked to the side, which would have put the person making the shadow move into the open road. Surprised that there would be anyone there at this hour, I looked out of the window and saw nobody. I looked around the lodge, but nobody was around. It began to strike me as strange. I did the usual thing of checking to see if it could have been an anomaly caused by automobile lights, etc. But there were no automobiles around, or any other light source's probable cause. There was something about the shadow that just struck me as odd. The shadow was the presence. It did not seem to cast by another presence. I could not think of anything that would attract such a being, so I just put it down to experience. However, a while later I was on a website where a woman with knowledge of a shadow person was explaining that they enjoy hanging around illness and death. A work colleague at the time had his wife seriously ill with some illness, like Alzheimer's or something, and he would bring her to work as she could not be left alone. We work alone, so there is no problem with bringing a wife like that. Around the time I saw the shadow person, his wife died at home. Had the shadow person gotten into the habit of visiting the lodge to watch events there? I'm not sure. I have been seeing and feeling things since I was 17 months old. My mother was raised to believe in the paranormal, and so was I. My first encounter happened when I was 17 months old. My great-grandfather had just passed away. I don't remember seeing him or talking to him, but I do remember the smell of his cologne. My mom told me this when I got older. She said that she just put me down for bed, and a few minutes later she heard me talking. So she came back to check on me and I told her it was Papa. And that was that. I never saw him again until we moved into the house we are living in now. My second encounter happened a few months after my great-grandmother passed. This was when I was 12. When I was little, she had given me a jewelry box. I was little, and I had put the baby powder in it. Well, a few weeks after she had passed, I was vacuuming my room and nothing was near that jewelry box, and it just fell off my drawer. It even fell off when I was in the living room watching TV with my dad. The last time it fell, I was at my nanny's, and my mom had the door shut, so no one was in there. When it fell, my mother got up and cleaned it out and put it in her room, and well, that was the last time it did anything. My great-grandmother was telling me to clean it. Now, my papa was beautiful to me because I knew him for 11 years, and he was my everything. Unfortunately, I was 13 when he had passed away. That night in the hotel room by the hospital after he had passed, we were getting ready for bed. My mom was crawling in the bed with me when my step-grandmother said, "Shell, is that you standing there?" My mother replied, "No, Mama, I'm in the bed." Well, my grandmother told us what she saw. There was an angle where my mother had stood. My mother couldn't see it, but I could barely. I know it was him telling us that everything would be okay. My papa always messed with me, so I wasn't really surprised if he did that after death. One night I was in my nanny's living room at 11 o'clock, waiting for CJ to get home. My nanny was in bed, and I was watching TV. Well, there's a desk close to my nanny's room. That's where my papa used to do bills there when he was alive. I remember before I sat down that the chair was pushed in. A few minutes later, I heard a cracking noise, and I looked over, and the chair was out of place. Of course, I was scared, and it made me forget that it was pushed in. I told Nanny, and she said it was probably her papa. The last time I was at her house before she moved, I just got out of the shower. I was drying my hair, and I heard a name. I don't remember if it was Randy or Rodney, but I asked my granny, and she told me that it was probably someone he knew, so I left it at that. I had used this old phone because mine was dying. Well, we took it home before CJ and her boyfriend Joe could pawn it. This was a few months before my nanny moved out from up there. CJ and Joe were stealing stuff and pawning it. Well, we had the phone, and one night out of the blue it started ringing, and it said Dad. My mom answered, and nobody was there. Well, the funny thing is, it was dead and shut off. Well, the next time it rang, I was at home, and this time it said Joe, and I answered. Of course, nobody was there. We took the battery out, and my nanny moved, and now no one knows what has happened to Joe or CJ. My dad's father just passed away recently, and I was very close to him. I did everything with him when I was little. I'm even named after his daughter who passed away when she was 3. I was like his daughter, and the one chance he got to know what it felt like to have a little girl again. He passed away December 8th. I was 16, and I miss him dearly. When I was little, they had lived in a trailer. I knew his daughter was there because I could feel her, even though I never saw her. When they moved to that house that is on the hill above the trailer, I could feel something that wasn't good. I still feel it when I go over there. I don't feel Diana, his little girl, or even my papa. The week my papa passed away, my mom asked me to vacuum his room. Well, I started the vacuum. And you know that feeling you get when you know you're not alone, and it feels like someone is going to hurt you. Well, that's how it felt, and I started the panic. I hurried and looked down just for a moment, and then I looked up, and my mom scared the living crap out of me. I left the room and let her finish. To this day, I never go back there, or even go to the bathroom there, because I never want to feel that feeling ever again. I know I am very blessed to have had the chance with them all, and to know that they are watching over me and protecting me, because sometimes, when I'm alone or scared, I can smell their perfume or feel their presences, and I know that I'm not alone, or that I shouldn't be afraid anymore, because they're always going to be with me. I just emailed you a ghost story about my boyfriend's death, and the orbs related to it. If you haven't read it yet,
Basically, I saw orbs of my boyfriend hovering around me every night after midnight. I have no idea why this even happens at this time, but anyway, to continue my story, my friend stayed in her music throughout the night and did not feel welcome to stay in his room. She is familiar with ghosts, and I have not been well since his death. I have grieved so hard I became a threat to myself to the point in which I was thinking of doing the unthinkable. I am just now coming to grips with the situation with my boyfriend. Well, maybe I hold him here, if you know what I mean. I want him to pass through and find some peace so he can go to the light, but I'm not sure what I should do to help. I am so distraught over this. He has visited me and also 4 people I know by dream. He even visited my 5-year-old to tell him he loved him, and that he had to go to heaven now, and his nephew had a dream with some of our memories in it. He told him to take my wife, meaning me, and said God bless you at the end. My friend dreamt of him where he walked through, and said sorry, I don't know why I'm here, and my uncle had a dream with my boyfriend urging him to remind me to let him go, so I could move on. But it is really tough when someone has become a huge part of your life, and has played a major role in it for so long, and to have that person vanish before your eyes and be gone is just unconscionable to me. We used to have long talks about mortality, about how one of us couldn't last if one of us were to depart, and it just kills me to know that we can't have just one more conversation, or that we won't be able to live to see my son grow up, get married, and be successful. I swore I was going to marry this man. I did have a dream where someone I believed to be him was trying to walk me through a mist. It's kinda hard to explain, but the dream was foggy and his face was partially obscured by the mist or fog, but the outline of his body was the same as my boyfriend's, and I could make out his hair. He reached out his hand to me without saying a word, and when I did, I awoke, and just like that, he was gone again. I must admit I've been on meds, but still, I felt like it was him. The coroner said that what he did to himself was accidental, but he just took it too far. Maybe he just didn't understand his own limits and did something to himself without thinking. But it's the way that he took care of himself that was too suspicious to be accidental. He told his family that day right before he did it, that he was going to do it and that was final. They didn't come to check on him, and I was gone from the house to come home, and found him the way that he was, lifeless, and just gone. After his death, I would scream for him in that room. It was just so horrific. Please, if anyone can help guide me through this, it would be so helpful to me, as I've been so distraught, and I feel like his soul is so lost. I talked to a psychic medium. She said he came and rubbed my hair at night, and he said to stop the tears and he could come through. But she said he didn't want me to live my life stagnant. I have many lessons to learn, and other things to figure out with the entire loss. We were complete soulmates, but I believe in an afterlife, and I believe that we will reunite one day and live many more lives together, as crazy as it sounds. Since his death, I have now turned to a monk for guidance. I am currently studying Hindu philosophy. My boyfriend believed in God. I've been living in this house for close to 3 years. For the first 6 months, nothing happened. One night, my hubby and I were laying on a spare mattress in the living room watching a movie. This was around 11:50 at night. We started hearing these heavy footsteps in the home. We have 2 doors leading into the living room. One of the sliding doors was right beside us, and the other one is approximately 5 meters away from us. We heard footsteps in the hallway outside the door furthest from us. At first, we thought it was my older brother who was also living with us, but he has this routine where he goes to bed at 10 p.m., and it's the same night every night, and he doesn't change his routine. Weird, I know. We looked at each other thinking, is that Mika walking around in the hall this time of night?
We sat there listening to the footsteps that next walked into the kitchen, which has a door that leads into the living room where we were closest to. The footsteps came closer and closer until they stopped just outside the sliding door. We waited. We listened. We were expecting my brother to open the door and have a whinge that our TV sound volume was on far too loud, even though it wasn't. But he's like that, you know. We waited, and then my hubby pushed the sliding door and opened it, and we found nothing. The other door on the far side of the kitchen was also closed, which leads into the hall that the footsteps originated from. We were a bit spooked because we both heard the steps, and laying on the mattress on the floor could sure as heck feel the vibration in the floor from those footsteps. We decided to search the home, minus my brother's bedroom, and we found nothing. An old man lives next door, and I was starting to imagine that perhaps he passed away and wandered over to our home. We saw him a few days later alive and well. That threw that notion out the window. The next morning we asked Miko if he were up last night, and he says no. We told him what we heard, and all he could do was shrug and insist that he was in bed and didn't even come out. I believed him simply because there was no way he could have walked away without us noticing when hubby opened the door, and the footsteps never left. It just stopped outside the door, but nothing was there. One thing that does happen though is that birds are always hitting our front window. This has happened so many times that I lost count. I'm not sure if this is significant and whether it's a common occurrence with houses with weird things happening inside. Another thing that we notice on a few occasions is phantom smells. Sometimes they are really, really pretty, but other times it is foul. They rarely last more than 10 minutes. For a while, things were back to normal, but my brother said one day, I don't know who is always walking past my window or what they want. I asked him who, and he says some kid. He believes it was a girl, probably no older than 8 or 9. He walks past his window and heads towards the backyard, and he never sees her walk back. This has happened about 4 times that he can recall. I told him, why don't you go out there and check it out? He always has some excuse of he was busy, plays online games, and says he was in the middle of something. Okay, let's continue. About 9 months after hearing the footsteps, we heard them again. We were in the bedroom this time, and it sounded like coming from the laundry and kitchen area. Again, we investigated, checked all the locks and the doors, but everything was secure and fine. I asked my hubby if he believed that the house was haunted. He said that it was a very real possibility. Not too long ago, I was taking a bath around 11 p.m., and I heard a really loud thump just outside my bathroom window. I got out of the tub and wrapped a towel around me and met my hubby in the hallway. He thought I might have fallen, and I told him that it seemed to come from the outside window. We switched on the backyard light that had an outdoor seating area, but the place was clear. We didn't go outside, but we could tell nothing was on the floor that could have made that sound. We went into my son's room to look out the window where the garage and the rest of the yard is, but couldn't see much, save for a few feet from the house because the outdoor lights aren't strong enough, and the trees are too dark and cast many dark shadows. We just put it down to maybe the neighbor was outside doing something, though it was dark, and if that were the case, wouldn't have the light been on? But recently, I got a real shock of my life. About 3 months ago, they put the house on the market, and around this time, I went into my son's room about 7 p.m. to wake him to get him ready for school. It was still quite dark, though the sun was starting to come up, and you could see enough. I pulled his bedroom curtain open and saw what looked like a girl child in the yard, looking directly at the window. That's when she just stood there watching, and then she turned her body and made her way towards the back of the garage. She kept looking my way for a few seconds before looking away and disappearing behind the garage. I didn't know what to think, to be honest. What would she be doing out there at that time of the morning, wearing inappropriate clothing for that time of morning? I'm not even sure if she was solid or not. I was just thinking, who are you? And why are you in my yard? I think she wore a light blue dress. It could have been white. I didn't have too much light, but it almost seemed like she had a bit of a glow. I could even tell that she seemed to have long blonde hair. By now, my brother and my hubby had left for work, and I was alone in the home with my son, and there was no way I was going to go into the yard to investigate. What if she wasn't a little girl? Can a little girl create such heavy footsteps? She is always spotted outside, yet the footsteps are inside. Or is that something else inside? Is she trying to warn me? I've seen shadows here and there, and many things have been breaking down recently. Since the home was put on the market, our little portable oven broke down. Our microwave is breaking down. My washing machine isn't working well anymore, and it won't do the final spin cycle. The hot water mysteriously stopped working as well, and the landlord came by to fix it, and says he doesn't even see anything really wrong with it. The hot water started working again. The toilet was blocked up with the root of a tree, but why now? The kitchen faucet broke and fell off. Our video player stopped working. It chewed up a tape and had to throw it out. Birds continue occasionally flying into our front window. Always that same window. It happened on the day of the house auction too. And it's not just these, but also illnesses. My son was choking on food the other day and needed an ambulance. Since living here, my hubby has needed 2 surgeries, one being spinal, and he's always been strong. And then he spent a year out of work with a bad back. He developed diabetes while living here, though a test a year ago said he was fine. I also developed problems. Locked-in ovarian syndrome, an umbilical hernia, requiring surgery in near future, and high blood pressure that recently got even higher, ankle swelling that can't really be explained, chest infections that occur frequently, and a few others. Before living here, we were fit and healthy, and it's like being here is making us sick. And it could be a coincidence, but you can't help to think about these things. I've read that there is a house somewhere in Europe, I think, and that people that move in there die of a heart attack within 2 weeks of living there. I don't know if it was in Switzerland, but the thing is, even those had no history of being ill. They say the house is cursed, and who knows if this is why we're getting these issues. We are moving out in a couple of weeks, and we are counting the days. I feel more like a 7-year-old these days than a 36-year-old, and all these changes have happened in the past 3 years of living here anyway. But this is my story. As a teen, I lived in a nice newer home on Vulcan Road in Perkin, Indiana. My parents and I were the second family to live in it. When we went to just view the house to see if my parents wanted to live there, I found myself afraid to go inside. I was only 12 years old at the time and had no idea what I was afraid of. I had encounters with things I couldn't explain before, but they never scared me like this house did. My parents talked me into going inside. I wasn't happy, and actually I cried, but went in anyway. It had 3 bedrooms and a large basement and a yard. My dad and mom decided it was perfect for us and started with the purchase plans. Inside the house, the back bedroom, which faced the woods behind, and on the side of the house, truly was only part of the whole place that made me feel very uneasy. I made mom promise that I would be put in there to sleep, and she agreed that I would get the larger of the 2 bedrooms in the front end of the house. The problems didn't start right away for me anyways. My parents took the room that I refused. My dad was away a lot for work, and so my mom got the first experience. She kept them a secret from me till my last day of school. That year we had gotten new bedroom suits, and I was put in that room. Not for long enough. Not many 17-year-olds sleep with their moms, but after waking to see a woman sitting on the side of my bed one night and disappearing before reaching the foot of my bed while walking away, I slept with her every night afterwards. She was a dark figure with no real features to me, but I could tell it was female. I also seen dark shadowy figures dancing in the basement. Everyone heard the heavy footsteps upstairs while we were all downstairs, scratching in the attic. We moved back to Kentucky when I graduated in '86, but even though the house had its issues, It was the only place I'd ever called home. I went back and visited the next owners years later, and they had all the same experience as we had. The only difference was a young couple had tried to live there, and when they had a new baby, the ghost got a little violent and knocked things from the walls. The young family moved for fear the baby would be harmed. Behind the house through the woods is a cemetery, 11 or 12 graves, all dated from the 1500s to 1800s. I used to hang out there to sneak and smoke cigarettes. I can't help but wonder if it was someone from there. I hope to someday get the time to go visit whoever lives there, 21 years later. There's a story on here about a house in Mudlick Hollow in Hardy, Kentucky, known to those who live there, or remembered by those who lived in the Sharondale, Kentucky area. The story states that the White House on the right is haunted. Correction. This house was owned by a lady by the name of Gracie. She lived in the house when I was a child, and never once was any report of anything unusual. She and her sister lived there for many years, after she became quite old. These stories might have happened since her death. Across from her home in the old stomping grounds, there were many stories of the ghosts of American Indians. It is reported that glimpses of these Indians can even be seen during the day. This was known as an Indian burial ground. I can verify this because I was one of the children who actually saw what appeared to be an Indian. The Indian seen was wearing what appeared to be hides and carrying a spear, or something that might have been a spear. I was not the only child who saw this during the day it happened. There were many of us there playing ball during recess from the grade school, and we all saw it. But there are many other hauntings in this area, and none of them mentioned here, such as the graveyard that was up on the mountain across Highway 119. This graveyard had been in disrepair even back in the 1950s. I used to play in that area as a kid, and know that there have been unusual happenings since even before that time. The train trestle that used to cross Old Highway 119 from the upper part of Sharondale coal camp to the side where the coal was loaded into the train car. That trestle was the one place for dares as a child. There were a few children who were injured there taking those dares. To this day, nobody knows what the real story is about the old trustee. The trestle is now gone, but the stories remain. There was also a house that was used for storage along those tracks. Part of the house was used for storage things for repair to the homes of the coal miners in the upper and lower coal mining camp homes. That particular home was rented to a couple with one child. The mother often came across the road to another home, completely frightened by things that happened in the home. She stated that the light bulbs were burst, even when there was no reasonable means of explaining it. Many stories of hauntings in the home still abound. Note, the homes are now gone. The highway programs that took the area for a larger highway. Miners whose lives were taken in coal mining accidents still roam that area. A woman who was killed by a big cat up on the mountain, whose shrill screams can still be heard during both day and night. Different areas in the mountain where soldiers were killed. Mines that were closed are also rumored to be haunted. The same area is known to have different stories of men who were killed by reveners back in the early 1900s. Men killed by reveners, some whose bodies were found, and others who just went missing. I have an experience to share with all of you. When my grandfather died, we went to my grandmother's house to check on her. She had a clock that when my great-great-grandmother died, it stopped ticking then. When my grandpa died, it started again. It had not ticked for a long time, for about over 100 years. My grandpa had always wanted to hear it too. Maybe it was him that did it, or just a coincidence. My gym basement at my school, when I went to the bathroom in gym class, my friend came too. It used to be a locker room for a high school. We were about halfway down the stairs when the lights started flickering on and off. Then the water at the sinks turned on, and the stall door slammed. Then we turned to run up the stairs, and in the corner, we saw a boy that you could see through, and he had a hunter green shirt with black dress pants. We screamed and ran up the stairs where most of our class was there, and no one believed us. but we knew what we saw. Me and my other friend, we went down there and had to use the bathroom, and she was scared to go by herself. Oh, I ended up going down there with her. We were standing at the bottom of the stairs, noticing how freezing it was, and it was so cold. Oh, she went over to the first stall, then she started to open it. Then I screamed, and then she said, "What?" I said, "Turn around," and that's when she did. What we both saw was a girl wearing a dress with bright red eyes, with a black outline of some sort. He had a possessed smile. That's when she said, "Leave." The way she looked into our eyes when we saw her was straight evil, and my friend and I had nothing to say. One time I went with another one of my friends down to that basement, and when we were there we saw something strange and unwanted. We were standing at the very end of the stairs, and we were walking into the bathrooms, and at that very moment, we saw a strange looking girl just standing there, and she was just staring at us. Now, keep in mind this used to be an old school that was at least 90 to 95 years old. Oh, me and my friend just stood there for a moment and stared at her. Then we suddenly saw her eyes were plain black. It was so scary. Then me and my friend slowly walked away. But as we were going up the stairs, we noticed that she was following us. We looked back. I mean, we wanted to, but at the same time we didn't. And there she was. It was truly freaky. This was so freaky that she was right behind us, reaching for us and wanting to touch us. So we ran. We thought no one would believe this horrible, frightening incident, but luckily quite a few people did. And that's why many people didn't like to go into the basement anymore. One summer, my 3 children, my sister-in-law and I were traveling to my hometown in South Carolina. We live in New York. Oh, it is a pretty long way to go. It was foggy that morning, and my car had been experiencing trouble. We broke down near Pennsylvania and found ourselves sitting on the side of the road, maybe about 8 hours from home. A police officer pulled up behind my car. My youngest was 2 months old. He was screaming very loudly, but when he saw this policeman, he started smiling and laughing. Dressed in an older style police uniform, it looked to be a style from the 70s. He had the most beautiful face and voice. He walked around my car and then laid his hands on my car. My car started to back up. Then he just disappeared. I can't explain it. I looked up from the dash seconds after I saw him standing in front of the car, and then he was gone. No policeman car. No police car. Nothing. No one. We didn't even see him leave. As a matter of fact, we didn't even see him pull up. I thank God for that angel in disguise. We made it home safely. I grew up in a house that was always open to everyone and warm, but it did have its secrets. When I was very young, and the house was empty, I would hear my name being called, and I would run from room to room, thinking someone was home. My brother said this also happened to him on Saturday mornings, when everyone was asleep and he watched cartoons. One night as a 12-year-old, I was sleeping in the upstairs hall while my room was being finished. I was sleeping with my face to the wall, and softly my shoulder was being pushed, thinking someone in my family was wanting something. I turned around to face the room. There in front of me was a small couple, a man in a suit and a 1930s hat, and a sweet-looking woman with a pillbox-like hat. I think they liked what they saw because they looked at each other, then smiled, and then turned around to go down the stairs. I never saw them again. Many years later, in a conversation with my mother, she told me the small house with the low ceilings and low working areas was built for a couple in 1939, and before they could move in, they died in a fatal car accident. I guess they were just checking up on their home. Well, my boyfriend is a non-believer, but he says he wants to believe. Oh, back before we started dating,
We would find things to do where he might see something and come around. I was very picky about these places because I'm a firm believer, and also I scare easily. Oh, I didn't want to get myself into a situation that I would have a hard time with. As a result, I choose places that I've been to many times and was comfortable with. We had been to a few, and I'd heard something or whatever, but generally I've attributed this to my imagination because I was worked up. But one experience stands out. We were on the USS Constellation, known for hauntings, but I had taken him there more as a glimpse of my own past. As a native Baltimorean, or Baltimorean, as my father likes to say, and a lover of history, I practically grew up on it. I was completely relaxed as I usually am there, and Rob and I were standing on the orlop dock, looking over the rail. It's my favorite place on the ship. Don't ask me why. My least favorites are outside the Champlain's corners and in the infirmary. Given the history of the ship, the orlop really shouldn't be my fave, but it is. Oh, we have been standing there in silence for a few minutes, just kind of taking it in. It was a cold day, and we went there right after work, so there was hardly anyone else on the vessel. And so after a few moments of quiet, I say, "Cut it out." What, he replies. Well, he knew what he did. He put his hand around my waist, upping the curve of my hip, as we weren't dating at this time. And in fact, I believe we were both seeing other people when this happened. I thought this was pretty dang inappropriate. I turned to tell him so. He was standing too far away for me to have done that. He didn't move as I was standing directly next to him, and would have noticed. What? He said again, a little more forcefully, looking rather concerned for my sanity. Nothing, I said. I didn't want to think about it and ruin one of my favorite childhood retreats. After we were off the ship, I told him what had happened. He still really wasn't convinced, hence I'm the one who experienced something. Not him, but he did admit that the ghost has good taste. That's sweet, I think. I just want to say that I love your website and couldn't help but to share my story with you. A few years ago, my great-grandfather was very ill and in a nursing home. My family and I lived far away from him. We only made a trip up to see him around Christmas and his birthday. One day when I was 15, and my brother was only about 2, we were sitting in my living room watching TV, when all of a sudden my little brother started crying. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he wanted to go see Papa. I thought it was weird because he had only met Papa a few times. My mom came in the room and told him that Papa was very far away, but that we would go see him soon. My brother started crying harder and was screaming, "I want to see Papa now." My mom held her in her lap and kept telling him not to worry, that Papa was fine and we would go see him soon. When he started to calm down, the phone rang. It was my aunt. He told us that Papa just passed away. My whole family was creeped out by this experience, and none of us had really talked about it since. My little brother does not even remember it. This took place in 1993, and I have 2 separate stories, same place and year. When I was about 16, I was living with some friends in Cleveland, Texas. I was attending school there with my best friend Mary, and living with her and her family. We had a couple friends that we went to school with. One girl was very strange, shall we say. We will call her Claire, and there was the other friend named Barbie. We lived almost at the end of a long, narrow, dead-end dirt road. There was only about 6 houses on the road, and we were surrounded by woods. We lived in the next to last house on the street, and Claire lived in the house that marked the dead-end road, and her family rarely came out in the daytime. They were more night creatures, if you will, and they had about 6 stray cats just hanging around the house. Mary and I decided to stay the night with Claire one night, and in the nighttime when it all got very weird, Claire was talking about witches and witchcraft and sorts,
when suddenly I saw right behind Claire that there was a witch's head just hanging from the ceiling. I mean, it was staring right at me with big bulging red eyes, and it seemed real. When I told Claire it was right on the ceiling, she looked, and there was nothing. And to this day, I have no idea if I was hallucinating or if I really saw something evil. Our family had an experience several years back in our old house. I tried to submit the story a few years back, but I don't think it ever was posted. I'm the last one to say I believe in ghosts, and normally when people tell me they saw a ghost, I listen, but figure they are full of it. Well, this time I'm glad that my entire family heard it. I don't care if anybody else believes me because at least we know it happened. It happened several years ago. Maybe a good 28 years ago. I was around 7, if not younger. At the time, I was sleeping in my parents' room with my dad, and my mom went to lay down with my brother since he had the flu. The way our house was is that we have 3 bedrooms and 2 doors that we kept closed, that closed off of the back of the house to the living room and kitchen. We had all just started to fall asleep when we were woken up by a really loud thump. Then the sound of something heavy running and ripping up the carpet. It reminded me of our old cat that used to run down the hall, and her claws would get stuck in the carpet, but this was much, much louder. The noise came and went very fast. My dad had jumped up and got his gun and went outside thinking it was someone running on our roof, but there was nothing. He came back and asked us all if we heard it, and we did. To this day, we have no idea what it was, and it never happened again. My brother and I talk about it to this day, and we get chills thinking about it. I'm sure it is something that could be explained. But what? It was too loud for any house noise. Our plumbing we never had issues with. Like I said, I'm glad our entire family heard it, so that way, they know I'm not making something up. I've never had another experience like that again. And now I'm interested in the idea of hauntings, but I normally am more on the factual and fantasy side. But that has made me think that just maybe there's something to all the supernatural. One thing I know about my story, I know it is real. I've read other stories on the site and think a lot of them are fabricated, and I'm sure if reading mine, people will think I'm making it up, or my entire family is making it up, but we know it happened. My stories were told to me. The first was told by my dad. My dad was an 18-wheeled truck driver. The stories he told seem far-fetched, but I swear to God he's telling the truth. One night driving along a stretch of highway, he came upon a beautiful dog. The dog barked, but he knew he had hit the dog. He got out of the cab of the truck with his flashlight, who gave the dog a proper burial. When he looked up and down the ravines, and what he found was not a dog, but a family with the dog. They had crashed down the ravine 2 hours earlier. The family survived, but the dog didn't. The next story was told by my brother, and now sister-in-law, then girlfriend. In 1995, my brother came to Texas, then Georgia, to be with our dad. At that time, he was very ill. My sister-in-law, then girlfriend, was in Georgia. Our dad passed away late at night. My brother decided to wait till morning to call my sister because she had to be working early the next morning. My sister-in-law called crying instead. She was scared and shaking. Then she said that about 2 a.m., she got up to get a drink in the kitchen, walked into the living room, and that's when she saw Dad sitting on the couch. Then she said hi to him, then continued into the kitchen, and then realized that he was supposed to be in Texas, not knowing he had passed yet. That's when she walked back into the living room, where he was sitting, telling her he needs to tell her something, and she screamed no, and runs back into the bedroom, then slams the door, locks it, and calls her best friend cousin, who was a cop, to come to the house, and no one is there. When my brother tells her our dad had passed, that is when she freaks out more. I just wish I knew what he wanted to tell her. Oh well.
This actually began here in Lazuka, the capital of Zambia, back in 1983 when I was a young girl of 5. For some reason, I always woke at 3 a.m. on the dot whilst living at our home at the time, and found myself walking down the hallway. We had security lights in the garden, therefore shadows would play off trees, bushes, and windows onto the interior walls of the house, like a Russian puppet show. With a security guard present each night, I would think the shadowy shape of a man appearing or disappearing suddenly was simply that, our guard doing the rounds. It wasn't until one final night, after my usual check of the houses, I was walking back to my room when I just felt something behind me. Wish I hadn't, because the shadowy figure of a man was right behind me, away from the walls and lights, but very distinctive. I was scared, but to be honest, looking back now, cannot even remember feeling evil, just curiosity. A few months after, I started experiencing visions and dreams. I would start having a dream of a little funny white man standing in my doorway, looking at me with a mean little grin on his face. Then, he would walk off in the direction of my brother's room, whereby I once woke up to hear my brother screaming for my mom, saying there was something in his room. This experience happened only once, but the dreams of this little man continued. When we moved to the UK in 1986, my final experience occurred with this man. I heard my name being called from downstairs. When I reached the top of the stairs from my bedroom, looking down into the pitch black, and feeling utter malevolence directed at me, I couldn't see anything, but it was the same sensation I feel when dreaming of the white man. Let's just say at the age of 11, I had the good sense not to investigate. After that, I stopped experiencing little white man, but I feel I became susceptible to other things from then on. Our house in the UK is set on what was once the Beanoak Estate Farm. It's said that a mass grave of 1800s cholera victims lies within the vicinity of our estate, which could explain the experience, and not just for me. Our cat would get spooked, and my mother was terrified one night. Our cat would suddenly sit up and stare at the corner of the room, or the doorway, or an armchair, and suddenly start to growl and raise his hackle. Then he would move his head as though watching something walk through the room. It frightened me one night when he sat up from my lap and dug his claws into my thighs. The growling reached a crescendo, as though he was going into battle with another Tom. I got so spooked, I left the room and went upstairs. My cat had left via the cat flap into the night. He wouldn't come back until the morning. What really spooked me the most was, this also happened during the day one February morning. I can handle the nighttime frights because of the sense of normality when the sun rises. When you are invaded during the day, all your security is shattered. My brother and I both experienced what is now learned as sleep paralysis event at exactly the same time, one night. Both of us also witnessed just before a sudden flash of brilliant blue. For two people of differing sexes to experience at exactly the same time makes it disturbing, and we still discuss it today. My other experience of sleep paralysis was when I was fully awake. Lying on my tummy reading a book on my bed, I suddenly had the overwhelming terror swamp me from my feet upwards, and I couldn't move. Then, at the foot of my bed, I could feel as though someone was taking a step onto the mattress between both feet. When I could finally move, I turned around to see an indentation of a foot where the sensation was. Thank you for taking your time to read my experiences, for that is all I can call them. I did have one other experience, but it's too terrifying to write down and causes me fear, even to this day. When I was 6 or 7 months pregnant with my son Anthony, I had a terrifying nightmare. I believe this nightmare was a portal to the afterlife, that what I saw was in fact a ghost trying to communicate with me. Every night I would sleep with the bedroom door half open and also had the hallway light on, just because of the weird and bizarre events that would occur in this old home. I'd always thought I'd hear laughter during the day, sounds of doors opening and closing, and other little things that made me convinced my house was haunted. One evening, I swore I saw a small dark shadow figure float into the kitchen from my bedroom. It happened so fast, I didn't have much time to process it. My nightmare was very similar to this experience. I was convinced that I woke up in my bed before. At least at the time I thought I was conscious. I was glued to my bed, couldn't move at all, virtually paralyzed. I started hearing strange noises, like a gargling coming from the hallway outside of my room. I remember struggling to open and close my eyes. All of a sudden, I was able to focus my eyes and move my head where I could see that the door was open. I saw this little girl standing in my doorway. She was a black shadow from 5 feet away from my bed. She approached closer to me, all while I was still paralyzed and couldn't move. The black shadow whispered, "Don't be scared, I'll be home soon." That's when I woke up, sweating and screaming. Even after realizing it was a nightmare, I could still feel the presence of the shadow in that house. The same girl from my nightmare. I thought it was a bit ridiculous, because I knew at that point, my mind had just conjured this up in my head, even with all the previous signs of ghostly activity. What's even weirder, a few days after I received a call from my sister, she was very emotional because she announced to me that she was having a child. The reason why my sister was so emotional was because she had tried for years and years to have children, and she was never able to. Her doctor even told her that she was never going to be able to produce a child. I bet you the shadow from my nightmare came back as her living child. I was never able to find out the history of this house or who lived there, but I can bet you that the little girl used to, and she told me that she was coming back to life. I've noticed that you don't have any ghosts listed for the University Calgary residences in Calgary, Alberta. I had a strange experience in the residence tower called Randall Hall. I'll give you some brief information. There are 2 identical towers, plus some apartment-style residences that were built in the late 1960s when the university was founded. They're both 7 stories tall, with a central communal lounge and 3 hallways radiating out like spokes. Each hallway has 11 rooms and a bathroom. Originally, they were built as a female dorm and a male dorm. I spent 3 years of my university living in Randall Hall. The room that I shared with my roommate was in the co-ed hallway of the 6th floor of Randall. This kind of applies because we shared all facilities with guys. Toilet stalls, urinals, sinks, and showers were all communal. Think Ally McBeal. And we often had guys hang out in our room. Let's just say that there were quite a few of us engineers on that floor. I started the year living in room 661. One night, I woke frequently, and I could have sworn that there was someone in my room,
sitting in the chair at my roommate's desk. I passed it off as being asleep, but the next day I did ask my roommate, were there any people in our room last night? All she said was yeah. I thought that one of the guys had come in during the night. Weird. Anyway, a little later in the year, I moved into room 557 on the same side of the hallway, 2 doors down. We started noticing that in the common room, which was a large open area in the center of the spokes, one of the elevators would often come up to our floor on its own accord, open, close, then go back down to the main floor. Sometimes it would stay on our floor with the door open for almost an hour before going back down. My real experience came during reading break. I guess your guys' equivalent to spring break, only we have ours in early to mid-February, and most people leave because the skiing's awesome in the Rockies, only a few hours away. In our hallway, the only people not gone was me, my roommate, the girls across the hall, and the girl at the end of the hall on our side by the fire escape. To start my real story, I'll give you guys a little explanation about how our room was laid out. If you walk into the door from the hallway, there's a closet on each side that extends about 2 feet into the room, that goes all the way to each wall. No doors in the closets. The room is approximately square. My roommate's bed was against the left wall, with her desk against the window, directly across the door, and the chair between her headboard and the desk. My bed was against the window, with the headboard against the right wall, with my desk along the right wall. I awoke one night because I swore that the door to our room had opened, and that one of the guys from the guy's wing had come in. He had gone on a date that night and was a close friend. I looked over at my roommate's bed, and it looked like this guy was whispering something to her. I found it kind of creepy though, that instead of crouching by her bed like a normal person would do, he was standing with his legs straight, bent at the waist, with his face about 2 inches from hers. Now, I got kinda pissed off because it was the middle of the night and this guy had come in to tell Lauren about his date. I wanted to see what time it was, so I sat up in bed so I could see around my desk to my alarm clock, which was on a dresser in the closet. It was 2:30-ish in the morning, so I turned my head to yell or whisper strongly at this guy. Then I realized it wasn't who I thought it was. This is the creepy part. He stayed bent over my roommate in the same position, but slowly turned his head to look at me. While he was turning his head, this grin spread across his face. One could interpret this grin as malevolent. I sure did at the time. Then he slowly stood straight up and took a few steps backward towards the closet, folded his arms across his chest, and looked at me with the same scary grin on his face. It was strange because really, he had no facial features. Nothing of a face that I could see, except for this grin that I could more sense than see. Well, that was enough for me. Like any 20 going on 6-year-old, I dove beneath the covers of my bed and stayed there all night. This was very hard to do, since the heating is very efficient in those buildings, and most of the rooms are usually hot enough to be in shorts and tanks in. Anyway, I didn't sleep again that night. After a week or so, thinking about this experience, having insomnia, and sleeping with the light on, I have second thoughts on what was going on there. I think that yes, he was intentionally trying to scare someone, but only out of a sense of fun, because he knew he could. I think he had my roommates in his target sights, and he had his face by my roommates, waiting for her to wake up with this ghost face 2 inches from hers. Well, you could wake my roommate up with a cherry bomb when she's sleeping, never mind waking to a ghostly presence, like so many of us do. Instead, I woke up, and his grin was more of a, finally, someone's awake that I can scare grin. So that was it, other than the knocking, which is actually quite funny. It was about 2 days after my experience, when all 3 of our rooms got simultaneous knocks at 5:30 in the morning. My roommate got up to answer the door, and scared the crap out of both her and the girl directly across from her by opening the door at the exact same time. Also, the girl at the end of the hall had her head out of the door, asking if someone had knocked. There was no one in the hall, and no way someone could have left without us hearing. The door into the central common room was on a mnemonic hinge, and made a whining noise when you opened it. The door to the fire escape, at the other end, makes a crapload of noise, which echoes through the floors. The door to the bathroom also has a mnemonic hinge, and bangs when it closes. Anyway, to close this outrageously long story out, I worked for housekeeping during the summer, because the residents are rented out like hotel rooms. I didn't go back home in the summer. I was talking with the cleaner from the 6th floor while doing laundry one day. She related that she has had experiences with this guy over the last few years. She was cleaning a room after move out and had the door propped open with the garbage can. A guy poked his head around the door, looked her in the eye, kicked the garbage out from in front of the door, and slammed it. There was no one there when she went to look. There are rumors that a guy got really stressed out during exams in the 80s and threw himself off the roof into the parking lot. I've not substantiated his claims, so who knows. I do know that the roofs are now off limits to students, whereas they weren't in the past. The cleaner says that he is quite shy and is only seen during summer, Christmas, on reading breaks, never when the residences are filled with people. This isn't the first time I've told someone this. Normally people don't believe me because I'm only 14, but I swear that everything I'm about to say is the honest truth. My first experience happened 6 years ago. My friend was sleeping over at mine. We couldn't sleep, so we were just talking in the dark. Well, it wasn't that dark because I had the curtains open. I remember it being a few minutes past midnight. I also remember thinking my friend had stood up because there was a shadow on the wall opposite us, but she was still lying down. But she too had seen the shadow. It had no features and was only head and shoulders. It was where my light switch was. We both looked outside to see if anyone was there. Nothing. So we started to really freak out and closed the curtains as quick as possible, and when we reopened them a few seconds later, it was gone. I have no explanation for this. I definitely wasn't dreaming, and neither of us had imagined it. Later on that year, I was alone in the house watching a video. I stopped the video to get something to eat downstairs. When I came back, the video had been took out from my video player and was on my bed. My next experience happened maybe about 5 or 4 years ago. I was on the computer, and I was the only one in the house, as my brother was out, and my mom and dad were out working. I didn't have any music on at the time, and the TV wasn't on either. Basically, things were silent. I heard this voice coming from downstairs calling my name. It was definitely a woman's voice, maybe in her late 20s. I wasn't sure at this time. I really started to freak out. It lasted for around 5 minutes, and then it stopped.
The next couple of times I heard it really scared me. The last time I heard it, I was home alone again. The TV was on mute, and I was on the computer again. The voice came from right next to me. It shouted my name into my ear. It shocked me so badly that I actually screamed so loud that the people next door heard me. Since then, I haven't heard it, but recently, I've been hearing music playing in and outside of my house. Also, recently things keep happening in my room. Like I keep feeling cold spots, and a lot of the time, I feel like I'm not the only one in the room. It's really scary. Plus, my TV has been on mute or changed channels when I'm nowhere near the remote. It scares me a lot. It's shook me up so bad that I hate being alone in the house. This occurred roughly 20 years ago when I was 19 or 20, and I was sleeping over at my boyfriend's apartment in Spring Valley, California. My boyfriend left for work by 4 a.m., and I was alone in the apartment. This one morning after he left, I awoke on my back to a heaviness in the room. It was still dark, but becoming dawn. I looked to my right, and standing next to me by the bed was this tall black shrouded shadow entity. I was terrified. I could feel its presence surrounding me. Then it spoke. I was lying there wide-eyed and in shock. I'm not still sure how I heard it. Was it audible or just in my head? The voice was deep and gruff. It asked, "What are you doing here?" I'm familiar with some experiences with the paranormal, just never had it been so terrifying. I closed my eyes and began the Lord's Prayer. By the last words, "Deliver me from evil. Amen." The room had cleared. I felt a change immediately, and when I reopened my eyes, all was normal again. I told my boyfriend later that day, and he thought it was his deceased grandfather being curious. My boyfriend's grandma was recently staying with him, and she would tell him stories of the grandfather visiting her. Possible, I guess, but I still wonder what the black shrouded entity was, and what its intentions were. For many years, I had a gray cat named Kitty. Kitty didn't like many people. She mainly only liked me. She always slept up against my legs at night, on the outside of the covers. She loved to be close to me. After she died, I was absolutely miserable. I missed her so much. After a few days, I started getting a glimpse of her walking around the house, out of the corner of my eye. I didn't say anything to anyone for a while. One day, my aunt said that she didn't realize that we had gotten another cat after Kitty had died. I told her that we didn't have any other cats, or any other pets for that matter. She was absolutely convinced that she had seen a cat walk across the doorway in our living room. One night, just as I was going to sleep, I felt Kitty jump up onto the bed and cuddle up against me. I could feel her pressing up against my legs. I tried my best to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but my husband felt her jump onto the bed also. Over the years, she has gradually stopped coming around us so much. She still shows up whenever I'm upset or sick. I guess she just likes to comfort me, just like she did when she was alive. Hello. I grew up in an old apartment building in the Fordham Hills section of the Bronx. When I was about 14 years old, I was speaking on the telephone to my best friend, who lived upstairs on the 5th floor of the building.
My apartment was on the second floor. My friend said that she was going to go down to my apartment in a few minutes. As soon as I hung up the telephone, there was a knock on the door. I wondered how my friend could have possibly made it down 3 flights of stairs so quickly. As we hung up the phone that second, I went to the door and looked out at the people to see if it was her. There, at the door, stood a tall, young-looking man wearing a ruffled white shirt, a thick black belt, black pants, and black boots that went almost to his knees. Hanging from the side of his belt was a sword or a saber. As I stared at him, it appeared as though he was looking right at me with piercing blue eyes, even though the door was between us. I then noticed that I could see the number on the apartment door across from mine through his shirt. I quickly ran from the door, realizing what I had seen, thoroughly frightened, and called my friend, asking her to hurry and come down as I was alone in the house. I will never forget it for as long as I live. I did some research and learned that there was Revolutionary battles on in a Mug 4 Dam Hill. I came to the conclusion that the ghost was a Revolutionary War soldier, probably British from the clothing. I only wish I could learn more. Nothing occurred for the rest of the time that I lived in that apartment. Thanks for having a great site where people can share their experiences. Like a lot of people, I've had friends and family members pass away. One of my best friends was John, who died from pancreatic cancer while still in his early 30s. Many years later, I started a habit while praying. I asked God to help me always remember my friends and family who have passed away, who influenced me, and who are a big part of my life. Then I think of their names and say them silently in prayer. About a year ago, our friend and family priest passed away, and I attended the funeral mass. As I was kneeling in the pews, I felt someone beside me. I looked to my right, and there, plain as day, was John. He was there for only 2, maybe 3 seconds, and then disappeared. I shook my head and looked again, but he was gone. I hadn't thought about John at all that day, and I may never know why he decided to show himself. I know that God puts people into your life for a reason, and I know that even after they are gone, they're always with you. I love you, brother. Thanks for the visit.
I come from a Caribbean family mostly Catholic, but as you all may know in the island's culture, the occult forms part of our religion as well. The women in my family seem to have a special connection and special way of seeing things, since my great-grandmother and I'm sure before her as well. My mother and I used to talk about spirits all the time, and one day I said to her mother, "You know, I'm very scary. Oh, if you're going to contact me in any way after you die, make sure you do it through my dreams." She laughed and said okay. My mother passed away at the age of 47, still young due to cancer. Almost a year after she died one afternoon, I decided to go home early from work because I did not feel good. When I got home at 3 p.m., I laid down on the sofa and was almost asleep. It was almost like I was asleep in the inside, but awake in the inside. And suddenly I saw my mother standing there in front of the sofa, just looking at me smiling, not saying anything. She looked like she used to look when I was little. She had her big sunglasses on like the ones used in the late 70s. And she was giving me 2 things. One was a triangular rock with a symbol on it, and a red, white, and turquoise feather. At the same time, I knew she was dead, but I was crying and trying to reach out for her from the couch. Suddenly I woke up. When my body slammed on the couch, I was suspended on the air. It was a very weird experience. All I could think of was that she wanted to contact me, and she did not want to scare me. But till this day, I don't know the meaning of my dream. I have had several dreams of past relatives that have passed, but this dream was reoccurring. Let me start from the beginning. My father-in-law and brother-in-law were fishermen for many years, and their boat was lost out at sea long before either my now husband were married. My husband, in fact, was in high school at the time. The boat or the bodies were never found. Oh, it left a lot of questions for the family. My husband never got over the guilt of not meeting them at a harbor somewhere down the coastline to make sure they got there, because before they left, they had to replace the fuel pump. Just keep in mind that even though I and my husband were married, I had never seen a pic of either of them. My mother-in-law kept them packed away. Well, years later of being married to my husband, I started having a dream about a man standing on the shore above the boats. He looked grotesque, and I knew he was not of the living, because his skin was green and slimy looking. He was wearing a black stocking cap, jeans, a flannel and fisherman thick jacket. I would get frightened and wake up. The same dream kept on happening, until finally through fear, I asked him what he wanted. Then suddenly, I was whisked away, which felt like an out-of-body experience, and I was standing on a rock in a hidden alcove along the shore. The tide was out, and there were several of these rocks that were sticking up out of the water. I looked around then down on the rock I was standing on, and I see two skeletons laying on the rock. Next thing I know, they came together and forming two skeletons, and awe and frightened. I started to see their mouths move, but heard nothing in my ears, but heard them speaking in my head. They told me to tell everyone that they are fine and happy, and to make sure I told the family to stop wondering, and to move on with their lives, and that one day they will see them again. Next thing I knew, I realized it was my father-in-law and my brother-in-law. After speaking to them and receiving the message, they fell apart and rested on the rock that they were standing, as if they never came together. Heart racing, I was shown path to a trail in order to climb up and out of the alcove. Then halfway up, I awoke. It took me a few days to sort things out and tell my husband what happened. At first, I described the man on the docks, the one with the black stocking hat, jeans, etc. He said that it described his dad the day he left for his final fishing trip. Remember, I had not seen a picture of him yet. I told my husband what he told, that they were okay and happy now. I told him the details of where I was standing and what the alcove looked like. He said the ghost card looked in a spot as described in my dreams, but never found any bodies or the boat. After telling my husband, I've never had a dream like that again. I've always known I helped my husband close a chapter of guilt that had been eating him for years. I believe the main message was for my hubby. I just recently finally got a good picture of my father-in-law, and it was him in my dreams. Just looking at the picture took my breath away. Sorry for the long post, but all that I said is true. This is an absolutely true account of what happened to me, my brother Darren, and our friend Lee at Shipley Road in Loudsborough, UK. We were all sleeping on the floor of my room as Lee was staying over, because our moms were working at the local pub together. It was about 1 a.m. Darren and I were just getting to sleep when we heard the scraping coming from the bedroom of the adjoining house. It was like someone was digging a spike high up into the plaster on the other side, then dragging it down in the arc to the floorboards. This would just happen again constantly, to the point where you thought it might actually come through. Like I said, we were awake, but Lee, who was sleeping at our feet, was out cold. We tried to wake him by shaking him, but nothing worked. Then the smashing started. It was like a grown man throwing dinner plates at the wall, one after another. Then banging and crashing started. All the time the other noises continued until it all built up to the crescendo of the noise. The next thing that happened would haunt me even to this day. We heard a very loud, piercing scream. The only way I can describe it is a scream that was in the film Trainspotting. In it, a woman's baby dies in its cot, and when the mother finds it, she screams. Well, take that scream and times it by 100. Lee would still not wake up through all of this, which was strange on its own. Anyway, we were that worried. We got our mother up, who promptly rang the police, who arrived shortly after. They could hear all of this from the outside, but with all of their combined efforts to get somebody to the front door, nothing worked. They ended up breaking the door down, and that's when all of this got super spooky. They found nothing. The house was empty, and there was no smashed cutlery, no mark down the wall, nothing. The police left, and it all started again. This time, Darren and I were terrified, and still Lee would not wake up. We just laid there wide awake waiting for sunrise. When it finally came, as if on cue, the first bird we heard that Sunday morning, all the noises stopped instantly, and at the very same time Lee woke up, wondering what all the fuss was about. This story is 100% true. Thanks for reading. I live in an old house in Lisbon. We occasionally hear strange noises. One person will hear other people having conversations when no one is around. We also have cold places in the house. On occasion, the living room or the downstairs bedroom will be 4 or 5 degrees colder than the other rooms of the home. And sometimes, my husband claims that he sees strange blurs and movements out of the corner of his eye. If we do have ghosts, I don't feel that any of them are threatening. The other day I was sitting in the living room watching TV when I swear I heard someone yell from the kitchen. They said, "I'm waiting," as if someone was in the kitchen and waiting for someone to finish getting ready to go. And they weren't moving fast enough, and they were getting fed up with waiting. I said, "What's your problem?" Because I thought it was my husband getting home from work, and he wanted me to go someplace with him. When I got up to check it out, there was no one in the kitchen, and my husband's motorcycle wasn't in the garage, as he had taken it to work that morning. My kids, 12 and 14, will come down from their rooms and asked us what we wanted, when neither my husband nor I have called them. We have a dog, and she doesn't seem bothered one way or another. My friends and family used to live in an apartment complex called Cape Meadows. During our 2 years of living there, we all experienced a number of unexplained experiences. In our building there were 6 units. However, only 4 were rented and livable. The other 2 were damaged severely. They were used there for storage of missed items through the years. In my particular apartment, my little girl started doing strange things. She was talking to her closet one night. I asked her who she was talking to, and she said Bobby. I asked her who Bobby was, and she told me he lived out back, by the bushes in the sandbox. Then soon after, my daughter's TV started turning on by itself. Even when she wasn't home, we would hear something coming from her bedroom. And when we opened the door, her TV would be on. So I turned it off and closed the door. Sure enough, I heard the noises again and went back to the room. The TV was on again. This happened quite often. Then there was another time. My husband and I were asleep and my daughter was sound asleep. And my husband thought he felt my daughter crawl in bed with us. When he turned over to get her and put her back to bed, she wasn't there. He went in to check in on her, and there she was, out like a light. Later that night, our bedroom door slammed open, and we saw what we thought was my little girl running around on our bed. However, there was nobody there again. We got up to check on her again, and the gates in the hallway started rattling, and it was very cold in the hallway in my little girl's room. I checked the thermostat to see if the heat was on, and it was running and set on like 70 like always, but the temp gauge read 35 degrees. My daughter was still sound asleep. Another incident was my husband was sitting in the living room with the front door wide open. He saw out of the door in the hallway a smoky figure of an old man wearing torn overalls. He turned to me and said, "Check this out." When he turned back, he was gone. That same night, we went down to our neighbor's apartment and told him what my husband had seen and described the same man sitting in his computer chair. At that time, at that same neighbor's apartment, my family and friends from across the hall were visiting, and on the keychain holder next to the door was a keychain floating in the air, as if someone was taking it off the hook, but you couldn't see anyone. My neighbor said, "Hi, Bobby," and the keychain fell. At my neighbor's apartment below me, she was sleeping one afternoon when her bedroom started knocking back and forth, and the door handle was shaking. That's when she thought the wind was circulating through the apartment causing this. But when she got up, on the outside of her door was what looked like little wet handprints, but you couldn't wipe them dry, and they never went away. At my other neighbor's apartment, it was a basement apartment, and the two apartments above them were the damaged apartments, but quite frequently we would hear footsteps and what sounded like people moving furniture up there. These apartments were always locked and never got into by anyone. At my apartment, we would sometimes leave for the weekend and then go to my parents'. When we leave, we turn out all the lights except for a lamp in the living room. When we would return home, all the lights would be on, except for the lamp we had left on, and we never locked our deadbolt because we had trusting neighbors. We would only lock the handle lock. However, when we returned, the deadbolt locked every time. I was babysitting my neighbor's daughter one day, and when her parents came to pick her up, we were looking for her shoes she took off in my daughter's bedroom. That's when she pointed to the middle of the floor by the bed, where she had left them, but they were not there. We looked under the bed, in the closet, all over the apartment. No shoes. I told them I would keep looking. They would turn up somewhere, and I would bring them down when I found them. Oh, they left and went home. I started looking again for her shoes in my daughter's bedroom, and sure enough, they were in the middle of the floor. They were not there 10 minutes prior. We had told our landlord about what we had experienced, and that little girl was always talking to this Bobby person, and that she told us he lived out by the bushes next to the sandbox. He told us that in the 70s, a little boy about 7 years old had drowned in the swimming pool, where the sandbox is now. He said that after the little boy drowned, the pool was filled with dirt and sand was laid out over it. We'll make a sandbox, and the little boy's name was Robert. We experienced a lot of unexplained occurrences here, but none life-threatening. Things happened when I was a very little boy. At the age of 4 it started, and I'd already felt that our house had something particular. Before I knew about the existence of monsters or ghosts, I already was scared in the house. Until my 10th year, I always slept with my mother in the same room, but I never asked for that and I never told about my fear, because such things go by themselves. One night at about 3 p.m., a big painting fell from the wall with a loud bang. My father couldn't believe it, but yet it happened. In the dark, I spotted that the ceiling corners in the room that we slept in were not always in the same. In one of the 4 corners, once I spotted something having the shape of a human head with a cap. Other times in that same corner, it was not quite there. And sometimes I could perceive a faint light there if I concentrated painstakingly on that. Another time I couldn't find my mother in the home, although she was there. My father was at work. Then seemingly she was nowhere to be seen, until I heard her sitting in the kitchen. And yes, one of the little doors of the sink unit was finger thick opened. I walked towards, opened the door, and There she was sitting, completely together underneath the sink drain. We'll never know what happened there. The only thing my mother cryingly said, she had bumped her head. Growing older, I thought to myself, hadn't there been another explanation? But you know as well that such things are taboo to talk about. After darkfall, I sometimes could hear faint noises on the stairs and on the upper gangway, and some months later again after twilight, a thunder was coming up. There was this huge lightning strike right in front of the house, which was 10 meters in distance, with an indescribable loud blow, which made me promptly dive into bed in the room I was. Later we moved out of the house and now I'm 61, having been returned to my birthplace, and I heard that the same house had been standing twice vacant for a long time, and the folks moving in didn't stay for too long. A broker did confirm this to me after telling him. The odd thing is, my fondest wish is to return into the house, but I can't get a mortgage. After moving out of the house, all the things in my life went wrong. Nothing but preventions and hardships. No job, no partner, etc. I think I arrived at the following conclusion. The ghosts in the house were harmless. Quite the contrary. They had been trying to warn me not to leave the house. My name is Helen, and I'm a rational wife and mother of 2. I've experienced psychic phenomenon ever since anybody can remember, seeing things almost before I could talk. This is my most recent experience. We moved to our house in 1991. On the moment we moved in, I felt a presence. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps upstairs, light ones like a child running. My mother, when she was alone in the house, would also hear them. After the birth of my first child, a daughter, this increased. When my daughter started to talk, she would come into the night or cry out that Jamie had woken her up to play. Jamie is my niece. Oh, to Evie. Any girl of about 3 to 4 years with blonde hair was Jamie at that time. I wondered at this, but since she was not afraid, I didn't worry. When I was heavily pregnant with my son, I was resting in the evening. Daughter was asleep, and hubby was out, house was empty. Then I heard her wake up to get out of bed, run along the landing, jump onto the top step and call Mama. Thinking it was Evie, I replied, "I'm here, dear," expecting her to come in for a cuddle. There was no sound or movement, so I heaved myself off the bed and went to see her. There was nobody there. I looked in her room, and she was tucked up in bed and fast asleep. This happened to me quite often. Then after this, I would hear the little girl calling her mama. I went to see a medium and told her. She said the child was lost, and next time I should go to the bottom of the stairs and tell her to go into the light to find her mom, and then I should recite the Lord's Prayer. Well, next time I did this, and since then no more footsteps, but I still occasionally feel like I'm being watched. I hope the child found her mom and is at peace now. Here are a few stories. It may be long, but it's certainly interesting enough to hold your attention. I've encountered many paranormal activities since I was a child. Apparently things like this run in my family, but I seem to be the only one who has held on to my abilities. The first encounter I can recall was in Villa Rica, Georgia. I don't remember how old I was, but I know I was really young. My mother and I were driving to my aunt's house late at night. There was a store of some sort on the side of the road, which looked to be very old. Outside the door stood a light-up frame, which housed advertisements. I noticed a figure moving around it. It had huge white glowing eyes. And the best way I can explain it is by telling you that it reminded me of Spider-Man in the dark. I yelled for my mother to stop the car because the boogeyman was standing right outside the store. She told me I was seeing things, but to this day, she wishes she stopped the car. I saw things throughout my childhood so much that most nights I'd wind up sleeping on my mother's floor. We moved to Texas when I was about 9, The haunting seemed to follow. I could tell that there was something wrong with the house the second I entered the doorway. I guess you could call it a feeling that I had. I always had trouble falling asleep. I would hear the sloshing of boots on the wet carpet, voices that I knew were not my parents. Those things didn't seem to bother me that bad, but what did bother me was when I did fall asleep, I'd wake up and could see an apparition floating above me. It had no recognizable shape to it. I'd stare at it and watch it move for a while. Then I'd run into my mother's room where, for some reason, I felt safe. The scariest thing I've ever encountered in a house was while my room was being renovated. I slept in the living room on the floor, and on this night, there was something that jolted me out of a sound sleep. As I lay on the floor, eyes wide open, I looked towards the kitchen. On the wall to the left of the kitchen was something I'd never seen, and I hope I never see again. It stood as tall as the ceilings did. Oh, I'm guessing about 8 to 9 feet. It was wearing a robe that covered the arms and face. Oh, I never saw any kind of features. I felt threatened by this creature, but I had no idea what to do. The creature stood still as I contemplated what actions would be best for me to take. I darted up as fast as I could and ran past the creature. I looked at it as I ran by, and all my doubts of me hallucinating were gone. It reached out towards me when I managed to get past it. I took a sharp left turn into my mother's room, where I ran to her side of the bed and hit my knees. I buried my head in her stomach and told her what I had seen. No one in my family has ever doubted that I can not only see spirits, but I could hear, smell, and even feel them. I never saw that creature again, just faint whispers, the smell of something burning when nothing was, and footsteps. When I was 17, I decided to go to the Job Corps in San Marcos, Texas. This particular campus is an actual old army base. Our dorm rooms were army barracks, where many soldiers had once slept. My first encounter with the apparition was in my dorm room. The lights were always turned out, but the faint glow of the fire escape lights lit up the room. I was sleeping when my eyes bolted open. I could see a man with a rain poncho on, and he was covered in water. He appeared to be holding a lantern, and he was about 5 feet away from me. His mouth was moving, but I never heard a word. I closed my eyes and fell back asleep. A few nights later, I awoke to find the man standing directly above me. I was on the bottom bunk, and I still can't believe no one else saw this man. I could see the glow of the lantern clearly, and his poncho was a shade of green. I could see the water dripping onto him, as if he were being rained on. His lips were moving as he looked directly at me, but still I heard nothing. I never felt threatened by him. So then I rolled over and fell back asleep. Many of the girls in my dorm reported seeing 2 children, a boy and a girl, hang with a bouncing ball. I never saw the children myself, but I never doubted anyone's story either. I came home 6 months later to the house I never held too dearly. I learned to ignore what I was hearing and feeling. I didn't have any encounters for a while, until I met a guy named Tony. Tony was a strange guy, and he believed in such things as the Necronomicon. Now, some people say it's just a book written to make money, but after living with Tony, I believe it's very real. Tony used to walk around the house chanting in Samaritan, and if you've ever read the Necronomicon, it warns you not to chant anything out loud. I swear, even his cat was possessed. It used to sit and stare at me with those big green eyes. It would attack me for no reason. Once I woke up with it sitting on my chest. Falling asleep was very difficult for me, even though Tony and I slept in the same bed. I could hear demonic breathing, and it filled the entire room. There were shadows that would move across the walls. I could hear my name being called out. This happened every night that I lived there. I started having nightmares on a nightly basis as well. In my dream, There sat a demon on my chest that was talking to me in Sumerian. I could hear the weight of it as it sneered into my face. It would lower its head until it was touching me. I'd wake up at that moment. Then Tony woke up a few times, and he swears I was talking in Sumerian. I moved out after a year because the intensity of it all was becoming too much for me to handle. Nothing much happened to me until I was about 20. That was when I moved into an apartment in Spring Beach, and again, I could tell you something that was wrong with it. The moment I walked through the threshold, there were 3 of us living there. Brandon, my boyfriend, and I. Brandon took the bedroom, and Wes and I slept in the living room on a small mattress. The first weird thing happened a few nights after we settled in. That was when all 3 of us would be in the living room, and Brandon's TV came on. Just a pitch black screen. It happened all the time. One in particular night stands out. This was when I was home alone playing a video game, when I heard Brandon's TV come on. And from Brandon's room I could hear his blinds rustling around. They were closed the last time I went in. I ignored it, and then fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I decided to go look in his room. The TV was off, and the blinds were pulled up and severely tangled. That freaked me out really bad. It only happened once, but still, I'll never forget it. There would be a number of times when I would be in the bathroom, and I'd be fixing my hair, and I'd see someone walk by the door, even though I was alone. Once I even heard the front door open, and I heard a man call out my name, thinking it was one of the boys. No one answered back. I heard the door close, and I went to see what was going on. There was no one in my living room, nor was there anyone on my porch. My phone rang, and it was Wes, saying he and Brandon would be home in a few minutes. I moved out shortly after. I'm now 22, living in Blanesville, Georgia. I've learned to ignore the spirits that follow me. There are times when I see things, or even smell something funny, and I still hear my name being called out. I've started having extremely weird, but lucid dreams. Nothing really exciting is happening to me in this house, but if it does, you'll be the first to know. After my encounter one late night in August with my sister, I found out that we'd always been around ghosts. My family has moved around 5 times, and in every place, there have been at least one ghost there with us. When I lived in Texas, I moved from Houston to San Antonio. In that move, a ghost that we'd had for a year followed us to our new apartment. After living there for about a year, we discovered a new ghost. This one would hold the bathroom doors closed and knock over our memorabilia items we had on display. The event that completely changed my view of the paranormal happened in August of 2001. It was the early hours of the morning, about 4 a.m., and for some reason I couldn't sleep. My older sister was on her computer, and she found a bunch of old music files she had downloaded for her history of rock class. Then she came across a Britney Spears parody song, downloaded from a radio station's website. Well, the song itself was actually only a clip, about 30 to 40 seconds long. We played it, and the file for some reason was corrupt. The words were garbled, playing in a slow, deep, incomprehensible voice. I had chills listening to it play, and when I looked at the corner, it had been playing for over a minute. My sister finally turned it off. She was just as spooked as I was. We moved on, laughing about the look on the other's face. Then about 5 minutes later, we heard 3 soft, solid pounds on the back wall, in the far back of the apartment. Neither of us said a word. We just listened, trying to explain away in our minds. We lived on the 2nd floor and shared only one wall, and that was not it. Another couple of minutes passed by, and the banging jumped to the one long wall we shared, still towards the back of the apartment but getting closer. We couldn't help but stare at each other. After that one, we finally decided to ask the other if she'd heard that. Of course we heard the same thing, and not a minute later the banging jumped to the room next to us. On the same wall, 3 solid bangs escalating in amplitude. My heart was racing, waiting for the next set, afraid of where it would jump next. A couple minutes passed, and just as I began to calm down and blame the banging on the maintenance worker that we shared the wall with, the banging suddenly jumped forward to the wall behind the computer. I looked above me to see the ceiling light shaking. Moments later, the banging shot across the room to the balcony. It sounded as if the entire wall was pounded on with one giant fist. 3 echoing pounds later, everything stopped. I checked the sliding doors, and thankfully they were locked. We both ran into my mother's room, where she was still sleeping. She hadn't heard anything. That is something I will never understand. My baby brother was in the same room with her, door closed, and he heard a soft rumble and my mother heard nothing. After that experience, I've always been a little on edge. I always think about what would have happened if I had left the sliding doors unlocked that night. And what was the thing trying to get in? One thing I know for sure is that my ghost from Houston left that night, and the one already there seemed to get more active. Everyone started to hear their name being called, even when there was nobody around. No one ever attempted to communicate with whatever it was. As a matter of fact, we rarely began to answer unless we saw the person who was calling us. 2 years later, after I finished high school, we moved to Iowa when I was accepted to college, and so far, we have not had any strange occurrences. The same thing followed me around until I finally left your father. My mom told me, after I'd finally told her about the strange experiences I'd been having. Since I was 13, something had been terrorizing me. Negative energy had latched onto me and followed me for years whenever I went. It is said that at that age, as a female, your emotions are so unstable. You become very vulnerable to the negative entities that sadly roam the earth in search of company. This entity was particularly depressed and angry. It was smothering and possessive, and sometimes lashed out at me for no apparent reason. It started one night when I awoke to breathing in my ear. It was hard and heavy, like emphysema patients sound when not on a breathing apparatus. Naturally, I was startled and tried to get up to run, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not move a single muscle. The paralysis apparently affected my whole body. I couldn't even open my eyes to scream. By now, the breathing had stopped, but I still couldn't move. Finally, after what seemed like hours of malfunctioning, I jolted upright in bed, gulping in air. That was when I realized that I hadn't even been breathing during that episode. I was determined to stay up the rest of the night until daylight, but sleep took over and eventually, I was knocked out. I awoke again to the same scenario. This time I fought back even harder, and it lasted only less than a second. When I told my dad about this, he had assured me it was a night terror, but suggested I sprinkle holy water in the corners of my room and carry a cross. I later found out that he only said that to avoid scaring me. He actually believed that I was being followed by a supernatural force. From then on, although I had not experienced an attack, I continued to see a shadow of a very, very tall with wide man in my closet. I had a rough childhood from 13 until I moved out at 17. I endured a lot of emotional and verbal abuse by my father and hadn't spoken much to my mother in years. I felt very abandoned by both of my parents. I was rebelling to the extreme. I was at an all-time low in my life when I met my boyfriend Maurice. He gave me a reason to be happy again, and I fell in love. I moved in with him when I was 17 to get as far away from the abuse as possible. I still saw this shadow figure standing in my closet at night in our new apartment. I refused to sleep alone. I became very dependent on Maurice's company. Maurice, being a skeptic, thought I was just seeing things. One night, as I sleepily crawled out of bed to go to the bathroom, I opened my eyes only to see blackness. Pure blackness. I panicked, thinking I had gone blind. When I realized this blackness was swirling, I looked way up and saw that the shadow was standing right in front of me. I screamed and jumped back onto the bed on top of my sleeping boyfriend. I was crying and covering my eyes. He panicked as well and was doing the best to console me without knowing what was wrong. I tried to explain it to him over my sobbing. He became angry and yelled into the thin air for the shadow to leave me alone. Then he turned on the light for me so I could complete my earlier mission. I didn't see the shadow for the rest of the night. On another occasion, I had made the mistake of sleeping alone. My boyfriend was playing video games with a friend. When I awoke, I noticed the room was lighted red. I tried to turn on the light, but it didn't work. I suddenly felt an overwhelming impending doom that scared me so badly. I proceeded to run from the room. That's when I suddenly awoke again. Okay, it was suddenly a dream, I thought. Thank God. But again, I noticed the room lighted red as in the dream. This time I ran without attempting to turn the light on. I got to my boyfriend and lay down to sleep on the couch. I awoke later back in my room, in the same exact scenario. Finally, I started to cry, and I ran to my boyfriend, asking him to hold me until I fell asleep. I awoke again, this time for real. I was back in my room, and noticed that the room was dark now, as I remembered it when I fell asleep. I slept on the couch in the living room with my boyfriend, until he came to bed with me. We moved into another apartment a few months later, in a nicer neighborhood. It was here that the attacks became more frequent and more menacing. I had visions of terrible violence in that apartment that I believe left a lot of negative energy in that place. Then, coupled with the worsening violence between me and my boyfriend and the deeper depression I fell into, it made for a very unhappy home. Strange things occurred to me almost every night. I still saw the shadow in the closet at night. I would see things move in the corner of my eye. I felt someone watching me all the time. Once the water faucet turned on by itself, I was always losing things. I would hear footsteps coming towards me when I would go to sleep alone, only for them to stop when I turned to see who it was and saw no one there. I became very afraid of looking into mirrors at night. I started sleeping with the lights on and the TV blaring to block out the sounds and to avoid seeing things in the dark. Eventually, I stopped sleeping in my bed altogether. When Marie started working the graveyard shift, my boyfriend complained of a corner of our bedroom that creeped him out, and he refused to go near it. One day in the throes of my depression, following a severe fight with my boyfriend, I decided I couldn't take life anymore. My boyfriend had left for hours, and I had no clue when he was coming back. I felt the presence of the shadow suffocating me. I opened a bottle of Excedrin migraine with sleep aid, and downed the entire bottle. Fortunately for me, I had taken in too much of the poison, and my body rejected it. I began vomiting profusely until I was dry heaving, so badly that I couldn't even breathe. I crawled out of the bathroom in immense pain. I began to feel the effects of what medicine did make into my bloodstream. The entire time I felt the shadow's presence so strongly, it literally suffocated me until I was gasping for air again. I was so high on sleep and I passed out on the floor. I vaguely remember my boyfriend picking me up and placing me in our bed and falling asleep with his arms around me. Not too long after that, my boyfriend and I had planned a movie night together. As I walked into the bathroom to join him, I suddenly noticed a look of terror on his face. I ran to see if he was okay. He just grabbed me and kissed me and said it was nothing. I badgered him to tell me what was wrong. Then finally he says, "I saw your shadow. It was hovering behind you while you were coming into the room." Then a chill ran up my spine, and I asked him to describe it to me. He then said it was a black cloudy mist that hovered over my head a foot behind me. In the blackness, he noticed that there were two holes that looked as though they were its eyes. He was so taken back by what he saw that he blinked hard to make sure it was real, which is when it disappeared. That's when he said, "I thought you were just exaggerating about this, that you were just seeing things, but now I know. I'm sorry I didn't take you so seriously." After a year lease was up, I wanted to get as far away as possible from that apartment.
The last day in that apartment, we took my son's suggestion and saged the apartment and ourselves. Then we prayed for the shadow to leave and abandoned the apartment. I haven't seen the shadow since, nor have I suffered any more attacks. I have since improved my life drastically with the change in my outlook on life to help guide me. My mom believes that the shadow may have been an extension of my dad, attempting to watch over me. It makes perfect sense. It attacked me the most when my dad and I started drifting further apart from each other. In the midst of my depression, my dad succeeded in taking his life a couple of months after I had gotten rid of the shadow. Although I miss him with all of my heart and soul, I have not felt that negative energy around me since his passing. This to me confirms my mother's belief. Despite this, I sometimes fear the return of the worst thing to haunt me in my life, the shadow.
All my life I've been dreaming of becoming an entertainer. It's something that I've always had a passion for, dancing, singing, and the like. And I thought I'd mention that because, well, it may bring more context to the story and possibly explain why I saw and experienced this very unusual paranormal phenomena. I'm incredibly nervous to share this because people won't believe my story. I know how the internet works, and I don't want to reveal myself because, well, I simply don't want to get bullied and harassed. It sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a cheesy plot to a terrible horror movie, but I don't know what else to say or do to prove that this is a legitimate encounter. Maybe it could have been a demon manifesting as him, you know. Truthfully, I don't even think it was MJ himself, but the encounter I had with him looked distinctly like him. He's the most recognizable man on the planet. Also, please note that this in no way is demeaning or disrespecting the man in any way, shape, or form. I'm not going to bash him or talk about his personal life and my personal opinions of the controversies. I've always seen him as an inspiration as an inspiring artist myself, and I have many dance videos of me practicing that I plan on uploading to YouTube over the years, so that hopefully I could be a background dancer for choreography for various pop artists in the industry. That was the purpose of those videos, and when I get the courage to do so, I'll upload them. But right now, I'm going to tell you the ghost stories of what I thought was Michael Jackson appearing to me. So let's backtrack to 2007 for a bit. I had previously moved to Japan in 2004 because it had been a lifelong dream. I'd been working at the record store back in Tallahassee, Florida, and was 25. Oh, you could really see how much I was obsessed with music, dance, singing, and choreography. I had decided I was going to take the plunge, save up as little amount of money as I could, and get myself to Japan. So this was the first real experience to get out and get a real feel of foreign culture. Also, let me just say that there is no place in the world quite like Japan. Before I had visited Tokyo and Osaka, and I loved how much karaoke is a part of their culture. Again, any form of entertainment, being able to perform in front of people and bringing love and light to this world is what I'm all about. There is really not anything I would want to do more than anything to breathe and love music. And I guess that's why I gravitated towards Michael Jackson. He set the benchmark as an entertainer. Not many people can come close to him, and I just have such reverence for him and his work ethic. I never had any real role models growing up in my own household. My dad left me when I was a child, and my mom was addicted to drugs. Well, oftentimes, I'd be bounced around my grandparents' and uncle's home. I remember my uncle first introduced me to Billie Jean, and I'd play down a cassette and watch videos of MJ in action. It was magic, and I was mesmerized. I figured no matter what he went through, if I could push myself and be who I wanted to be, I could make it in life, just like MJ. So back to Japan in 2007. It was announced that Michael Jackson would be making an appearance in Tokyo. I was absolutely gobsmacked to hear that he would be landing in New Tokyo International Airport in Chiba Prefecture. At the time, I had been working at a cafe in Kyoto, and I decided to skip work that day so I could head to the airport to get a glimpse of the man in action. Jackson was here to host an exclusive party, where fans paid a large sum of money. They could potentially meet the King of Pop for a couple minutes. But sadly, since I was nearly broken young, I didn't have the kind of money to meet him, and it was a bit devastating. This was a big deal for Jackson because of his acquittal in June of 2005. This was his first public appearance since the trials. There was still hope though, because he was hosting a fan art contest for Japanese who couldn't get tickets for the meet and greet, and 3 winners of the contest would be chosen to have dinner with him and a picture taken. The problem: I was no artist, just a dancer who loved to entertain and sing, and I wasn't Japanese, but I was living in Japan, and I didn't even know if I would qualify. Needless to say, I tried my best to paint a piece a few days before the party. I remember I made a drawing, which sadly I don't have anymore, of Michael Jackson, in his iconic trademark Thriller jacket, moonwalking with the beautiful night sky in the background. It sounded a lot better than it actually looked, but I figured, what do I have to lose? Unfortunately, I didn't win the contest, and wasn't chosen. But to tell you the truth, I didn't feel bad at all. I wasn't expecting to win anyway, but at least I got to go to the event he hosted, where he spoke briefly, and I got to meet some Japanese friends who really loved him. So that was that. Michael Jackson had visited. I didn't get to meet the biggest inspiration of my life, the reason why I keep going. Had I met him, I would have told him the impact he had on me, how I kept the faith throughout my life. As one of his songs put it, I just wanted to let him know how he changed my life for the better. I could have went in a different direction. I could have went to jail or worse, but instead, I focused on my life and career. Skip a couple years later, March 2009. At this point, I had made a name for myself locally as a Michael Jackson tribute artist in Japan. I would volunteer to sing at weddings and dance to Michael's iconic songs. I would also street perform in Tokyo. I wouldn't do any makeup to look like him. I just try to recreate some of his wardrobe and pay homage to my favorite artist. There were times I even got paid very little to do. And for once, it felt like I was almost making it a career. But I wanted to think bigger. I wanted to do this as a full-blown career. Like I said, the goal was always to be a dancer for artists. Well, that was what I was really working towards. This is where things got really interesting. Word got out in the press that Michael Jackson was set to announce a series of concerts, and there was an announcement coming in London. Sure enough, Michael Jackson held a press conference that month. Not only that, but he was going to do a contest to collect background dancers, and if you were lucky to be chosen, you would be going on tour with him. Hearing this news, I was over the moon. I remember thinking to myself, I could be the one selected for the shows. It was almost like God was giving me another chance. Make this all happen. Then it really hit me, not realizing my hype for the comeback tours clouded my naive judgment. I didn't have any money to fly out to LA, where he would be rehearsing, and I wasn't a professional dancer. I was gutted, because here I was, so desperate to get close to my favorite entertainer, so I could finally work with him and all the others. But I wouldn't have been given the time of day. Well, I rationalized in my mind, thought how much it sucked that even though I had the money for a plane ticket, there's no way I would have been able to go to rehearsal for an audition. I know this sounds crazy, and I sound like a wild fan, but this plummeted me into a deep depression. I was spiraling, and at a dead end career-wise. Yeah, I was doing the gigs, but I really felt I wasn't getting anywhere to advance myself. I had this huge full-body mirror in my apartment that I used to practice dance with. I mean, I converted my entire room into a dance studio essentially, and months on end, I'd always be in there when I wasn't at my day job, working tirelessly. But after the concert tour's announcement, I sort of stopped practicing and doing so much. I had ended up becoming burnt out from all the MJ stuff because I had lost hope. I needed to wake up to reality and understand that no matter how hard a person worked, sometimes certain goals don't go the way you planned, and life doesn't work out the way you want it to. Maybe I'd become too obsessed and possibly insane, That was truly the darkest moment of my life. I just considered giving up my goals and just focused on my day job. I just lost all the motivation to do much of anything. I couldn't even listen to Michael's music anymore. I was that lost. Then skip to June 2009. I will never forget this day for the rest of my life. One of my closest friends, Jenna, had traveled all the way from Florida to visit. She was my ex-girlfriend, but we became friends after. This was the week of June 20th. She was talking to me and had asked me if I was still into dancing, and I told her I couldn't do it anymore because of the tour auditions and other life problems. Even worse, I got the worst message from my brother on Facebook. June 23rd, 2009. My uncle passed away. Remember, my uncle was my inspiration and love for MJ. He's what got me into it. That message from my brother wrecked me. I was a mess, and Jenna had to console me the next couple days. It was like time froze for a moment, and the light in the world went out. I was in shock, and there was nothing I could possibly do to make myself feel better about the situation. I practically went numb. Jenna, though, was awesome. She knew how much I loved MJ, and of course the concerts were coming up in July. She had secretly bought tickets to see MJ live, and that really made me feel good for a moment. I remember it like it was yesterday. Jenna told me she would try to help me pay for the ticket to London. Was really excited, because I had never been to England before. But as we all know, this story doesn't end well. June 25th was the ultimate dagger. Not only was I still suffering from the loss of my uncle, but the news to follow sucked the soul out of me. The nail in the coffin. I just remember not being able to go to sleep the night before, until maybe 4 a.m. And I slept in until about 11 a.m. Japan time. 4 a.m. is about 12 p.m. Los Angeles time. And I just looked that up. Oh, that means that when I woke up at 11 a.m. that time, it would have been 7 p.m. But I'm not terribly sure. So all I remember was waking up. Jenna was in the kitchen. She didn't mention anything, but her face looked of concern. I thought she was upset for me. Told her, please, my uncle's death shouldn't destroy your health too. I don't want you worrying or something. Then I just remember heading onto Facebook to check up with family. Jenna tried to stop me. She said, Craig, please don't go on the internet. And I remember asking her why. She tried to tell me that if I spent too much time on there, it would trigger my feelings for my uncle and make my health worse. Seeing pics of us together, etc. Although she was trying to protect me from the MJ news. Then, there it was. Everybody was talking about it. Friends on Facebook. Family all with the news. MJ dead at 50. I just didn't know what to think anymore. I didn't even think really. My mind was blank. I wasn't even mad at Jennifer for not telling me. I just wanted to give up on life. Not so much because it was MJ, but because of my uncle and my connection with MJ. I thought with MJ being alive, it would at least be the last link I had with my uncle in a weird way. But after he died so soon after my uncle, it was like everything disappeared from me. A couple days later, Jenna had to go back home. She gave me a hug and told me to message her to let her know I was okay. I don't think I'd ever seen someone so scared for my health like Jenna was, but I insisted I'd be okay. Now here comes the part of the story where it gets incredibly creepy. The ghost parts, if you will. Again, I don't know if the reason this happened was because of my uncle, and I began to lose my mind due to all the grief. But I had some really strange dreams after Michael Jackson died. Dreams that I never previously had before, even when he was alive. Never once dreamt of him before. Then skip to January 2010. I found myself standing alone on a desolate stage. The harsh glare of a single spotlight bearing down on me. The air was thick with the eerie silence, broken only by the faint echo of my own heartbeat. It was pretty foggy, and then, from the darkness beyond the reach of the light, he emerged. It was MJ, dressed in normal clothes. As he came out of the fog, he just stared at me for a couple minutes, not saying a single word, no blinking, nothing. I looked away for a second and looked back. Then he was gone. I awoke drenched in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. The dream had felt so real and so vivid that it took me a moment to gather my bearings and reassure myself that it was just a figment of my overwrought imagination. But as I lay there in the darkness, the memory of that dream lingered like a shadow, casting a pall over my restless mind. What's weird is, I was thinking more about my uncle than I was MJ, and I had another dream where he was there. This time I was at a family reunion inside this huge mansion. We were talking about my uncle, but I just see Michael Jackson sitting in this chair, almost like he was just watching and observing me. It was getting really creepy. I thought about seeing a therapist, but I don't know if I was comfortable telling her about my dreams. Even though they're used to hearing the craziest things, my story would have sent me to the mental asylum. I also didn't know how mental health programs worked in Japan. Oh, I just sort of put it off for a while. But things took a weird turn in the coming months. I remember one night, after a long day's work, I decided to clear my mind as best I could and go walking in the park. I know this sounds crazy, but what I'm about to tell you is 100% real and gives me the shivers to this day. The park was eerily quiet, the only sound being the rustling of the leaves and the gentle breeze from me walking over them. At this point, it was autumn 2010. The dim streetlights cast long wavering shadows, creating an atmosphere that felt both tranquil and unsettling. I was lost in thought, barely aware of my surroundings, when I noticed a figure standing by the swings, barely illuminated by the distant light. At first I thought it was just another late-night wanderer, but as I drew closer, there was something about the figure that seemed off. He was dressed in a familiar outfit, a black hat and a leather jacket, but I wasn't entirely sure because it was so vague. But my heart skipped a beat. Then I realized it couldn't be. I stopped dead in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. The figure slowly turned to face me, and I was met with a sight that chilled me to my core. I swear to Jesus it was the face of Michael Jackson, or at least, it looked exactly like him. I sound so crazy saying this, but I don't know how else to put it. His face was pale, almost luminescent in the faint light, and his eyes tore into mine with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I tried my best to rationalize what I was seeing. It had to be a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination born from my obsession and grief. But the more I stared, the more real he became. He stood there motionless, watching me with an expression that was unreadable, yet deeply unsettling. I wanted to speak, call out to him, but my voice was trapped in my throat and I was trembling against every instinct, screaming at me to run. I literally just froze there in silence. Then suddenly, the figure began to fade, dissolving into the darkness like smoke. I blinked and he was gone, leaving me alone in the silent, empty park. The cold chill remained, lingering in the air. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of it all. Was it a hallucination, a manifestation of my grief-stricken mind? Or was it something more? Had my deep connection to his music and my personal losses somehow conjured his spirit? Or was I simply losing my grip on reality? The encounter left me shaken, questioning everything I thought I knew about the world and the boundaries between life and death. Whether it was truly Michael's ghost or some figment of my imagination, it was as if, in that fleeting moment, I'd been given a glimpse into the realm beyond our understanding. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what I saw that night in the park, but one thing is for certain. This event changed me. The fear, the awe, the inexplicable connection.
The things I felt in those moments lingered with me, urging me to keep going, to push through the darkness, and find its meaning. It had been months since the unsettling encounter in the park. The weight of my grief had lessened, but I carried a lingering sadness. I had avoided dancing, feeling disconnected from the passions that once drove me. My dance studio with its full-size mirror had become a place I rarely visited. One night, after a particularly restless evening, I decided to return to the studio. It was late. I turned on a single lamp, casting a soft dim light across the room. I stood before the mirror, feeling a mix of nostalgia and sorrow. The reflection staring back at me looked tired and defeated. I began to stretch, trying to reconnect with the rhythm and movements that had once brought me so much joy. The mirror reflected my every emotion, and for a moment, I almost felt like my old self. I then closed my eyes, lost in the music playing softly from my phone, trying to lose myself in the familiar routines. When I opened my eyes, I froze. There he was again, the unmistakable face of Michael Jackson. His expression was somber. Michael's face was subtle, almost like a shadow, but undeniably there. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood rooted to the spot, unable to tear my gaze away from the mirror. Michael didn't move, didn't speak, just watched me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I don't even remember how long it was that I saw him for, but he was there. I stood there for a long time, just staring at my reflection, trying to make sense of what just happened. The encounter was brief but deeply disturbing. It was as if he had returned one last time to remind me of something important, that there was something that I yet had to fully understand. My honest feelings about this whole situation is that it was a demon taking the form of Michael Jackson. That's my gut instinct. I heard that negative spirits tend to attach themselves to you during your weakest moments. So for me, I think that the demon took the things that I looked up to the most and tried to scare me with it. One last encounter that I will share. There was one night when I drifted off to sleep. I found myself in a dream that felt so different, more vivid and unsettling. I was back in my childhood home, the one where I'd spent countless hours with my uncle. The home seemed like everything was normal. In the living room, there was a soft glow of the TV illuminated in the darkness. A Michael Jackson concert was playing. One of those classic performances my uncle and I used to watch together. I could hear the muffled sound of the music, and it drew me closer. As I approached the TV, the image flickered and sounded distorted, creating an eerie, otherworldly atmosphere. Then suddenly I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly, and that's when I saw my uncle standing in the doorway. He looked just as he did before he passed, but there was something off. There was something unsettling in his gaze. His eyes were hollow, and his expression was a mix of sadness and something I couldn't quite place. "Uncle," I whispered, my voice trembling, but there was no response from him. Just stared at me with those empty eyes. The silence stretched on, just heavy and oppressive. Then, without warning, he moved towards me. His steps were slow and deliberate. I really wanted to speak. I said, "Uncle, what's going on? I miss you, Uncle." But there was no response from my uncle. Just a deep hollow glow, and the stare right back at me. Oh, that's where my stories have come to an end. Please don't judge me about any of the events that happened, or the last time. These were my real experiences. I'm not the type of person to exaggerate. My friends and family can back that up for you. But again, this is only my word. Thank you, Phantom, for letting me share this experience with you. I really can't wait to hear what you have for me. I'm 37 years old and was born on October 4th, 1968. On October 1st of the same year, my first cousin was born. Our parents were so excited because we were born so close together. It was my aunt and uncle's second child, and I am an only child. Our very first Christmas,
The family gathered at my grandma's house. You see, my aunt and uncle were from out of town, so we were all to be at grandma's house on Christmas Eve. When we arrived, my mother realized that my cousin and I even had on the same outfits. My mother said it made sort of special after what happened. About 4 months later, my aunt had went into the hospital. My uncle, being at home with a small child and a baby, put the baby in bed with him. In the night, he rolled over on her and smothered her to death. When he awoke, it was too late. He called my grandmother, and all he could do was scream into the phone, "She's gone." Having children myself, I can only imagine the heartache. The story has haunted me for years, but in a way I cannot explain. At about the age of 17, I started to realize that when I went on vacation or visited somewhere special, I had a feeling inside of me that I couldn't explain. All I knew was for some reason I would stand and stare and start to cry. Being young, I tried to hide it at first. Then I began to wonder what was wrong with me. As I got older, I would try to really ask myself why I was feeling this way. And one day I got an answer from the inside of me. That's the only way I know how to explain it, where it came from. I don't even remember where I was or what I was experiencing at the time, but I was getting emotional again. And I heard a voice in my head say, "Go, see for me, because I can't. Take me with you." I honestly believe that she was with me. In all the things I've experienced in my life, she had been here with me. I would like to tell my mother, but I'm not sure she would understand. I always feel her, and I feel connected to her, even though I never really knew her. This paranormal event happened at the Royden, Arizona House State Park. This is my testimony of the haunting. When the Roydens lived in that mansion, they had a rather large garden not far from the house. Where that garden used to be now stands a large entertainment superstore, Hastings Entertainment. Not too long ago, I was the assistant manager of this store. One night, another associate and I braved the attic to retrieve some DVD lock boxes. I was standing on the ladder with half of my body inside of the attic, while my associate held the ladder for me. I started to throw down some locked boxes when I suddenly heard a little girl's voice. I stopped, as I just thought I was hearing things. My associate informed me at this moment that I looked like I was about to vomit. I took a deep breath and continued my duty. Then I heard it again, but this time it was unmistakable. The little girl's voice said, "Get out." I was down that ladder faster than you could say, white as a ghost. Because we had a duty to complete, I had my associate climb the ladder to retrieve the rest of the locked boxes. She positions herself just as I had when suddenly both of us heard it again. "Get out." It was so loud I heard it from where I was standing below the attic. She instantly said, "I'm out," and shot down the ladder just as fast as I had. We exited the stockroom and decided to make do with what lockboxes were retrieved. Being paranormal enthusiasts, we discussed what happened at great length. Of course, when we told other employees, most of them stated, "I'm not going to encourage your quest for adventure," whatever that means. This incident sparked my curiosity about the house. I had heard Hastings used to be the location of the Rundens Garden. Rumors tend to fly around Flagstaff like undergarments at a Rolling Stones concert. I decided to look into it by taking the Royden Mansion tour, and the tour guide confirmed the rumor. He stated that the garden is where the daughters used to spend a lot of time. He also confirmed rumors of hauntings in the mansion. Shortly after I took the tour, I heard from a book department associate at Hastings that she heard the pitter-patter of feet in that area at night when no one was around her but her. The books department is just below the attic where the lockboxes are held. Months later, a stalking associate went all the way up to the attic and stood as he sorted through the locked boxes. He fell through the sheetrock and barely missed injury. Perhaps the little girl was right for trying to warn us. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, my sister and I were spending the night with my grandmother who had just lost her husband 3 days earlier. My sister and I slept in the same room with our grandmother. In the middle of the night, a sound woke me up. It sounded like coffee percolating, so I got up to see what it was. I walked down the hall from the bedroom to the kitchen, and there he was sitting at the table, her husband. It must have not bothered me because I sat down at the table and carried on the conversation with him. Though, to be honest, there wasn't any mouth movements from his end. He was just silent and staring at me. That's when I thought things were getting a little creepy. And then the conversation I had kind of trailed off. Now, mind you, this wasn't an elaborate conversation. This was just me saying a couple words or something. My grandmother said she woke up and heard me talking to someone, but didn't know who it could have been. Well, I got up from the table and walked down the hallway to the bedroom door and told her that he wanted to talk to her. She said with confusion that he was dead, and I replied, no, he's not. He's in the kitchen. And I turned to walk down the hall, and he was standing at the end of it. A couple of minutes later, time went by, and he was gone just like that. I swear to this day, I can still hear that coffee pot gurgling in the middle of the night sometimes. And whenever I do, I get this weird feeling, like he's just around the corner waiting. I could hear him telepathically speak to me and say, "See you later," somehow. Not sure how or why, but it creeps me out. I went back to my sister, burying myself under the covers. The warmth of flimsy shield against the sudden cold that seeped into the room. But sleep couldn't come. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the wind outside, it all sent fresh jolts of fear through me. The gurgling sound thankfully never returned that night, but the memory of it, and the phantom scent of coffee that lingered in the air, had me wide awake until the first sliver of dawn peeked through the curtains. My grandma, pale and drawn, had at the kitchen table a cup of untouched coffee growing cold beside her. She didn't mention Grandpa that morning, and neither did I, but a heavy silence hung in the air, a silent acknowledgement of what had transpired the night before. Years passed. The memory of that night faded, becoming a hazy anecdote I'd occasionally share with friends, always met with a mix of skepticism and amusement. But then a few months ago, something happened that sent shivers down my spine and unearthed a long dormant terror. I was visiting my grandma again, this time alone. She'd aged considerably, her once vibrant eyes now clouded in distance. One evening as we sat sipping tea, a sudden gust of wind rattled the windows. A flicker of movement caught my eye in the hallway leading to the kitchen. My breath hitched. There for a fleeting moment, I saw a figure standing in the doorway, an old man hunched slightly, his features obscured by the dim light. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Would it be Grandma? I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. Did you see that? She turned to me slowly, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. See what, dear? She asked, her voice raspy with age. In the hallway, I stammered, my gaze fixed on the empty doorway. A man. Did you see him? A long, heavy silence followed. Then tears started to roll down her cheek. Sometimes, she whispered, her voice barely audible. He comes back, just to say goodbye again. I wanted to share a story with you regarding ghost contact through dreams. On June 1st, 2006, one of my best friends and fraternity brothers passed away due to sudden burst of capillaries in his brain. My best friend and I, a great friend to him, found him in his room without response after he had been complaining that evening of a horrible headache. After calling 911, he went through 2 brain surgeries to save his life, but sadly the efforts failed. His death has been extremely hard on me. I've been thinking about how good of a friend he was to me, and whether or not he knew it. It has really bothered me. This afternoon after class, I took a nap because I was exhausted from staying up late the night before. In my dream, I was in a hallway. Now I cannot decide whether it was a school or a hospital, but in my dream, I was aware that Richie was dead. He appeared in the hallway to me, and I remember being dumbstruck and unable to speak. He appeared anxious at my difficulty, and I finally blurted out to him, "I loved you, and you were my second best friend." He looked perplexed and said no. We were brothers. In his life, being fraternity brothers meant more to him than anything, and he hated how many of us had best friends. That is all I remember from the dream. I really feel that Richie visited me in my dream to soothe my mind about our friendship. We were brothers, and he was confirming that he knew what that meant to both of us. I woke up in chills and all that would happen during my dream. I love your site and I'm happy to share my story with you. I'm 15 years old, and when I was about 8, I saw something I will never forget. I was watching TV with my younger sister when my mom called me from the kitchen to go and get my dinner. As I turned to go through the doorway to the kitchen, I saw a boy roughly my age standing in the hall. The thing is, I could see straight through him. I was a bit freaked out and turned to look at my sister to see if she had seen anything, but she just went straight through to the kitchen. So I turned around, and the boy was gone. I thought nothing of it, and just figured I was seeing things. Later that day, my mom asked me to go and fetch something from the upstairs bathroom. The bathroom was right next to the door to my bedroom, and as I walked by for some reason, I looked into my bedroom, and I saw the same transparent boy standing in front of my dresser. I was really scared, and refused to go upstairs for the rest of the day. I haven't seen the boy since, but sometimes I feel him about. This is not the only weird experience I've had. A few years ago, I had a friend over on Halloween, and we were talking with only a candle on, while we could see each other. In the middle of our conversation, the candle went out. Well, I got up to turn the light on, but when I did, the candle came back on again. Later that same night, a glass jar full of glass stones threw itself at my friend's head. We were really badly shaken up and didn't sleep well that night. I really believe in ghosts. I know that they are real and walk this earth. I admit, I've never seen one face to face or anything, but I have a feeling that they are always around me. Well, my first encounter was when I went to sleep over my cousin's house. I was sleeping in the middle of both my cousins, hence I was the smallest and all. That night I woke up wanting to go to the bathroom. I was about to wake up my oldest cousin to tell her to go with me, because it was dark and didn't want to go by myself. I stopped and decided not to, thinking she was going to think I was some kind of a high Ken, or would get mad at me for waking her up in the middle of the night. Well, then I get out of bed and went into the hall. My heart was pounding because I was really afraid of the dark, and I couldn't turn on the hall light because my aunt would get mad. Hence they had trouble with the electricity bill. Well, anyway, the bathroom was all the way down the hall. Well, then I walked as fast as my little chubby legs would walk. When I got into the bathroom and turned on the light, I was so happy. I did my business. The worst part was opening the bathroom door and turning off the light, because then everything will turn pitch black all over again. Oh, I took a deep breath, turned it off, and started walking. That's when I heard the little rustling and the little footsteps. I was about to call out who was there when I saw a little person peeking around a corner of the hall. I stopped dead in my tracks. I swear I saw the little person give me an evil grin in my way. I couldn't tell, because I was already running to my cousin's room. I got into the middle and felt safe. Well, that's my story. Other than that, in my house, I always hear noises. I'm a night person. I am always in the last in my family to go to sleep. I stay up every night reading a book. Some nights while I am reading, I can assure you I'm wide awake and alert. I hear someone in the kitchen getting water from the sink, or someone shuffling my parents' papers in the dining room. I'm the only one with a view of the living room, and the kitchen and the dining room. It's really weird hearing those sounds, since I didn't really see anyone come down the hall of past my room. Other times I hear footsteps in the hall going back and forth, but I don't see anyone. I don't think it's anything evil. I just think they are ghosts who are wandering around my house, or the ghost of the old lady who lived here before us. Lady was found in the living room on the floor because her granddaughter treated her really badly. She didn't feed her. My husband and I have lived in the same condo for nearly 8 years now. It's become our home, and we're so happy with staying here until we're more financially stable to buy a house. I've never had any bad feelings here, but I've always felt like there was something around us. Our daughter used to talk about a lady in a blue shirt that kept trying to take her water she kept by the bed. She would also have guests for tea besides her stuffed animals and dolls. When she pointed out a picture of my Aunt Katie, we knew it was her immediately. Our daughter was only a little over 2 when Katie passed away from diabetes complications, but in that time they had together, she brought so much happiness. Oh, now I feel something in her room. I know it's Katie there watching over her. Other family members have had visits too. The radio will come on when a Smokey Robinson song is playing, or we'll turn to our favorite station. We have other visitors too, mostly family, I believe. My husband was laying in bed the other day, after kicking the cats out of bed, and reading a bit. He works nights. Just as he was about to close his eyes, someone rattled the hangers in the closet. He looked up and saw them moving. There were no windows open. The cats were out, and nothing had fallen. He believes it was his mother sending him a message to chill out, as he had been stressing all week about a job interview, to the point it was affecting our daily lives. He was the first person to pop into his head when it happened. We also have someone being mischievous here. I cleaned out my purse the other night, trying to find my wallet. I completely emptied the purse and it wasn't there. This morning, it was right in the top. My sewing things got moved. Keys that were hung up the night before across the room in the morning. Little things like that. I've also heard them too. A couple of times I'll be reading or something, and I'll hear a faint voice. Once it simply said hi. Another time it sounded like a couple was whispering. None of it has been frightening. Most of it has been comforting, in fact. I'm not sure who else is here, besides our family, or who likes to play jokes, but they are welcome. They've never scared us, and when my daughter was little, and was becoming frightened, I asked them to stop and they did. I guess we're pretty lucky to have respectful ghosts. They feel like part of the family after all this time. I'd better mention Otis or I'll pay for it later. Otis was our cat we had when we moved in here. She had an attitude to say the least, and her favorite game was terrifying anyone that came to visit by trapping them in the kitchen and growling at them. But she was always loving to us, and very protective. Sadly, she became ill, and we had to put her to sleep about 3 years ago. But she still comes around, even more now than another cat we rescued, who is the spitting image of her, but a lot more friendly. I've seen both our cats jump on the bed, only to get scared and jump off again like she was there to let them know it was still her spot. I felt her climb up on the bed when I'm reading, and when I look to see which cat it is, there's nothing there but an impression. I've even heard her purr when no other cats are around. Oh, she's still there, and still taking her claim on her favorite spots, and letting the other cats know who's boss from the other side.
I grew up in a duplex home on Bolster Avenue in Lemoyne, Pennsylvania. We lived there from the time I was 5 years old until I was 15 years old. There was a steep, narrow staircase in the home. Every time you would walk down the stairs, it felt like someone was right behind you. I never turned around because I was too scared. As a child, I would always run down the stairs because the feeling was so intense. My brother did the same thing. My parents would always scold us for running down the stairs because they were so steep, they were afraid we would fall. There were times at night that we would hear sounds in the attic. It sounded like crumbling paper. There was also one bedroom that was extremely cold. It was my room first. I hated sleeping there. It always felt cold, and on many occasions the door would slam shut, or items would fall or appear in different places. The door was cracked, so it was so difficult to close by hand. It needed to be forcefully pushed shut in order to close completely. When it slammed shut on its own, it always closed completely. I disliked the room so much I traded rooms with my younger brother. He felt uncomfortable in the room too. So much so that my parents ended up using that room. They didn't have any problem with the room other than the feeling of coldness. On one occasion, my father came upstairs and saw someone standing in the bathroom out of the corner of his eye. He proceeded to the bathroom and called out, "Let me know when the bathroom is available." He didn't hear anything, and after a few minutes he looked in the bathroom again, and there was no one there. No one else had been upstairs. We never really discussed the feeling in the stairway until we moved from the home. I remember saying to my family that it always felt like there was someone breathing down my neck when I came down the stairs. After we started discussing it, we found that we had that feeling, but never talked about it. We asked some of our family and friends if they ever felt uncomfortable in the home. Everyone we spoke to with mentioned the same feeling of a presence behind them while walking down the stairs. Since I was little, I've been sensitive to ghosts. The same time I had dreams that would later turn out to be true. Could tell which song was on next on the radio, knew who the phone call was too, etc. My experiences tend to happen at times when I'm either feeling low or just open towards the other side. My stories. As a little girl, I didn't like being on my room after it got darker when it was summertime. I remember feeling being watched and something wasn't right. At the same time, I was very afraid for the door leading back to our house in the stables. I felt something was looking at me and wanting to hurt me. This was from when I was around 6 and stopped when I was 12. Sometimes they would only show up once. Once I was in bed and was close to falling asleep. I suddenly heard a voice calling my name. I woke up completely and looked into the corner of my room, and there was an old woman there. I couldn't see her clearly because she was kind of blurry, but she had a friendly feeling about her. She then disappeared, and I never saw her again. When I was 17, my dog died, and I was absolutely devastated. A few weeks later, I heard him coming up to my room from the kitchen and saw him enter my room. He then jumped up on my bed, walked around 3 times before sighing, and got down. I could feel him on my bed and against my leg. When I tried to touch him, that's when he disappeared. It did, however, make me feel a lot better after he came and visited me. My parents' farm where most of the events happen is old. It burnt down once there, and there seems to be quite a lot of ghostly activity involved. In the barn, my parents got their car, and since I was little, I was afraid of being there alone. I felt something was wrong, and that something was hanging in the dark. I always felt uneasy there, until a few years ago that my mom told me that someone had hanged themselves there. My worst experience I've ever had was when I was 15 to 17 years old. My room was connected to the kitchen by a little hallway. From the kitchen, you can go directly to the living rooms. The last one I've never felt easy in. There was always something feeling unnaturally cold and just weird. One night I woke up, and my room was ice cold. I heard someone open the door from the hall to the kitchen. It was a man I somehow knew, and he was going directly to the last of the living rooms. Somehow I was there when he went there. I saw him take his rifle and mess with himself. It was feelings more than actually seeing him do it. I then was back in my body, but heard him fall down on the floor, moved a bit, and moaned before he died. The second that happened, the coldness disappeared, and I could breathe again. I told my friend at the time about it, but I was too afraid to ask my parents. One day, sort of jokingly asked if anyone had hurt themselves in that room. My dad turned around and looked at me with a strange look. Yes, your godmother's father hurt himself there. They hadn't told me because my godmother didn't like me to know. I found his grave, and it happened the exact day he hurt himself. I've had nice experiences though. A friend of my parents and their friends hurt herself. My friend was really devastated about it and couldn't get over it. One day we were in the kitchen. I saw a sort of fog that turned into a ghostly hand. It stroked her head as it soothed her. After it disappeared, my friend looked at me and said she was here. My friend then told me that she felt peace, and that the friend had told her that she was happy now. To both of us, that meant a lot. The latest year the happenings happens without any real pattern. Last year when I was at my parents' and sleeping in my old rooms, I didn't get any sleep for at least 4 days I was there. There was a presence in the room, and it was not a pleasant one. It just radiated hatred, and it was pointed at me for some reason. The next time I got home, it wasn't in there, but then I had to sleep in my mom's bedroom. I was woken up by someone slamming their hands into the bed very hard. I looked at the end of the bed, and I saw a shadow standing there, but then disappeared. Since then I haven't felt it. For some reason I knew it was male, but I don't know why it felt so badly about me. When I'm home at my parents' now, there's a young girl there. Something I can't feel what is in a man. None of these are evil, but just looking out for me. I've seen the girl from the corner of my eyes, and seen her reflected in the mirror. I think they are protecting me, and just looking out for me. Sometimes I can enter a house and know that there's more than just what the eyes can see. I felt the presence of family or just passerbyers. I think that my parents' house and me makes an energy field where they can enter, and some stay, and some do not. I got one in my room where I live now. Just a little prankster, really. Turns on my computer, opens all the cupboards. I did have an old man who loved to watch me shower. I told him that it was rude, and that I didn't like it. But since then, he hadn't been there. At the same time, there's a girl running every night on the upper floor. My brother is sensitive too, but apparently never experienced the same as I have at my parents' house. Seems I'm the only one that they get attracted to. Also felt being pushed, but that happened in my parents' house too. I don't mind having this ability, but I have to learn to control it, because sometimes it can get too much. My building was built in the early 1800s. We have had experiences within this build that are questionable. We call our presence Felix. When I first purchased the building in 1985, we used to hear a rocking chair located on the second and the top floor of the building. When I asked the previous owner and showed her the location of where we were hearing this chair rock, she stated that this was her father, and he had his rocking chair. The upstairs was completely emptied at the time. The upstairs had the latch doors, yet I would find doors open even after I knew I had shut them. Lights go on for no apparent reason. The same with blow dryers. The lower or first door is a barbershop. Turns out so was Felix. We have found things moved. There are so many different things I thought I'd bring it to your attention. My building is in West Warwick. Others would swear to the things I would tell you. It's okay. Felix has been here far longer than we have, and we have no problem with having Felix around. Well, my first experience of ghosts was when I was about 12 years old, and I had gone on school to Swanage in Dorset. I'm from England. The bed and breakfast we stayed in was beautiful. It was an old house with a giant sweeping staircase, high ceilings, and so on. After we had stayed there a few days, the whole class complained of someone knocking on their doors. It was a really quick knock-knock. It happened to our room a few times, and once we actually waited behind the door for the knock-knock to occur. When it happened, we instantly opened the door, and to our surprise, there was no one there. There was no way you could hide anywhere either. Our room was the first room as you stepped in from the front porch, of which the doors were transparent. Oh, there was no way anyone could get outside and hide quick enough. Our bedroom door opened out into a huge empty reception area. There were doors all around the edges with nothing in the middle of the room. There was literally nowhere for anyone to hide that quickly. Thinking nothing of it, the teachers took us out one evening to the beach to wear us out. When we got back to the bread and breakfast, however, there were some of the girls returned to their rooms to find that all their lights were on, with the covers thrown back from their beds and their door wide open. Nothing wrong there, you think, but every time we went out, our teachers made sure that all of our rooms were spotless, beds made, clothes away, all lights were turned off, and so on. All the doors were also on their spring hinges, so that every time you opened them and let go, they would automatically spring shut. The door had been found wide open, and the owners insisted that no one had been around either. This is about the poltergeist ghost. My second experience of ghostly going-ons happened to me a few years later, when I was about 15 whilst on holiday in the Avellino in Portugal, in the villa in which we were staying. The villa was huge, as there were about 10 of family and friends. It had 3 floors. The bottom floor was bedrooms. The middle floor was the kitchen, living room, dining room, and so on. And the top floor was again bedrooms. Me and my friend at the time had a room on the bottom of the house, which had patio doors that opened out into the swimming pool. Lying in bed at night and on more than one occasion, we could hear the water breaking as though someone was swimming in the pool. Rushing to the window, we would always discover nobody there. We would also hear the back gate squeak open and shut at night, and again, nobody was there. The bedside lamp would also spontaneously switch itself on, but being young and naive, we would obediently turn it off and think nothing of it. On our final night in the house, my mom claimed that she woke up during the night to hear someone wandering around upstairs. It was on the bottom floor also, opening and closing cupboards. Thinking that it was one of the 10 people in the house, she dozed off back to sleep. In the morning, when my mom spoke to friends on the top floor, they claimed that they also heard cupboards opening and shutting, and also assumed it was one of us. Only then did they realize that it wasn't actually any of us at all. And now, it was about 2 years ago in this other story, I was 19 then, that me and my mom went to see a medium. Derek Akura, for those of you in the UK. Not sure if he's known in the US. Think of him as a UK equivalent to Jonathan Edwards, who was performing on stage in Swindon, Wiltshire, southwest of England, by the way. I had insisted to my mom that we go to see him, as we had avidly watched him on Living TV's Most Haunted. So my mom came not expecting much, whereas I secretly hoped that something would happen, as I think everyone does who attends those kind of things. And I was not to be disappointed. Derek came on stage and introduced himself, and then he started to contact spirits on the other side. And lo and behold, it was my mom's great-grandmother, Nanny Woo Woo, who was the first in the queue to talk. I won't bore you and go into great detail with what Derek told us, but everything he mentioned was so accurate, and it was just amazing. This man who I'd only watched on TV was now standing a few feet away from me, and my mom in person, telling us personal things that had gone on within the 4 walls of our home that only we knew. He knew that my granddad, Nanny Woo Woo's son, was a bit down at that time, that he was on medication. He knew that my dad had injured his knee and so many other things. He also predicted that my mom would get a promotion by Friday. We went to see him on a Wednesday, and she did. Derek also made a reference to a conversation that my mom had with my dad on the way to see him, just a mere hour before. How weird is that? Just knowing that my mom's great-grandmother, although I never knew her, is around and watching over our lives is a comforting thought. Anyway, I think I've rambled for long enough. I have a comment about the Guthrie Center in Iowa's Devil Chair. After one of my friends read your site, I was talking on the phone with him, and he told me about the chair and what happened to that one man. I'm not a big believer in ghosts per se, but I do believe in supernatural and spirits. When I first heard it, I laughed and told him that we were going there the next night. We ended up heading on over there. Him, my friend, and I at about 8:45 p.m. in the winter. It was pitch dark already. He was told where it was. You have to turn left on the second dirt road, and it's on the right towards the top of the hill. So then we went over there and I saw it. Momentarily I started getting chills, not just because of the story, but because of what it looked like, all in the cemetery. It's in the shape of logs with a drape or something over the top of it. Looked like Jesus' robe draped over the broken down cross. Along the bottom it appears to be the shape of ferns, although at first it looked like alligator tails in an old-fashioned cushioning looking seat. The second we got out of the car, the wind seemed to have picked up, because my hair was whipping around. Just being around it was creepy, but soon enough, none of us would sit in it. So we got back in my car and drove around to the front to study it. After we sat there for a while, we soon found out we were all too scared to go sit in it. So we headed back to Paranormal, 7 miles east of Guthrie. This is the scary part. That night my friend stayed at my house. Above my bed is a window, and on either side are 2 1-foot-1 mirrors, and many sharp pieces of broken mirror in between art, stuck on by mirror stickers. Very strong ones. I tried to pull them off, and they just ripped through the middle, if they even come off at all. Anyways, they've been on there for a few weeks. We finally went to bed around 12 a.m., and she fought and won the inside of the bed, near the windows and mirrors. We finally fell asleep about 2:30 a.m., and at some time in the night, the top mirror, approximately 5 to 6 feet from my bed, fell down, hit the inside corner of the bottom mirror, right above my friend's head, but ended up to the right of the bed. Weird, huh? Anyways, the alarm went off at about 6:45 a.m. She woke up and started getting ready. I fell back asleep and then woke up at 7:30 a.m. As I was lying there, I heard a weird sound and looked up at my wall to find the top mirror off the wall. The stickers unlatched themselves. They didn't even rip, and all of these pieces of broken mirror were laying on my friend's pillow. Ironic, I think not. Those stickers were like they were promised to stay on the wall. Luckily, we didn't sit in the chair. When we first saw the house, I loved it, but I was pregnant with our 3rd child, and there was only 2 large bedrooms and 1 small bedroom. It was an old farmhouse, and it was built in a T-shape, much like most of the houses built in the 1800s because of the central fireplaces. When we told the owner we needed something with more rooms, she said we probably wouldn't want it anyway, because it was haunted. She then went on to tell us that her husband was away on a business trip, and she was alone in the house except for her little dog. They were asleep one night when the dog started to bark. She then opened her eyes, and at the foot of her bed was a woman standing looking at her. When she rised up, the woman turned and went out the door. That incident frightened her so badly that she swore she would not stay in the house alone again. She eventually sold the house, and the new owners built a large addition onto the back of the home and did so many so-called improvements on it. After living there for several years, they went bankrupt. The house sat empty for many years. I happened to drive by it one day and saw the for sale in the yard. We went to the bank and bought it. The neighbors told us it was haunted, that they saw people in the windows and heard things coming from the home. I had a little lady that babysat for me full time. She would not go upstairs alone, and she said she felt like someone was watching her. He never went into the basement even if someone else was going. Heard people talking, and saw two men in the parlor. My daughter had a rocking chair in her room. One day she went into her room, and it was rocking all by itself. I found out later that a young woman had died during childbirth in that same room. We guess she was rocking her baby, my grandson. At age 4 was sleeping in the small bedroom, and told us that there was a lady in a long dress in the room during the night. No one gets too upset from these sightings. We figure that they were here before we were, and they feel comfortable with us too. They have apparently accepted us as well. I've been reading all the stories trying to find something similar to what happened when I was about 9 to 10 years old. I'm not sure what it was that I saw, but I haven't been able to explain it. Let me start by saying that when I was a kid, I slept with an old baby blanket that I had forever. One night I went to sleep with a small blanket spread out over the comforter as well. I remember waking up in the middle of the night when everyone else was asleep. My bedroom door was closed, and the foot of my bed was about 3 or 4 feet away from the door. I laid awake, then staring at the door, when 2 flat spots of light started swirling on the door. It sort of looked like when the cable goes out on the TV, that snowy effect. Anyway, it sort of looked like that, but not as bright as an actual TV, and the light was just spinning. Then it was swirling around in a circle. I thought at first I was seeing things, and tried to tell myself that it was car lights or something, but it didn't look like that, and there was no sound of passing cars outside. Everything was quiet outside. Then suddenly, the 2 flat swirling circles seemed to pop off the door and become like little men and creatures standing near the end of the bed. I don't remember too well what they looked like anymore, but I remember them being about 2 feet tall, no necks, fat little bodies. They seemed to have faces, but I couldn't tell you what they looked like, just sort of a suggestion of facial features. And they were made out of this weird light. I sat up in bed frightened out of my mind and clutched the blankets up to my chin. They walked towards the bed and started climbing up the bed by holding onto the blankets. I could feel them tugging the blankets. When they got to the top, they began pulling on my favorite blanket. At first I tried to pull it back away from them, but they kept pulling, and I seemed to go weak and just let it go. They climbed down the end of the bed and back up onto the floor, this time with my blanket that they spread out behind them flat on the door. It made me think of them having a picnic on it. All the while I remember they made small sounds like they were talking to each other, but very faintly. I couldn't make out any words. They became flat swirling circles of light again, and then seemed to vanish through the door. I pulled out the comforter over my head and just cowered there, then shaking until I guess I just eventually went back to sleep. The next morning I had breakfast and was going to head out the door when I suddenly remembered what happened and thought, wow, what a weird dream. I went upstairs to look for my blanket. I looked everywhere in my room but couldn't find it. I even checked between the sheets and under the mattress, but it wasn't there. I asked my brothers if they'd taken it as a joke, and they looked at me like I was crazy and said, why the heck would we take your stupid blankets? I asked my mom if she took it to the wash or something. Then she said no. I checked all over the house and couldn't find it anywhere. The last place I looked was the basement, which I'd always found creepy, and whenever Mom asked me to go get her anything down there, I beat it up the stairs as quick as I could. I found the blanket hanging in the middle ceiling of the basement. It was not hanging there with any kind of fastener. One edge was just stuck flat on the side of the beams, the floor joist from the room above, with the rest of it dangling down. It looked like they put it there in plain sight to be sure I'd see it. I'd grab one corner, pull it down, and ran up the stairs. That was the only time I've personally experienced anything strange like that. I've heard many stories of unexplainable things from different people that I know. I remember once my roommate and her boyfriend were in our basement apartment, and both of them heard what sounded like someone heavy in boots coming down the stairs, and knock on the door sharply 3 times. They thought it was the landlord. because he lived upstairs and had the only other key to the outside door at the top of the stairs that was locked. They said just a minute, but got no answer. And when they opened the apartment door, no one was there.
I don't normally tell these stories to anyone because they sound outlandish, but I'm a professional as an MBA in English, and I've had some of the strangest things happen to me. The most memorable one was in the fall of 1990. I was a senior in high school, and my boyfriend and I were out with our best friend. Being a stupid teenager, I was riding on my boyfriend's lap in the front seat because we were just going to the park, which was only about 3 miles from where we were, and we lived in the middle of no man's land. There was a forest of trees in the middle of the fork. We were talking and carrying on, and my friend, Mike, took the left fork instead of the right fork. I looked up, fussing at him for taking the wrong road, when we saw this guy in a gray sweatshirt and blue sweatpants walk out of the trees right in front of the car. Of course, I thought we were going to wreck, so I braced my arm on the dashboard and ducked my head, preparing to be thrown through the windshield. I was screaming, but I felt no impact. When I looked up, we were on the right road going towards the park, and there was no one in front of the car. Of course, we stopped the car and mulled around for a few minutes, trying to see if maybe someone had wrecked in the trees, but there was no sign of anything. I do know that about 4 years before that, my brother had a good friend who died at the intersection while running from the cops after domestic dispute. He never made the turn and went straight into the trees. He left behind 2 small children. Maybe it was him trying to go home. My next experience happened with a Ouija board, and I can promise I'll never touch another one. We were trying to contact a friend who had passed away about a year earlier. I asked him to prove he was who he said, and he gave us some details that each of us in the room would know about him individually, but not collectively. I asked him to prove he was there. I heard something happening in the laundry room, and I threw the board into the hallway and went to look. All the cabinets above the washer and dryer were open, and all the storage sheets were laying all over the floor. My cat's food and water had been pushed to the opposite side of the room. It was too scary for all of us. We camped out together in sleeping bags on the floor, as close to one another as we could. And this is my final story, because this one is happening presently. I had a daughter 2 years ago. I decided to pass on my middle name, which has been a family tradition for girls in our family for years, Grace. The wild thing is, my daughter was due on June 21st, which I thought was cool because it was my brother's birthday, but she was born on May 27th, 1996, exactly 1 year to the date of the death of my Aunt Grace, whom I loved during life. She was my godmother, and she never had any kids, and I felt it was a meaningful tribute to her. Anyways, getting to my point, my daughter was born very sick, but became healthy very quickly. She has grown into a radiant little girl. We have moved 5 times since she was born. My job had me traveling, and we finally decided to settle near one set of my grandparents, so she could have the loving support I never had. So we moved to Atlanta. The strange thing is, I've noticed that she always has the coldest room in the house. My husband makes a joke out of it, since he is always hot, that he doesn't know how we always do that. I believe it is my Aunt Grace watching over her, her guardian angel. I've been in her room, putting her to bed, reading her a story, and felt someone sit on the bed with us, with a great thud. My aunt was no little woman, but always a beautiful one. The strangest thing that has happened recently is that an old makeup case with a camo on it, with the powder still in it, has appeared in my home. I know I did not get this from my mom, because we do not speak. It sits on my bookcase. When my husband and I married, I decided to use her wedding band, but it causes blisters on my fingers and always appears in the jewelry box that I keep in my daughter's room. So now I know. My Aunt Grace wants my daughter to have it instead of me. I've always wondered what was going on in the house I grew up in. It was only 20 years old when we bought it. We knew the builders. It had only one owner since then, an old woman who kept cats. My mother bought the house when I was 4, and from day one, I was terrified to be in there. It just felt wrong. It was a small house, only 2 bedrooms, all on one level, with the exception of an attic and a basement. There were definitely sections of the house that felt safe, and sections that did not. The back bedroom closet, the bathroom, and the short steps and hallway leading to the back door and basement were not. The first bedroom, living room, and ironically enough, the kitchen, so as long as you put your eye on that back hall, were safe. The things that occurred in the house were experienced by the entire family, though my mother and older sister always had a reasonable explanation for them. Heavy breathing could often be heard. Mom's explanation, the swing set up the road creaking, footsteps across the ceiling, the neighbors. Now, our house sat alone and shared no walls, so how would we hear the neighbors going up their stairs inside their house? Items that were set down would suddenly vanish, only to reappear after much frantic hunting. But worse than that was the feel. People were loath to do anything that would make a loud noise. Vacuuming, showering, flushing the toilet, frying food, anything that made a cover-up noise. It always made you want to spin around and run when you couldn't hear past the noise you were making, as if for allowing something to sneak up on you. When anyone went down to the basement, which housed the washer and dryer, they inevitably ran down the stairs. Those stairs, you just didn't want to be caught on them. My mom was a compulsive decorator, and the only spot in the house that did not boast ornamentation was the hall leading to the basement stairs. Even she couldn't bear to be in there long enough to hang a picture. Once in the basement, the person felt compelled to keep a running, shouted conversation with whomever was upstairs. You did not want to be cut off down there. Sleeping in this house was a nightmare. The overwhelming fear of shutting off the light and daring to sleep. Myself and my niece both experienced this. In the back bedroom, too, there was a closet. The closet door had a tendency to suddenly slam open. My mom's explanation, it was hung crooked. When I was 14, tired of it, I put a latch on it. Some years later, the door flung itself open, hard enough to send the latch flying through the opposite window. Hung crooked indeed. The most terrifying event in the house was experienced by myself, my niece, and my dog. We were sleeping, both in my room. My sister was asleep on the sofa, and my mom in her room. Jennifer and I were awakened by a voice from the area of the basement, calling my name. I thought it was my sister, and asked her what she wanted. I woke her up. It had not been her. I woke my mom up. It wasn't her either. While I was talking to my mother, the voice came again, telling me to come to it. My niece asked my mom if she had heard it, and my mother replied that she had heard nothing, and that we were dreaming. Both of us, dreaming the same dream. Okay. It went on all night, and my dog, guardian of my well-being, hid under the bed and whimpered. We lived in the house for 17 years. During that time, we had bedding switched from one bed to another, tapes and records moved under furniture, and perhaps the most puzzling, We came home daily for a week to find bowls of hot food and cups of steaming tea set out as though someone had just been there, yet the house was locked. We had a neighbor watch the house to make sure the kids weren't coming in, but nobody was seen to enter. To this day, whenever my niece or myself have a nightmare, it is set in that house. No dreams that take place in the house turn out to be good ones. I've actually had dreams that were going along fine until I realized where I was. I also remember having a dream that I was married and my husband had purchased a house. He took me to see our new house, and you guessed it, it was 4 Harrison Court. In the dream, the most amazing wave of terror swept over me at the thought of stepping into the house again. We have no idea what was wrong with it. We know the woman who bought it from us, and she still lives in it. My children and I had a very bad experience with a demon in a house that we lived in. My son became very scared one night as he viewed the ghost of a man with a sword sticking out of its side. This ghost was standing in the doorway of my son's bedroom very late one night. He said that this thing was just giving him the feeling of such terrible hatred and dread. It made my son feel like it was going to kill us. My son started sleeping in my daughter's bedroom, and that thing started going from room to room, looking for my son, and so it started coming into our room and scaring the daylights out of me. I had felt the hatred and anger. I know that it would have killed us if we had not gotten our pastor out there. When our pastor pulled into our drive, he said he felt the anger and hatred just emanating from the house to the outside. He knew what we were up against, and we immediately started saying prayers and his army of saints to fight for us. Ultimately, it worked, so while we were living there, we had no more problems. But whenever we drive by, we cannot even look at the house. Reading some of the stories that your readers have sent you brought back a memory I thought I had long forgotten, and I would like to share it with you. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, it did not occur to me, but instead happened to a childhood friend of mine. Being an ex-army brat, part of my childhood was spent in a suburb just east of St. Louis called Spanish Lake. It was called that for a lake that was near there and a favorite hangout of many of the townspeople. A nice lake during the day, but at night, it was said that the ghost of a sunken Spanish galleon walked the shores of the lake, especially during the summer months, in search of what was unknown. At one time, I'd been told that several people had simply disappeared from there and were never heard from again. Truth or not, I will not venture a guess. The lake was also said to have a section that was bottomless, and there, supposedly, lay the Spanish galleon. Being teenagers and fearing nothing, several of us used to go there with our girlfriends or boyfriends and park. But one night, my friend told me he had learned his lesson and would never, ever go there again. I came out of my house one summer's day in 1971, and I saw Randy up the street, absolutely throwing a fit, yelling, screaming, cursing, and in general, having the proverbial cow. He was standing near his car, a 1966 Plymouth Roadrunner, in mint condition, or at least it almost was, now. Something you must understand is that this car was Randy's pride and joy. He babied the car, and it was one of the fastest cars in the area at the time, as well as one of the sharpest looking cars. It was a painted metallic turquoise and built to the hilt. I asked him what he was so pissed off about, and he showed me. What I saw scared the bejesus out of me. It looked as if someone, or something, had ran their fingers down the entire length of the passenger side of his car, and completely melted the paint where they had touched the car. He told me that he and his girlfriend, the night before, had gone to their favorite spot on the lake to be alone. He told me that they had been there long enough to fog the windows a little. During a pause, for breath catching or something, one of them looked out the front window, seeing what appeared to be a sort of red glow emanating from the lake itself. At first they tried to ignore it, their attention on each other, but unfortunately, they both became rather interested in it. Randy told me that within the glow, he started to make out what looked like a ball, just a little brighter than the glow itself. At this point, Randy told me that it appeared to start coming towards them. He told me that it looked like it was pulsing or something, almost as though it were alive. It came slowly towards them, and they got really scared. His girlfriend told him that she wanted to leave, right now. Randy told me that he tried to start the car, and absolutely nothing happened. Not one damn thing. It was almost as if all the power had been sucked from it. Meantime, the red glow continued towards them. He said his girlfriend became near hysterical, wanting to leave, but he told her that, try as he might, there was nothing he could do, and he was not about to get out of the car to find out either. All they could do was make sure the doors were locked, and the windows were up as far as they would go, and wait. He said that after a short time, the red glow completely surrounded them, and his car began a slow rocking motion at first. Then, without warning, Randy told me that the car began to rock more violently, and he said he and his girlfriend could hear a growling or something of the sort anyway. Then he told me that he could hear a scraping sound down the passenger side of his car. He said the best way he could describe the sound was like someone scraping their fingernails down a chalkboard. Randy said this went on for several more minutes. He wasn't sure for how long, and all he and his girlfriend could do was sit there and hold one another. She, of course, in tears, and Randy very nearly there himself. Suddenly, he said, the growling stopped, the scraping ceased, and the glow was gone. It simply wasn't there anymore. Shaking, he reached for the ignition switch and tried turning the key. He said the car started right away, and they got the heck out of there, not looking back once, and were grateful when they were back up on the main road and heading into town. By the time Randy had been able to calm his girlfriend down and get her home, it was very late, so he decided to just go home and try to get some sleep, but not before trying to see what kind of damage had been done. Randy told me that after he had gotten home, he went into the house, got his flashlight, and went back outside. He said that at the time, he saw absolutely nothing, and after very careful examination too. But the next morning, his brother had wakened him, wanting to know what happened to his baby. That's when he discovered what he had. He tried several times after to fix the problem, but within a few days, the fingerprints would reappear, just as if they were fresh. Shortly after that, I left Spanish Lake. I was told that Randy eventually got rid of his car, and I heard nothing more of it. But to be honest with you, I've not been too awfully curious either. When I was about 13 years old, I used to babysit quite a lot in my neighborhood. Back then, I didn't believe in ghosts or the paranormal. I lived in upstate New Jersey at the time. My foster family had recently moved into a new housing development in a small suburban town near the New York State border. The house next door to us was an old farmhouse. The housing development had been built on what had been the farm. The farmhouse had supposedly been built during the mid to late 1700s. When I came home from a babysitting job late one night, I looked out at the window for several minutes at the stars, trying to find a different constellations, as was my habit just about every night. Then, I saw a ball of mist, which appeared to be walking down the middle of the road. I thought that it must be some kind of gas or water vapor, although I'd never seen anything like it in my life. It seemed so deliberate. It never veered from the road. I watched it go to the end of the block and make a right into the woods that led to New York State. It was weird, but I figured that there must be some rational explanation for it. The couple who had just moved into the old farmhouse needed a babysitter for a Saturday night for their 4-year-old daughter. I agreed to babysit. I arrived at the couple's house about 7 p.m. on a hot summer night. As soon as I entered their house, their Doberman Pinscher ran up to me and started barking at me and howling. He wouldn't stop regardless of what the couple tried to do. His howls became shrill and he began to growl at me. I'd never been afraid of animals, as I'd grown up around dogs and I like animals very much. This dog really scared me just the same. The husband put the dog down in the garage, where it finally stopped howling. I met the little girl, and then the mother put her to bed in her upstairs bedroom. When the couple left, I turned on the TV. Despite the hot night, there was not even as much as a fan in the house, yet the house was comfortably cool. At about 10 or 11 p.m. that night, the TV began to have interference, and the lights dimmed noticeably. The television began to get so much interference that it became impossible to watch. The lights dimmed even more. I thought that there must be something wrong with the electrical wiring in the old house. I sat by the light and began to read. The house was becoming cooler. Despite the hot night outside, this house was becoming cold. There was an Afghan on the back of the couch, which I wrapped around me. I went to the window, wondering why it was suddenly becoming cold. The window pane was warm. It was certainly warmer than the house was at the moment. I tried to open the window to let the warm air in, but I could not budge any of the windows. The outside world looked so strange from inside the house, as though you were looking at something far away, or looking at a picture of something rather than reality. Then I began to hear what sounded like a light footfall at the top of the stairs. I could only hear them coming down, but not up, on about the top 1/3 of the stairway. I looked to see if this little girl had gotten up, but she was sound asleep, with her sheet tucked in around her. As I sat reading, the footfall became closer and got louder. I stood by the stairway and watched. I saw nothing, but could still hear the footfall. I thought that this old house must be still settling to be making all this noise. Then, the footfalls became a pounding and seemed to reach the end of the stairwell. They were closer together, loud and insistent, but always only descending the staircase, never ascending it. Then, I heard a loud bang from the room, directly in line with the stairway at the top. I raced to the room, thinking that I might find the little girl there, or a small animal which might have gotten into the house and knocked something over. I turned on the light to the room. The room was very cold, and the light was very dim. The child was not there, and nothing was out of place. I recalled promptly from the small frigid room. The hairs at the back of my neck were standing up, and I felt a strange sensation, as though a current of electricity was coursing through my spine to the base of my skull. I checked on the little girl, who was sound asleep despite the racket, and still tucked her snugly into her bed. At this point, I was getting scared, but figured that there must be some rational explanation for what was happening. The footsteps continued their pounding, but now they descended all the way to the foyer. There was a deep shag carpet runner along the foyer. I could hear creaking floorboards beneath it and indentations in the carpet as though someone were pacing on it. I thought that there must be some really small animal on the carpet and decided to try to catch it. I planted myself in the middle of the carpet when something came over me. Everything went dark for a second. I felt as though someone had thrown something over my head, and for a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. This was no small animal. I was petrified. I ran up the stairs to check the child, and she was still fast asleep. After the incident on the carpet, the foothills started making their way up the staircase. It was like a playback of what had been going on most of the night, only in reverse. By the time the foothills reached the top third of the stairwell, they'd stopped the incessant pounding and were only slightly stepping, yet still only descending the stairway. Finally, they disappeared entirely. The lights resumed their brightness, and the television was no longer bothered by the interference. By this time, it was about 2 a.m., and the stairwalking had gone on for several hours. All through this, there had been not one peep from the dog in the garage. The couple returned home about 4 a.m. They asked me if everything had been all right. I had felt as though I had been losing my mind. I just told them that everything had been okay. The next day, my foster sister made a point of asking me, how did the babysitting go? I told her, the house is really weird. Then she told me, I didn't want to tell you before you went babysitting because I didn't want to scare you. She proceeded to tell me that the former owners had told her that the house was haunted. They told her that all the members of the family had seen the ghost many times. They explained that one of the original owners of the house, a Mr. H, had committed suicide by hanging himself from the attic door, which was directly above the top landing of the stairwell. They'd taken my sister for a tour of the house. When they had been renovating the house, they had discovered that the house beams and studs had been joined together by wooden pegs and not nails. This was a very old construction technique that was used because making wooden pages was easier than having to make nails. They took my foster sister for a tour of the cellar, which consisted of a maze-like collection of windowless cubicles. In each of the cubicles were manacles for hands and feet. Had Mr. H bought slaves to use as farm workers? In that area, the growing season is short and the winters are long and cold. Buying slaves would hardly have been cost-effective for such a short period of time. Long ago, the land there had belonged to the Rampo Indians. Had Mr. H taken these people as seasonal slaves and dispensed with them after harvest time? My friends went down to the town city hall to check the records of the house. The records showed that the house was considerably newer than had been thought, about mid-19th century. This was after the slavery had been discontinued in the Northeast. The former owners of the house, who were also builders and renovators of old houses, said that the mode of construction that was used in the house would date the house as being much older. I guess we'll never know who was kept manacled in those airless little rooms in the cellar. We'll never know why Mr. H was driven to suicide, or if his death was indeed a suicide. Was the ghost that of Mr. H, or of someone else? Perhaps there is more than one tormented spirit in that troubled household. I'm from a very small town in Madison Parish, Louisiana. One cold February night, my 5 sisters and I were going to visit my dad's brothers, as was a habit of ours to do, a couple of times during the week. My father had a work van in which the motor was encased on the inside of the van. Since it only had a driver's seat and a passenger seat, some of us had to sit on top of the motor case. This night, in particular, we took a different route to our uncle's home for some reason unknown. As we turned onto a side street, only one of my other sisters and I saw a woman with long flowing brown hair down to her waist in a long flowing white nightgown glide across the street about 1 or 2 blocks ahead of us. My sister and both looked at each other at the same time and said, "Did you see that?" 1 second she was to our left, and the next she was across the street and then just vanished. When we got home later that night, I told my mother what my sister and I had seen. She said that many years ago, I'm not sure if it was in the early 1900s, a young lady who lived in that area was to be married. On her wedding night, her fiancé was tragically killed before the wedding could take place. The bride, who was very much in love with her fiancé, pined away and died from the grief of her loss. My mother said that my sister and I were not the only ones who had seen this lady. I will never forget the apparition that I saw that night, and I truly believe that what I saw was a ghost from the past. I suppose that every kid imagines a monster in a closet or under the bed at one time or another, and I had in fact began to believe my experience to be the result of a young fertile imagination. You see, my room was located in the basement of my parents' home. Located next to the basement stairs, my closet ran under the stair and had only an open doorway, no door. As I lay trying to sleep at night, I was sure I could discern a pair of glowing red eyes staring at me from the closet doorway. This always filled me with a sense of fear and trepidation. I could never quite make out the body of the apparition, more like having an idea of the shape and size, but never really seeing it. I also had the strange feeling that the apparition indeed wished me ill. Furthermore, there was some force that restricted it to the closet. However, as I said, I'd begun to doubt the evidence of my own experience. Until years after I'd left the family home, my cousin came to stay with my mom and dad due to family difficulties. She stayed in my former room. Mom informed me that she was having trouble sleeping. However, she could not seem to get her to give any reason as to her apparent insomnia. My mother asked me to talk to her, fearing her difficulties stemmed from the problems in the family. She further believed that being closer in age might make it easier for her to open up. She described to me exactly the same manifestation I had imagined when I slept in that room. After a room change, she was once again able to sleep comfortably at night. My friend Christy is engaged to this guy named Sean. Sean has lived for most of his life at his parents' house in Cincinnati, Ohio. Sean's house is very old and just happens to be in a development that is situated over an old Indian burial ground. For as long as Sean can remember, there has been a ghost in the house. It imitates the voices of people who live in the house. There are many instances of Sean or his sisters being alone in the house and hearing one of their parents begging for help downstairs, only to go to the parent's aid and discover that the parent is not in the house. Sean even recorded it once while he was recording himself playing drums. In addition, there is a spirit that follows them and visitors around the house. It is a tall, dark figure wearing a hooded cloak. It has never harmed anyone, but merely made them feel uncomfortable. About a year ago, Christy made a trip out to Cincinnati to meet Sean's parents for the first time. He didn't want to tell her about the house because he didn't want to spook her. Sean's parents invited her to stay in the guest room, and Christy accepted. The first night of the visit, Christy was sound asleep when she woke up suddenly and felt something icy slide over her and felt like something was watching her. She got spooked and went over to Sean's room and slid into bed with him and stayed there for the rest of the night. Sean didn't tell her at the time, but the hooded figure followed her into the room. The same thing happened the next night, and Sean finally told her. She refused to stay in the house another night. When I was about 4 or 5, maybe even younger, I remember one night I was sleeping in my room and I awoke. I don't know why I did. I may have been dreaming. Anyways, I looked ahead of me to my wall and there was a face on it. It was blue, looked human, and this may sound strange, but I had a hat on that looked like one of those Arabian towels that they wrap their heads with. It spoke to me. I don't remember what it said, but oddly, I wasn't afraid of it. I don't remember the reaction, but I asked my mom if she remembered about when I told her there recently, and she said I used to tell her about a lady in blue visiting me quite often. I only remember telling her about my only experience once. I might have seen the face more than I remember. I don't think it was a dream, because I don't think I would remember a dream I had when I was 5 or younger. I'm 15 now, so it was at least 10 or more years ago. That's my experience. If anyone has had an experience similar to mine, please write me about it. I've only had one paranormal experience. It happened last October when my boyfriend had temporarily rented a trailer. We had lived there for almost 2 months and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. One afternoon, he decided to take a nap and I was in the living room watching TV. I started hearing this really strange continuous screeching noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall beside his bedroom door. When I walked over there, it stopped. I sat back down and started watching TV again, and it started back again. This time, I walked into the kitchen. The bedroom was right beside the kitchen, and I started opening the bottom cabinets, and once again, the screeching stopped. I never said anything about it to my boyfriend because I didn't think about it at the time. A couple of days later, we were in the kitchen eating breakfast, and he told me that the day before, when he was there by himself, that he had heard a weird, loud, screeching noise. He said he tried to find where it was coming from, and it would stop when he'd look. I told him that the same thing had happened to me while he was asleep a few days earlier. We both talked about ghosts and laughed about it, pretty much dismissing it as a joke. A few nights later, his mom came and stayed the whole night and was asleep on the living room couch. This particular night, we were sleeping in the bedroom on the opposite end of the trailer. It was really late, probably around 3 a.m., and we had been laying there talking when I started hearing this noise. It was kind of like the screeching, but much quieter, and screeched in intervals, like footsteps. I thought my boyfriend had dropped over the side of the bed, making that noise with his hand against the plastic on the mattress. I said, "Brian, quit making that noise." He said, "I'm not making that noise," and held up both of his hands. He looked at me as scared as I looked back at him, and he said, "Get up and get dressed." As soon as he said that, you could actually tell where the screeching was moving through the room to the corner beside the bed and feel this undiscernible presence, and all of a sudden, the screeching just went crazy and so loud. It was right there. Needless to say, within a split second, it was the only one there. Now you can imagine 2 grown adults running into the living room to wake up his mom. She said she hadn't heard anything, but that we had scared her to death, running through the living room At 3 a.m. in the morning, like we were on fire. We sat up in the living room for the rest of the night and moved back to my mom's house within the week. So far, that's the only experience that I've had.
For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom, and the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister, when she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something. But the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors, which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against two of the glass panels and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief because I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later,
She received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They have lived here now for 6 years and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs, foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close. Things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with a congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of our immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, She appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had it framed to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag with a wooden frame sticking out from it with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window at my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling, as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I am here." My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over. My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to cleans happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, she told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror, a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the Burpee ghosts. This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Tuang Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Two-Wing Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world that got fair dinkum vampires, Highgate in London and Two-Wing in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past this spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure. But yet it was real, as you and I. It wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging on a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be on a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turn around, there will be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP, but this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap. All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door, snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too. because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things, she then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "Heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy.
Our family has a cabin in the woods on Bunkin Hill in New Hampshire. It was built by hand the old-fashioned way by my great-grandfather in 1931. Last fall, while sitting around the campfire, my cousins and I shared weird stories about the cabin. Here are two of them. One cousin and a friend went to stay up there once in the winter in the late 70s. Usually no one goes up there in the winter. It was early evening, and they were cooking supper when all of a sudden, the front door shook hard, as if someone was trying to open it. It shook so hard that the dishes on the kitchen shelves rattled. My cousin called out, "Who's there?" but got no answer. His friend and him were getting a little unnerved. My cousin grabbed the fireplace poker and his friend grabbed the butcher knife. When they flung open the door, there was no one there. It was snowing hard and had covered their tracks from earlier in the day. There were no fresh footprints at the door or leading up to the deck. They had no explanation for it. They pegged the door shut and had no problems the rest of the night. In 2001, I was staying there by myself one July. It was a little unsettling staying there alone, as you are out in the woods by yourself with no one around. I'd just gone to bed and was half asleep when I looked over at the doorway going into the living room. I had the feeling more than seeing it, that there was someone standing there. It was almost like a fine white cloudy figure. I felt a feeling of my grandfather, who died in 1979, as I love him very much, and he felt I was more a son than a grandson to him. I wasn't scared. I rolled over on my stomach with the idea of going to sleep. I heard real soft running steps and felt someone jump on my back. That brought me fully awake, and I sat right up. No one was there. My grandfather was a big practical joker with an equally big sense of humor. I think he was pulling a fast one on me. I had no other things happen to me the rest of my stay. My family has also had 3 different Sasquatch experiences at the cabin, but that is a different matter. I would like to remain anonymous with this, please. Thank you. This story is from years ago when my 2 daughters were quite young, around 6 months and 3. We lived in a very old 2-bedroom trailer on the corner of a very small town. The events are still quite clear in my mind, as we experienced things practically daily for the entire time we lived there, about 4 or 5 years. I won't write about all my experiences in this one email, as I'm sure it will be too long. One of the main things that sticks out was when my youngest was around 6 months old. The 2 bedrooms were on the opposite ends of the house, separated by a small hallway, bathroom, the kitchen, and a large family room. Because the kids' bedroom was so far away from ours, we used a baby monitor. Now, I'm not exactly a technology buff, and in fact, I am sometimes downright dumb when it comes to things like that, but I do know the workings of most everyday things. It started one night when I'd put the two kids to bed and decided to stay up and read in bed. It was around midnight, and I was comfortably prepped against my pillows and very into my book when I heard a faint but distinctly male voice come over the baby monitor. It happened so quick that I thought perhaps I was imagining things. Oh, then I went on reading. Not 5 minutes later, I heard the voice again. This time it was a bit clearer and a bit louder. I got up and decided to check on the kids. When I got into their room, they were sleeping soundly, and there was nothing amiss. It was a cool night, so no windows were open to pick up any voices from outside, and the television was off. At the time, we had no radio. I went back to my room and settled back into bed, and began reading again. A half hour passed quietly with not a sound from the monitor, when all of a sudden, I heard the voice again, and this time it said my name. Now I have a very unusual and distinctive name, so I could have not mistaken this. By this time, I was getting a bit annoyed. I got up and before going to check on my kids, I checked that the door was locked. This door was situated just outside my bedroom door and was quite noisy when opened, and then went to check on them once again. As before, they were sound asleep and nothing was amiss. Now I was nearly getting angry and shouted for whoever it was to stop. I stomped back to my room and set my book aside, thinking I would just go to sleep. Now, for anyone who knows me well enough, knows that for me, I don't like the dark. I always sleep with a lamp on. I also have this pet peeve about closet and cabinet doors. They always have to be closed. Don't ask me why. Anyway, when I returned to my room, I found the sliding closet doors standing open. I knew for a fact they were closed because of my slight obsession. I closed them and made sure to leave my lamp on. Before I climbed into bed, I decided to turn the baby monitor down a bit in hopes that I would not hear the voice again. It was situated on a dresser across the room from my bed. Imagine my surprise when I turned it down, only to find it completely off. I'd forgotten to turn it on. I didn't sleep much that night. A footnote: when I told my husband of these happenings, he just wrote it off as CB interference now. I could see that if the monitor was on, and I also have to wonder because they said my name, and I've only ever met one other person with my name. Who knows? Also, as I thought of it myself, there was no possible way that anyone could have entered this trailer and had been playing a trick on me. The front door was blocked by a large and old armor, as I said earlier. The other door was right by my bedroom, locked and very noisy, and the windows of this trailer was designed so basically no one could come in through them, as they were very high off the ground and had 3 to 4 panes that were cranked open, but didn't leave hardly any space to get in. This particular story isn't exactly frightening, just slightly eerie, I suppose. I'll share more of my experiences in this trailer some other time. I have many stories to share with you all. Here's one of the many that I have. It was in the late winter of early spring 1997. I was spending the night at my baby's house after attending a hockey game and crawled into bed. I was laying in bed, on my stomach for at most 2 minutes, when suddenly I felt 2 hands on my back. The hands shoved me into the bed so hard that the bed shook for a good minute or 2. I froze with terror, not knowing what to do. I didn't know if I should turn around to see if there was anyone there to see, or just lie there and try to get to sleep. I decided to turn very slowly around to see if I could see anyone. As I turned, I was trying to prepare myself for what, if anything, that I would see. When I finally did turn onto my back, I was relieved to see nothing. I laid in bed with my eyes wide open and my mind racing. I was trying to calm myself down before trying to sleep. After a few moments, I closed my eyes and thought, okay, I'm going to sleep now, and fell asleep shortly after that. I was 11 or 12 when this happened. My dad left to go to the store to buy some milk in a terrible storm.
I remember pleading to him not to go because it was so bad up there, but he said we needed milk. And of course, I was just a kid. So I was alone with my little brother watching Fat Albert. And I remember my dad being very careful and locked the door every time he left. He also makes me check if the door was locked. So that's what I did. Anyways, we were watching TV when all of a sudden, the doorknob started to shake and unlock by itself. I thought my dad was coming in. So I got up and opened the door, but nobody was there. And I got really scared because nobody else had the house keys besides my mom, but she was at work. I closed and locked the door. Then I saw a tall man. It was like a shadow in the corner of my eye. I told myself that it was all in my head, that I was imagining it. I told my little brother, but he didn't believe me. Then all of the electricity went out in the house, thanks to the storm. At that moment, I had to go to the bathroom. And forgetting about the light, I went to go turn it on, but of course it didn't go on. Well, then I went to the sink to wash my hands, and in the mirror, that's when I saw a man. I turned around and ran towards the door. Next thing I know, the door slammed shut. I was so scared I was paralyzed. I tried to scream, but I couldn't. I managed to turn around and face it. He was 1 foot away from my face. That's when I let out a scream. Then my dad opened the door and he was back, and the creepy man disappeared. Strange things happened after that. Doors opening by themselves, lights turning on and off, and I still see a shadow every once in a while. But I never saw that particular scary apparition again, and I'm glad I haven't. My husband and I got married in September of 2000, and I moved into the house he was renting in Charlestown, West Virginia. It was an old turn-of-the-century home, and it was beautiful. While we were dating, I came to visit him while his parents were staying with him. I slept in the guest room, his parents in the master bedroom, and my husband slept in the den. During the night, I woke up and I felt I was not alone. Then I saw a dark figure walk in front of one of the windows, and then a few minutes later, it walked in front of the other window on the adjacent wall. I froze. I wasn't really afraid. I pulled the covers up just under my chin and closed my eyes tight and repeated silently to myself, "I am protected by God, and nothing can hurt me." I chanted it silently like it was my mantra until I fell asleep. When I told my husband about it, he said I probably saw the shadow of someone walking in front of the floodlights on the wall of the apartment across the street. It isn't possible that that could be the explanation, because I didn't see the shadow on a wall. It looked solid and passed in front of the window on the inside. Also, we were on a second story. Later, when I moved into the house, strange things started to occur. I took 2 months off before looking for work so that I could unpack and get the house in order. I took this time to indulge a little and slept in until about 9:30 to 10 every morning. My husband would leave for work at Dole's at 6:30, and I would fall asleep after he left. At 8 a.m. every single morning, I would hear the front door open. It was a large wooden door that would pop when it opened, and I would hear footsteps walk up the stairs. I couldn't resist getting up and looking around the house to see if anyone had entered. I was always alone, and the front door would still be locked. I figured if this was it, then I was getting off easy. I tried to ignore it a few times, but it sounded so real that I had to get up and check. After a couple weeks of this, my husband's cat started attacking random places on the wall of the home. The outside wall at the top of the stairs was her nemesis. My husband and I were watching television one night when the smell of burnt hair penetrated the living room. The house was very open, with only 4 closing doors. There was a large arch between the living room and the hallway where the front door and the staircase were located. We got a little nervous because we thought that maybe we had an electrical fire on our hands and started checking the outlets. The smell was very strong. We didn't realize it was odd until we walked into the kitchen, which had an open door to the hallway, and the smell didn't permeate into the kitchen.
The smell was located only in the hallway and in the living room. We walked into every room in the house, and no other room had the smell. An hour later, the smell left. A few days later, I went to dinner with a friend and came home, and when we walked into the front door, my husband came out of the kitchen where he had been doing dishes and asked me when I came home. I said I had just come home, but he said it wasn't possible because he'd just seen me walk from the stairs into the living room. We looked into the living room, and the curtains were twisted very tightly into ropes. My friend promptly left the house. Maggie, our cat, slept with us. He usually slept right up against me, under my left arm. One night she wouldn't come up from the foot of the bed. She perched on the foot of the bed like she was watching something. My husband fell asleep almost at once upon getting into the bed, and I usually lie awake for a little while. I was just starting to drift off to sleep when something in the hallway growled. I told my husband about it, and he asked if I was sure it wasn't Maggie. There was no way it couldn't have been the cat. I've had cats my whole life, and I know how they sound when they growl, usually high-pitched and gravelly, but this was low and menacing. It sounded like a large dog. Maggie sat on the foot of the bed the entire night. I think she was trying to protect us. It's after this that things got really crazy. My husband was setting the table for dinner when the ceiling light fell out of the ceiling and landed in the middle of the dining room table. It fell with extreme force. We went away for a week, and when we came back, 3 of the glasses I bought right before we got married were broken. 2 had been shattered, but 1 was still together and only fell apart when we tried to pick it up. The top of the glass simply came off the bottom part with a clean, precise edge cut diagonally through the glass. When I would be home alone, Maggie would climb in my lap and tap on the cheek and then lead me out of the room. Whenever I came back, something had been moved. Once, my husband's friends came to visit, and we were sitting in the living room chatting when Maggie came into the living room and stopped dead in her tracks. That was when her tail puffed up and all her hair stood on end. That's when she started hissing at the middle of the living room. She was looking at the floor. When any of us tried to stand up, she would hiss at us. This lasted for about 10 minutes. Then she ran upstairs. Dishes were regularly found broken in the cabinet, and the curtains on the windows going up the stairs were twisted and knotted. One day while I was talking on the phone to my sister-in-law, I was telling her about what was happening in the home, and the door at the top of the stairs slammed shut. I thought that perhaps the wind had caught it, and went upstairs to open it and close the windows in the guest room at the top of the stairs. The room was previously the den, and it wouldn't open. I had to wait for my husband to come home to open it. He had to throw his entire body weight against it to open the door. But when it opened, none of the windows in the room were open. My husband never believed me about the growling until one night. He woke out of a sound sleep and heard the same growling right next to the bed. Maggie was perched on the edge of the bed watching the floor. Then soon after we decided to move, we packed up and had everything but a futon mattress in a U-Haul, and were sleeping on the mattress in the dining room on our last night in the home. I should say trying to sleep, but we couldn't. There was too much noise. It sounded like there was a party in the living room. There were voices and the sound of glasses clanking, and it sounded like someone was running up and down the stairs and hitting the railing with a stick. We left the next day, very tired, but happy to be leaving. Maggie went with us. We moved into a new house, and Maggie started attacking the walls and getting lost in the corner. The vet told us that she was very old and getting blind. Finally, she got so bad that she had to be put down. We were devastated, and 2 days after her death, I was sleeping and woke up to the feeling of Maggie jumping on the bed and walking up to sleep under my arm. I felt an extreme pressure on me, and there was a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed. I tried to speak and wake up my husband, but I couldn't make any sound. I couldn't move at all. I wanted to scream but couldn't. The thing just stood there, and I could tell it was getting a big kick out of scaring me. Shortly after that, we got a new cat, Dexter. Hence we got Dex. We've had no experiences at all. I suppose that there is something to the Egyptian myth that the cats are keepers of the dead, and because Maggie and Dex both had protected me, I know that God protects me, and maybe uses my kitties to help with that protection. I am the only member of my family who has never seen a ghost. You're probably asking, what am I doing on this page then? Well, even though I've never had such an experience, I find the subject very fascinating. My brother, father, and uncle have all seen ghosts. First, a bit of background. I was born in 1964. My brother was born in 1966. Our parents had us rather late in life. My father was born in 1923, my mother in 1925, and we are first generation Mexican American. When my father first came over to the United States, he went from farm to farm looking for work. One night, he stopped in an old abandoned ranch house to avoid a downpour. This was in the early 1940s, and he faced quite a bit of prejudice, so he always carried a weapon and was careful about where he slept. Instead of going into the bedroom, he found a smaller storeroom in the house and slept there. In the middle of the night, something woke him up. He said that he felt he was not alone in the home. Thinking he might be in danger from drifters, he drew his knife and went to investigate. He saw a light in the kitchen, and remembering there was no electricity, thought the house might be burning. He walked in and saw a man sitting on the floor, with his legs in front of him in a V. The light seemed to be on him, but that was not coming from anywhere. The thing that scared my father the most was when he looked up at his face. The man seemed to have an impossibly wide grin, literally ear to ear. He then saw that the man was wearing a sort of cloth or cotton fabric across the bottom of his face. In the bad light, it looked like a big white grin. He seemed to remember his father telling him that sometimes dead people had such cloths put across their faces, and this one seemed to have slipped down. He knew then that this was not natural. The man was not breathing or moving. My father backed out of the kitchen and ran out of the house. Years later, now a homeowner in a small Texas town, he told us this story and one about our uncle. My uncle drove trucks in Mexico and often had to drive all night. His area of Mexico is a very mountainous place, and on one particularly dangerous road, he drove very slowly. He had driven that road in the daylight and knew that down the side of the small cliff, there were many overturned trucks that did not make the curve and were left there to rot. One night as he was nearing the curve, he heard something, a bumping noise on his driver's side window. He turned and saw a man, dark and shadowy, clinging to his truck, his dark face just a few inches from his, separated by only glass. My uncle almost lost control of the truck, and afraid for his sanity, never looked at the man again. In his peripheral vision, however, the man was still there, never moving, just holding on. As my uncle neared the curve that had killed many a man, the apparition simply jumped off. My uncle requested a change of routes the very next morning. His boss did not argue, as my uncle was simply one of the many drivers who, after having been scared on that route, requested changes too. My brother's ghost story happened just a few years back. He was driving home from visiting a girlfriend. He lived on the outskirts of town, and he had to drive past some old abandoned warehouses and grain storage bins to get home. It was dark, and he had his headlights on. He was driving along when suddenly a woman wearing white just walked out in front of his car. He hit the brakes and was about to lean on the horn when she turned back to look at him. She had no eyes. My brother closed his eyes hard for a second to clear them. He thought it was a trick of the light. When he opened them a second later, the lady was gone. He turned to the direction she had been walking in before he closed his eyes and saw that she was already 100 yards or so away, walking through an overgrown lot between some warehouses. There was no way she could have ran that far so quickly. She disappeared behind some building, and my brother drove home. By the time he got to the back door, he was shaking so bad he could not hold the keys and had to knock to be let in. He still drives that road, but never at night. The villa in Spain felt wrong from the moment I stepped into my room. The villa in Spain felt wrong from the moment I stepped into my room. It wasn't the usual tourist trap spookiness. This was a cold dread that seeped into my bones. The air hung heavy, thick with a silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. I tried to explain it to my family, but their laughter just made the unease curdle further in my guts. I've always been a sensitive, not psychic, not exactly, more like a frayed wire picking up stray signals. Visions flickered at the edges of my sight, fleeting glimpses of people who shouldn't be there. Whispers too brushed up against my mind, unintelligible murmurs that sent shivers down my spine. Here in the stifling quiet of the villa, the whispers were a constant, a low hum of unseen presences. Back in England, there was an abandoned house near my old flat. It had a malevolent aura, a weight that settled upon you like a shroud. Drawn by a morbid curiosity, I snuck inside one day. The air inside was stagnant. It was heavy with the smell of decay. As I crept through the dust-laden rooms, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A woman, ethereal and clad in tattered clothing, materialized in the corner, her face hidden in a curtain of dark hair. A sob, raw and mournful, echoed into the decaying hall. I tried to speak, but my voice died in my throat. The oppressive feeling intensified, a tangible force pushing me back. Panicked, I stumbled out, the woman in the suffocating dread, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. 9 months later, the house was demolished. A fire hazard, they said. Later, rumors surfaced about bodies found underneath the floorboards in the cellar. 2 people unalive themselves. And an unidentified figure pulled from a nearby stream. The whispers in my head, not voices, but emotions, fragments of despair and rage, intensified after that. It wasn't madness, not exactly. It was a heightened sensitivity that left me perpetually on edge, a conduit for the unseen misery that clung to places like a stain. There's no glory in this, no heroic pronouncements or pronouncements of being chosen. There's just a chilling knowledge, a constant gnawing awareness of the darkness that lingers beneath the surface of the world. And sometimes, the darkness whispers back. I've written this before, but my story was not published. But more interesting things have happened to me since then that I had to write again. I come from a very superstitious family that takes everything seriously. Since I was a child, weird unexplained things have occurred, but the most recent are freaking me out. I guess it started when we moved to our current home. I would wake up, and there at the foot of my bed was what looked like a lady in a Victorian-style dress, looking at me at times. At times it looked like she was pacing. It was very dark, and I guess it could be a shadow, but the way it was configured, I don't know. All I know is I would be scared out of my tree. Oh, I would bring my blanket over my head and force myself to sleep that way. But this is pretty tame. Soon afterwards, right after lying down, I had heard a child laugh. I was about 13 years old, and I just put it off as my neighbors having a party. So I decided to get up and close all the windows. It was summer. The funny thing is that all the windows that I went to close were already closed. I was freaked right out, so I ran right to bed and tried to forget about it. About a year afterwards, I woke up to the feeling of being watched. When my eyes adjusted, I noticed on the side of my bed it looked to be a figure of an older man and a child, and they just stood there looking at me. I know what you are thinking. Shadows, right? No. These figures were facing the window. There was no backdrop for shadows. I flipped out. I quickly jumped out of bed to flick the light switch. When I turned around, it looked like a haze slowly disappearing. Needless to say, I didn't sleep in my room for a while. This happened to my mom. She just settled into bed. When she woke up, and there was what she claimed, a white light came from the hall towards her. That's when she screamed and woke up the whole house. We rushed in and flicked on the lights. Her eyes were wide open. She didn't even react to the light, and she was pale to the point her skin was blue. Also, I awoke in my new room located in the basement now, and there was a dark figure in the corner. I prayed to God, and when I opened my eyes, it looked like it was moving across my room, and I could feel its presence, but it didn't seem like it was going to harm me. I keep feeling like it's family. Lastly, the most recent was in our computer room, formerly my old bedroom. Shortly after my 21st birthday, I was up one night. Everyone was asleep. All the lights were on. When I felt that there was a presence in the room, and I would occasionally look in the direction, but nothing was there, until I started to type and felt my hair in my head being touched, and then I heard my name being whispered softly. I finished my housework the next day in bright daylight, just to make sure. Anyway, you're probably bored out of your tree. If you would like to email me, if you have the same stuff happening, or if you want to hear more stories, you can always message me. This is a story I shall never forget. I was about 17 years old. My first child was 3 months old. I lived in a really nice apartment in Laurel, Maryland. You know, fireplace, bedrooms on different sides of the apartment, 3rd floor level. One night I was sleeping. So was my beautiful baby boy. Then suddenly, I awoke for no reason at all. I was sleeping on my side on the left-hand side of the bed. My son was in his bassinet on the right-hand side of the bed. When I opened my eyes, standing above me was what I felt to be a man. He resembled the Grim Reaper in every way. Dark clothing, a hood, and, worst of all, no face. I tried with all my might to scream, but my vocal cords were frozen with fear. So I just pulled the covers up over my head and prayed that this creature would disappear. A short time later, I looked from under the covers, and there was no one there. I ran into my father's room all the way on the other side of the apartment, yet he was sound asleep, just snoring and all. I checked the balcony door. Locked. I checked all of the windows, except my dad's room. Locked. We lived on the 3rd floor, and there was no sign of a break-in, though this evil person had been standing over my bed, as though it was my turn. I have read your articles about sleep paralysis. This cannot be, considering I was completely able to move around. This happened in October of '93, and there is someone who experienced the same, and posted her and fiance's experiences. It happened to her 20 years ago, yet around the same time of the year, though in a completely different state. Does the Grim Reaper go around harassing people even though it is not their time to go? It was the summer between my junior and senior year. I lived by myself in a small town called Savannah, Missouri. My parents had moved to the Peoria, Illinois area for business reasons. I did not want to move because I didn't want to start a new school my senior year. So my parents left me the house. My best friend was Catholic, and we decided to never play around with Ouija boards or any type of evil practices. But the temptation for me was too much. A group of kids that I worked with were into contacting ghosts and such. One of them even swore to be a medium. One day me and my friend went and bought a Ouija board. It was a glow-in-the-dark one by Parker Brothers. We thought it was just a joke. Later that night, Me, my friend Nate, and my other friend Marissa decided to play around with the board at Nate's house. The night was fairly uneventful, but we did talk to a few spirits. We had read guidebooks, so we knew not to ask anyone or thing to prove itself. Nevertheless, it was a very thrilling night. I had never done anything like this before. I grew up in a Christian home, so I believe these kind of practices to be wrong. So the next day at work, me and Nate told our friend Joel about the experience. That's when he laughed at us. We told him that night we would prove it to him later that night. Night came. We set up the Ouija at Nate's house again. Joel didn't want to play, but he said he would watch. Me and Nate took our positions at opposite ends of the board. Joel asked us to see if the board would contact his grandmother. So we asked, and the board said it was his grandmother. Joel, not believing this, asked us to ask for her name. Neither me or Nate, knowing Joel's grandmother's name, were surprised when the board spelled it out. This got Joel's attention a little bit more. Then, Joel started asking it questions. It was answering, but only in bits and letters. It didn't seem like vowels. We had written down everything said, but we could not make any sense of it. The board said it loved Joel, and to watch after his mother. This sent Joel into tears, but this is not the worst part. The next morning, Joel came over and told us his mother and father were getting a divorce. When we reviewed the sheet with what was said, we were able to make that out of the conversation. The board also kept on referring to Joel's mother as NOZ, going from the NO to the letter Z on the board. Joel's mother had said that that was her mother's nickname for her. After what had happened with Joel, I became hooked on the board. One night at my place, I had some friends over, while most of them were downstairs watching a movie. Me, a friend named John, and Marissa decided to go play the Ouija in my little brother's old room, now converted into a guitar room. We set up with a candle and all. It was a very dark and creepy setting, just right for a ghost talk. At first, John wasn't serious, so we had problems talking, but after a while it was very easy to communicate with the other side. Finally, we got a visitor that's vibe was very strong. I asked what its name was. It replied Hoark. I then asked where it was from. It said below. Since I was young, I was told only demons talk to you on Ouija boards. So I asked, are you a demon? Its answer was not what we had expected. The pointer circled around the board twice, and then violently slid off the side of the board. Me and my friend were so startled by this. We just sat there for a minute in silence. Then I heard a sigh. It sounded like it came over my right shoulder, but I wasn't sure if I just made it up. I asked them if they had heard it. They said yes, but none of them claimed it. So all at once, we got up and ran out of the room. We all swear it came from behind us, but this would have been impossible, or we were sitting in a triangle shape. The rest of the night, the rest of the people at my house just laughed at us for running downstairs. Okay, nothing really happened at first. I will skip ahead a couple of weeks. I had just got back from visiting my parents and was falling asleep one night when I was awakened from a sound of a grandfather clock. This didn't really bother me because my parents had one. It was not until the next morning that I realized I was no longer at my parents' house and that the sound had come across the hall on my guitar room where the Ouija was played. The noise made was more than likely something striking my bass guitar and turning on the amp. Okay, that is weird. At the end of that week, my little brother and a friend from Illinois came and stayed with me for a few days. One night, we were all in the upstairs living room playing video games when I got hungry and asked my little brother to go make me a bowl of cereal. He said okay, after he was done playing his game with his friend. Not wanting to wait around till he was done playing, I went into my room and laid down on my bed. I waited for what seemed like hours waiting for the cereal, but I eventually went to sleep. I then awoke at about 2 in the morning, hearing footsteps coming from the family room upstairs. They were very slow footsteps that were very annoying. I thought that it was my little brother and his friend, just screwing around. So I went back to sleep. The next morning I got up and went downstairs and asked my little brother why he hadn't fixed any cereal. That's when he said he would've, only he was distracted by something really bizarre. I asked him what was so bizarre that he saw in the kitchen, that he couldn't even make me my cereal. He proceeded to tell me that he saw my grandma's face. Our grandma, only she had been dead for 6 years, and she was staring at him through the kitchen window. It completely startled him that he dropped the cereal in his place, made a mess, and that's why he couldn't give me his cereal. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that, but this happened to me, and it still creeps me out to this day. I was into urban exploring. You know, checking out abandoned buildings, old factories, that kind of thing. I'd heard about this old church in the middle of nowhere, supposedly haunted. Being the skeptic that I am, I thought challenge accepted. It was this huge gothic thing, all stone and gargoyles. Looked like something out of a horror movie. Inside was even creepier. Dust everywhere, then stained glass windows cracked and boarded up. The air was thick and still. I had a flashlight, but it felt like it barely cut through the darkness. As I wandered around, I started to feel this weird energy, like something was watching me. I was about to chalk it up to my imagination when I heard it. It was a wail, a mournful, haunting wail that echoed through the church. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before. My heart was pounding, and my hands were shaking. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind or something, but it was too real. Then I saw her, a figure standing at the end of the aisle. She was translucent, almost like she was made of mist. Long flowing white dress, and her hair was down, covering her face, but I could see her eyes. Empty black holes, and that wail. It was coming from her. I froze, couldn't move, and couldn't speak. All I could do was stare at her. She took a step forward, and I swear, I felt the temperature drop. I turned and ran. I didn't stop until I was out of there, heart pounding in my chest. I never went back to that church, and I've never told anyone this story until now. I still don't know what to make of it. Was it a hallucination? A trick of the light? Or something more sinister? I don't know, but I'll never forget it. The worst part is, I can still hear that wail sometimes. It's like it's echoing in my head, and there are nights when I swear I can feel her presence, cold and heavy. I've tried to move on, to forget about it, but it's like a part of me is still trapped in that church. It's been years now, and I still have trouble sleeping. Nightmares, you know. I'll wake up drenched in sweat, heart racing, convinced she's still standing over me. I tried therapy, medication, everything. Nothing seems to work. I've even tried to go back to the church, hoping to confront my fear or something, but I can't bring myself to do it. It's like there's an invisible force keeping me away, and the more time passes, the more I wonder if I'll ever be free from this. It's a heavy burden to carry, you know? To live with the constant fear of something you can't explain. Sometimes, I wish I could just forget about it all, but I know I never will. I was driving through Mississippi late one night. You know how those country roads get, pitch black, and you can see for miles. I was heading to visit family, and I'd gotten a late start. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was starting to get tired. Then suddenly, I saw something on the side of the road. At first I thought it was a deer or something, but as I got closer, I realized it was a woman. She was dressed in old-fashioned clothes, like something out of a Victorian novel. White dress, long dark hair. What really freaked me out was that she was crying. I slammed on the brakes, my heart pounding. The woman didn't move. She just stood there sobbing.
Her face turns towards me. I rolled down the window, trying to figure out what was going on. "Are you okay?" I yelled, my voice trembling. No response, just that endless crying. The wind was howling through the trees. I wanted to help her, but I was terrified. I was alone on this deserted road, in the middle of nowhere, with a ghost, or whatever it was. I sat there for a few minutes, not knowing what to do. Then finally I gathered my courage and got out of the car. I approached her slowly, my hands shaking. As I got closer, I realized she was more transparent than I thought. It was like looking through a fog. I reached out to touch her shoulder, but my hand pressed right through her. She looked at me, her eyes filled with sadness and despair. It was like she was pleading for help. Then, as quickly as she appeared, she was gone. Just like that, I stood there for a long time, trying to process what I had just seen. I got back in my car and drove away as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I reached the gas station, where I bought a bunch of coffee and tried to calm down. I've told this story to a few people, but most of them just think I'm crazy. I don't blame them. It's hard to believe, even for me, but I know what I saw, and it's something I'll never forget. I was on a solo trip through Europe, and I ended up in this charming little town in the heart of France. The hotel was an old stone building with a creaky elevator that looked like it belonged in a museum. I'd heard the stories, of course. The old world charm, the creaky floors, the possibility of the supernatural. But I'm not the type to believe in ghosts. I'm more of a practical person. It was late, and I was tired after a long day of exploring. I got on the elevator to head up to my room, and as the doors closed, I noticed a woman standing in the corner. She was dressed in old-fashioned clothes, with a white apron, and a stern look on her face. At first I thought she was a guest, maybe someone who was really into historical reenactments or something. As the elevator started to move, I tried to make small talk. "Lovely evening, isn't it?" I said, hoping to break the ice. But she didn't respond, just stood there, staring straight ahead. I started to feel a little uneasy. Maybe she was one of those people who didn't like to talk to strangers. The elevator stopped at my floor, and I stepped out, turning to say goodbye. But when I looked back, she was gone. I thought maybe she'd stepped out just before the doors closed, but then it hit me. There was no other floor between the ground floor and mine. I went back to my room, feeling a chill run down my spine. I tried to explain it away. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I'd seen a reflection or something. But the image of that woman standing there in the elevator wouldn't leave my mind. The next morning, I decided to ask the front desk about the woman. Maybe she was a new employee or something. The receptionist looked at me like I was crazy. "There's no one working the elevator," she said. "It's automatic." Then she hesitated, as if considering something. "Actually, there's a story about an old woman who used to work here, back in the 1800s. They say she still haunts the building." My blood ran cold. It was the same woman I'd seen in the elevator. I spent the rest of my stay in that hotel terrified. Every time I got in the elevator, I expected to see her again. And every night, I had the same dream. The elevator doors closing, and there she was, standing in the corner, watching me. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear it's true. So this happened a few years back. Me and my buddy Jake were always into the weird stuff. Cryptozoology, aliens, you name it. We'd heard rumors about this old abandoned cabin deep in the woods near our town. Supposedly strange things happened there. We were young and dumb, so naturally, we had to check it out. We decided to go late at night. For the added thrill, armed with flashlights and a camera, we ventured into the woods. The deeper we went, the creepier it got. The trees were thick, the air was still, and it was pitch black except for the beams of our flashlights. We finally found the cabin. It was an old wooden structure, with broken windows and a sagging roof. We crept inside, the floorboards creaking ominously beneath our feet. There was something unsettling about this place, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. We started exploring, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. We found old, dusty furniture and a fireplace with remnants of ashes. As we moved deeper into the cabin, we found a hidden door. Curiosity got the better of us, and we pushed it open. What we found inside was something out of a nightmare. A large circular room with strange symbols etched into the floor. In the center, a pentagram was glowing with an eerie blue light, and there, standing in a circle around the pentagram, were a group of people dressed in long black robes. Their faces were hidden in shadow, but their eyes glowed with unnatural intensity. They were chanting something in a language I didn't recognize, their voices echoing through the room. And then, I saw it. In the center of the pentagram, there was a body. It was still, covered in a white cloth. Terror seized me. I grabbed Jake's arm and pulled him back. We stumbled out of our room, our hearts pounding. We ran out of the cabin and into the woods, not stopping until we were far away. We never talked about what we saw that night. The fear was too overwhelming. It's been years, and I still have nightmares about it. I don't know what those people were doing, or what they were trying to achieve. Whatever it was pure evil. The days following that night were a blur. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I kept seeing these glowing eyes and hearing those eerie chants. Jake was just as shaken as I was. We tried to convince ourselves it was a hallucination, a trick of the light, but deep down, we both knew it was real. We started noticing strange things happening. Objects would move on their own. Shadows would dance across the walls. We'd hear whispers in the night, like someone was watching us. Fear consumed us. We were convinced they were after us. We decided to move. We packed our bags and left town, hoping to escape whatever evil we stumble upon. But it wasn't that easy. The fear followed us. We moved from place to place, always looking over our shoulders, always expecting the worst. Years have passed since that night in the woods, and while the intensity of the fear had lessened, it's never truly gone away. The memory of what we saw is a constant companion, a dark shadow that lingers in the corner of my mind. I often wonder about those people, those cultists. What kind of power were they seeking? What did they hope to achieve with their rituals? And most importantly, are they still out there, somewhere, waiting for their next victim? The truth is, I don't know the answers to any of these questions, and maybe it's better that way. Some things are best left unknown. So as we crept through the cabin, the air grew heavier, the silence more oppressive. Then we heard it, a low guttural chanting. It was coming from downstairs. We exchanged a terrified look and slowly made our way to the back door. The moment we cracked it open, a wave of cold air hit us, and the sound of the chanting grew louder, peeking out. Our eyes widened in horror. In the clearing behind the cabin, a bonfire was raging. Around it, a circle of people were dressed in identical black robes. They were moving in a hypnotic rhythm, their voices rising and falling in that eerie chant. And then we saw it. In the center of the circle, a pentagram was etched into the ground, and on top of it was a strange dark object. It looked like a statue, but it was pulsating with a sinister otherworldly energy. As we watched, the chanting grew louder, more frenzied. The flames of the bonfire seemed to dance in an unnatural rhythm. Fear gripped us. We knew we had to get out of there. But as we turned to go back inside, we saw a figure emerge from the shadows. It was tall and gaunt, with glowing red eyes. It moved towards us, with a speed that defied human possibility. We slammed the door shut, our hearts pounding in our chests, but we knew it was only a matter of time before they found us. Panic set in. We scrambled to find a way out, our minds racing. The only other exit was through the front door, right into the clutches of those cultists. Desperation fueled our actions. We barricaded the back door with whatever we could find. Chairs, tables. Our breathing was ragged, our bodies trembling. We could hear them approaching, their footsteps heavy and determined. The door shook violently, and we braced ourselves, or the inevitable. With a deafening crash, the door splintered, and a figure burst through. It was one of the cultists, their face contorted in rage. They lunged at us, and we barely managed to dodge their grasp. A chaotic struggle ensued. We fought like animals, driven by pure terror. Jake managed to grab a broken piece of wood, and I used a fireplace poker. We fought desperately, trying to hold them off long enough to escape. More cultists poured into the cabin, their numbers overwhelming us. We were cornered, our backs against the wall. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, we saw an opportunity. A window was shattered, and the moonlight illuminated the dense woods beyond. With a final desperate effort, we broke free from our attackers and darted the window. We tumbled out into the night, our bodies aching and our lungs burning. We could hear the cultists behind us, their howls echoing through the woods. We ran blindly. Our goal was to put as much distance behind us in that horrifying place. Branches whipped at our faces, and our feet stumbled over rock while we kept running. Fueled by adrenaline and terror, we collapsed on the forest floor. We lay there panting, listening to the silence of the night. In the distance, we could hear the faint sound of voices, growing fainter as they moved away. We had escaped, but at what cost? The horrors of that night were etched into our minds, a wound that will never fully heal. We never returned to that place, and we never spoke about it again. The memory of that night was a shadow that followed us, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurks in the world. I often wonder about those people, those cultists. What kind of power were they seeking? What did they hope to achieve with their rituals? And most importantly, are they still out there somewhere, waiting for their next victim? The truth is, I don't know the answers to any of these questions, and maybe it's better that way. Okay, I was in this old Roykin in the countryside, one of those traditional Japanese inns with tatami mats and paper sliding doors. Beautiful place, really, but there was this weird unsettling energy about it. The Roykin was supposed to be haunted, or so the locals said. There was something about a woman who died there a long time ago, a tragic love story or something. I didn't really believe in ghosts, but the atmosphere was definitely creepy. It started with small things. There were strange noises at night, like footsteps and whimpers. I'd wake up with the feeling of being watched, but I blamed it on jet lag and an overactive imagination. Then one night, I was alone in my room. It was late, and I was about to sleep. Suddenly I heard a soft, mournful sound. It was like a woman sobbing. I sat up in bed, with my heart pounding. The sound seemed to be coming from the bathroom. Bracing myself, I turned on the light and slowly opened the door. The bathroom was empty, but as I stepped inside, I felt a cold draft, like an icy breath. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. And then I saw it. There was a translucent figure standing by the sink. It was a woman dressed in kimono, her long black hair covering her face. She was crying. I froze, unable to move or speak. The figure turned and looked at me. Her eyes were empty, black holes in her face. That's when I screamed and stumbled backward, crashing into the door. When I regained my senses, the figure was gone. I spent the rest of the night huddled in bed, terrified. The next morning, I checked out of the Rogan and never looked back. I've never told anyone about this before because it's simply too scary, too surreal. But it happened, and I'll never forget it. The days after that, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Nightmares plagued me, filled with the image of that ghostly woman. I started to see shadows out of the corner of my eye, and I'd hear whispers in the wind that sounded like her name. I tried to distract myself, to immerse myself in work and social activities, but nothing seemed to help. The fear was consuming me, and I felt like I was going crazy. One night while alone in my apartment, I heard a soft knock at the door. My heart pounded. I hesitated before answering, but curiosity got the better of me. I opened the door, expecting to find no one there, but there she was, standing in the hallway, the same woman from the Rogan Inn, her translucent form shivering in the dim light. Terror overwhelmed me. I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, trembling. I could hear her scratching at the door, her mournful sobs echoing through the apartment. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually the scratching stopped. And then silence. I cautiously opened the door, but she was gone. From that day on, the hauntings intensified. I started seeing hints of her everywhere. Not her physical presence, but just weird feelings that she was around. I sought help from a therapist, but they couldn't explain what was happening to me. It was as if I was trapped in a nightmare with no escape. I don't know if I'll ever fully recover from that experience. I've learned to live with it, to find ways to cope, but it's a battle I fight with every day. The woman from the Roykin, she's become a part of me, a haunting presence that I can't shake. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I wonder if she'll ever truly leave me alone. So, I grew up in a little brick house in Dorchester, right in the heart of Boston. My grandma Betty lived with us. She was always a bit eccentric, but she was my grandma, you know. She loved her old black and white movies, her garden, and her cat Mr. Fluffenmutter. Everything changed when I was about 12. She started acting off. At first it was just little things. She'd forget where she put her keys, or what day it was. We chalked it up to old age, but then it got worse. She started talking to herself, mumbling things under her breath. We thought maybe she was lonely. Then came the night that changed everything. I woke up to her screaming. It was a blood-curdling scream, the kind that sticks with you forever. I found her in the kitchen standing over the stove, a look in her eyes I'll never forget. Her eyes were black, like empty pits. She was chanting something in a language I didn't recognize, her voice a guttural growl. We called an ambulance. They diagnosed her with schizophrenia, but something about it didn't feel right. It was like a switch had been flipped. The woman I knew was gone, replaced by this thing. She started having these episodes. She'd talk about demons, about a darkness inside her. She'd scratch at herself, leaving deep red marks. There were times when she displayed superhuman strength, overpowering two grown men. It was like watching a horror movie, except it was happening in my own home. We tried everything. Doctors, priests, even psychics. Nothing worked. It was like she was possessed or something. I started seeing things too. Shadows moving on their own, cold spots in the house, and a sense of dread that was always there, lurking just beneath the surface. I'd hear her whispering at night, things that chilled me to the bone. She'd talk about a master, about a dark pact. I tried to ignore it, to pretend it wasn't happening, but the fear was consuming me. One night, I woke to find her standing over my bed. Her eyes were like glowing, and there was a sinister smile on her face. When I say glowing, I don't mean literally glowing, but it still had that look to it, if that makes any sense. I remember she reached out, and I saw a flash of darkness before I blacked out. When I woke up, I was alone in my room.
There was a strange symbol carved into my arm, a symbol I've never seen before, and I knew deep down that something evil had taken hold of my grandma. Then came the day my grandpa died. It was sudden, a heart attack. The house felt empty without him. Grandma seemed to withdraw even further into herself. She'd sit in her rocking chair for hours, just staring into space. Then it started. Every afternoon around the same time, she would start talking. Not to us, but to someone or something. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, but I could hear the fear in it. And then I'd see it. A shadow. A dark, almost human-shaped void in the corner of the room. It would stay there for a few minutes, then disappear, as suddenly as it had happened. It went on for a week, this daily ritual of madness. Then, as abruptly as it had started, it stopped. Grandma was different after that. The fire in her eyes was gone, replaced by a vacant stare. It was like a shell of her former self. I don't even know what happened. Maybe it was just a symptom of her illness, a twisted manifestation of her mind's darkness. Or maybe, just maybe, there was something more sinister at play, something that had taken hold of her, and then for reasons unknown, let go. I still think about this sometimes, about the dark figure in the corner of the room, about the fear in my grandma's eyes. It's a story that haunts me. A reminder that there are things in this world that we can't explain. Things that defy logic and reason. And that's the thing about it, you know. The scariest stories aren't the ones with ghosts and ghouls. They're the ones that happen right in your own backyard. The ones that make you question your own sanity. I've been working the graveyard shift at Penn Station for what feels like a lifetime now. It's a place where time seems to stand still, or maybe even reverse. It's a place where shadows dance and whispers echo. A place where the lines between the living and the dead blurs. At first it was just an odd creak, a door slamming shut when there's no draft. Then it escalated. Objects moved. Cold spots appeared, and an eerie silence would settle over the station, broken only by the distant rumble of a train. I started seeing shadows, long distorted figures that moved on their own. They'd flicker in the dim light, taking on grotesque shapes. It was like watching a silent horror movie, except this was real life, and I was the unwilling star. Then there were the sounds. Whispers, moans, and the occasional blood-curdling scream. They'd echo through the empty station, sending shivers down my spine. I've started carrying a voice recorder, hoping to capture these sounds, but so far it's just been white noise and the echo of my own paranoia. One night, I saw something that changed everything. A woman dressed in the style of the early 1900s was walking through the crowd, not around them, but through them. She was a ghost, plain and simple. Her face was obscured by the collar of her coat, but her eyes, when they met mine, were filled with a haunting sorrow. There's this one specific spot in the station, a forgotten platform, way down to the end of the tunnel. It's like a black hole sucking me in. I've always felt a strange pull towards it. There's a sense of finality about it, like I'll find the answers there, or maybe, just maybe, an escape. I've started to see patterns. The apparitions seem to be drawn to the older parts of the station, the areas with the deepest history, and there's a sense of urgency to their movements, like they're searching for something or someone. The other night, I had the most terrifying experience. I was cleaning the old waiting room when I heard a child's laughter. It was clear as day. I found a small worn-out rubber ball rolling across the floor, but no child. Then I saw her, a little girl translucent, playing with an imaginary friend. I've started having these dreams, or nightmares. I don't know which. I'm there in the station, but it's different, darker and more sinister. The shadows are alive, reaching out for me. And then there's this woman, the one in the vintage coat, but she's different. more menacing. Her eyes burn with an otherworldly intensity. I'm starting to think I'm losing my mind, man. I'm jumpy and paranoid. Every shadow looks like a person. Every noise looks like a footstep. I'm starting to think I'm going crazy. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm trapped in a nightmare, and there's no way out. There's something else, something I haven't told anyone. I've started seeing shadows moving on their own, even during the day. They're not just figments of my imagination. I've caught them on camera. Dark, shifting shapes that seem to have a life of their own. And then there are the dreams, nightmares that bleed into reality. I wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, with the feeling that something evil is watching me. I'm losing my grip, man. I can feel it. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I know one thing is for sure. I'm not coming out of this unscathed. I'll keep you posted. I'm a big history buff, especially when it comes to the Kennedy era. So when I got a gig as a night watchman at an old Hollywood studio, I was stoked. The place was steeped in history, and I'd figure I'd be spending my nights surrounded by movie magic. Yeah, not so much. The studio was huge. A labyrinth of sound stages, offices, and old sets. Most of it was dark and deserted, with only the occasional security light cutting through the gloom. I'd been working there for a few weeks, and everything had been pretty quiet. Then one night, it happened. I was doing my rounds, checking in on the various buildings. As I passed through one of the older sound stages, I saw it. A figure standing in the middle of the vast empty space. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, or maybe one of the studio cats. But as I got closer, I realized it was a man. He was tall and slender, with a distinctive profile. He was wearing a suit, and there was an aura of authority about him. It was then that it hit me. It was John F. Kennedy. Why? I mean, I understand it to an extent. Like I said, I was a history buff, but he wasn't related to movies. Anyway, I froze. My heart was pounding in my chest. He turned and looked at me. His eyes were piercing blue, and there was a sadness in them that was almost palatable. He just stood there looking at me for what felt like an eternity. Then, as quickly as he appeared, he was gone. One moment he was there, and the next he was just gone. I stood there stunned for what felt like hours. I've told a few people about it, but most of them just think I'm crazy. I mean, who's gonna believe you when you saw a ghost of a former president? But I know what I saw. It was like looking into a window into the past. A glimpse of a man frozen in time. It's been a long time since that night, and I moved on from that job. But I still think about it often. It's like a piece of history that has somehow seeped into the present, leaving an indelible mark on my life. But then things changed. One night as I was making my rounds, I came upon him again. But this time, there was something that was different. A cold dread washed over me as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. Half his head was empty. I mean, half his head was simply missing. It wasn't a clean cut, like a surgical incision. It was raw and jagged, as if a monstrous force had torn through him. It was horrifying and inhuman. His eyes, what was left of them, were hollow. Black pits that seemed to draw me in. There was no blood. No physical evidence of such a horrific injury. Just a gaping hole where his skull should have been. The rest of him seemed almost ethereal, hands loosened, as if fading into the background. Yet that missing half of his head was solid, tangible in its horror. This was a sight that burned itself into my retinas, a tormenting image that wasn't fading. From that night forward, the man that haunted the studio was no longer a melancholic ghost, but a grotesque phantom, a terrifying specter of nation's tragedy. I've never been the same since. The studio, Once a place of dreams and magic is now a haunted house in my mind. The image of JFK, that face, a grotesque mask of horror, is a constant companion. Sleep is a luxury I can rarely afford, filled as it is, with nightmares of that spectral figure. Some nights I can almost feel his presence, a cold, chilling breath on the back of my neck, and in those moments, I'm transported back to that soundstage, face to face with a horror beyond comprehension. I don't know what I saw, or why I was shown such a grotesque spectacle, but one thing is for certain. The ghost of JFK, or whatever it is a force of pure terror, and I'm a prisoner in its haunting world. You want to hear something crazy? I spent a night in the Villisca Axe murder house. I'm not exactly a daredevil or anything, but I was with the paranormal investigation team, and well, curiosity got the better of me. I've seen a lot of haunted places, old asylums, supposedly cursed hotels, the whole 9 yards. But this place, this was different. It's like the house itself is holding its breath waiting. We got in there at dusk. The place is creepy even in the daylight, but at night, it's something else. It's like the house is alive, watching you. We set up our gear, cameras, recorders, the works. Just standard procedure, but the atmosphere was thick, almost tangible. You could feel the weight of history hanging in the air, heavy and oppressive. We started in the kids' room. It was like walking to the time capsule of tragedy. The beds were still there, tiny and untouched. It was like the ghosts of the children were still there playing and laughing, unaware of their fates. We heard whispers, faint at first, then clearer. Children's laughter, but it was a hollow, empty sound, like a recording played on repeat. Then there was the kitchen. That's where it got really weird. The temperature dropped like a stone. We were wearing jackets in the middle of summer, and then the smell. It was sweet, almost like blood. I know that sounds crazy, but it was there. A metallic tang that made your skin crawl. We split up to cover more ground. I ended up in the parents' room. The air was thick with something, a presence. I felt like I was being watched. It was like eyes were boring into the back of my head. Then I heard it, a low guttural moan. It came from the closet. I froze. My heart was pounding. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Then a cold breath washed over me. I could feel something brushing against my skin, like icy fingers tracing my face. I snapped a picture. Nothing on camera, of course, but I know what I felt. I know what I saw. I saw a shadow move in the corner of my eye. It was human-shaped, but distorted and elongated. And the eyes, black, empty pits. After that, I couldn't focus. My heart was racing and my palms were sweaty. We decided to call it a night. As we were leaving, I looked back at the house. It seemed to be watching us, a malevolent grin etched into its dark facade. I haven't been able to shake the feeling since. Nightmares haunt me, the house a recurring character, its dark secrets slowly unraveling in my sleep. And sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I can hear those whispers again, those children's laughter, echoing through the silence. I've been to my fair share of haunted places, but Penhurst, that place is different. It's like the building itself is a living, breathing entity, full of malice. We got there by night, and the place was already giving me the creeps. The air was thick, heavy with a sense of despair, like a physical weight pressing down on you. We started in the ward with the children. Can you imagine? Kids locked up, treated like animals. The energy in that place was suffocating. It felt like 1,000 tiny eyes were watching you and judging you. We heard whispers, like little voices calling out in the darkness. I swear I saw shadows move out of the corner of my eye, in shapes that shouldn't have been there. Then we moved on to the hydrotherapy room. That's where it got really messed up. The air was cold and damp, and there was this constant dripping sound, like water torture. I felt something watching me, a presence so cold it made my skin crawl. It was like being in an icebox with a ghost. We split up to cover more ground. I ended up in the isolation ward, a single cell, bare walls, and a heavy metal door. It was like a tomb. As soon as I stepped inside, I felt a surge of panic. My heart was pounding and my breath was short. It was like the walls were closing in on me. I could feel eyes on me, burning into my soul. Then I heard it. It was a woman's scream, raw and filled with terror. It echoed through the empty halls, sending shivers down my spine. It was like a scream that seemed to come from the very depths of hell. I wanted to run, but my legs were like jelly. I stumbled backward, tripping over something. When I looked down, I saw a handprint, clear as day, imprinted in the dust. It was like a macabre signature, a chilling reminder of the horrors that had been taking place in the walls. I remember snapping a few pictures, but nothing came out. It was like the place was blocking us and protecting its secrets. We left as soon as we could, but I haven't been the same since. Nightmares haunt me. The asylum and recurring character. Its dark corridors filled with shadowy figures. I see her face in my dreams. The woman who screamed, and sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I could hear her again. Her cries echoing in the silence. I've tried to move on and to forget it, but it's like a part of me is still trapped there. The asylum is a place of darkness, a vortex of despair, and I feel I'll never truly escape its grasp. The morgue I was at was this old stone building on the edge of town, the kind of place that makes the hair on your back of your neck stand up just looking at it. It was dark and cold, and smelled like, well, you can imagine. There was a heavy, oppressive atmosphere about the place, like it was holding its breath. We started in the prep room. That's where they, got the bodies ready. It was eerie as heck. The stainless steel tables, cold and impersonal, seemed to loom in the dim light. We set up our equipment, and I tried to ignore the feeling of being watched. It was like every shadow held a secret, waiting to be revealed. We started getting some hits on the EVP recorder. Nothing crazy at first, just static and white noise. But then one clip stood out. It was a woman's voice, and it was soft and clear. It said, "Help me." I froze. My heart was pounding in my ears. I played it back, and there it was again. "Help me." I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I knew that voice. It was my grandma. She'd passed away a few years back, and the voice was unmistakably hers. I was in shock. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything, but hearing my grandma's voice, that was a whole different level of messed up. It was like a door had opened into a world I didn't want to visit. We decided to move on to the morgue itself. As we walked down to the cold, sterile hallway, I felt a presence behind me. It was a heavy, suffocating feeling, like someone was breathing down my neck. I turned around, and there, at the end of the hall, was a shadow, a human-shaped shadow, and it looked just like my grandma. I screamed. The team rushed to me, and I pointed at the shadow, but when they looked, it was gone. It was like the place was taunting me, showing me something, and then snatching it away. We tried to continue, but the atmosphere was too thick. We packed up our gear and left as quickly as we could, but the experience still haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Nightmares consumed me, filled with shadows and whispers. I sought professional help and tried to explain what I was going through. How do you explain hearing your dead grandmother's voice or seeing your shadow in a haunted morgue? People looked at me like I was crazy. To this day, I don't know what to believe. Was it a trick of the mind? A hallucination? Or was it something more? Was it something truly terrifying? Whatever it was, it changed me forever. I'm not the same person I was before I walked into that morgue. and part of me wonders if I ever will be again. The worst part is, I can't even escape it. I see shadows everywhere now. I hear whispers in the wind, and I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see her. The morgue has become a part of me, a dark, twisted part that I can't seem to shake. I've tried to move on, to find peace, but it's like the morgue has a hold on me. It's a place of darkness, a place of fear, and I'm trapped inside it, a prisoner of my own mind.
Oops, you've gotten to the end of the video. You might as well just give this whole video a like. Oops, you might as well keep it a share. Give it a like, share, and subscribe if you want to see more really long videos on this channel. Love you guys, and I'll see you in the next video.